Hey everybody, sorry about the late start. We had some major technical issues that we managed to squeeze in at the last second. Breeder Steve will be with us shortly. Um, we just could not get the damn Zoom working this morning, and it took us a little while to figure out why. So we got it all rectified, thankfully. There we go. I do apologize for the short delay there in the beginning. Um, yeah, we had a heck of a time getting the stream working. Well, we'll have Breeder Steve connecting with us shortly, any moment. And just spoken to him right before this. Um, and then we'll get started. Hopefully you guys enjoyed yesterday. Be sure to go over to ap420.com and sign up with your email for a chance to win a SK403 grow nutrients and the grow kit from APMJ Newts and True Aquaponics. Also, check out Marty and I's online class at apmjclass.com for a full-length aquaponic commercial class. Looks like Steve should be connecting any moment. Make sure we get the new email out. We had to change the Zoom link last minute, so we had some last-minute technical differences. But we managed to squeeze it in, because I was about to have a heart attack. Well, looks like we got it all sorted. Looks like we finally got Steve connected. He was kind enough to take some time out of his trip to Spain to speak with us. For those of you that don't know, Breeder Steve is the first one to write about aquaponic cannabis. He was the first one to write about it back in late 90s, I believe was the first time I read it. 97 or 98, I think, was the first time I read him posting about aquaponics. And he might actually have some posts that are older than that I don't know about. So thankfully we got all the kinks ironed out, and we're able to start just 2 or 3 minutes late. So thank you so much, Steve, for joining us today. It's been quite the morning. We've had about an hour of scrambling trying to get all these technical issues sorted, but thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, my pleasure. Thanks for having me, Steve. Better late than never, right?
Right. So tell us what about yourself, for those of you that don't know about you, and then a little bit about your work with aquaponics and living soil. I know you're doing all kinds of amazing, wonderful things, bringing those technologies to Colombia, and we'd love to learn more.
Well, yeah, I guess I started growing probably 89, growing my own, and quickly realized I preferred the organic version. So I really took that to heart early. And when I moved to Vancouver after university in 94, I set up my first aquaponic cannabis. So that was my first go at it. And back then there wasn't forums or anything anyways to write about it on. But it was oh, you're blinking there yet, the disco? Sorry. Anyways, so I really took to it. I really thought it was phenomenal how clean the flavors came through, and the texture of smoke would be very light. And I set up a business building what I call bioponic systems, which were kind of a hybrid aquaponic and soil system that was based on the first ones I'd set up. And they were really quite simple, and I'll get into, without diagrams, I haven't got anything like that ready for you, but I can give you, a rundown of how it works. Today I'm in Spain. I'm talking to you from my hotel room in Madrid, and now, throughout the last 2 years of the pandemic, working from home, I've been, starting up places around Spain and other parts of the world in Thailand and that, but in Spain, I'm even getting some of the places to adopt aquaponic approach. So there's some interesting partnerships starting up over here, and it's really a joy to continually be starting new places, right? And I just can't wait to see more and more people doing it. You know, when I set up this little shop outside Vancouver, building aquaponic systems for people, there was really nobody else was using it at the time. So I also made my own organic soil mix, which was a little less scary for a lot of people. Just they're used to growing in soil, right? But essentially, the hybrid system that I would use, the first time I ever did it, I had Rubbermaids with tops cut in them, and the holes in the tops would either hold a 4-inch pot or a 6-inch pot, and I tried them at various spacings. Of course, it depends on which cultivar you're using and how long you want to veg and that sort of thing. But I had, the very first time I did it, I had soil pots, but before I put the soil in them, I put in wicks, which are nylon rope, but the absorbent nylon rope, not the kind that floats and repels water, because that won't suck up any water. So you'd have absorbent nylon rope, and you'd have the 4 tails. If you put 2 ropes through, pull it through the 4 holes so it comes down, and the roots would, you know, the plant would start great because it's in a rich little soil pot, and before the roots even hit that wet rope at the bottom. But the wet rope give it that passive, you know, capillary action. And as soon as the roots hit those ropes, they went down them, and they were like 4 carrots. It was like you had 4 tap roots coming out that got so thick, and they would just be a huge nest of roots because they would grow down into this deep, you know, open chamber where there was aquaponic water going in as a mist. And even the first times I did it, I just put like a pump with 1/2-inch poly hose going up, or tube, and just put some slits in it. I didn't even use emitters or anything. I just put some slits, so when the pump came on every 20 minutes or something, it would just spray in there. And I would even line those under the roofs, so they were spraying down under the lids, and the roots would grow in those, they would just take over all the available space. So when I went to build, you know, the next generation of them, I wasn't using Rubbermaids. I made table frames out of PVC pipes, and then I used pond liner. And at the shallow end of a table, like, there would be a pond liner hanging under this frame, and at the shallow end, maybe be about 2 feet deep, running down to about 3 feet deep, where I would have a drain. And that drain, I would even put a little piece of tube sticking up, so that there was always a couple centimeters or a couple inches of water at the bottom, so that those wicks, I always kept the wicks in the systems, because they just gave that redundancy factor that even if the pumps and the power went out or something, you would have wicks in a puddle of water at the bottom. So you had that redundancy built in, that there could always passively irrigate. And that saved lots of plants, I'm sure. The tabletops were, you know, white plastic of some sort. I can't think of what it was exactly, but it was a hard white plastic. And then I would cover that with black and white plastic, with the white reflecting up, but the black keeping that root chamber pitch black and dark. And by then I wasn't using the regular soil pots. I was using mesh pots that were predominantly full of hydroton, and then a spoonful of worm castings on top. And through flowering, I would maybe put a spoonful of this special blend I was making, which was kind of a dry mix, organic blend of different meals and that sort of thing, you know. The veg area of the garden would run off the same water as the flowering tables. And I called the veg areas the mother marsh. And they would basically, all the water that drained out of the flowering tables would have to run through the mother marsh, which would be, you know, large Rubbermaids with 3-gallon mesh pots poking through the roof, and mothers would grow out of those. And they could be in a separate room, of course, for different lighting regimen. But those would be off the ground, A, to keep them off the cold floor, but B, so that when I had the 4 mother pots in line, the water would drain between them, They were connected sideways with through hulls. On the floor at the end would be another Rubbermaid with no plant in it. And it would have 2 sump pumps with the float switches. And I would set one float switch a little higher than the other one, another redundancy. And those were the return pumps. So the return pumps would feed the water back to the aquarium, and the aquarium had return pipes that were drilled out maybe, 2-3 centimeters, 1.5 inches apart. There would be holes drilled out, and that went along the top of the aquarium and sprayed water into it. So it was far better at aeration than a bubbler at the bottom of an aquarium, which doesn't do much. When the water churned back in, it churned it with, it pulls in air as it's, shooting these pressurized jets of water back into the tank. And that system, basically those indoor systems I was building back then in the 90s, the typical household one would run off a 90-gallon aquarium. And it worked out for that system that every 20 minutes, there'd be a cycling timer that would take water and it would spray it inside the tables. And that would be the aeroponic edge of it, where it sprayed mist into the chambers. And that water would drain through the mothers, and then it would get pumped back to the aquarium. But while it was getting pumped back to the aquarium, I had a little T on that pipe, and that T went back to the table and ran drippers on the top, so that it put drippers over the rocks every time the return pump came on. And so then those dribble down to the roots. So you had a top watering drip, spaghetti lines really, and then the misters off the aquarium pump. And the aquarium pump, it took about 1/4 of the water down in the tank every time it came on. And I had a float valve set at that level, so that every time the water, if there was any evaporation, you'd never know, because the float valve would just let in a little bit more water. So it was a constant level system. And it was a miracle like that. The last one I'd set up in Vancouver before I moved to Europe, it had run 3 years without changing the water or draining the water or anything. And it was only because I'd left that it got shut down. I think that would have just run eternally. So it had the float valve would just keep the water at a constant level in the system. And it was just so easy. I'm inherently lazy, so I like to set stuff up that's really easy. I've got a bad back. I don't like lugging soil around and moving pots if I can help it. I'll do a few in the backyard for fun, but overall, if I can have a system that really is pretty good at maintaining itself, that gives me a lot of joy just to watch it kind of running around like that, setting up a new mousetrap game or something. I really had a lot of fun with that. And it was always blowing people's minds to see it. And I'd try and use the most diversity in those tanks that I could. So out of the gravel at the bottom, this is another good thing to recognize, is before you put the gravel in the bottom, you want to put a through hull in the bottom of the aquarium. And then you have a grid with a screen over that. So you're sucking that dirty water from the bottom and spraying that into the system. And that's also helping keep some of that gunk out of the bottom, because it's always getting pulled through and filtered through the rocks. But then anchored in the rocks, you would have aquatic plants that grew from the bottom, and their roots would kind of hold the gravel in and also filter water. Some of those aquatic plants were ones that grew out of the aquarium and into the 400-watt halide that was above it. And some places where I'd set them up, we put the aquarium right in a window, so they never even had a light over it. They would, the sunlight, most people wouldn't put an aquarium in a window because they don't want algae in their aquarium, but I wanted algae in the aquarium because that's food for the algae eaters. And they go to town. If the sun hits water, you have algae, and that is pretty much the basis of life on the planet. It's the first green gunk that grows, and it's not complicated, really. It's pretty easy. I would also make a little flowering boost by putting that dry mix of meals into a nylon sock. So it would be like a little log with all kinds of meals in it, and put that log in the water, and that log would turn into an algae log. And you could see all these algae eaters of different species too. They were all be just sucking on it and huffing, and you just see like clouds coming out of their gills. It was really, made the water richer. And anything, the more diversity in the tank, the more interesting it was. But I thought the more niches in that little ecosystem, the better it did. I mean, there was floating plants. There was aquatic plants that stayed underwater. There was aquatic plants that grew right out into the light, which I actually took a lot of cuttings off and then sold back to aquarium stores. And it was pretty neat to see, because those would root in just a few days. In the same oasis foam, I would root cannabis cuttings in, but the trays they wouldn't have drains on. The trays would just hold water. They were the easiest plants in the world to propagate. There was an eel that lived under the gravel that we really never saw. He got pretty big by the time it got shut off. There was Oscars that grew really fat, and I had the benefit of having an aquarium wholesaler next door who would bring me over bags of 100 guppies or 100 feeder goldfish. We could pour them in, and you could pretty much set your watch by it. They would be eaten in no time, like by a minute. The Oscars would have tails sticking out of their mouths from all the goldfish, and they would just chow down. It was really amusing. Sometimes when people came over to visit and have a look at the system, including, a writer, Annie, that was working for Red Eye magazine at the time, and she dubbed it Guppy Ponics, but I had her looking at it. Other people that came to see it too were floored. But one time they said, well, what do you feed them? And I said, well, let's talk about that. Are you hungry? Because we had some smokes and everybody had some munchies. So I said, there's a Dairy Queen across the street. Do you like cheeseburgers? And he was like, sure, grab some cheeseburgers. So I'd dash over, grab a bag of cheeseburgers, and I'd come back and I'd have one extra one sitting there. And they say, so you were going to tell me, what do you feed them? And I'd flip a cheeseburger into the aquarium, and the people go, you didn't just do that, and the fish are tearing it apart. And in 60 seconds, there's no trace of a cheeseburger. And they couldn't believe that I just threw a cheeseburger in the tank, They couldn't believe it. It was really, really funny just to see the stunned looks on their faces. But they'll eat just about anything. And the thing I found with giving them a diverse amount of, let's say real food as opposed to pellets or flakes was one of my clients that couldn't be bothered, feeding them brine shrimp or bloodworms or all the different sort of natural food you can feed these fish. And so he was using the pellets and flakes, which are cheaper, and you can put them in a slow release thing if you're not there every day. So there's some advantage to that, I guess, but he would put too many in and they would be floating around in the water. And you think how horrible fish food smells, whether it's those pellets or flakes. They just smell atrocious when you take the lid off. And his weed would smell like that. So you can go overboard. And that's kind of like the dead fish thing, this fish emulsion. Fish emulsion smells terrible in weed when you smell it. And even I remember a guy bringing a bag of weed to my apartment in university one time. And I'd had another friend that used fish emulsion, and I just knew that distinct fishy smell from his grass, and I couldn't stand it really. And this guy came over, his first time I met him, he was really proud. Before he even opened the bag up, I said, "Do you grow that with dead fish?" He said, "Yes." "How did you know?" He said, "I know that smell. It's horrible." And he said, "Me and my brother, we catch all the suckers when we're fishing. We just throw the suckers aside, and then we dig a hole to plant all our outdoor. We throw a couple suckers in each hole. But there's that distinct dead fish smell, which doesn't work for me. And the water from, living water from fish swimming in it and doing what they do, that doesn't have that dead fish smell. It's a pond water, really a sweet water system. And it really, I think it brings out the best in all the flavors and aromas in the herb that they really develop properly because of all the living organisms, microorganisms that make pond life. And I've had great success even just watering fields from rich pond water. So I really use it any chance I can get. I will use living water for irrigation, whether it's a returning system or a one-way system where you're just flooding, lines into a field. You don't need much more than that. Like, you don't often need anything more than that. I've had fantastic results growing plants with nothing but pond water in soil that wouldn't be great to support the plants on its own. As soon as you're irrigating it with the pond water, it's like all is forgiven. They just they really thrive in it. And you can have a healthy green in the leaves, and that shade of green can depend on the cultivar. But when it's shiny green, you're hitting it. Like, to me, that's sort of the 10 out of 10 with the health of the plants, is when the leaves look so vibrant that they really have a brilliance and they're shiny. So that's really a sign to me that you've got a 10 out of 10 in plant health of cannabis. And when I had set up my aquaponics store, obviously back then, it was the late 90s at that point, and you could not have cannabis growing in the shop window, right? So we had tomatoes and broccoli and all kinds of things. I grew peppers, I grew poppies. I had a very diverse garden growing indoors as my display garden. So I did get a lot of chances to try other plants in it. And the traditional wisdom, it seemed at the time, was that aquaponics was great for leafy greens if you were growing lettuce or basil, but it was insufficient to grow tomatoes because they say you can't get the nutrition density to grow heavy crops of anything. And that just wasn't true. And I grew tomatoes, and I had beefsteak tomatoes in Vancouver in January, and they were peeling. They were so fat, they were peeling down the bark from where the branch was holding the tomato on. And the cherries, tomatoes, they were so sweet. And it was really something to see. People would come and try the tomatoes, and that's the best tasting tomato I've ever had. So it wasn't just about growing cannabis, but that, of course, was what got me into it. And still to this day, I really get a kick out of well-done aquaponic cannabis. But it does apply to just about anything. You can grow all kinds of things that way. And I never tried growing potatoes, but I bet they'd be great. I was visiting a research station on Friday that grows potatoes in aeroponics, and they're at a potato breeding center with a huge gene bank. And they love, the cleanliness of being able to just take those little seed potatoes off the roots. And I said, we got to put some cannabis in here and we got to try it with this hybrid aquaponic system. We'll see how that goes for you, because I got them a little more inspired to try it, because they had sort of an organic section where they were growing with soil, and then they had their hydroponics / aeroponics area. And I said, you can combine the two, and they're just, and so I really love sort of spreading that message. And I love to see how much you've done to promote this, because you've really taken it to heart, obviously. And you put this conference together, and it's not the first time. And there's so many different growers now. There was hardly anybody doing this in the 90s. It was really a novelty, and still it's a novelty. But now there's 1,000 times more people doing it, from hardly anybody to maybe 1 or 2 in each region. But that was more than there was back then. So it warms my heart to no end to see the aquaponics growing. And especially, you see people really taking the aquaculture part seriously. And even though they may be doing a little more monoculture in the aquaculture, and they're growing a certain type of fish for sale, and they may just be feeding it pellets and that, hey, they're still doing it, and, on a small scale, you may not be growing enough to raise, fish for eating, but you can have your tanks even separated or floating mats, and have some degree of breeding going on of some exotic fish, like the Royal Plecostomus. I'd get a breeding pair of those. They have the nice gold tracer lines, and that. They're $200 a fish, and they're not big fish. They're little fish, but at $200 a pop, you might as well put up a few aquariums in line. And your plants are the best filtration system for any aquarium. It's just, as long as you
Oh yeah, a lot of people don't know the pleco from a fish called Wanda is a $1,800 pleco. The jet black blue-eyed ones. Those plecos, there's so many different varietals. Those loricarids that you can, a lot of those are in that $200 plus range, and it's a great point that you bring up, especially you being down in Colombia. You have kind of access to more than most of us at the grow you work with down there.
Yeah, it's good to think out of the box a little bit. And of course, raising food's important, but for the hobbyist at home, you're not going to be feeding your family from your aquarium, but you could still have an interesting time and added value from doing some exotics breeding with it, and it's just fun, so I really get, like to encourage people to sort of think outside the box and do what they can to do something unique. If you're doing something different than everybody else, you don't have competitors really. There's not an army of people working at that. It's pretty specialized. It's a real niche, and that's great to see. And back then, when I was doing it in the 90s, the customers that really did well with the systems, when the best pot in town was $200 an ounce, they were getting 300. So they were really happy with it, and they enjoyed doing it. So it was like almost a cult, it was such a specialized herb that it wasn't widely available. And, if you knew somebody doing it, they had all their friends had it on lockdown. It wasn't going outside of the small circle, which was kind of the way things had to be back then anyway. So times of prohibition, but yeah, it just blows my mind to see more and more people doing it, and not just for cannabis, of course. It's all important. The ones I've set up in Colombia now, it's a 3 million liter reservoir, which varies throughout the year, but it's about, I think, 1.5 hectares, which is a substantial reservoir. We actually had a little caiman, like a breeding pair of caimans in there. There's turtles, ducks, it's the diversity in growing it, like raising the habitat. When we first built it, there was nothing growing around the sides. Now there's plants growing around the sides. There's a floating raft that holds the pump to take, because the level changes from the wet season to the dry season. So it's a floating raft where the pump is. And I should have put some pictures together to share about it, but I'll post some on Instagram or something. And that pump sends the water up to a hill that we built, because we're in the plains, so there is no elevation. It is really flat, but we've got a hill built from where the excavation was, and on top of that we have about a 10 or 20,000 liter reservoir, and then that goes by gravity to the different field blocks. So the water is pumped up there from the pond gradually. When the sun's up, it's pumping water up to the holding tank. And then as that needs to, and that's a black tank with black lid to keep stuff from growing in it. And then that just runs to the different lines. We have 24 hectares fenced for psychoactive cultivation under license down there. And then pretty much into hectare blocks. And you can open up a valve in a block and it's just flooding it with pond water. So it's pretty neat and basic system, so that's low tech really, but it's a good scale. So it's a lot of fun. You could go paddle around that reservoir. It's like a big rectangular lake. It's pretty fun. It just blows my mind when I go to stand there and look at it and go, I can't believe we have a 3 million liter reservoir and there's fish swimming around and little cocodrilos. Lots of fun.
It's certainly a big step up from when I first remember you reading about you putting fish waste on hydrogen in those net cups. I think was some of your early overgrow posts. So do you want to talk
right. Yeah, that's right. It was just, go ahead.
Did you want to talk about some of your early experimentation with aquaponics?
Well, sure. I think I pretty much give you the first rundown. The very first time I did it, I just used my organic soil mix in pots that had the wicks under it. And those just had, for the mist, was just a pump that pumped the water in through the drainage hole, which was just a hole cut in the bottom. And I actually had the Rubbermaids. I had 4 Rubbermaids sitting on a Mickey Mouse shower curtain. and the Mickey Mouse shower curtain was just came off the table and then funneled down into the Rubbermaid reservoir underneath it. And it was just couldn't be more basic. So it would just pump up that hose. The hose was bent and pinched at the end and then just had a few slits in it so that when the pump came on, it just misted water inside the Rubbermaids. It was really, really basic. And the pots in the top, occasionally I would hand water those little pots in the top because they were just in soil. But once the roots got down, you know, after a few days pretty much, they would get down to the wet nylon wicks running up the bottom, and then there was no stopping them. They just grew insanely fast, and you're getting the same growth rates because at the same time I was experimenting with rock wool and you know, typical hydroponic systems, whether they were buckets or tubes and salt fertilizers, and I was doing them side by side, and I was realizing there's no difference in growth rate. You know, everybody says, well, you can grow organic, but you don't get the same growth rates, the same yields. It's just not true. If you've got healthy plants, that plant produces what it's going to. And if the difference is in the flavor at the end of the day, and you're not losing anything in growth rates or yield, why wouldn't you grow the one that you like the taste of better, you know? And it was just much more interesting to me. So I phased out, you know, using salts and hydroponics after a brief experimentation and really never looked back because I convinced myself quite quickly there was really no advantage there. And a lot of people thought there was, but those people had never done aquaponics either. And you think, you know, everybody's an expert in things they haven't done, it seems sometimes. So you think, well, yeah, you're telling me, oh, it doesn't work as well. You're also telling me you've never tried it. Okay, you know, suit yourself.
That's the exact reason why Marty and I started the Growing with Fishes podcast. We got sick and tired of people telling us you couldn't grow aquaponic weed. And meanwhile, we got pictures of stuff that's bigger than anything that they've ever grown. And it's like, and you know this too, the flavor that you get off of aquaponics, you really can't match. There's some kind of difference in terpene expression. And we actually had a wonderful woman on from Canada yesterday, from Aquilitas, that was talking to us about, you know, they did quantitative comparisons similar to some of the ones that I did when they're a little more willing to show some of that stuff or aren't under NDAs like I am, and which I'm sure you run into with some of the stuff that you have as well, or you wish you could share it and you can't for research reasons for now. But it was great to kind of see some of that stuff out in public that we've kind of known for such a long time.
Sure. Well, I've never, you know, had any proprietary secrets about it. I was always open to sharing it. That's like when the forums first started up, that was definitely, you know, genetics is my focus, but I was always, you know, promoting aquaponics or organic growing in general, because I just said, you know, your weed tastes better. Your weed tastes better. Try it. And it even, you know, in tomatoes and that, there were studies a long time ago in like Growing Edge, I believe it was, that showed flavonoid comparisons between salt grown and organic grown, and they were finding that there was primary and secondary flavonoids, and the secondary flavonoids weren't developing in the hydroponically grown stuff with the salt. So they would get the, you know, your basic tomato flavor when you get that pink water balloon at the Safeway or something, compared to your grandma's tomato growing out of the compost that's blood red and has a lot more going on in the taste department. So, you know, there's a big difference if you care about taste. If you can't tell the difference, you know, then what does it matter, right? Some people can't tell the difference. They don't care. They can drink, you know, crappy wine and smoke brickweed and they're happy. That's fine. Each to their own. I always say my life would have been a lot simpler if I was content to drink shitty wine and smoke shitty weed. But it's the pursuit of, you know, something special that, you know, for some of us, that's really what it's all about. You're drawn into really going for a product of excellence. And then other people that just say, nah, all wine tastes the same or all weed tastes the same. Well, in a way, you're lucky, you know, because you're easily satisfied, you know. But for those of us that say, you know, you get spoiled when you have something special and you think, oh yeah, you start measuring everything against that and you think, oh, I can't smoke this crappy hydro, it burns my lips and, you know, it tastes kind of bland anyway. And it's not even just the flavors, although that's hugely important. but it's the texture of the smoke. And I found with the aquaponic grown, even compared to organic soil mix often, that if you really get a good fade, no matter how you're doing it, even in hydro, you can get a really super fade and get really light textured smoke that's feathery light and airy. And that's something to do with the cultivar as well, because some of them are just inherently more tarry than other ones. But the ones that burn light and clean are, to me, where it's at. I really love that. And especially in aquaponics, I find I could grow something and cure something so special that the first toke and the last toke almost taste the same. Whereas, when you light a joint and that first toke might be really nice, but halfway through it's starting to get kind of tarry and there's not a lot of flavor left. It's just kind of heavy smoke and it's not really soft. Whereas if it's light enough, it can maintain that first toke character through the joint, and that's really a mark of quality, is when you can still taste that lightness at the end. You see the same thing in cigars, where they measure, one of the measures of quality in cigars is the lightness of the ash, how light does it burn? And there's really, connoisseurs of cigars for sure, cigar aficionados. And, lots of people don't care that much, it doesn't matter to them. And maybe they vape it and they don't have the combustion issue that, it's burning harsh. That's, each to their own, as long as you like what you've got, I'm happy for you. I always felt like I had to strive to have something a little bit more elevated. And I always realized when I was sharing it with people, they would always notice the difference pretty much and say, why can't I buy stuff like this? And I said, you have to learn to grow it yourself, because the people that are growing it for sale don't care as much. They care that they're getting as many pounds per light as they can get. And how well it burns at the end of the day is very, putting it mild to say, it's a secondary consideration for them, if secondary, right? So bag appeal is not everything. And we live in a very Instagram world where it's really about the visual appeal and all the hype of the latest cutting out there. And there's lots of great stuff being bred by lots of people, it's great to see. And visual grass is, stunning. I love beautiful looking grass, but I know that not all that glitters is gold. And no matter how good looking it is in a picture, that does not tell you how it burns, and the proof is in the pudding. Is once it's spun up, and it doesn't matter what the bud looked like by the time it's in the joint, right? So you could, pre-rolls have a nasty name because they're often floor sweepings of inferior grass to begin with, and the way that they're packed, they're shake, just over dried shake stuffed into tubes. There's no rolling actually involved, but they're pre-packed shake joints basically. And, of course, people to look down their nose at them for good reason. But as the rolling technology is improving and stickier bud can be used, and I think, and there are some devices out there now that are starting to actually roll grass in an acceptable fashion and mechanized way. So I think we're going to see an improvement in pre-rolled technology, or we are seeing improvement in pre-rolled technology, and that will, hide the visual aspect of herb a little bit more, so that people aren't just buying it with their eyes, they're buying it with their palate. They smoke it, and if it tastes good and it has a nice light texture, that's really what they're after. And that has, it's not to say that aquaponic grass can't be visually appealing, but I'm just saying most people are more focused on looks than taste right now. And I think you're going to see a flip, because the people that roll grass are going to be outnumbered by the people that buy pre-rolls once the pre-rolls are good, because it doesn't matter what it looks like anymore. If you can buy a pack of joints that are rolled to perfection and cured well and smoke well, people are inherently lazy and they don't want to roll joints. A lot of people, like some of us enjoy it, sure, that's always going to be the case. But it's as with cigarettes, the percentage of people that buy tailor-made compared to roll their own, it's astronomically different, right? And as the quality of pre-rolls improves, it's going to be far more important how they smoke than how they look, which isn't, you know, anything to do with aquaponic or hydroponic, but it really is a factor in the market, I think. So we'll see what happens there. I think my money's on, you know, that you can do mass produced grass that smokes well, whether it's organic in a field or aquaponic in a greenhouse. That cannabis is gonna really shine in the pre-rolled markets as well as the flower markets. Like the aquaponic greenhouse grass can look as pretty as anything, and it can, you know, really tag all the bases. And there's always going to be people that want to buy that whole flower. And mostly now, I think it's because the pre-rolls just aren't there, generally speaking. But I think you're going to see a shift as the technology has been improving in pre-rolls, that there's going to be a real difference there. And there's a couple aquaponic producers in the Canadian market now, and I haven't even tried their grass, but I've heard it's pretty good. So I should try it. I look forward to trying it at some point. Obviously, I just don't get around to buying grass because I have plenty at home, and I'm fortunate in that I've been growing my own and stockpiling it for years, but also lots of friends share some with me, and I have more than I'll probably finish in my lifetime. So I figure whenever my funeral comes around, I just want them to rip out my stash and everybody can finish it up or take it home if they can't, because it's definitely accumulating. But because of that, I haven't gone out and actually bought any grass. In Canada, there's been legal weed for a few years now, and I have yet to spend $1 on it because I have a bong bar at home, or dab bar. It's chock full of jars, and I'll never get to the bottom of it all, I don't think so.
So I wanted to ask you one thing, or have you talk about one thing while you were on. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your heat treatments for greenhouses? I think you've had a lot of success with that, and I would love for you to tell people more about it.
That's true, and that's a really good thing. And there's two things I would like to talk about with the heat. One is for the control of mildew, and if you look at the biology of mildew, it dies at, I forget exactly the number, but it's the top range of its, you know, life expectancy is about 34.4 degrees Celsius, I believe. And that's really the bare minimum. So I would aim to hit higher, like even between 38 and 40 degrees Celsius. Even if you do that for 5 minutes a day, you can lick a mildew problem. And, you know, maybe not if you're in an old house where it's in the walls anyway, you're never going to get rid of it totally, but you can beat it down significantly. And if you're in a fairly clean location, you can totally beat it down just by letting your room, in the coldest part of your room, if that's a drafty little corner, you got to measure the temperature there. But that's where you've got to get it, you know, in that high 30s. And mildew doesn't survive that. So you can have a heater come on for 5 minutes in the middle of your light cycle, and that makes a world of difference. You know, where in my hot location gardens, such as on the equator, there's snow on the equator, so it's not like the entire equator is cold, but I've got hot location gardens there. I've never seen mildew there. It's just too warm for it. I have other, you know, fungal issues, but not mildew. So that's really, you know, an easy way for most people to beat mildew that have it. Like in the Pacific Northwest, it's endemic to indoor gardens. And most people have always, this sort of segues into the other point about heat in the garden is, you know, especially in the days of the HID lighting, when your main concern was cooling the garden. And at night, we always like to even run it colder because it bring out those purples and, you know, reds, bring out more color in the flowers. But what I've found in a number of sites, and now I'm starting to put together a proper study of it, is the ripening times increase with heat. So I would see in my greenhouse to my indoor in Switzerland that anything that I thought of as an 8-week indoor cultivar would ripen in 7 in my greenhouse. And I chalked it up to the light depth hours. I was doing 11 light and 13 dark. that wasn't it. I realized later, anything I thought of as an 8-week clone that I grow in my hot locations, they're finishing in 6 weeks, 45 days, and rock solid, like nowhere left to grow. That bud can't get any fatter or tighter. And it's finishing that much faster, like a 6-week from 8 weeks. That's a huge difference. And I really figured I have to figure out why this is happening. And it's not just the daytime temperatures, it's the nighttime temperatures. It doesn't get really cold at night. The coldest it gets there is about 22 at night. It might be 38 in the day and 22 at night. So it doesn't really chill off enough to slow down. And it's accelerated the finishing so much. So I think a lot of people are going to be surprised. But when this study comes out that I'm developing right now, I'm doing controls with some indoor and then greenhouses and then different latitudes. And with corn, you have corn heat units, and they add up the degree ripening days. And, so much research has gone into corn. I mean, it's been domesticated for millennia. And anywhere they grow corn, they've got mapped out in bands of heat units. And that determines which varieties of corn they plant. If they get 1,600 heat units or 3,200 heat units, it's a big difference, right? And the same with grapes. You might be able to finish a Pinot Gris where you've got 1,600 heat units, whereas a Syrah, you might need 2,600 heat units. And the way they determine the heat units is they add up the highs through the growing season. So if it's 25 the day you plant, and then the daily highs over your growing season, that's your heat units, right? So if you're growing from May 1st to October 1st and you add up all the daily highs, that's how they determine corn heat units, or the degree growing days, which they apply to the study of vines as well. Now with cannabis, people really haven't done that much in the way of studying this. And it's, great to go through with a wide gene bank and put them into these locations. But what I've stunned some researchers I was talking to on Friday in Spain that I'm working with, because the one has an entire career studying corn. And I said, you know what? There's a big mistake in the corn heat units. And he's like, what? And I said, it's not the daily highs, it's the mean. Because the night temperatures affect these ripening times as well. And they're not, he just went, like his whole life, he's like, why did we not see this? The nighttime temperatures are just as important as the daytime temperatures. So if you're not factoring that in, you're not getting the whole picture. So I'm not only doing this for cannabis, but we're revising the way they study ripening times in corn. So I think this is really, the heat is, I won't say it's like the new light. Light's obviously key. But, heat is pretty damn important too. So the temperatures you're growing at, this summer we had astronomical temperatures in BC. In Lytton, it got to 49.6. In the Okanagan, we got up to 47. And that's hot. People are dying, literally. And some cannabis would get fried, especially if it got a little bit dry. If the leaves just burned. I saw some plants just fry from missing a watering. But if they stayed watered, most of them were okay, but they needed to stay wet to stay, turgid. As soon as they got a little bit limp in that sun, they just turned to yellow paper. They were done. And, we do have, there is climate change. It's really undeniable. You're seeing it, we've seen it in our lifetimes accelerate in a way that scares most of us that are paying attention. And the heat is a big thing, but when there's heat, you don't have mildew, but it can also accelerate the ripening times. I did some light depth this summer, and I had plants finish at 60 days that were 77 indoor plants, 77 days indoor, and outside they were finishing at 60, but that's because the temperatures were so high. The buds were rock hard and absolutely full and done, way ahead of their indoor schedule. But those indoor numbers were determined from rooms that were purposefully cooled, and kept at a cool temperature, and at nighttime cooled as much as they could. And I think that's something we've always strived for, cool gardens. And I think we're overlooking a lot of the benefits of a hot one. You can have problems with too much heat too. You attract like sucking insects like spider mites and that. They thrive in the hot, dry conditions because the more they transpired the water that they've sucked out of the plants, the more that they thrive. Whereas the hunting insects, they're predators, they need the cooler temperatures to really thrive because they don't do as well in the heat. So the plant suckers really dominate in the heat. But there's ups and downs, right? But we do have to deal with hotter crops than we've had in the past, and there's benefits and there's challenges. So recognizing the benefits is important as long as you're still mindful of the challenges that go along with that.
So you have any other interesting breeding projects that you've been working on? I know we have a little bit more time left here. I know you've been working on some really interesting types of cannabis and that can't be pollinated and other interesting stuff. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? You've had some really interesting programs that you've been working with in the last year or two.
Sure. There's the first time I saw sterile females, which are obligate parthenocarpic plants. Facultative parthenocarpy is sensimilia because you've kept the pollen away from it. But obligate parthenocarpy is a real virgin fruit. It cannot be pollinated. And the first ones I saw were probably in 96, and I hadn't made them, but I found them out of seeds and bud. And I was told that, some special bud that I was given, they said, if you find a couple seeds in it, grow them because they're going to be really special. You're going to be in for a treat. And I said, okay, but it was kind of mysterious. And I didn't know the grower. It was through a mutual friend. And when I grew them out, I found 6 seeds, and it was great herb to begin with, had a really nice sandalwood character, the first buds I'd seen. And then when I grew it out, I had 6 females. And this was really, nobody was selling feminized seeds at the time. So this was one of the earlier people experimenting with them. And of the 6 females I found, 3 of them had no pistils. And the 3 with no pistils would not take pollen. I had them all 6 in a room full of pollen with another pollination round happening with other plants as well. But the 3 that had no pistils would not take pollen. And you could rub it on them. They weren't making seeds. The other 3 chock full of seeds. Another interesting part of those plants, which is not just in cannabis, this occurs in other plants that become this obligate parthenocarpy. They root in 3 or 4 days, whereas their sisters with pistils would take 10 to 12 days to root. And then the more I started studying the phenomena, I said, wow, this is really cool. So I've found a few different ways of making them now, and I'm in the process of doing it with a number, all my favorite new selections, basically I'm doing that too. And they'll be made available to licensed producers, because my breeding project right now, I can only sell, it's a licensed project, so I can only distribute clones to licensed producers that are able to import, because I have this project in Colombia. And actually on Friday, we received our first shipment of clones from Colombia in Spain. So that was a bit of a milestone for us, because, when could we export clones legally? It was great to see. And they were unrooted clones, and we have a client in Spain that had ordered them. So we got the phytosanitary certificates in that. And these were not sterile females. These are just regular females. But now that we've had that first shipment go through, in the new year, I'm going to start selling the sterile females, or infertile females, if you prefer, under license. And pretty much anything you can think of, like any flavor out there you can think of, I've probably got it in the collection, and I've found stunning versions of it, which I'm making sterile versions of. I have about 24 breeding chambers that I'm using to make these sterile batches. And the way you can make them easiest at home is through repeated back crossings of feminized. So not back crossing to the original mother, but the feminized offspring. If you feminize them again and return them to the first feminized generation, you'll start making your own infertile females. So you can have a lot of fun with it too, because these plants root so quickly, but they can never make seed. And I think this is going to be in the SOPs for every commercial producer, that they have to use them in the near future, because I've seen, not just me, but it's been seen accidental pollinations, or even just a little bit in a lot of commercial producers. It's embarrassing really, but even if you get one seed in an eighth, that's still a fail. And they're going, well, it's just one seed in an eighth. It's like, no, you shouldn't have any seeds in your pot. And in Canada, it's been much worse than that. There's been pre-rolls sold from big companies that were 50% seed by weight. What do you call that? A firecracker? Like, come on. That's just so unacceptable. And it's a hard fail. And to think that they, how that passed any sort of quality control is beyond me, that you could have a joint that's 50% seeds by weight. And there's producers in Canada that have done that repeatedly on different batches. You think, how is that possible? And then even the guys that are considered the better producers there, that are selling $70 eighths, people are still getting a seed or two. And there's been so much feminizing in the seed company world that hermaphrodism has become a little more tolerated than I would ever tolerate. I see a hermaphrodite and I kill it. I just can't stand things. And I think that's a great plant. Too bad hermaphrodite gone. And sure, you could gene edit it or figure out a way around it, and supposedly. But why bother? There's so much better stuff to work with that's not hermaphrodite. Just kill hermaphrodites, people. There's no excuse to keep propagating hermaphrodites. And if you start making feminized seeds with hermaphrodites, then you're just making more hermaphrodites. So it's it's an ongoing problem that, a long time ago, it wasn't, sensimelia meant something. And now it's kind of like, well, it's 99% sense, not good enough. So I think that the standard operating procedures will be rewritten by the big producers, that there is no excuse for having seeds in your sensimelia. If you're selling sensimelia, it can't have a single seed in it, So the infertile females are going to be a game changer. I'm really sure of that. And the fact that they root faster is just a bonus.
Awesome. Well, how do people find out more about you and what you've been doing in the future?
Well, I will have to start updating breedersteve.com, which I've been pretty bad about, but I will start putting a bit more information up there and some more updates about the various ongoing projects. Really having fun with expansion. I've got one in the middle of Thailand right now that's up and licensed. Haven't set foot in it yet because of this damn pandemic, but I'll be heading over there in the new year. Give you some updates on that. Starting one in Australia as well. And in the Colombia one is expanding into more locations in different climates around Colombia, as well as Peru. And now I have about 5 in Spain and about 16 clients in Spain that I'm visiting. I'm over here right now on just under 2-week trip, and I'm seeing a lot of locations. So this was my one slow day, and I went for a walk in the park today, and then went and had a squid sandwich for lunch, the bocadillos de calamares, the Madrid classic with a little beer for lunch. And then tomorrow I'm off to Barcelona, and then Valencia the next day, and right down the coast to Malaga, and then up through Granada, Albacete, and back to Madrid. So it's really a loop around Spain for these 2 weeks while I'm here. It's very, very busy. I haven't had time to roll a joint, honestly, since I've been here. It's been crazy. So I've been getting picked up at 7:30 in the morning and coming back to my hotel at 2:30 in the morning after late dinners, and just nonstop. But I'm really excited. We got a new office we're setting up in Madrid, and So that's a new location to manage the European projects from. We got one starting in the UK as well, which is really at the starting phases, but applications are going in. That's a greenhouse plus field stuff. So just keeping busy, man. I'm really just going full tilt right now. That's for sure. I hope you have a great rest of your conference. I can see that my time is up and I know you're on a tight schedule and I can't think anything else to tell you. So have a great day, guys.
Thank you so much for coming on, man. Always a pleasure, and definitely looking forward to hearing what you're doing in the future. Thanks a lot so much.
The lampshade on my head. Okay. Have a great day.
Cheers. Thanks.
Take care.
We also have a wonderful lineup for you guys today, all different types of speakers. Be sure to sign up over at ap420.com for a chance to win the Spectrum King 403 Lite, grow nutrients for a 12-week flower system in aquaponics, and the Aquaponic Cannabis Masterclass. So check that out. And next up, we have Angela TenBroeck, who's going to be talking to us about biosecurity and food safety protocols and those types of considerations. If you're ever looking for an expert that can kind of come in and do an audit of your facility, making sure that you're going to be able to pass those inspections when those inspectors come to make, she is definitely one of the best people to talk to. And she has a lot of experience working on all different manners of agriculture in aquaponics, as well as other things. So she really is an expert on all different types of stuff. So she's going to be talking to us today about bacteria as well. Thanks a lot for joining us today.
All right. How are we doing today? Coming in here from sunny Florida, and I'm going to begin my presentation with a little bit of information that's not in the cannabis space, but nonetheless, it's in the aquaponics space, and it lets us be able to cross-pollinate, so to speak, some of the stuff that we all do. So remember, my favorite thing to say is if one of us fails, everyone fails. So I'm here today to bring some light to the things that we need to do. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some bacteria. Today, I tell people that today I'm going to open my vest because Victor is coming behind me, and Victor's been on my farm, and we're going to talk a little bit in tandem about some plant probiotics and stuff like that kind of is interesting to everyone in our space, both aquaponics, hydroponics, and as we move into dirt. Because I believe that aquaponics holds the key to carbon sequestration and regeneration. So here we go. I'm going to share my screen, Steve, a little bit. Here we go. Ready for me?
Yep, go ahead.
All right. Of course, it's going to say try it. So let's go back. Man, oh man, oh man. Here we go. Start from here. All right. So I'm Angela TenBroeck, and we like to talk about Farm Gate Fresh. We run Aquahortis Farms. So Aquahortis is our company that helps you own, operate, and develop your farms, SOPs, your food safety protocols. We like to talk about Farm Gate Fresh and the approach to solve food insecurity. And you know, cannabis is in the food space, so we have to think about the ways in which we do things as we grow and grow and grow and do better things. So this is our idea for bringing food to the masses, so we can do, you know, food different kinds of ways. So we have, we all know that aquaponics is 4 times more efficient, half the cost, and uses 50% less energy and 90% less water. We have a longer shelf life, and our foods and materials are more nutritious. So we believe that we can actually, in the future, we will have farms, both cannabis and food, everywhere, because cannabis is our nutrition. And as we grow and move forward, we can push hyper-local opportunities that connects communities with local food, smoke, eat, and employment. And we believe that radically simplifying farming by using collaborations, education, and partnerships, such as you have this rock star group from Ponics putting on these kinds of free opportunities to be able to learn as we move forward. And we believe that as we legalize in the United States and around the world, stuff we'll see what we call re-emerging citizens to be able to grow our food. And this becomes a social justice issue because people will now be able to become non-criminal. So as we progress and move forward, we grow food. And our smart ag tech company is working to put food where food is needed most by using innovative approaches to solve food insecurity. So we all like to talk about this aquaponics cycle and recreating root zone food webs. And all of us out here who have been working in the space for many years, think about how we've been doing this, but we haven't had very many people studying what we've done. Now, Ricosi and Danaher and all those guys of the past and of the current, you know, Schultz and many guys, Brooks, but now we have a new generation of scientists who are actually, Steve has been able to capture, who are actually proving what I've been saying over time, that we not only have this biomimicking ecosystem and ecozones and a whole bunch of things happening, we actually are able to do more than just grow food and grow cannabis and a variety of other things. We're actually able to do some stuff in the terra area, so on the ground. So as we progress through our conversation today, Victor is going to come behind me and talk about his research and using aquaponics and his systems. And so it's what you may see on the outside of many places is not what you're going to necessarily see on the inside once you study it at the cellular level. So why aquaponics? We all live and drink this. So this is a little bit about what's special about what we do. So kind of, we have a highly aerated environment. We're now just seeing how people are starting to talk about micro bubbles and nano bubbles and so forth in our technology. We actually, what we like to talk about is we've developed a soil water technology, which allows us to be able to have quicker harvest times from seed to harvest times. Our filtration rates provide ideal growing methods, and you know, there's a lot of true triple bottom lines for the people, the profit, and the planet. So when you're involved in the space of aquaponics, or what we like to refer to as recirculating agriculture, you're actually able to do some stuff differently than many people. Now, my hydroponic friends, we're not excluding you, but we want to talk about the fact that as we progress and move forward over time, we have to think about, you know, how are we using our solutions? And let's think about that as we grow. And so think about the reduced drains on the water reserves. I mean, hell, California's been in trouble all season. And if you're looking at pushing yourself next to an old fish farm or a current fish farm, and you want to grow food or cannabis, you might want to think about linking up with your aquaponics and agriculture. You know, depending upon which area you're in. If you're in fish, maybe you want to attach to somebody who's doing hydro. If you're in hydro, maybe you want to attach to somebody who's doing fish. Because as you hear in our talk a little bit, as we move through this, I think you're going to find that people are really looking at us to change the way in which food is grown and our nutrition is moving forward, our medicine as we move forward. So this is kind of the talk through our system and how we do it. So we all know that fish food is kind of along the crude protein, you know, these are the things that we have and in our general fish food. And, you know, many times people are trying to figure out how are we able to get all the nutrition that the plants need? You know, because in hydroponic setups, traditionally what we've done is we've had the formula for how we need to grow tomatoes, strawberries, lettuce, herbs, now cucumbers and peppers in the greenhouse setting, or controlled environment setting. Now, how are we able to take this fish food and grow all of those things in one space? So I like to talk about the polycrop instead of the monocropping of the future, because I think that's really how we're going to be able to do it as we move forward. So when you're feeding your fish, remember to, you want to make sure that you're not overfeeding. And in the situation that many of us use, we're using tilapia or other herbivores. And because it's traditionally coiled and several times longer than the entire length of the fish, it actually gives it, an opportunity for the fish waste to be absorbed and moved out differently. And I like to talk about what's happening in the reaction of the fish gut, which actually moves us forward as we go forward into our aquaponics systems. So, as I do my presentation from here forward, you're going to find a lot of information that I have cited, and I would encourage you to pay attention to these sites, because this is where the science of proof is happening. This is we are no longer hobby growers. We are now, aquaponics growers that are commercial. So in the bioreaction, we have the, vortex clarifier. Almost everybody has that. And we're doing the enhanced biological phosphorus removing, the EBPRs, which allows for higher influent for maximum efficiency. And we use an anti-clockwise flow to move the solids into wasted sludge. So you can see here at the bottom, I'm talking about how the vortex settling basins and the other people who have gone through and done some of this research. So you can actually see, this is how we do it in our facility. So we have, how is RP moved? So everybody always wants to talk about nitrogen and the nitrogen in our system, and how, aquaponics is the, we've hijacked the nitrogen cycle, but have we thought about the other majors, the M, that we want to talk about the N's. Let's talk about the P's and the K's. So we're going to talk about the P's today. And so in that, we're going to talk about anaerobic, anoxic, aerobic, and in our MBBRs, the moving bed bioreactor, we're going to talk about aerobic. So if you want to really look into that journal on, at U Chicago, really help you think about more about the P. Now let's talk about why it's important. We only have about 30 years left of phosphorus in our environment to be able to utilize for the ground farmers. Have you considered that maybe we could actually be the fertilizer producers of the future for the ground farmers, so we can allow for carbon sequestration and a variety of other things happening? So I always want to start my conversation there, because if we're really interested in making money, we need to think about how to diversify our facilities. We grow cannabis, or we grow food, we grow fish, and we always have what I call the solid gold or the liquid gold. And so it allows us to be able to, do these things. But do you know how it happens? Do you know what this looks like? So why is the rhizosphere so important? Well, let me get this video started for you so we can see there. Can you guys see the video?
No. Rescreen or reshare it, but when you do it, it'll have when you hit share screen, it'll have two check boxes. One of them will say optimize for video and share sound. And
is it doing it?
Yeah.
Steve, are we doing it?
Can you mute the music?
Yeah, it's all music right now.
Can you mute the music? Thank you. Just sometimes I can flag the video. You should be able to hear you just fine, just not the YouTube.
I just wanted everyone to be able to see kind of what's going on in the study with the protists, and so why we're going to start talking about, you know, this. Myself as well as Victor is going to be talking about this. And, you know, I just wanted everyone to see that there's a lot of information in the soil that talks about the rhizome, but I want, you know, the rhizosphere. I want everyone to be paying attention to this, because this is actually where we as growers can really change, you know, the health and wealth of our facilities. And this is a food safety concern. So I'm going to stop the share of that and go back to the share of my presentation. All right, are we back there? So this is the area that I made my name in food safety and you know, developing facilities that were food safe and commercial, you know, but I think really coming from the background of where are we for the future, the plant level and other areas are really where we need to be talking about these days. So we know system design. We have people who can design systems for you. We know controlled environment facilities. There's been a lot of money put into those facilities. We know how to grow, but now let's optimize and get the best we can for our plants and what's happening there. So let's talk about the probiotics of plants. I know Steve loves to talk about this. And so the PAOs that allow the plants to always eat, the phosphate, the PSMs and the PSBs. And if you're interested in, you know, more information on this, you know, I think Steve's probably going to let you be able to utilize my slideshow, and it's certainly okay for me. But look at this online information that you can find. These are all, you know, research-based, empirical data level research studies that have been done. So let's talk about PSBs. Phosphate is a major macronutrient for biological growth and development. So organic forms of phosphorus range from about 30 to 50% in most soils. Yet here we are in our water, and we can actually get quite a bit, sometimes 60 to 80% more than soils, which is why this is the science behind why our plants grow. And I know Victor may or may not talk today about the lives of plants and how they actually choose how they grow and what they grow. And this is the area where we have not spent a lot of time, although there has been a lot of time spent in this in wastewater treatment. So if you think about as you're building and designing your facilities and you want to optimize, look to the wastewater treatment facilities and then go back to your fish and what your fish are providing. And then look, starting at fish feed and going forward, you will be able to find the stream that you're needing to be able to get the bacteria you're trying to develop, such as we have developed with our soil water. Over the years, we're looking at 10 years of the development of the soil water that we have in our facility that we can put in most people's facilities, and it will hijack and superstart the systems that you're trying to get to grow immediately. So the other thing I like to talk about is the PGPMs, the plant growth promoting microorganisms. This is going to be the research of the future. The Aquaponics PGPM microbial root colonization is really going to be where science goes in the future. And I think that you'll be able to take pictures and look at that. And it's also going to allow us to, the reason why it matters is that so many people are chasing their butts with putting in supplements into their aquaponics facilities. And if they're running a RAS, the thing that concerns me, and if I come into your facility and have to run a HACCP or a, you know, some sort of food safety audit, I'm really going to be looking at what your nutrient supplementation are. I know here in the state of Florida, we're commercial growers here, and we have to, in our BMP plans now, put, even though we're indoors and even though we don't even put anything out into the environment or on the ground or into the water systems, we still have to properly document the nutrient supplementation that we do. So we in our facilities make a habit of not really using, nutrient supplementation. Now, in some places, you're going to have some iron issues, you're going to have some other issues. So you're going to have to do a bit of supplements. But if you guys are trying to, run down your pH with, a variety of things, then you're going to have to pay attention to that on your food safety levels. And you're going to see more kind of stringent information on this because of the fact that we are, low on water, as well as we have other issues. So we have to be super careful about how we supplement our facilities, especially if you're running RAS. Now, we're running over in our facility in East Palatka a decoupled system, so our water doesn't, it doesn't return back to the fish, and we run cycles within each system. But you really need to pay attention to how you're supplementing and, how your plants are doing with these supplements. So really, what does this mean? It means our plants grow faster because the nutrients are always available. I'm sure all of you can do testimonials to how much faster your plants grow compared to, if you've been a grower of the past, say you were maybe a ground grower, or you did drip irrigation or something like that. I always hear people talk about, oh, well, I grow faster in aquaponics, and we know why it's available is because the channels are always open and allows us to be able to, for the bacteria and everything that are transitioning everything, to be able to actually feed, and the plants to feed at all times. Our effluent allows us to clean up pollutants when emitted onto the ground. This is a thing that is really, we've been paying a lot of attention to in our facilities because, we like to build on brownfields because we don't use the ground. And so what we've been trying to do is push our effluent onto the grounds to be able to grow, we're involved with the Yopon brothers, holly trees and stuff like that, where they're not necessarily plants that don't go through a kill step before people ingest them. So there's a variety of ways in which you could clean up pollutants in your environment by allowing your effluent to go on there, because it actually builds the microbes of the soil, because we have this very nutritious effluent coming out. So we, as recirculating agriculture professionals, have to have an adaptive, grow on the ground, because we have developed, these systems that allows many nutrients to grow, not only inside of our greenhouses, inside of our controlled environment facilities, but I'm also encouraging you to hook up with farmers near you and, sell your products, your effluent to them, because over time, the phosphorus that is available in that situation allows them to spend less on synthetic chemicals as we move forward into our future. So these are the citations that are around some of the things that we've been doing. And I like to leave you with the fact that, remember, if one of us fails, all of us fails. And so we have already considered, we know we've spent many years on, does the system work? Yes, we know the system works. Now the question is, the next question was, is my system better than yours? I mean, I can tell you, aquaponics conference after aquaponics conference for years, people were fighting over system design. Should it be in totes? Should it be in reactors? How should it be? We know that in aquaponics, we can grow pretty much in any environment. So we figured this out. The new frontiers will be in the water that is below the plants and the things that you do with what I like to refer to as the soil water below the plants. So that's my talk today, Steve. I wanted to stop there and have some dialogue, because I know Victor's coming behind me. I don't want to, talk too much about what he's going to talk about, because he's talking a lot about PAOs and how PAOs are really the new frontier and what we should be paying attention to as aquaponics farmers.
So what are some of the different probiotics that you have worked with as far as in the aquatic realm? I know I'm a big proponent of lactobacillus. What have you had positive experiences with?
well, I'm unmuted now. Lactobacillus is really the start. You know, we were talking about when Victor comes on, I think he may talk about the dandelion work that he's been doing for iron. You know, there's everything that we need in this space. I'm not answering your question, Steve, but I am going to in a roundabout way. In this space, we can actually develop the probiotics and a variety of other things in our systems. Now, what I like to talk about is we start with the lactobacillus, but we go into some other things that, if you aren't careful, you know, can lead you to other issues. But if you develop them correctly, you have proper aeration, you know, you can do pretty well. I'm having a slag in my, bear with me.
No worries. Let me see what's going on here on chat. What are some of the common issues that you're seeing as far as pests? You get a chance to go to a lot of different types of facilities. What are some of the most common that you're seeing in your work or over the years with aquaponics? What have been the dominant pests that you've observed?
I want to refer to kind of go back to your first question. I think some of the Pseudomonas, you're going to hear some of the other guys talk about the Enterococcus and some of those other things as far as in the probiotic space. Bacillus, there's a variety of other things that we're talking about in our facilities that we're looking at. And in the PAO spectrum, I didn't list them all. And that's, you know, I'm sorry about that. But in the PAO and the PSBs, we're finding that we're getting some interesting stuff. So, you know, one of the things that I want us to be thinking about is mycorrhizal. And so how are we developing those in our systems? And so I've been looking, that's kind of where my next place is in looking, is in that space. So, you know, there's all sorts of probiotics that, you know, people are doing and utilizing. I mean, if you talk in the growth promoter space, you're going to hear people talk about, you know, the lactobacillus, of course, and then you're going to hear the Ultramonas, you know, a variety of things that people are talking about. But I think that, Steve, I think you're onto something with the lactobacillus and the bacillus, period. So going back to your other question, I'm just catching up, so I apologize. It appears as though I'm delayed. So the next question you asked was, what are you seeing as far as pest? So we see the traditional things that people see everywhere. You know, you're seeing whiteflies, army worms. We're seeing a whole variety of, you know, leaf kind of plant. We see also some stuff that happens below the zone that we don't have, but we've seen them in other places with downy and variety of other things that are really sometimes new to us, because we have either a too moist of environment or we have a too dry environment. You see in lettuce, we see rust, you know, we see all the same things that everyone else sees. It's the situation is that we have to be super careful about how we deal with those. So what we've done in our facility, Steve, is we've gone to biosecurity and physical controls. So we're putting dog houses on our facilities. We're doing the fan blowing. As you come through our facilities, you wash your feet in a you know, foot bath. And then from the foot bath, you're going to enter into a sticky pad area where you kind of wipe off your shoes before you actually reach our plants. And the other thing that's super important that people aren't paying attention to is the manner and path for which your employees as well as your visitors are walking in your facility. super important. It's a super important way and thought in which to be thinking about how we move forward.
What are some of the biggest or most common mistakes you see in biosecurity? I know you're definitely it's definitely an area of expertise that you know more than most.
Oh man, I have to tell you, I cringe every time I get a Hort daily or an MMJ daily, and I see people holding their whatever it is with their bare hands in their super controlled environment. And they don't have just basic SOP, it's apparent to me that their SOPs are not fully in place because they are, they don't, in a cannabis facility, I think since we are spending so much time and money in those facilities, I think you should have your employees change their clothes or have some sort of uniform. And that is important because of a variety of reasons. And the reason is I want everyone in cannabis to succeed. And I know that what is going to happen is the FDA and USDA are going to start, once they legalize cannabis, you're going to become, everybody's going to focus on you. So in ramping up on that, instead of being cavalier as we have traditionally been in aquaponics and then cannabis growing, let's embrace the rules at the beginning. And let's build our facilities and walk through our facilities and do our facilities so that we can not have any biosecurity issues. So here are some of the things in places where I see biosecurity issues. So I go to a facility and I'm there for an audit and I walk in and they don't have me sign in. They don't have me, they don't look at what I'm like, if I have on a jacket or any things that I'm bringing in. When I enter their facility, if I'm entering their mother rooms or, a variety of other things, what do I have on my person that could possibly cause contamination issues? Basically, it's the human factor that I see in biosecurity. The other thing is please keep your animals out of our facilities. Please do not have your puppy come to check on your facility on Saturday and walk through the facility with you. It is not okay. If you have animals on your facility, you need to have a biosecurity plan for that. How are you washing your shoes? Are you changing your shoes? In cannabis facilities, like I was in one in Carbondale, Illinois. And when I entered, I was in Fort Knox. I mean, I had to go through a gate. They scanned me, they scanned my body. They scanned my body in and they scanned my body out. Yet they didn't look, at my shoes. They didn't offer me different shoes. They didn't offer me booties. We walked through and the grower took and would turn the plant over and say, see the sap? See this? See that? Okay. Those are not, you shouldn't be, that's not really okay. I know that it's just beautiful and we're just walking through there and your hands are clean, but just put on your gloves.
Let me see here. Have you had any other or maybe negative experiences with any of these microbial additives or especially?
Yeah, you can add too many. And then you get, some adverse. And now the other thing you need to keep in mind is that when you start talking about probiotics, you're going to have some people who are in the space of, oh, that's going to make people sick. And so you have to get down to the, species, not the genus, the species of what you're using, so that there is an informed decision about what you are doing and how you are doing it. There is in the phosphorus range, you can actually, of bacteria, you can actually hear people will start, oh, that's going to make people sick. No, you have to get to the species. Get to the species that we're developing. And so you're going to need to work with someone. And this is actually, future opportunities for people to make money is in that space, which I think Victor's probably going to talk to you about. There's two areas we're going to make money. And your previous guy was just talking about that. Seeds for certain types of grows, and the bacteria and other things below the plants. Those are the two areas of research where we need to be spending more time. And I can tell you that every university in the country that I'm dealing with is in the what can we do in the CEA space, because I know cannabis is what we're talking about today, but brothers and sisters in growing, food is going to be a problem going forward because we have climate change issues and we have to adjust for them. And the manner in which we adjust for them depends on our shoulders. It is on our shoulders for us to be able to do something different. We are on the bleeding edge of something that could be revolutionary for how our brothers and sisters and communities eat, smoke, drink, and a whole variety of other things.
So say someone's an experienced cannabis grower, they want to get it, or they're doing aquaponics, or they want to get into aquaponics and they want to grow some vegetables as well on scale. You have a lot of experience growing lots of different ones. What are some of the best ones that they should consider to start off with if they're trying to move into that space and diversify into food?
Okay, so this is my favorite question, because I read this week about the Canadian cannabis growers. Man, I just with a sad, sore heart have just looked at their stuff and thought, okay, what can we do to keep these guys going? Here's my suggestion. Play into the market of what you need. Every market in the world has somebody counting what people are eating. In the United States, it's the AMS. We know what trucks move in and out. We know how much is being utilized, what is being eaten in the grocery stores, and what is in Slack. I think that if you want to think about growing and you have Dutch bucket or you have other things that you can grow, utilizing the materials that you already have in the cannabis space, I would strongly suggest that you look into I know it's tomato market. You could look into the indoor fruits. I think indoor grown fruits are going to be the wave of the future, because we can control so much. And we are, as cannabis or as aquaponics growers, we provide a full component of the microbes that are needed for the plants to do very well. I think that, you could go into that space, depending upon how much space you have, time you've spent, you could capture a whole variety of markets. Heck, I'm saying just go ahead and grow, utilizing, do a polycrop. And see what your locals want to buy. I'm telling you, you guys can make some money. If I had growers locally with me, right now, we don't have, we have a lack of romaine, we have a lack of cucumber, we have a lack of zucchini. All these things can be grown indoors. We can grow celery indoors. We can grow beets. Lots and lots of things can be grown. You just have to decide what it is that you're going to sell, because it's hobby if you're only growing it to just have fun and hang out at the farmer's market. But if you want to grow it and make money and sell it to the larger market, then give me a call.
What are some other higher value crops that you've seen people have success with aside from cannabis, utilizing aquaponics?
Well, I think that there is other medicinal opportunities. Wild daga. You could grow celery. If you look at the market in celery market, a couple weeks ago, a box of 24S celery was going for like $40. On a hole for celery, the hole spacing for celery is on 6 or 8 inch centers. You can line them up side by side. It takes 90 days, but you could do some other crop in the meantime. I think that you need if you go to your markets and look to see what is not there, look and see what's on the import. Has everyone else paid attention to the fact of what they don't have in the grocery store?
Is there any pest management controls that you would recommend, or maybe steer people against, that are commonly recommended?
Steve, can you ask me that question again?
No worries. Is there any pest management things that are maybe thought of as more natural or organic that you would maybe steer people away from? And then is there any ones that you maybe would recommend to people that they might not have heard of?
Oh, Steve, in our talk, remember we did the Ponics conversation? We talked about this at long length. You know, people oftentimes when if they're growers and they've been growing maybe in controlled environment hydroponically, they find that they think that they can use some of those chemicals. Because we have fish, we cannot. And so I'd like to say to you, if you do your biosecurities correctly and you manage your people and your movement, the pest suppression is natural. Now, you know that I am the queen of planting stuff all around my facilities to rid and eliminate, draw bugs to those things instead of, you know, to our greenhouses. So we scrape, you know, when we build the grounds, we build our grounds up 8 inches above the 100-year floodplain, and we pitch them. So that gives us an opportunity to be able to do biosecurity. So for instance, in our facilities, we build, when we do the knee walls of our greenhouses, we put the knee walls down about 12 to 18 inches. You know, so 33 centimeters to 50 centimeters into the ground is our plastics. Because, you know, you get fish, you get some stuff that bugs like or animals like, they're gonna dig underneath. So, you know, it's little bitty biosecurity things like that. Now, what you were asking me is, are there, you know, dipels of the world and a variety of other things that we want to talk about? It just depends upon your environment, your crop, your harvest, your market. What are they requiring? Because sometimes I notice that when I have somebody pound or hammer and pounded cannabis to get into the lab, I'm having problems with heavy metals. So we're needing to pay attention to that, because the ways in which we are dealing with our products we have to really think about, okay, we want to not have that bug or that pest or that this or that, but you also have to think about the end result. So the end result is the most important thing that I would like to talk about as far as food, you know, biosecurity and food safety. You know, we talked about the human factor, but now let's talk about the plant factor. So if you're going to talk about the plant factor, we have to consider what you're adding below and what you're spraying on top. And, you know, this, in the CBD realm, people are talking about putting the Delta 8 and all that, a variety of those kinds of things. I want to be careful about how we are doing that. More so less pest that I like to talk about than the food safety concerns of what you're adding to eliminate pest or to get your product to where you want it to be for the market.
Yeah, it's definitely a concern. I know we saw a big issue with that, and was it vitamin E? People were putting vitamin E on smokable products, which was definitely a no-no to try and increase the bioavailability. And while it will absolutely help with uptake through your skin, it is very bad for your lungs. So we certainly see those issues. Someone had a great question in chat about fish. What types of fish do you recommend? And have you seen different types of fish work better for flowering crops versus leafy greens?
You know, I want poop. All I care about is poop. So that's all we really. So one of the things that in aquaponics that people have, you know, really not paid attention to is the opportunity to make money in fish. And so at our facilities, we're currently running, you know, we run tilapia, we're fixing to put in shrimp, and then we hybrid striped bass. And so we know that these varieties work very well. We've seen catfish, we've seen, obviously, the big aquaponics facilities up north have grown salmon. But, you know, I built a facility for the Omni Amelia Island plantation, and he he was he was a chef. He's a great chef, and he trained all of these chefs in how to deal with the aquaponic system. And on a regular basis, they would call me and say, we need more fish, or we've overrun our tanks. And the benefit to that was that they were having amazing tomato and strawberry crops. And the irony is that those were literally right outside the facilities where the water was running. And so to answer your question, that's my kind of parable to you is that he's running this water, and what he grew were red-breasted sunfish. So for the small growers who have this, there's an interest in this market of what can I get locally? Can I find a, because you can almost always find a fish hatchery, somebody locally growing the red-breasted sunfish or brim. Some people refer to them. They do fine in our tanks. Stump knockers. If you have a situation where you have snails, get yourself some stump knockers, as they call them, so they can eat. So I have not really found any issues with people not being able to grow goldfish, koi, tilapia, hybrid striped bass, catfish, shrimp. The interesting thing is what we're able to do, bringing up the salinity. So as we progress through a more salty world, what fish can we grow aquaponically, and what foods and so forth can we grow? I think it would be very interesting to see if there's somebody out there who wants to utilize a saltier system and grow something, that's requires a saltier environment, and be able to sell those fish to the markets.
Well, traditionally, a lot of your brassicas have been fairly salt tolerant. I know there's definitely, I read some papers on it being tied to microbial populations as well, assisting with salt tolerance. So it's definitely another area, circling back to your original topic there of microbes and bacteria. Yeah.
It's actually my belief that if we get the bacteria right, it doesn't matter what the majority, because the solution for issues is dilution. That's my favorite thing to say is if you have a problem, dilute it. It's a historic lab issue. The solution, is in dilution. And so, many people are trying, I think for a decoupled system, it's super, super simple to be able to run a saltier, higher chloride system. Using the, MBBRs and so forth. I mean, we can use those in marine systems, do them all the time. And in the marine environment, you could grow a whole, some of this could probably stock the ocean and make money not only in the cannabis and food space, but in the actual, protein space of growing high quality indoor land-based, what we consider sea fish. I mean, we've been able to grow snook. We've in my earlier, before I started, before I began Traders Hill, I was working in the marine environment, and we were able to grow all sorts of things in the marine environment. And we were growing, lawn plants in that setting. So, I mean, just think about the fact that you don't have to always grow food in these environments. You could grow other things, ornamentals and, other stuff.
Awesome. We had another question from chat. Have you tried different types of shrimp or other invertebrates, and what type of issues have you run into growing invertebrates with aquaponics?
If you're, what happens when shrimps get alarmed? When they get afraid? Do you know what they do? They jump. So you must manage for this. The other thing is they are very territorial, and you have to be careful about your spacing. So you need to be thinking about that as you move forward. Now, down the road from me in East Palatka, there was a guy who was doing the Australian crawfish. And, the blue, he was doing the crayfish, crawfish, however you say it. And he had really good success. and growing. He grew nightshades and other things. He did a polycrop as well. And so we've seen, with my own 2 eyes, I've seen shrimp and the crawfish.
We got another question. Is there an easy way to increase protists in your system or rhizosphere?
Yeah, your environment. I think that you need to reduce the amount of. First of all, let's talk about where your water comes from. So that's where I really think that the majority of people sometimes are killing off their bacteria because they have city or their water is going through a chlorination. Many people like to have, fancy reverse osmosis DI systems in the place. And I think sometimes you kill off the bacteria that you're seeking in that. So I would say, get the water that you have out of your well, get it tested, and then try to encourage your protists, depending upon what you're trying to develop. If you need to develop ones that, depending upon the plant types. So what we're going to see in this bacteria thing are your protists and your these other bacteria, fungi, all these other important microbiome situations. I think what you're going to find is that if you're in a cold weather environment, you're going to have these. If you're in a warm weather environment, you're going to have these. If you're in between, it's going to be this. Or if you're in control, you can have this sort of situation. So it's just like when I was in the lab, when I worked, many years ago, and I would work in the lab. Depending upon the protist that you're trying to, develop, depends upon what you're going to do. And I think the most important thing, you guys are going to scowl at me, has to do with hygiene. If you have biofilms that do not lend for your protist to develop because you do not have a good hygiene process, you will then have anoxic and you will have some other issues that you do not want in your systems. So I always bring everything back to food safety and biosecurity, because it's important that if you want to develop these things to help you grow better, that you keep a clean system. How do they develop? It's important. They have been developing. We started with red algae is your first one. And then so these are billion years old, and they adapt. They're a very diverse collection. They're not just one type. It depends upon what you need coming out of your water. And so if your water doesn't have certain things, and you're trying to develop these other ones, you need to kind of have the environment for them to develop. So there are certain things that do not like light. I notice many people in their totes are clear and they get this algae buildup. So, there's a whole variety of, things that you must do to keep that right. So I just want you guys to think about keeping your systems clean. Don't add too many products. From there, you want to really pay attention to, the films that are developing. Now, if you have, this is going to be one of my last few things I tell you. When you have your inspector come in to visit you, and you start talking about your biofloc or your bioreactors and this sort of thing, they're going to freak out. Okay? What you have in your facility is a fertilizer maker with your fish. And you can talk about, in this area, we have the transitioning of the NPKs. Talk their talk. Win this game, folks. Remember, if one of us fails, all of us fails. If you don't know, it's okay, ask someone. We will help you, because we all want you to win. And so if you keep your place clean, you document everything you do what you say what you do, and then you prove it in your documentation and in your growth, you'll have no worries. So that's my last bit of pep talk to the masses. Let's do this, brothers and sisters. We can feed and grow for the masses. We can change the world with our way of growing. We can get us back a couple degrees lower and get us back where we need to go.
How do people find out more about you?
You can go to worldwideaquaponics.org. You can follow me on Instagram. We have work all over the world. We have our sister growing over in the Czech Republic, grow gardens in the Czech Republic. We have facilities starting up in South America. We have fellow farmers in Hansville, Washington, Selbyville, Delaware, all over the state of Florida, as well as in Texas and a variety of other places. Now, Victor's going to come next, and he's going to tell you the deep, deep secrets of the PAOs from his research. You want to pay attention to what he's telling you and see if you can develop what you need in your facilities to be able to grow faster, better, cleaner for the future.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and educate us on these topics that people often don't get a chance to. Certainly, if people are needing help or auditing their place, definitely reach out to Angela. She is one of the best in the business as far as making sure that you're on point and you're going to make it through all those inspections and things. She's one of the best. That's why we love to have her speak with us.
Hey, thanks, guys. We always appreciate it. The interesting thing is that as we move to a more legalized space, I think our facilities will have to come full circle and be able to grow multiple things. So let's just keep this moving and reach out to people and keep it growing. You don't know what you don't know until you don't know.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And we definitely appreciate you taking the time to join us today.
Thanks so much for having me. Talk soon.
Awesome. Well, that was a wonderful talk. She also gave a great talk last year. If you want to hear even more awesome knowledge from her, she's also been on the podcast, so definitely check her out. And if you guys are looking for a chance to win a Spectrum King grow light and a copy of the Aquaponic Cannabis class and a full nutrient line for our Aquaponic Cannabis run from aquaponicnutrients.com. You can definitely check that out over at sign up at ap420.com with your email so that we can email you about future educational events that we do, and you'll be automatically entered to win the grand prize at the end of the conference. Thanks a lot for joining us, everybody. Also be sure to check us. Marty and I also have the Aquaponic Cannabis class over at apmjclass.com if you're looking for a full class. And then also be sure to check out, we have some shirts and things like that as well. If you guys are looking for some Aquaponic Cannabis gear, you appreciate what we're doing, want to support us a little bit and help us with some of the different hosting stuff and things like that. And then part of it also goes up to the school that Jesse's working with their little aquaponics club up at the school where her kids go to. So definitely check that out and you're kind of supporting two causes with one stone if you get something from there. All right, thanks everybody. Next up we have Victor Labanov from University of Gothenburg in Sweden, who's a really awesome scientist doing a lot of great stuff on aquaponics. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Hi, yeah, and thanks for the invitation. So I'll just share my presentation screen there. And yeah, Angela gave a really great talk there. So I decided with this presentation, I'd kind of, is the screen visible? The presentation visible? Hopefully so. So yeah, I was gonna talk about microbial communities and aquaponics and from a sort of a market perspective, because a lot of nutrient exchanges is in a way is really similar to a free market. So my name is Victor Labanov. I'm a PhD researcher at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden, as Steve mentioned. I'm not representing the University of Gothenburg as a cannabis growing institution because cannabis is illegal in Sweden, but just talking as a microbiologist and someone who's very interested in all types of aquaponic plant cultivation. So in this sort of talk, I'd like to introduce the rhizosphere, kind of what are some of the dynamics going on inside it in terms of energy storage via carbon and nitrogen, how other nutrients play a role in that exchange, how fungi play a role in rhizosphere composition, some microbial assemblages that would be found in aquaponic systems. And very briefly, I'll talk about some things that could be measured. This talk will be much more sort of scientific and research driven than as opposed to being a practical talk of things that you could implement. But I hope that people find it informative. And sometimes it's nice to sit back and look at what's kind of the state of the art for research. So I tried to do my best to review that. So looking at the rhizosphere is very interesting. Is a really interesting environment because when we look at plants, we're thinking of the entire root structure, but the rhizosphere is really going on in this really narrow space. You can see in the bottom right corner, 200 to 5 micrometers, so 10 to the minus 6 meters from the edge of the root. And we're going to look at more in depth in that environment, but really all the action is happening there. And you can even zoom in more and see that it's not just the root, it's really like the hairs on the root where all the action is going on. And by action, I mean it's like the point where the plant's immune system and digestive system is interacting with the microbial community around it. And in a lot of ways, it's similar to our own gut microbiome. There are a lot of similarities one can draw there. And it's an environment that has all kingdoms represented. So you have archaea, you have bacteria, you have different kinds of protists, fungi, the plant itself, and also animals such as worms and nematodes. And when we refer to the living mass inside the rhizosphere, we call that the rhizobiome. And as far as like its function to the plants, the plant requires the rhizosphere for nutrient acquisition, water uptake. It's also its immune system, so abiotic and biotic stress resistance. And the microbial community itself, basically it lives off of the carbon that the plant sequesters. So that CO2 from the atmosphere, up to 90% of it goes into the rhizosphere. And the other 10% goes in towards actual plant construction and fruiting and such, which is quite extensive. And we're going to talk about rhizodeposition and how basically as the roots are growing, they're shedding a lot of cells. And most of that secreted carbon is in the form of these slowed off cells. And because of that, the rhizosphere is a really nutrient-rich environment compared to bulk soil. A lot of the research, of course, comes from soil-based systems. So where possible, I'll adapt that to water-based cultivation. But and we believe that most of the mechanisms going on are pretty similar from soil to water. And so in that first image I showed of the root hairs, the very tip of it is populated by these root border cells. And this is really like the point where the plant hair is penetrating into the soil. And this is where the most amount of nutrient exchange and such is going on. So this is, for example, the first line of defense and trade, as I describe it, for the plant. And basically, as a function of the microbial community around the root hair at this point, the plant is going to be secreting different types of compounds. And this could be anything from exudates, which we'll talk about, secretions, so different types of secondary metabolites, and mucilages, which we'll also discuss in a moment. Those mucilages, for example, are similar to neutrophils in animals. So it's basically like a net that the plant can release, and it can use it to capture viruses and bacteria that would be potentially a threat to the plant. So it's really important that this microbial community is functioning well. And there's a lot of interesting things going on as to how exactly it's able to identify certain types of bacteria and viruses. But basically, For the microbial community, it makes sense to support the plant. For the plant, it makes sense to support that community. And when you remove one of those components, then you weaken the entire system. There's a lot of active research on this because we know that plants can identify certain pathogens, it means that it's possible to breed more efficient strains that are able to handle different kinds of pathogens. However, there's not really a lot of good strategies to do that right now, but that's something that the research is the direction research is going into. And for example, we could also find probiotics, different organisms that could help in that whole plant response. Looking at the composition of the rhizobiome, basically, if you were to take a random amount of soil that didn't have any roots in it, and then you were to look at that entire diversity, you would see that only about 7% of that community would also be found in the rhizosphere, meaning that there is a strong selective pressure by the plants to select for certain types of microorganisms that it wants to have. And that's just as true in aquaponics as in soil-based systems. And we believe that what's going on there is that there is a core root microbiome that forms. And then, of course, if we could somehow influence that or understand why exactly those microorganisms are attracted to that root and what kind of exchange is going on, if we could understand that, then we could really advance this. As that statement implies, we don't really understand a lot of what's going on there. But I'll basically just try to go through and share what we do know. So in terms of say in that kind of community dynamic, in terms of the ability to influence the community, plants have the greatest say. Filamentous fungi, so we'll talk about them later on in this presentation. They are also really adept at controlling the community, moving nutrients around and other microorganisms. And then after that, we have different kinds of protists, yeasts, other types of fungi, and then bacteria, and finally archaea, and which are all present, but individually do not have as much say as those other organisms. Microalgae in aquaponic systems they definitely are playing some role, but it's been hard to find good literature really digging into what role are they playing. I have my own theories, which we'll talk about at the very end of the presentation. And also, I just want to mention that so the individual seeds have their own microbiome that the plant prepares for the next generation. It's kind of like a starter kit. And they are definitely used by the plant, especially as the seed is germinating. However, they do not predict the rhizobiome that will eventually form. So eventually, once the plant becomes a bit more mature, it starts selecting its own community anyways. And this graphic I've included just because I want to show the blue are enriched microorganisms in the rhizosphere, and the red are depleted microorganisms in the rhizosphere. Basically, this is what a lot of research papers look like, where they say, oh, we have all these different bacteria and archaea that we found in the sample, and we know that sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not there. And it's very, very difficult to say, okay, the presence of these organisms implies this type of metabolism, or when plant is this stage, it's going to be influencing the community in this way. We know that for example, some of the ways that the plant is able to influence the community is primarily through carbon and oxygen. So radial loss of oxygen is when oxygen diffuses out of the roots into the rhizosphere. And you really don't need much oxygen to influence these communities because they're always on the brink of being anaerobic. And then, of course, as I mentioned, up to 90% of the carbon is going out through the roots. And this basically can set off a whole chain of things going on. There are different kinds of micro niches where certain microorganisms may be anaerobic, but around them it's an aerobic environment, but they found that one little area where it's anaerobic. And basically, if there is a niche available, then some organism will occupy it. And this basically is really why it's so complicated to study these systems. So can we pinpoint how the rhizobiome benefits the plant? No, unfortunately. It's just, it's too diverse. There are too many compounds going on, being exchanged. Their half-life is really short. The concentrations for many of them are below what we're even able to detect. So we don't even know if we're able to detect everything. Sometimes they'll have a direct impact on, for example, there may be a specific organic acid that we know when it's expressed by the plant will enrich certain types of bacteria, but we don't know if it's happening directly or indirectly, how that's influencing nutrient uptake. It's this huge web, and so it's really, I think it's important to be aware of what's going on, but in the end, one of the reasons why I'm always so impressed with the farming community and why I was interested in cannabis aquaponics is that there's so many empirical studies that basically farmers are doing on their own, and is really one of the best things that we can do. And it's great to see trends form, and that, you know, for example, having one type of cultivation system works better than another, and then to later go back in and understand what is going on to the extent that that's possible. So we're limited in our ability to have appropriate spatial resolution. We're talking, you know, about micrometers of distance between the root and the microbial community and all these micro niches. So it's really small scale stuff going on. And then, as I mentioned, detection limits and our ability to even identify these compounds. And it's even harder to say what bacteria are responsible for what action. So bacteria like to do this thing called horizontal gene transfer, which I've shown in the graphics here. Basically, if you look on the bottom right, you can see horizontal gene transfer is literally when a bacteria or archaea, and sometimes a few fungi will do this too, they'll take a piece of their DNA and they'll just give it to another microorganism that they're not related to. And it's not a form of sexual reproduction. So it's very widespread, and it makes identifying the role of a certain bacterium very difficult, because you may identify the bacterium correctly, but maybe in the reference database, it's not associated with a certain type of metabolism that in this system it has because of horizontal gene transfer. Another thing that makes things difficult is that the amount of conserved DNA within a single species can be quite low. So for Escherichia coli, it's 40% of the genome is preserved across all subspecies, meaning that humans are more closely related to bananas than one strain of E. coli would be to another strain of E. coli. And for like Bacillus subtilis, it's around 20%, and it really can vary widely. So here, or sorry, 10% for this example of Bacillus. And you can see this, this is kind of an example of what some of these research papers look like, where they will test a certain bacterial strain under different conditions to try to see what kind of phenotypes, so what types of genes they're expressing, how that differs across different strains. And it's extreme, the kind of diversity that you get in terms of preferences for different types of carbon sources or other nutrients. So now I want to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. So basically, we know that there are some organisms that are always good, and we call them probiotics or mutualists or plant growth promoting microorganisms. Some are universally bad, and those are obligatory pathogens. So if you think of a virus, for example, it needs to be a pathogen. It's the only way that it can survive. But the vast majority are ugly, and that they are opportunist or commensalist. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they don't really do anything. And the reason why I think that strategy works so well is kind of along the lines of this quote from Lord of the Rings: "The closer we are to danger, the farther we are from harm. It's the last thing he'll expect." And basically, these are bacteria that live in the rhizosphere. Most of the time, they're not doing anything, but every now and again, you know, if they see a good opportunity, they'll take it. So just to go through those three topics again, when we're referring to good bacteria, we're referring to functions such as being a bioprotectant, so that they actively suppress pathogens or predators such as nematodes, or that they can trigger plant defense responses. They could be biofertilizers, so that they enhance the uptake of nutrients. They could be biostimulants, so they produce compounds that will do something in plants that, for example, could improve the taste of the fruit, etc. And so lactic acid bacteria seem to be largely in this category, but it is very difficult to be precise about a lot of that, just because it's so diverse in terms of DNA, and there's a lot of research that still needs to be done. But this is when anyone is talking about probiotics, they're generally trying to refer to these types of organisms. And when we're thinking of the bad, these are basically R strategists, meaning that they try to reproduce really quickly, and they benefit from what I call high octane environments. So they have a type of carbon source, for example, like sugar, or it could be, I mean, anything, some type of carbon source that they really like, some niche that they really like. And once they get that niche, they do everything to keep that environment that's suitable for them. And that usually, and pretty much always, comes at the cost of the community as a whole. So once they are established, they will actively try to proliferate and take over. And really, you can't negotiate with them. So if you're an obligatory pathogen, it's kind of, your cards are pretty clear. Opportunists, so they can be tolerated commensal organisms, meaning that there's, as I said, they're engaging with the rhizosphere. They're a benefit to plants even. But if that plant shows some weakness, then they can colonize and become a pathogen or virulent. They do that by having a good ability to adhere to host tissue, so they'll grow along the roots. They can form biofilms that protect them from plant defenses or from other attacks, basically. Or they can be good at evading the host immune system, or they can be really good at taking a certain nutrient that would be limiting otherwise. So usually iron is involved in opportunistic or pathogen strategies, because if you can control the iron, then you can control one of the most important nutrients in the rhizosphere that's relevant for photosynthesis in the plant. And so it's quite a coveted nutrient, also because its bioavailability is sometimes quite low. So yeah, the other thing I want to mention about opportunists is that they often are very closely related to pathogens and to plant growth promoting microorganisms. So it's not like lactic acid bacteria are always good. They usually, when they go rogue, it's just one species or one strain away from an organism that is really beneficial to the plant. And so that, because of that, parasites can sometimes appear as commensalist, especially if the plant then adapts to accommodate for that type of niche in the rhizosphere. So sometimes the plant just gets used to having a certain type of opportunist, and then they create a new contract and a new agreement of living together. And yeah, so it's quite complicated. Now I'm going to try to go through a few different nutrients, and I hope this will be informative for you guys. So pretty much all carbon starts in the roots, or it could be naturally already present in carbon, or naturally already present in the soil. And it can go through a variety of pathways, but it always ends up as carbon dioxide. And so as far as the rhizosphere is concerned, we're interested in seeing how it's switching between available carbon in the soil into microbial biomass. That microbial biomass dies, or the root cells die, and then it goes back in the soil. And interesting enough, a lot of that is mediated by fungi. And fungi haven't really been explored to the extent that I would like them to be explored in aquaponic systems. But in soil system, it's very well known that they are a principal administrator of a lot of this carbon exchange. So they produce volatile organic carbons, which are like signaling molecules, and they can influence, they can promote or discourage bacterial proliferation. So we'll talk about that more, but just want to keep that out there, that as far as carbon cycling goes, they are extremely important, and we really don't have a clear idea of what they're, how present they are, and the extent in aquaponics or hydroponics that they're controlling things. And I thought this was a good visualization of how strongly carbon can influence a microbial community. This was a study in the Aquaculture Engineering Journal on biofilters, but they they noted that when they changed the amount of chemical oxygen demand, it's basically a proxy to measure the amount of carbon that's available in a sample. When they just by changing the amount of carbon going into the biofilter, they significantly influence the nitrification rate, meaning that they significantly change the nitrifying community. And so things like carbon, nitrogen, but I would say really those two elements first are extremely powerful as ways to mediate the microbial community. And I mentioned earlier that plants produce a lot of exudates. This paper that is cited here has a really great table where they list more specifically different types of exudates. So we know that they're really important for rhizosphere regulation. If anyone is interested in measuring the amount that they're being produced by their plants at different types in their life cycle, I think that there would be a lot of stuff that we can learn from that. But it's, as this list implies, it's a really diverse set of compounds. And not only that, but it also changes over time. So these are plants that were grown in a hydroponic setting for 9 weeks, and the profile of exudates that they were producing changed as a function of how far into the growth cycle they were. So there's, I mean, if anytime you see a signal like this, you know that we could measure something in that and know something about the state of the plant. It's communicating with us in some way, but we're just not able to really read this. And for example, one of the things making that complicated is that this study was done under sterile conditions, but of course we're not working under sterile conditions in an actual grow up. So how that can be used to predict real world scenarios is an entirely open question. And there are also some of those compounds, when they go into the water column or into soil, they become humic substances, which is a very general term for a variety of compounds formed through biotic and abiotic processes. Interesting enough, they are largely formed through the Maillard reaction, which is the same reaction that turns your bread brown when you cook it. I find that absolutely insane. But basically, it's kind of like those carbon molecules that are excreted by the plants are on a microbial level being heated up. There's no heat involved, but it's like the same chemical process. And that involves a lot of metals too. So that's why humic substances have been known to improve bioavailability of metals. But there's a lot that needs to be explored here. When we're trying to measure carbon, I thought that I would kind of show what are like the tools that we have available. So for an individual point in time, we can look at the total biological oxygen demand, TBOD. And from that, we can estimate the amount of bioavailable chemical oxygen demand, meaning that we can look at what type of carbon in a sample is available for microorganisms to use, and what type of carbon would take a long time for those microorganisms to break down. And that's really important because some bacteria, their generation may only be 10 or 20 minutes long. And so they don't have time to break down something that's really hard to break down. But like a fungus that lives, can live for days or years, it would have time to break that down. It would be more interesting for that fungus to do so. And so we can basically we can measure those two things, or we can just collect on a filter all the carbon that is in the water sample and put it in an oven. And depending on the temperature, if we're like drying it out or if we're baking it at 450 degrees Celsius, we can also have an idea of the ash content or the total amount of solids, and that can be related to the amount of microbial proliferation, so the rate that the microbial community in that sample is growing. And we can also measure the amount of non-biodegradable soluble carbon. So there's different formula that kind of relate these sample metrics together. We can look at the amount of non-biodegradable particulate carbon, and then from those two, we can measure the amount of non-biodegradable carbon in sample. So we can't really say what exactly is being secreted by the plant and in what concentration and what role it does, but at least we can kind of look at it from other perspectives. But as you can see, this is kind of limited and to the extent with which we can explain what is going on. And we also know that the amount of carbon dioxide in the surrounding the plant is also really important. And it's been associated with significant exodate profile shifts. So if you increase or decrease the amount of CO2, we know that it will have an effect. And that's about all we can say about that. So yeah, we hope to explore that further. But just to go over a few of the challenges that we're working with. And looking at an aquaponic setup, I made this diagram to show which areas have more or less carbon or oxygen or mineral nutrient accumulation. So the water source can have variable mineral nutrient accumulation depending on where it's coming from, which aquifer, what's your surrounding geology like. In the recirculating aquaculture system, you can have variable amounts of carbon depending on your flow rates and such. But once you go downstream of that, it's pretty straightforward. Like your solids, of course, you're gonna have a lot of carbon, a lot of mineral nutrients, very low oxygen. So that's generally gonna go and push the community in a certain way. Biofilter tends to have a lot more oxygen. You only need like 2 grams per liter to be an oxygen-rich environment, microbially speaking. And then the hydroponics bed, by that point, you tend not to have very much carbon, but you have other stuff going on. This was a paper out of Israel showing, trying to measure nitrogen and carbon throughout the cycle. And one thing that they showed pretty well here and then in other related literature is that in the biofilter, you tend to be losing a lot of nitrogen gas. And so there's a lot of, we can theoretically measure these things and get an idea of what that community is looking at or what the community is trying to do. Archaea, for example, since they've been discovered in like 2005 or so, we now know that they are responsible, for example, for 1/3 of nitrification in the oceans, but we don't really have a lot of data on them, especially in controlled environment agriculture, because when you use the type of sequencing strategy for bacteria, it doesn't really capture a lot of archaea diversity. So we've been looking with the wrong set of tools. Switching to nitrogen now, I really like this graphic because it basically shows how many different like pathways nitrogen has to become more oxidized or more reduced, and the different kinds of microbial communities and how they relate to each of those steps. So it's not just ammonia, nitrite, nitrate, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately. You have a lot of different, there are a lot of things that can be going on, starting with urea production by the fish, all the way to nitrogen fixation, which doesn't happen only in legumes, but also in all plants. But legumes just are really good at creating an environment for that. So about 20% of plant nitrogen is found in the rhizosphere on average, and that's usually in the form of those exudates that are coming out. So there could be like some proteins in there or cell wall components, because they're releasing a lot of cells as well. And bacterial communities are very sensitive to changes in nitrogen. So it's, I would say, generally best to keep those concentrations stable or rising or decreasing at a fairly regular and slow rate. And what the microbial community does for the plants in terms of nitrogen is basically it's involved in nitrogen fixation. It breaks down proteins, and then it will break down urea. So a lot of that is not only happening in the biofilter, but the beauty in aquaponics is that we're actually we're having a biofilter-like environment everywhere in the entire system because of the way that plants are interacting with the water column. So generally, plants like a nitrate and ammonia as their preferred nitrogen sources, and they tend to not be that great at taking up nitrogen by itself. They really require the microbial community for that. And they have different uptake systems. I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but basically they can take up more nitrate or ammonium depending on what's available, but they do like to have that combination. There's a huge open area of research as to how we can improve nitrogen uptake by improving nitrogen fixation. It's not too well explored right now, but basically the plant genotype, like plays a role, but also the microbial community, and we could potentially create probiotics for that. Can nitrogen uptake be improved on the plant side? We don't yet know enough about the uptake mechanisms to do that in terms of genetic engineering. However, you can select for certain types of plants that are better at taking nitrogen up. And one of the best predictors of that is having a lot of roots. So I've always felt that this kind of like root hatred in the hydroponic community was a little bit unwarranted. It may be that having a large root system will improve the fruiting bodies of the plant. So I think that's probably best to explore individually in different farms. As yeah, that microbial community is important. I'm just going to touch on phosphorus a bit. Basically, as far as the microbial communities are concerned, they can break down different types of phosphorus that they encounter. But as far as what's going on in the rhizosphere, they try to bring phosphorus into an orthophosphate form. So a lot of microbial processes related to phosphorus eventually will put in that form. So if you can measure amount of orthophosphate in your system, then you know what is directly bioavailable to the plants. So other nutrients, one thing that I've found in our own research is that we can add this trace mineral solution, and it pretty much always satisfies random trace mineral needs. But basically different microbial communities require different trace nutrients. And even in really controlled laboratory settings, we have a lot of difficulty trying to identify whether it's like copper or magnesium or molybdenate, cobalt. But generally when in doubt, we just add this Vishniac solution. So the microbial community is definitely really involved with it, but it's hard to say what are the ideal target concentrations. And looking at like ocean systems, there are basically 4 pathways that those trace nutrients are processed by microbial communities. So we know that organic matter is really important. We know that iron is like super important, and that all the types of iron hydroxide, so rust, that it can be formed in. Manganese, which tends to be quite absent in fish waste, but we know that it's very important for trace nutrients in plants and microbial systems. And then terragenous, which basically just means rare earth minerals, that they also play an important role. So something like aluminum, for example. I think that this would be a really great area for future research, but it's definitely, something like this is definitely happening in aquaponic systems, but we don't know enough about it. Sulfur, we know, is also really important. Here I want to point out that if you see on the left-hand side, 5% of sulfur in soil is in that top section, and then 95% is in that bottom section. So most sulfur is in an organic form. And primarily it's sulfate that plants really like. So plants pretty much want to have that sulfur presented to them in a sulfate form. They can also take it up in a slightly different form, but it's like really they prefer sulfate. And they can also take up sulfur dioxide through the leaves, which is convenient if you happen to live in an area that's quite polluted, because a lot of air pollution is in form of, there's a lot of sulfur dioxide in air pollution. We know that archaea, interesting enough, play a big role here. So they're not bacteria, but they're archaea are always these like very strange organisms that look a lot like bacteria, but have very funky metabolisms. And so they're doing something with sulfur. So reduced inorganic sulfur compounds, they are in, there would be things like H2S, which people may or may not know is highly toxic to humans, but also to fish. But for some reason, plants really like them, and they use them as a signaling molecule. So they are not bothered by that. And the microbial community will provide some amount of hydrogen sulfide. So they're in low concentrations, they're beneficial to plants, and they're involved in a lot of different stress pathways. It seems to be that it's a pretty profound system that the plant is able to use. So it'll be interesting to explore that further. But we don't have a lot of data measuring H2S in the rhizosphere or in the water column. So that's an area of future research. But this graphic, I think, summarizes things pretty well. That basically the plant is going to try to push things towards sulfate when it needs to increase the amount of sulfur in its tissue. And probably when that need is satisfied, then it's going to allow the microbial community to switch towards other types of sulfur compounds. Because things like sulfur and nitrogen for the microbial community are basically ways that they can store electrons. It's kind of like that free market concept that I mentioned in the title slide. All these things are in flux all the time, and it's basically you'll have one bacteria that's offering sulfate, and in exchange, it wants to use that electron so that it can take up some form of carbon. And depending on the concentrations available to it, it's going to be, those compounds will have different values in that microbial system. And what's interesting is depending on the redox state, so whether there's more, on a chemical level, it's whether there's more electrons available or less. But basically, you can, as a proxy, you can look at like the amount of oxygen and dissolved oxygen in the water column. But in the rhizosphere, it's important to have both environments. So you don't want to blast the roots with oxygen, but you also don't want it to become entirely anaerobic. And it's by exploiting those two different environments of an oxidizing environment and reducing environment that plants and the microorganisms are able to create these 6 major signaling molecules. And so we've mentioned a few of them. I haven't mentioned the carbon monoxide, but basically it's they all have different and fairly complex pathways, but I just find that interesting. So if we would be able to measure those accurately in the rhizosphere, I think we'd be able to learn a lot about what the plant is trying to signal to the microbial community in terms of its nutritional needs. Where is the middle ground in all this? We don't have like a good number for a ratio, but we do know that once again, fungi are really important here. So sulfur oxidizing fungi have 2 different pathways where they can manipulate the concentration of sulfur. And they are doing that with some sort of intention of influencing plant growth and root growth, but we don't know much about that. Iron basically switches between iron 3 up here and iron 2, and it is very redox dependent, and the microbial community plays a big role here. And I want to point out this scale on the right-hand side. So this is basically a scale showing the redox potential at a pH of 7. Meaning that if you were to put iron, just the atomic iron, into, for example, a hydroponics grow bed at pH 7, then if the redox potential were 0.8, then there would be pretty much 50% iron 3 and 50% iron 2. And then depending on the type of chelating agent you're adding, you're going to be influencing the ideal redox environment. So at the bottom, you can see like iron EDTA requires like a slightly, like almost a reducing environment. So it's very, ideally there should be very little oxygen present at the same time that there's iron EDTA for that to be bioavailable to the plants. And if it were, so ferredoxin is used by a lot of microorganisms as a way to capture iron. And so at that point, they're going to be most active when there's a reducing environment. So basically what this is saying is the amount of oxygenation in your hydroponics grow bed is going to strongly influence all these different compounds independently of pH. So pH will influence metal bioavailability, but also the redox potential. We're actively exploring how different types of chelating agents can be more or less bioavailable to plants. Basically, it's also very interesting and very complex. So now I'm gonna, I hope that wasn't too overwhelming for different, looking at the chemical side of things. And I just want to quickly look at fungi. Fungi colonization is ubiquitous, cosmopolitan, moderately non-selective, and occurs for pretty much all plants. The ones that we're mostly growing are angiosperms, and 80% of them must have a fungal community in order to survive. For gymnosperms, like pine trees and ferns, they always require a fungal community. And so fungi can basically, they can grow outside of the roots or inside the roots. And so we can refer to them as endomycorrhiza if they grow inside the roots, or ecto if they grow outside. As far as we're concerned, the main thing to talk about here are endomycorrhiza. Endomycorrhiza are also called arbuscular mycorrhiza. So I don't know why we have all these different names for them. You can call them AM, or you can call them endomycorrhiza. It's all the same thing. Basically, they grow inside the cells of the roots, and then they coat the roots as well, forming what's called a fungal sheath. And for their services, they usually will take up 20 to 40% of all that carbon that is being released by the plant. So it's kind of a little mafia-esque. The plant really doesn't have a choice. But what they do for the plant is a wide range of services related to basically water retention, nutrient uptake, plant defense. They will attract other microorganisms and move them around. And they do often, I would say, endomycorrhiza, so the AM fungi, they always have the plant's needs in mind, and they tend to be very selective about what kind of like types of plants that they prefer. And one of the reasons why I am fairly confident that they are active in aquaponic systems is because of a particular protein called hydrophobins, which I used to research beforehand. And basically, hydrophobins, they are used by the fungi to grow on surfaces. So it could be a water-air surface, it could be water-solid surface. But basically, they're very happy with water-dominant environments. And because they are going to be looking for fungi, or their fungi will be looking for plants to colonize, and because they're able to grow quite fine in water-dominant environments, I would bet that if you were to look for them in aquaponics and hydroponics even, you would find a huge amount of diversity. However, it's kind of difficult to pinpoint what types of fungi to add as a probiotic, if anyone would be interested in that. And that's because they reproduce in a lot of strange ways, and it's hard to be really specific about the strain. So, for example, people talk about trichoderma. Trichoderma is a great, most trichoderma species will form symbiotic relationships with plants, but sometimes they can be opportunists. As we talked about earlier, it's kind of hard to tell the difference. And so these are some pictures of what those AM fungi look like. You can see that they will grow towards the root and then grow inside the root and then reproduce all around the root. And they help with something, for example, salinity stress. So if that root, salinity stress is the same thing as drought as far as the plant is concerned. So if that root is drying out, then fungi are going to be able to tell the plant how to respond to that faster than the plant would be able to do it on its own. So there are a lot of, I don't really have time to go into much detail on this, but basically there are a lot of compounds that we've identified at the bottom of the page here as indicative of salinity stress and drought. And we know that the fungi are able to influence it. But it's hard to say like, okay, if you add, if you measure the pH, then that means that it's like stressed in this way. But that would be the place to look if you wanted to find out information on how the plant is responding to salinity or drought stress. So yeah, just to summarize the whole discussion on the rhizosphere community, that community does not want the plant to die. And while some beneficial microorganisms have been identified and could be used as probiotics, there's still a lot that we're still having trouble discerning between opportunist and plant growth promoting bacteria. In the water column, this entire thing is also going on. And there are a lot of different names for microbial assemblages. Some of them are funnier than others, in my opinion. Biofloc is often used when you talk about like shrimp cultivation or sort of like dirtier water cultivation. If you're an environmental microbiologist studying the ocean, then you call it marine snow. If you're from University of Massachusetts and you're looking at the Sissiput salt marsh, then you call them pink or green berries, depending on whether they're sulfur dominated, so the bottom left photo, or algae dominated, the bottom center photo. And the composition of these communities is extremely diverse. For example, so when we look at freshwater microbial communities, we've been able to generally associate certain families with certain roles. So this is kind of a rough overview of what some of those look like. This is pretty much what we're reliably able to do right now. Say that like generally when you have these types of bacteria, they're probably going to be doing this kind of metabolism. And so one thing that we would really like to do is create something called designer biofloc, where basically, ideally, we would like to pick strains that are able to do certain functions for the plant and for fish. And I think in the next 10 years, we'll probably have this at least done to some extent. But really, the sky is the limit. And we do think that we need to go beyond just looking at bacteria, start looking at protists and other eukaryotes such as slime molds. Slime molds are not fungi, but fungi also, of course, would be involved here. Such fungi such as yeast, and maybe as well like filamentous fungi or the AM fungi that I was mentioning earlier with the root systems. And these microbial assemblages, they start off just free-flowing microbial cells. They start producing sort of sticky substance called EPS, exopolymeric substances, like it's kind of basically like polysaccharide glue. They start communicating with each other, which we call quorum sensing. And these granules, as they form, they eventually get a dead space inside. And they also get different aeration zones. So the edge of these kind of microbial assemblages or granules tends to be aerobic. And so you get, these are ammonia oxidizing prokaryotes, AOP, nitrogen or nitrite oxidizing bacteria. And then you get some heterotrophic bacteria. And as you can see the scale here, we're talking about a really tiny, sliver of these granules. And then the bottom part, you're going to have different types of nitrogen metabolizing bacteria, such as Comomox, Anamox, denitrification going on. And then in the very center, you're going to have a dead zone. And it's there's a lot of potential with the free-floating communities, but then also biofilms. While biofilms are often associated with biofouling, it's really a simplification because 99% of all microbial life is organized in biofilms. And they're extremely important. And theoretically, you could have a system where your biofilm community, which you're influencing by manipulating certain nutrients in the water column, is protecting the system as a whole. So meaning that the pathogens would not be able to colonize the system because of the biofilm and the microbial assemblages being organized in a certain way. Biofilms are resistant to water flow. They are resistant to antimicrobial agents as produced by pathogens through the extracellular polymeric substances, the EPS that I just mentioned. And they have a lot of microniches, so relating to the strata in the biofilm. So as they are forming, this is kind of similar to the previous two slides, you're selecting for different types of microorganisms. And it's that diversity that's quite powerful. So we're really interested in understanding how do we get good biofilm and how do we prevent biofouling? Because biofouling seems to happen when the environment is unstable. And as I mentioned in that pathogen slide at the beginning of the presentation, when you have that niche that a pathogen likes, that pathogen will start colonizing it and then make other niches around it more like the niche that it prefers. So it will force its lifestyle onto the community. We know that carbon is really important here. So the accumulation of carbon could potentially lead to this kind of instability. And there's generally right now we can say that the best strategy is to limit the excessive accumulation of carbon, but maybe in the future we'll be able to have a better answer. In terms of what we're able to measure, I don't know how practical, and I don't think that a lot of this is practical for individual farmers, but I hope that we'll be able to integrate more community-based research projects where farmers could measure the total suspended solids, which is just filtering the water column onto a filter, sending it to us to be analyzed, measuring the amounts of different types of nitrogenous species, and looking at various profiles of the amount of nutrients in the water column or inside the plant through plant sap analysis. And just to, in the end, when we have enough data, we can make better models. We'll be able to understand more of these biotic and abiotic interactions, which currently are way too diverse and dynamic to predict. But we are learning a lot, and you know, got to keep in mind that like it was only in the 1980s, 1990s that we started sequencing, period. And a lot of the data that we've collected is only like in the past 10 years, and we're still in the process of integrating different data types. And it's just such a new field in the grand scheme of things. So we just need more time. And thank you very much for your attention. Feel free, if I will try to answer questions. I kind of went a little bit longer than I had hoped. If I don't get around to answering an individual question, or if you think of a question later on, feel free to send me an email. I enjoy talking about this, and I tried to not go into too much detail, but at the same time, I wanted to go into what we know as far as the scientific side of things. Yeah, so I'm gonna stop the sharing and then just go back to normal video. But
Sure. We had a question. That was an amazing presentation, by the way. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We had a question from Chad about do biofilms present a hazard on soil surface when built up to extreme numbers in compost tea brewing processes?
Well, as I mentioned, that the carbon, the amount of carbon in the system can trigger these sort of niches that are preferred by pathogens. So there is that potential that if you push that physiochemical environment in a certain way, you can inadvertently create a niche that you don't want to create. In the end, stability is the best. So whatever is working whatever is working well and preventing fluctuations is probably going to be the most stable and therefore the safest system. It's something that the plants and fish will be able to get used to, and then they'll basically always be looking out for each other. Kind of like how, you know, if you imagine in like the African savanna, all the herbivores tend to look out for predators together. It's kind of the same thing going on a microbial level.
Have you done any microbial inoculations and testing around that, or are you strictly doing mostly observational stuff? And if you have done inoculations, what did you try and what kind of results did you find?
Well, a couple of years ago, we were looking at inoculating phosphate solubilizing bacteria in a hydroponic system. And I had bought, in the Netherlands, I bought some sort of commercial probiotic that had claimed to have these phosphate solubilizing bacteria. Interesting enough, when we sequenced the probiotic that we had purchased, the advertised bacteria were not present. And that's a common problem in a lot of probiotics in the European Union and in the United States, that there's not the same kind of regulation. We haven't really done a lot of work looking at individual probiotics because we've been trying to understand the mechanisms of how probiotics work. One thing that I would really say about probiotics is, imagine like, yogurt and kefir are generally considered to be quite good probiotics for humans. And when you grow yogurt, or when you're growing a probiotic for plant inoculation, that environment that it's being grown in tends to be quite different than the end environment that you're putting it in. So when you drink yogurt, those bacteria are really not able to colonize your gut microbiome. They enter, they play some sort of role, and we don't really, like for yogurt, we don't have like a very clear understanding of what is going on. And observationally, we see that it's good, that like it's healthy for us. And so I think that with a lot of probiotic application, I think it may be difficult to say what is being applied and what is staying, and what is being applied and triggering some sort of effect. So right now, what we're doing is mostly observational, because we're trying to understand kind of how useful are probiotics, and where is the right time and place. You want to be applying something that the plant will accept as well. So maybe it's a great probiotic based on lab studies, but maybe the plant doesn't need that at that moment, or doesn't like it. Gives me a headache sometimes how complicated all these interactions are.
Have you seen any negative observations with particular bacteria or other microorganisms in this realm?
Yeah, so because of the genetic similarity between pathogens, opportunists, and plant growth promoting microorganisms, it can be very easy to grow a certain culture that ends up becoming an opportunist. Or, and Angela had mentioned this in her presentation, if you apply too much of something, then that can also ruin things. For example, each microorganism is going to require certain things to survive. It's certain foods. And if there's a scarcity of those foods, then you can start getting some type of competition that you may not want. Yeah, so it can definitely, there's a lot of really great work in terms of the Korean natural farming, regenerative agriculture. And what I like about a lot of those strategies is that they've been developed over many different biomes. So, it's kind of being done a little bit all over the world. And there's strategies that tend to err on the conservative side of inoculation. So a lot of things are quite diluted, because in the end, if that bacteria is really a good plant growth promoting microorganism, then the plant will promote its growth as well. So it just needs to be there in enough number that it can survive. And then if the plant wants it there, and if the fungi want it there, then they will promote it. So you don't need to add a huge amounts.
Awesome. Well, it's definitely good to know. How can people find out more about you and the work that you're doing?
Well, I guess the best way would just be through different conferences and stuff. We're really just focusing on the research side. So, and because we're a public institution, we don't have like a website or anything besides the university website. But we'll be putting out articles and talking in conferences. So yeah, hopefully having more talks and such too.
Do you want to put your email back up on the screen real quick so people can email you if they have a question?
Yeah, so I'll go with this. Yeah, so victor.labanov@gmail.com.
There we go. Audio.
Yeah, that's Joe's computer. Audio. All right, I will log off.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's a great presentation. Well, that was an awesome one. I'm glad. So I hope you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. If you guys are wanting a chance to win a Spectrum King 403, a copy of the Aquaponic Cannabis Masterclass and nutrients for your full run, for your home garden up to 300 gallons, sign up at ap420.com. And be sure to check out Marty and I's masterclass that we have over at apmjclass.com if you're interested. And then if you want want to support us and want to get some shirts and stuff to rep Aquaponic Cannabis, you can check that out in the description. We have a link to Jelly Bomb as well. Thanks, Jesse, for helping to support us. All right, next up we have Joe Pate, who is an aquaponic consultant and researcher. He's done a lot of work as well, especially down the testing various things in aquaponics from the Korean natural farming realm. Thanks a lot for joining us. Oh, it looks like your audio is not quite working.
There we go. Thanks, Steve. I appreciate you having me here today. I am looking forward to this presentation, and I've been listening into the conference so far, and I think it's been a lot of good information. So appreciate you setting this up.
Yeah, it's been a blast. We've had a lot of great talks so far. Looking forward to yours.
Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and start getting ready to share my screen, and we'll kind of go from there.
Awesome. Looks like we see presenter view.
Okay, I'll go ahead and adjust that.
There we go.
It all good now?
Yep.
Oh, it went back. Sorry. 1 second.
There you go.
Awesome. I'm going to make this full screen.
There you go.
And go backwards a few. Awesome. All set up and good now? I assume that's a yes. Well, again, as I said earlier, I'm happy to be here, and I appreciate Steve putting all this on. I am going to go ahead and stop my video for the talk because I find it a little distracting watching people talk while trying to also pay attention to the presentation. So there we go.
Hey, Joe, like, I don't know if we can see your notes up on the screen. I don't know if that's something that you.
Oh, nice. I can. Sorry, I can.
There you go.
Take care of that.
Perfect.
Awesome. So today, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Joe Pate. I am the founder and CEO of Regen Aquaculture. We are a biotech and aquaculture consulting company focused in regenerative aquaculture systems like aquaponics. And I work with people all over the world, helping them with aquaponics, and am now mostly focused on helping farmers run systems rather than designing and building, though previously my work involved working as a researcher for Kentucky State University for about 4 years, and then working as a designer for the aquaponics source for 2 years before starting up Regen Aquaculture and shifting focus. So today, I am going to be talking to you about the accumulation of toxic compounds in aquaponic systems. And this is a topic which I don't think discuss enough. So I hope that you find it informative and able to apply it in a practical way. If you want to reach out with me, you can do so through my email right there, or I'm active on social media, or also my Linktree link. So now the first thing that I think you should know before we begin really is the most important thing about me, and that's why I do what I do. And for me, I am in this field because I believe in a future where we have an abundance of healthy food, water, and air for generations to come. I have grown up in a world like many of us where we are often at the forefront of every day, reminded that climate change is very real and that our actions as a society worldwide are negatively impacting the earth, destroying the biodiversity, increasing desertification, reducing our amounts of fresh water, and increasing the severity of storms, fires, and so on. And so the work that I do because of this belief in a better future. And I am lucky to, along my journey, be able to work with a lot of great people who share this belief with me. And that is why we have, at Regen Aquaculture, we have made it our mission to accelerate the reality of regenerative agri and aquaculture by providing the tools and knowledge and resources for farmers to cultivate responsible interactions between us and our planet successfully. Now, I know we may have a lot of different levels of people who are joining this conference or watching it later that have different levels of experience, all from beginners to experts. And I want to start by looking at two things that many of us have heard when we were starting out and maybe even have told other people. And that is that for aquaponics, all you need is your fish feed to supply everything you need for the plant, and that no pesticides are needed. And I want to start by saying this is a myth. The reality is the fish excrements, so the liquid and solid matter that they excrete, do not perfectly meet the plant's needs. And one approach that we often try to take is trying to feed more to make those nutrient demands meet the needs of the plants. And when we do that, we end up creating imbalances in the plant. And that makes the plant more susceptible to disease and pest, and also creates a poor growing plant. And so, we need to kind of move past that, thought that the fish feed is all we need, or that we can feed enough to supply the plant needs, because in reality, the fish needs don't really match up the same way as they do for the plants. And sometimes we do need pesticides, even biological pesticides, living organisms that we spray on our plants are still technically pesticides. And not all pesticides are bad. They are, a factor of us being farmers. They've existed for thousands of years. We've needed help because when we start cultivating crops in a more densely compact area than, would be at nature, now we're creating, a place that insects can also grow and prosper. So, the reality is sometimes we do need even good pesticides or natural pesticides. Now, when we're looking at the nutrients that are often limited, we often talk about potassium, calcium, magnesium, and iron. And this report here is from a plant sap analysis recently done of a lettuce crop with a farmer that I work with. And, these are the most common ones that we talk about. And often we supply, these via a number of inputs, as well as iron, the micronutrient. But what I've found is that, especially when you start lowering the feeding rates to reduce the excess of nitrates or total nitrogen in the plant leaves, then what happens is you also start seeing other micronutrient deficiencies, which can also be common at those higher levels. A lot of factors, can affect this, including source water and the type of feed used and the ingredients used in the feed. And those other ones I've seen nutrient deficiencies in and have documented on several cases are silica iron, manganese, boron, copper, and molybdenum. And so, here's kind of some proof for you that even at feeding rates, which are standardized in an industry, for this particular system, they were feeding roughly 15 grams per meter squared. And you can see we're deficient in the nutrients, even though that these were, depending on whose numbers you look at, satisfactory in the water column. The plant, for whatever reasons, whether an underdeveloped microbiome or a lack of other compounds in the water like fulvic acid or humic acids, which can affect the solubility of these, or the pH, or etc., can all have a large impact on these. But again, so here are some of the ones I see. And so then we have to look at the plant, at everything it's getting in terms of the fish feed and really the fish waste, because some feed is lost and processed through the fish. What's applied to the crop via irrigation or foliar spray, what's available in the media, and also what's added in the source water, either at the base concentration when you fill up your system, and then also how much is added per day. And the reason why this is important is because those compounds, if not monitored, can build up to levels potentially where there are issues which cause either death to your aquatic organisms, to the humans that are eating the food, or the drug tests that your cannabis growers that are very familiar with when you're getting your COAs, your analysis done to prove that you don't have heavy metals within your leaf matter, or even uptaken by fish or other plants being grown. And so then it comes down to this question: how do you know what is safe? And so today, I hope to kind of help you figure that out. And simply put, it's simply math that goes into determining what compounds are safe or not for, say, the aquatic organisms, the fish in this case, or being taken up by the plant and bioaccumulating. And that math isn't rocket science. It is a lot of standard algebra. And so, it's pretty easy to follow for a lot of people. Myself, I like to create calculators and Excel sheets and such to help me with the math and to make it easier for me. But so when we look at the formula to determine pesticide toxicity for fishes, which will be the first example we go through today, we have to first determine what is the total weight of the chemical applied to the system, which may affect the fish, which is basically a factor of the size of the area to be sprayed times the sprayer output per that area, times the chemical dosage as recommended via your product per the area to be sprayed, as well as the weight of the active ingredient per the volume of container, of the chemical container, which is generally listed on your chemicals, and also the runoff percentage. So if you're applying this, to your leaves, then how much is going to run off into the water and actually affect the fish. In addition to that, you need to know your LC50 value of the fish. Now, the LC50 value is the lethal concentration at which 50% of a test population of a species is killed due to the concentration of the chemical added. And so to determine the LC50 value of the system, we take the LC50 value of the chemical, the active ingredient, which can be found generally on the MSDS sheet for most inputs. And then you multiply that by the total volume of the system water. And you're looking for the LC50 value of aquatic life when you're looking at that. Sometimes this isn't available, and you may have to go and look at more detailed research. And what we get then is we can then say it is the chemical applied at the specific rate that you're expecting to apply it. Can be safe if the LC50 value of the system is greater than the total weight of the chemical applied to the system, which may affect the fish. Or we can say that it's not safe, that the LC50 value of the system is less than the total weight of the chemical applied to the system, which may affect the fish. And, you know, this doesn't necessarily tell us acute, so non-lethal damages that the compounds may occur. And so, you know, you do want to observe some of those things, but often that information isn't really available as readily. So the first example I'm going to kind of run through using this formula is looking at using Yucca ceredigeria extract, which is often used in agriculture because of a number of benefits. It's often used as a surfactant, or also for either foliar sprays, or to help increase the penetration of your soil due to a lot of its saponin content, which is basically some soapy type of compounds that develop inside of the plant, that also has been shown to have some fungicidal properties, antioxidant potential, and reductions of ammonia and nitrite concentration in aquaculture systems, actually. And again, as well as a soil conditioner. Now, one caveat to it is that when applied in higher amounts, it's at least toxic to aquatic life, unfortunately. And so in some of those studies where it looked at helping with ammonia and nitrite buildup in the water of aquaculture systems, they suggested that it be added either in much smaller quantities than was tested, or that it be applied as a preconditioning application to the water rather than when the fish are actually in there. So applying it to the system and then waiting a few weeks for it to, or, you know, some set of time in order for it to undergo its function, and then adding in the fish once it's no longer toxic. In small concentrations, however, as I said earlier, some of the benefits are that it was shown to reduce ammonia levels, enhance the growth rate of plants, as well as fish, raise the feed utilization rate, activate the immunity, lower the oxidative stress, and resist the pathogenic invaders, which are susceptible to different fish and shrimp species, which was, for me, quite a surprise, because a lot of the research I'd originally come across had suggested it was quite toxic, but I guess in very small amounts, roughly speaking, less than a gram per liter, more along the lines of 1 milligram per liter or less, that it could actually have these benefits. And what also affects this is the way that it's applied. So there are a lot of research studies which apply it directly to the fish feed or to the water itself to, you know, kind of determine some of the questions behind if this a suitable ingredient for aquaculture use, and it has already been shown to be suitable in agriculture. So I'm still, developing the research behind that. A really great review on this, which was just published in 2021 and looks at all of the research papers that the authors could find related to yucca in aquaculture, or rather aquatic animals. Can be found at this paper, Yucca Diarrhea, usage for healthy aquatic animals, potential roles for sustainability. And it showed some promising interest, to which I found surprising and quite interesting. And they look at a number of species, I forget how many, but greater than 5 species of fish and shrimp as well. And so there's a couple of good tables in there I'd highly recommend if you're interested in learning more. So what I wanted to do was look at a compound, a standard ingredient. And so I picked Therm X70, which is a soil conditioner or natural wetting agent, and is yucca based. And I went through and gathered the information that is required, and I put it into my calculator. I, found the chemical dosage, the weight of the active ingredient per the volume of the container. And then I entered in my total system volume, size to be sprayed, sprayer outlets, based on what I am used to in spraying for crops like leafy greens and herbs, so a lot less canopy than cannabis. And then estimate runoff percentages. And for that, I estimate 100% of runoff, which isn't, actually going to happen, but I kind of like having a safety factor, and I like to start there and say, if 100% of this chemical were to run off into the water, would it be safe? And as you can see by this little picture on the side, the answer it comes out to for this chemical, surprisingly to me, was yes, because again, yucca is so toxic to fish when hidden in higher amounts, but when applied at the recommended rates, assuming that I have this lower sprayer output, then it's not effective. Now, alternatively, if you're looking at, say, cannabis crop, and you're applying 5 times more the amount of spray that I am, well, now that can change quite drastically. Or say you're doing an NFT system and you're not doing a deep water culture, that can also quite heavily affect the toxicity of it, of the LC50 value of the system, and thus the chemical toxicity and the determining if the chemical is okay to use or not. And so, yeah, I found that really surprising. I expected when I started this that this was going to be a no, because I have in the past recommended against it and instead recommended aloe surfactant, aloe-based aloe plant extract used as a surfactant. And I still do recommend that over this because, you can make it on site and there are a lot of other benefits with aloe as there are with yucca, but it's less toxic to fish. But if you choose to use this according to these parameters, then it would be safe. Now, what I've done in order to make this more usable for other people is I've created a free aquaponic pesticide toxicity calculator. And right now, this is just an imperial version, but it is free. You can download it on either your Apple phone or your Android, or on your desktop, and it'll allow you to go through and put in those same parameters that you saw in that GIF. And it will spit you out a yes/no statement of if the chemical you wish to apply to your crop is going to be safe for your fish. And so this, if you're using neem oil or something along those lines, which Um, I don't know quite where the regulations are with that with cannabis right now. I know azurdactyrin is sometimes in some states allowed, maybe, and maybe not in others, or that at least it should be explored farther. And so that's just one example. But you can visit this at this website, at our website. This is the direct link to it, but you can find it on the crop management section. And perhaps Steve will put this in the discussion of the comments or the description of the talk today. Next, I'm going to look at bioaccumulation in the plants. And why that is important is, well, from a consumer perspective, is that if bioaccumulation of unwanted compounds, whether it's, some of these PFASs, these forever chemicals that they're finding in a lot of water sources and to be relatively abundant in most food sources, and so, or whether it's heavy metals, as that bioaccumulates into the plant matter, then it can then biomagnify and increase in a lot more amounts within the consumers of that produce and become toxic to them. In addition to that, as we said earlier, bioaccumulation in your plant leaves can result in failure of your testing for your crop, which then could result in you having to destroy that crop. And that can be a costly mistake to make, which depending on where you're at in your operation could be the final straw. And, we want people to be successful, so we don't really want this to happen. And theoretically, when we look at bioaccumulation, we can picture it like this, where we have the fish feed going in and any type of products we might apply to the system, again, via foliar spray, which you might not do in flour, but in veg more so, and drip irrigation, which present in the media as it is, and what's added by the source water when you're starting out and daily. And you minus that from what is bioaccumulated in the fish and in the plants. And then what is left over is what's remaining in the culture water, which then, kind of goes back into the circle of adding with these daily inputs. And over time, potentially building up to a level that would be toxic for your fish or your plants, and or even your consumers if it's bioaccumulating, if you're looking at the content of the heavy metals in the fish flesh or in the consumable portion of the plants. And the formula for that is basically total compounds in is equal to the concentration of compounds from growing medium, which is equal to the concentrations of the compound within the media source times the volume of the media, plus the weight of the media, the compound within the fish feed fed per day, plus the concentration of the compound from the source water per day, plus the total weight of the chemical applied to the system either per day or per application. And total out would be the bioaccumulation in the plant tissue, which is the biomass produced per day times the plant uptake of the compound you are looking at times the total amount of that compound available. Here I have arsenic listed because we'll be looking at arsenic in the next slide, but it could be any compound. And then we add that to the bioaccumulation inside the fish flesh, which would be the biomass produced per day times the fish uptake, sorry for that spelling error, and times the total compound in per day. or in this case, arsenic. And so for the first example, for an example of using this formula, we're going to look at kelp, because kelp is already a widely used ingredient in agriculture. It's becoming increasingly used due to a number of the benefits that it has related to its biostimulatory effects, as well as micronutrient supplementation and macro and nutrient supplementation in general. And it is also, a very fast growing product, and can be co-grown with fish in open sea aquaculture, allowing for regenerative aquaculture systems out there at sea. Now, a lot of the benefits of kelp come from the various minerals and that are available inside of the kelp, as well as some of the compounds like lignin, phenolic compounds, lipids, vitamins, complex sugars, phytohormones, amino acids, etc. And again, these all, act as if I have to sum it up into one word, as a biostimulant for the plant, which allows it to function healthier and better, and work a little bit better. Some of the identified impacts of seaweed in soil systems is increased fruit quality. So a lot of these secondary metabolite compounds that we look at and are interested in terms of human and animal nutrition, phytohormones increasing, which allows the plant to function better and produce more fruit and more vegetative growth, depending on what hormones and what stage of life, increased soil activity, increased root growth, shoot growth, plant physiology, and so on. And so the benefits aren't just in strawberries, but these are very similar benefits across the board with a lot of plants when you apply kelp to the system. And generally, when you apply kelp, you might do it in a few different methods. One is via foliar spray, direct application to the water, or even mixing it up into a compost. And depending on the way that you do that, it's going to kind of change how the compounds within that kelp end up, the end product of them. So, if you're applying the kelp directly to the water, the compounds might be more readily soluble and in a soluble form in that water, whereas if you mixed it up into a compost, they might be processed by fungi or bacteria or microorganisms and change a lot about the compound itself. Now, one of the things we have to look at in terms of arsenic, which is a concern, specifically heavy metals are concerned with kelp. I didn't mention that, but heavy metals are concerned with kelp, and there's varying degrees of which the kelp and different species of kelp grown in different environments take up different amounts of heavy metals like cadmium or lead or arsenic. And so one of the issues when you look at some of the testing results of the tests that we get, say, for cannabis crop, is that there are inconsistent regulations regarding some of the tests. And some of the tests are based on inorganic arsenic content. Some are based on organic arsenic content, and some are based on total organic arsenic content. And depending on what it's testing for, it can be either harder or easier to pass those tests. And unfortunately, labs do not always test in the desired formats that you're looking for, which for all practical purposes, in organic organic arsenic is generally non-toxic to fish, to humans, to animals, whereas inorganic arsenic is very toxic at low levels. And so, you know, from a practical standpoint, really, we are more concerned with the inorganic arsenic that is present in the substance rather than the organic or the total organic arsenic. However, a lot of labs test for total arsenic, which you know, kind of shoots a hole in some of the group's foot. In a study which I read and I lost the link to, I'll have to find it again, and I'll share on my social media when I do. But it was that most labs for cannabis testing overestimated inorganic arsenic levels, with only 20% of labs accurately quantifying inorganic arsenic levels within the tissue sampled. And this, again, is due to discrepancies in testing methods and regulations, and is really an area that needs to have more light shown on it and have some experts come in there and create more standardized practices across these laboratories. And in this laboratory, the results are listed in, if I recall, it was milligrams per liter. It's a little distorted now. Sometimes it's also micrograms per gram for dry tissue. And so, you know, that can be potentially another area of discrepancy. Now, one thing to know about arsenic is that the form of arsenic, whether it's in this inorganic or in this organic state, changes drastically depending on not only pH, which typically most of us point the finger at pH of being in control of what state minerals in and how bioavailable they are for plants. Really, this isn't true. It's only a part of the picture. Really, you are looking at also EC, which is the oxidative reduction potential. So how easy that compound becomes oxidized or in a reduced state, or the potential for it to do so. And that really affects it to a wider degree than the pH, but really they go hand in hand when determining this. And unfortunately for us, most plants are, they prefer a low pH. And so that low pH may be 7.0 down to 5.5. Depending on the plant, or maybe even some lower, you know, if you're looking at raspberries or blueberries and such. And that means that at this lower pH, our amount of arsenic that is going to be bioavailable is going to be higher, and it's going to be more effective at removing it. In terms of oxidative capacity, generally in aquaponic systems, we are still trying to determine like standards for what ORP should be and what's normal for systems, depending on like the type of system it is, whether it's deep water culture, NFT, media zone, dual root zone, etc. But around roughly 0.2 in volts, and in soil systems that might be higher depending on how oxidized the system is, and it could, you know, be very well up in the 0.4, 0.6, or as high as 1 or 1.2, or if you're in an area which is really bogged down with heavy rains a lot, and you have a lot of clay maybe and not very good drainage in your soils, well, then your EH is going to be much lower, and it's going to be in more of a reduced state arsenic. In terms of plant preferences, plants, and I don't think there's enough research out there to say, all these different types of plants, a lettuce versus a cannabis prefers these ones and so on. And so this is generally speaking, and if it's very important that you're correct when you're looking at a specific plant, I would do research for that specific plant. But generally speaking, arsenite is more preferred by the plant or uptaken more readily than arsenate, then dimethyl arsenic acid, then monomethyl arsenic acid. And that when taken up by the plant, the inorganic arsenic tends to remain in the roots, while the organic arsenic is transplanted through the phylum. Now, this is important and really good for us because it says potentially the majority of arsenic, which might accumulate in the plant leaf tissue, is actually the arsenic that may accumulate there is generally organic, which might not actually be that toxic to us, whereas in the roots, it could be more toxic. So that's also important if you're growing, say, a root crop like ginger or ginseng or turmeric. Over time, and another thing to know is that over time in soils, organic arsenics can degrade into inorganic forms if biology is present, because it can off-gas the arsenic through microbial volatilization. And I'm just recalling, I had a good picture I found of this that I didn't include, but perhaps I'll share that on my social media. Now, one thing to know in particular about kelp in general is that there are many forms that are grown all over the world. The ones listed here are the top used in agriculture, with Ascophyllum and Notisum being the most prevalent. And that is predominantly grown. These ones are North Atlantic seaweeds, and the ones at the bottom are South Atlantic seaweeds. You also have your Pacific seaweeds. In terms of arsenic accumulation, that is in kelp, it is widely dependent on where it is grown. And so the cleanest waters for access to these kelps are actually grown in the North Atlantic oceans. So if possible, when you're sourcing your kelp, you want to choose it from sources which are grown in the North Atlantic, and avoid ones especially grown in China because of a lot of heavy metal pollution, as well as other places in the world. But that's where a lot of heavy metal rich kelp comes from. And so I attempted to create a similar calculator for, as I did before, which would allow us to look at products and, say, in this instance, kelp, and the total arsenic, which might be inside that kelp. From the research I could find, it looked about like 4.1. Oh, and I forgot my units. I don't recall the units at the moment, and I'm sorry for that. But the minimum would be 4.1. The maximum would be roughly 20 times that. And so that maximum level was based out of kelp sources from places with heavy metal accumulation in the riverways and waterways due to industrial pollution. And the minimum was from cleaner waterways. I believe this particular case was from Norway or Sweden or around that area. And then I looked at, well, if I applied this according to a certain recommendation, and then I also looked up average amounts of arsenic within the fish feed, which was about 3.03 micrograms per gram fed. And I also looked at how much fish feed. I estimated 1 kilogram of fish feed fed, and that per 1 kilogram of fish feed, we could produce roughly 31 kilograms of plant biomass per day and about 0.6 kilograms of fish. And then I estimated plant uptakes and fish uptakes based on bioaccumulation factors of what I could find. These bioaccumulation factors for the plants are in lettuce. Oh no, actually, these are in some examples from cannabis. Previously, I had it in lettuce when I was building this. And then we see our in per day, and we have all of our sources. And then we have our out per day, and just reminders about what's left over in the water, and what the APA regulations of limit for agriculture if it's in the water, because this would tell us when we need to discharge it or take care of it. And you can see this days to reach to a limit, which really this calculator is not finished. It is something I wanted to develop and share as an open source tool like my other one. But one thing you come to realize is that these uptake amounts, these bioaccumulation factors, as well as the amount in the fish feed, are all highly dynamic, and especially with plant uptake. Fish uptake is a little bit easier, I think, but plant uptake can change drastically depending on cultivars. And because cannabis has such unestablished genetics, it's hard to maybe put a blanket on them. And perhaps a blanket can be used. From the research I reviewed, I couldn't gain enough information to say that there is a blanket that we should be using. But I still wanted to show this because I wanted to throw out the option for anybody who watches this video to reach out and contact me if they're interested in helping develop this farther and release it as an open source tool. I think it could be very valuable, but I think it would have to be connected to a large database. Maybe it could be kept simpler, but has some different paths that it could evolve to. Because I didn't have a calculator that functions as of this moment, I wanted to think about this from a practical standpoint and share that with you, my practical thoughts on this. And that's one, start with low applications of whatever you're applying, kelp or anything else. And then to test heavy metal accumulation in your cultivars. So, don't just start out applying it to every crop unless, you have some guidance from a consultant that can say, that he has had this good experience with these cultivars. Again, because it can change so much. Two, in the future, I think we should start looking at not only cultivars which express a lot of the secondary metabolites we want, the cannabinoids and the terpenoids and bioflavonoids and so on, but that we also start selecting for cultivars that accumulate less heavy metals, or ideally zero if it was ever possible. I don't know if it would be. And then select kelp in this example from North Atlantic area, California coast. After speaking with my colleague Victor Labanov, who spoke earlier, suggests, and he has a lot more experience with algae and kelp than I do. in terms of the science that goes into some of it. And he suggests that California coast should also be okay too. Of course, that could change, especially in the northern coast if that's where it's grown. But depending on what areas, there's potentially a lot of ag runoff or even runoff as a result of rainfall that happens after fire comes through some areas and allows for more leaching of the minerals. If you do notice arsenic in your water, then I would suggest that these two ways to remove it are dilution. As they say, the solution to pollution is dilution, as well as adding potentially hyperaccumulators of the compound. And there was one I found, which I'm going to say this number, but I could be wrong, but I believe it was around 5,000 times the amount of arsenic uptake in this plant compared to a normal plant. This plant, it doesn't bother it. It enjoys it. And that was a Chinese ladder brake fern, or Petrus vitata, which is a fern, and I haven't grown it in aquaponics yet, but I'm looking forward to trying it. Based on everything else I've grown in aquaponics, I have no doubt that this would do well. But this may be something that you as a cannabis grower look at adding to your system to remove some of those heavy metals, and you might look at other ones for potentially other heavy metals which might be present in your area. So thank you very much for this talk. This is kind of wrapping it up, and I just want to leave you with this. If you want to reach out with us and work in a project, I would be happy to hear from you. I will say that I don't actively work with a lot of cannabis clients. In fact, most of them I send Steve's way and work with Steve on that and Ponics, their team there. And, my reason is that it's just a really complicated field, and I am more passionate about growing food. But if you are also interested in growing food as well as cannabis, or if you have any friends that you think would be excited to speak with us, then feel free to reach out to us. Our clients, regardless of your role in sustainable food production, vary. We work with farmers, we work with teachers, we work with investors, and as well as suppliers to really help, as I said earlier, help accelerate regenerative agriculture and aquaculture, and help promote a better world to build what I envision in the future, which is a world with an abundance of healthy food, water, and air for all. So thank you very much. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. Go ahead and chat with Steve now.
That was a great presentation. Thank you so much. And looks like you got all kinds of great resources for the community as well. We had a couple questions from chat. How do the two different forms of arsenic compare when it comes to how we can avoid, how do the two let me read this again. How do the two different forms of arsenic come to be, and how can we avoid the inorganic form?
Well, arsenic is it's natural in this environment, right? It's not, it's just a part of life. So you can't necessarily avoid it. What you can do is when looking at land, say if you're growing outside, you can do your due diligence and make sure to inspect the soil and have soil quality testing done, and so on to make sure you have small amounts. But you're not going to avoid it completely. It just won't happen. And in terms of how do we keep the arsenic in a organic form, I would say promoting a healthy biology would probably be key with that, because the microbes are also going to be fungi, bacteria, and so on. You know, insects in the soil, nematodes would all be bioaccumulating this as well. And, you know, in small enough amounts distributed apart across the food system, it's not really an issue. And I would say you have, you know, more of a chance of, you know, being concerned with potentially, you know, some of the toys we get or the paints we use and so on, you know, or compounds we use and building materials than necessarily the arsenic that is in our food in small amounts, because I would say pretty much almost 100% of all of our food has some levels of heavy metals, you know, or at least very small quantities.
We had another person ask, is there any other way that you can get heavy metals? I know I've also seen some higher heavy metals on certain rock dusts. Have you found any other vectors?
So I would say I haven't seen a lot of vectors, and, you know, to be honest, a lot of, I mean, like you said, rock dust. And so inputs in general would be period, you know, is like, where are these coming from? It's from inputs. And so typically that might be source water, which most farmers I'm working with here, especially in the US, are using city water, or if you're using well water, obviously it can build up in there. So you want to get your well water tested. And so, you know, it comes from the sources that it's coming into. So besides like the applicants that you're applying, the water that it's being grown in, the fish feed that's being applied, and the soil mixture that you're using, if you're doing do a root zone, or even inert media, you know, could, and I say inert, another media that is not inert could potentially leach it. And so those would be some areas. I want to say, let me see if I have something real quick. No. Sometimes, so plants can expel perhaps some of this through volatilization in their leaves and in their compounds, but I don't know if arsenic can. I know selenium can be expelled via its leaves. So potentially it might be able to take it up through the air is what I was getting to. So if your air is like heavily polluted, it would make sense that it could potentially form, especially if mist was on your plants and then attracted the, you know, charged particles in the air. It would make sense that it could do something like that.
That's interesting. Yeah, no, and I've definitely had a couple of different reports as well of people failing for arsenic. And again, we traced it back to kelp, is just like you were talking about. So it's also great to see that, you know, being further confirmed as well. And it's great to see all the awesome work that you're doing. Why don't you tell everybody how to find you and how they can find out more information about you? I know you mentioned it a little bit earlier, but why don't you refresh everybody in case they caught us late?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm very, you know, in terms of places to reach me, you can do so through my email at joe@regenaquaculture.com. Our website you can visit, which is regenaquaculture.com. And you can learn a lot about our services and some of the things we're working on. And outside of that, I highly employ you to reach out to me on LinkedIn or another form of social media. I also have a kind of one link to rule them all, which is my link tree, and gives you access to schedule meetings with me and, you know, follow me in our work at Regen Aquaculture. So perhaps Steve, you can at the conference put that in the description for people later on.
Yep. Absolutely. Awesome. Yeah, we'll be adding, for those of you that are asking why we don't have links in the chat, last year when I put links to everyone's chat in it, it immediately got the channel flagged and I almost got the channel deleted. So we're going to only be posting social media links for this, unfortunately, just because we literally almost lost the channel after last year's conference. So I will have a link to your social media on there and your link tree, and from there they can find the rest of your stuff. But if anyone's curious as to why we don't have links in the chat, that is why specifically. They flagged us for Mammoth P, Breeder Steve, and a bunch of other stuff that just was like people's personal blog sites and nothing to do with cannabis directly. So thank you so much for speaking.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Steve, for having me. I look forward to watching and hearing the rest of the talks. So have a great rest of the day. Thank you again, everyone, for coming. And I look forward to speaking with some of you.
Really
I'm gonna go ahead and
appreciate
leave
it.
now.
All right. Next up, we have Tanner Stewart from Canada. He'll be joining us here momentarily. I know he joined us a little bit earlier this morning. Hopefully he has no issues reconnecting. Thanks a lot, Joe. That was a really informative talk, and also great to see some resources for people trying to avoid some of those heavy metal issues that we've talked about before. Be sure you guys check out ap420.com, sign up with your email, and be entered to win an SK403 from Spectrum King, along with a copy of the Aquaponic Cannabis Masterclass and nutrients for 12 weeks of flower from True Aquaponics and apnewts.com. Thanks a lot for them for donating those items. And if you're looking for a long format educational course on aquaponics from Marty and I, you can check that out over at apmjclass.com. Tanner Stewart, I have the pleasure of meeting a couple of times now at various different events. He's an awesome guy. He's doing some awesome work up there in Canada, working on some cultivar, all different types of wonderful cultivars growing with aquaponics and in living soil. And he's making all different types of cool products too. Some stuff I think you guys haven't heard of people making yet anywhere on this channel. So thanks a lot for joining us today, and tell us a little bit about yourself and what you've been up to in Canada, because you've been a busy bee this last year.
Thanks, Steve. I just happy to be here. Always happy to join the conversation on fish manure and plants combined together. It has been a absolute insane year for Stewart Farms. We received our Health Canada license April 2020. Fun Stewart Farms history bullet point is I actually moved our genetics library and all of our cannabis plants into our facility here in St. Stephen, New Brunswick. That was 4/20/2020. We got the go ahead to do it April 13th. And I was like, you know what? 4/20/2020 is 7 days away. So I'll just wait. And so that will kind of forever be the anniversary of when Stewart Farms started, legally cultivating in the cannabis space. So from there to now, I actually have a new descriptor about Stewart Farms. I wrote it here recently, and I think it might be the most accurate way I've captured our team thus far. It says weed, topicals, and fish. That's an odd combination, but we're an odd bunch. Our team is insanely passionate about the plant and helping people feel better in Mother Nature herself. So the topicals component has been the main revenue driver of Stewart Farms since last December. We sell infused bath bombs. We sold over 100,000 infused bath bombs in the last year and counting. And of course, we're headed into our extremely busy season right now. So come to find out, nobody takes baths during the summer. So just a little bit of market information for any of you cannabis people out there that are getting into the bath category. We have a heat wave and North America's on fire. People aren't taking as many baths. So aside from that, we're doing salt soaks and pain creams. So that's all. We've got about 8 new SKUs launching right now, which we're just so excited about. And then of course, in addition to that, we are very, very focused on genetics. So luckily, Health Canada gave us the ability to do a genetic declaration, and we have one of the largest federally registered cannabis libraries in the industry. This would pale in comparison to many, many, many genetic libraries that are held still in the gray market or whatever we're calling the not the not legal market these days. But anyways, these are some of our pillar strains that we're launching. So Mandelbrot's Royal Kush, shout out to Emerald Mountain and Ben and all those guys over there. So this is Mandelbrot's Royal Kush, and it is absolutely a beautiful strain, one of my favorites for sure. We have Original Cookies. We called it Original Cookies. This is the original Girl Scout cookies cut that was held in Humboldt since 2008. Shout out to our mentor and advisor, Kevin Jodry, down there in Garberville, I've got to turn my phone off before these things start. Yeah, and then another one of our genetics we're launching here is Brittany Frozen Lemons. This was kind of interesting because it was a Capulator special release that I actually was down there at Emerald Cup in 2019, so able to get my hands on, and it was only released at the Emerald Cup. So this is Fruity Pebbles OG by the Britney Spears Pheno, and of course, most of you would know Capulator from his infamous Mac 1 genetic, and that's really the newest of these four pillar genetics that we're anchoring Stewart Farms on right now. The other one here is Hollywood OG, and this the breeder is unknown, but this is one of the original OG Kushes, an original Kush cut, among the rarest of OGs. And some people think it might be called Hollywood OG because at one point it was selling for $1,000 an ounce on Hollywood Boulevard. Of course, those are prices that we don't see in the and we'll never see again in the legal space for sure. But yeah, a little bit of history there. So I thought, Steve, I'd go a little bit down memory lane and give your audience a little bit of background on myself and my journey through aquaponics and kind of where we are now. So I originally started back in about 2015, going into 2016, in leafy greens. This is my old farm. I was with a company called Aquaponics. We were doing spinach, kale, arugula, Swiss chard. We actually designed these LED lights because at the time, back in 2015 and 2016, it cannot be underappreciated how far the LED industry has come. It's actually insane how quickly LED lighting has advanced. But at the time, we couldn't quite find the LEDs that we thought would work well or would be specially designed for leafy greens. Of course, you can see here we were still stuck in the concept of, let's go far red or let's go far blue. Now I'm on the full spectrum train, but at the time we designed these lights and had them installed in our farm. This was pure aquaponic cultivation. So again, I spent about 3 years overseeing these operations. This was a uncoupled, so this was a completely closed loop system. It was continuous flow between the vertical racking and the fish system. We were using rock wall. Not my favorite grow medium as far as its sustainability side, but there's a reason it is the most used grow medium in the entire controlled environment agriculture community. It's because it's so damn good for its inertness, its wicking properties. We're using it at Stewart Farms to root our clones right now as well. But yeah, this was really what made me fall in love with aquaponics. Was my years at Nutraponics. There's our chief science officer, Stephanie Bach, at the time. So she during our time there, we more than tripled our yields on a per square foot or per square meter basis, whichever you prefer. And it was really the foundation of what Stewart Farms has been built on to date. And it was funny because when I was entering the cannabis space and I was running around going to cannabis conferences and really just gearing up for what direction I was going to take Stewart Farms from a product perspective. I kept getting told over and over again, as if it was this great revelation. Tanner, cannabis is not like lettuce. It's a whole lot different to grow and blah, 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 blah. And, I was really on the defensive in an ongoing basis, acknowledging that I understood that cannabis was a fruiting crop and it had grown, it grows much differently and will react differently, et cetera. But, since I've got Stewart Farms up and running, and I continue to look back at that 3 years that I spent heavily focused on, you can see in this picture how beautiful these leafy greens were. I realized that I was doing a crop cycle with our team at Aquaponics. We were doing a crop cycle every 30 days. And yes, there was much different nutrient requirements, and it was quite a different system because we were using pure aquaponics. We were actually using a nutrient film technique here. So actually, if I go back to this picture, you will see that these are not deep water culture beds. This is very, very dense spacing here in the vertical racking system we were running. It was all gravity drain. You can see one of the drainage pipes here. It was all gravity drain. And we did have one deep water culture bed at the very, very bottom of the system. I don't know if I can find I don't know if there's a pan shot of that or not, if I can try to find it. So we did, but the deep water culture, no, I can't find one, but anyways, the bottom deep water culture tray was purely for drainage. So that's why we had it. So we just had a big drainage pan at the bottom of this multi-tiered racking system. And that was DWC because it was convenient, but the rest of this was nutrient film technique. So we had the only about a quarter and eighth of an inch underneath the grow boards of the plants. So the rock wall basically sat directly on it was industrial landscape fabric is what we were using to keep the water spread out evenly, but it was just a continuous flow of about a quarter inch to an eighth of an inch of water continually draining, going back into the fish system and then back into the racking system. So every 30 days we were running a new crop. So when I think about that again from a cannabis perspective, I think, wait a minute. I was learning something new every 30 days, right? Now, yes, we were learning how to grow leafy greens, but leafy greens in a continuous flow aquaponic system. I mean, things go south real fast. they go real good real fast, or they go real bad real fast. So this 3 years in leafy greens was, in controlled environment agriculture was absolutely invaluable. So in 2018, I decided that I was far more familiar with cannabis than leafy greens. So I moved on and into my own operation, Stewart Farms, and I'm going to attempt to show you guys a 3-minute video. Steve, let me know. Hopefully the audio sounds good here, but this is just going to give you a nice little overview of what we have going on at Stewart Farms. And then later I'm going to get into a research presentation of work that we're doing right now. So let's see if this goes well here.
Stewart Farms is a licensed cannabis producer located in St. Stephen, New Brunswick. They use innovative technologies to produce legal cannabis and cannabis-infused products within their controlled environmental farming and aquaponics growing facility. At Stewart Farms, aquaponics pairs with aquaculture for raising tilapia and organic living soil for growing cannabis plants. This circular system uses fish byproducts, which are converted into a natural plant fertilizer. The plants benefit from the added nutrients, bacteria, and microbial activity, which complements the organic living soil. No pesticides are used in this living ecosystem. Stewart Farms has 5 grow rooms designed for different stages. They use controlled environmental systems to provide the optimal temperature, light, and humidity levels. Quality control is key to comply with security and traceability in this highly regulated industry. Research and tests on cultivars are ongoing and keep their biologists busy collecting data for further tests and validations. Stewart Farms is the first Canadian licensed producer to launch a cannabis product in fully biodegradable packaging. Their challenge with cannabis packaging has been the lack of options available domestically. Their sales have surged, and they now have 16 underemployed workers from the St. Croix Vocational Centre to help assemble sustainable child-resistant cartons. A team of 17 professionals follows strict operating procedures to deliver high-quality products safely and effectively. They work in a secure facility where quality is of the utmost importance. Some required skills are working with plants, attention to detail, and following exacting protocols. Stewart Farms has a female-run leadership in key areas, contributing to reducing the gender gap in the cannabis industry. Stewart Farms are experts in eco-friendly farming. Their expansion plans for vertical farming will continue now that the province-wide farm gate sales have been announced. As leaders in innovative technologies, their sustainable products continue to create bioeconomy opportunities in New Brunswick.
Yeah, so that was a video that was done up by a local government organization for us, which is why it was very, very third party. But no, we've got an absolutely amazing team on the cultivation side and the topicals production side. We're a small company in relation to the giants in the Canadian cannabis industry, like Canopy and Tilray and Afria and Organogram and all these guys. But we are punching significantly above our weight in the space. But before I go on here and get into a little more on the fish side and the scientific side, I convinced my wife to get my kids to watch this. So I just want to shout out to Clark Stewart and Quinn Stewart. If you guys are actually paying attention to this right now, I appreciate that. So they've been coming along on the vertical farming ride since they were born. My son's 7 and my daughter's 5. So they kind of grew up in that Nutraponics farm when we were out in Alberta. But okay, so I'm just going to move on to a little more about Stewart Farms. So we put our fish. So we're using a Black Nile tilapia. This was a video of me actually having to cross the border into the U.S. This was not too long after COVID originally kicked off. Shout out to Americulture, where that's Gary Chapman there. He's my fish mentor and land-based aquaculture expert. Gary's been in land-based aquaculture for about 40 years. He keeps his genetics with his partner Damien down in New Mexico at Americulture. So this is us roughly exactly about a year ago. I'm about 12 months into operating this new system. This was at about 3 a.m. in the morning after I just got back from Calais, Maine. I had to cross the border to get these fish. And, as a guy who is the CEO of a cannabis company, crossing the border can be a little bit nerve-wracking regardless, because it's still federally illegal in the U.S. And here I am crossing the border at 3 a.m. in the morning to meet a guy at a gas station in Calais, Maine, to pick up 2 boxes of fish. So it was a weird conversation with the border guards. I was detained for about 45 minutes in question, but anyways, here we are acclimating the little guys into our system, and just getting them settled in. I would say these are probably some of the happiest, well looked after tilapia in North America. they're not overly dense. This is purely they're purely for research right now. And there's Gary there. So yeah, we were pretty tired. So that was them about a year ago. This is them now. So they're on average about 1.5 pounds. So if we were selling these fish to market, it would be time to sell these guys to market right about now. So 1.5 pounds for tilapia is your perfect skillet size. Originally, we had chose to move forward with these Black Nile tilapia in our current operation for a couple reasons. First off, Gary has amazing genetics. So these are the Black Nile genetic. Gary had sent a team of researchers over to Egypt about 20 years ago. And the original brood stock for these tilapia were actually taken out of Lake Nassar. So I could pretty confidently tell you that the brood stock that formed, this is about 8th generation of this specific Black Nile tilapia genetics. So Gary and his partners have been mapping the DNA profiles before every breeding maneuver of these tilapia. This is probably the foremost tilapia genetic globally right now, a pedigree tilapia genetic. And for those of you who know, which is probably most of you who know quite a bit about fish genetics, is we are really in the infancy of pedigree fish genetics still on a global basis. There's not many stable genetics across multiple species. Salmon, of course, and trout are two of your most genetically stable species in fish, and that's because so much money and research and time has gone into those species. Sturgeon has pretty decent genetic stock out there. There's some great coho salmon genetics out there as well. But yeah, so back to originally we got into these tilapia, one for genetics, and because Gary Chapman has great genetics. Two, we were planning on servicing the live Asian markets in Boston and New York with this fish. So where we're located here in St. Stephen, New Brunswick, we're 6.5 hours north of Boston and 9 hours north of New York. Since we put the fish in our system, the U.S. has actually shut down the ability to export tilapia. They shut down their borders as a whole to live tilapia. And this was because a organization from another country sent some diseased tilapia into the U.S. And unfortunately, they shut down the borders for everybody. So our long-term business plan of selling these tilapia cross-border to the United States is not secure anymore. So we are looking at converting over potentially and probably to a coho salmon when we go full scale commercial aquaculture. So I'm talking 200 metric tons plus. So there is one other cannabis company in Canada right now that is farming with coho salmon. So I'll give a shout out to Rudy and the guys and gals over at Habitat on the west coast of BC. They're farming a beautiful coho salmon right now, and they're doing deep water culture in their aquaponics system. But yeah, so that's kind of the story of our fish. So right now we're going to continue running trials with these specific tilapia and dig it into the microbiome of the water, the microbiome of the soil, and further investigating what's going on with these guys until we eventually do the changeover. So with that being said, I will take you guys into the current research project that we've started with our tilapia. All right. So that's just a shot of that faithful night when Gary and I slammed those fish in there at 3 a.m. That was definitely a long day. So this is the very beginning of multiple research projects that Stewart Farms will be doing. I love the last two presentations back to back. I believe the one guy's name was Victor, the PhD that you had on there before. He was really diving into the exact work that Stewart Farms is going to be focused on long term. It's all about the microbiome for us. And you know, what is happening? What are those plant growth promoting microbes? Well, which ones are plant growth promoting, and what are they doing, and how can we harness that better? So this current project that we're literally in the middle of is the impact of our Nile tilapia effluent on the biomass and cannabinoid concentrations of our cannabis plants. So in this trial, we are growing dosi cake, a cross between dosi doughs and wedding cake, I believe, and that is an archive seed bank genetic. And we're growing this dosi dose in Adonis living soil. So the goal of this project is to determine if there's any significant difference in yield, cannabinoid concentration, terpene concentration in plants receiving filtered water only versus plants receiving effluent from the fish farm. This project is the base of a larger study examining the microbes present in the fish water and living soil and their impact on cannabis plant growth, in this case, dosi cakes. So for this trial, we have 180 plants, 180 dosi cakes. This, of course, is media-based aquaponics, and we created 3 treatment groups. So one group is pure filtered water. Our water comes in, it's city water or town water, I guess, but we run everything through a carbon filter, and we do pH our water as well to a 6.2 or 6.3 on average for our soil. The other treatment group is 50% filtered water and 50% fish effluent. And the third was pure fish effluent. And of course, the media we're using is Adonis living soil. So this is what that trial looked like. So table 4 of our dosi cakes, this was dosi cake 57. So this was a result of a 78 seed pheno hunt. We're actually going to be discontinuing dosi cake 57 after we've harvested from this trial. This trial gave us the indication that this specific dosi cake is a little more sensitive than we had hoped. And for that reason, we're actually going to be discontinuing this genetic. But luckily, we were blessed with this unforeseen issue, which you're going to see a little bit about here, that really helped, I think, improve the quality of this trial. Although, you know, so this is definitely a lemons into lemonade type situation. So yeah, table 4, 100% fish water. Table 3, 50% fish effluent, and tables 1 and 2 are pure tap water or pure filtered water. So this was what our grow room looked like earlier on. So of course, these 2 tables are the pure filtered water. This table is the 50% fish effluent, and this table here is the 100% fish effluent system. So I covered a bit of this earlier. Why Nile tilapia? Well, we've got great genetics. They're disease resistant. And I'm just very familiar with the fish. This is going on about year 5 that I've been aquaponically farming with these specific genetics and learning the ins and outs with Gary Chapman. I mean, they just look absolutely beautiful right now. So it's too bad they're not going to market. These are not pets, although I do really like them and they are very friendly. But we will eat them as the tanks become overcrowded and we need to create some more space for them. And they are delicious and they're very well fed as well. So yeah, you see 711 grams. That's exactly about 1.5 pounds, and that would be ideal market size if we were going to sell them. So this is our obviously very tiny land-based fish system for research purposes at this time. We have our two main tanks. We got a couple auto feeders back here. In the background here, actually, you can see our carbon filter. So all the water in our facility runs through this carbon filter, whether it runs into the fish system or not. Here we have our bead filter, and of course, a nice drum filter as well. This is a decently oversized drum filter for the size of this system. And over here is the tank that we pull our fish effluent out of. So in that Instagram video I was showing earlier, you might have seen that we aerate the water, and we just simply put it into barrels and manually transport it from this room into our other grow rooms. That's how we're doing it right now. A little bit more about our living soil. So we're using Adonis Growing Solution soil. It is an organic living soil produced right here in New Brunswick. It's unbelievable stuff. We're using it for all of our pheno hunting. We are getting just phenomenal THC levels and results with this soil. We've got those dosi cakes as an example, our 4 top phenos, of which 57 is going to be sliced off the list here next week. All of those cultivars ended up between like 27% and 32% THC levels. We have that Hollywood OG I showed you guys on our genetic catalog overview. That's pushing numbers over 30% THC as well. So, I've kind of taken to the statement that anyone who tells you that you can't get high cannabinoid levels out of a living system, they are using the wrong grow mediums, and they're just doing it wrong, pretty much. So we're very proud of the performance of this soil. So it's teeming with beneficial bacteria, of course, like any other living soil. We're not using any additives whatsoever other than the fish water in these trials. No bloom boosters, no nothing. We're using only 4-gallon pots as well. So that is kind of that's working really good for us. For me, when I think about the goal of growing with a living soil, especially because it comes preloaded and all your money is in that pot in advance. The goal is to use every single bit of nutrient in that pot and not have too much. So when we decided to use 4-gallon as opposed to a 5, 6, or 7, which many living soil suppliers would probably recommend, more soil mass, more root mass is sort of the stance for a lot of the soil suppliers, and I mean, of course, it's a given. If you've done lots of outdoor growing, you can get 6-foot tall plants in about 90 days. But in an indoor setting, first off, my attitude was, well, I really don't want to use a 7-gallon because it's going to cost me twice as much money. And my other viewpoint was I really would rather there be not enough nutrient in the soil and potentially have to top up with an organic amendment to be sure we're getting 100% of the value out of that soil. And also ideally so that we're creating that stress on that particular genetic at the end of the flower cycle. So the goal is to run out of nutrient by week 7, 8, or 9, depending on how long of a flowering cycle that particular genetic has. And that would really create essentially a natural flush and a starvation within the plant, and so that it would produce higher cannabinoids, so that it would be more stressed in a positive way at the end. And that seems to be working out pretty good for us. I mean, I'm gonna admit that the 4-gallon at the beginning was mainly a cost decision, but it seems to have worked out by accident biologically and performance wise as well. Another cool thing about this soil, of course, is over half the ingredients are hyper local to the manufacturing of the soil. I know there's a lot of debate on the sustainability of building a living soil. In this case, with Adonis, they actually farm. They have their own worms right on site. Absolutely beautiful worms. So we can drive up to their soil manufacturing facility and see the worms. The worms are feeding off this amazing seafood compost. Of course, we're in Atlantic Canada, so lots of seafood refuse is kicking around. So these are well-fed, well-farmed worms, and then they're just producing this beautiful worm manure. There's no chicken manure at all. It's just pure worm manure in this living soil. And then they have all their beautiful additional ingredients. 1 second here. I got some more notes here. You know, you got seafood, perlite, cocoa coir, peat moss, alfalfa meal, kelp meal. So, you know, all of your basic building blocks for a great living soil. But I guess the final bullet point with these Adonis guys is that they're also cannabis growers. So this is living soil that is absolutely specifically formulated for cannabis, and the lead formulator over there, his name's Kenneth Robichaud, and he is just obsessed with improving the mix on this soil and having it get better and better results for us. So we're basically a research partner with Adonis. One of our earliest trials was using the Adonis soil versus another living soil. It was never a question if we were going to use a living soil or not, but we ran it head to head with another very popular living soil. And on our first 2 grows, we actually were running Royal Kush and Original Cookies in one room, and we had a Sky Cuddler Kush, and I think it was Original Cookies again in our second room. And we ran Adonis head to head with another leading living soil, and across 3 different strains, it averaged about 20% better yield in the Adonis soil. We could water it more vigorously without fear of the Adonis soil clumping up and getting muddy. I think that has a lot to do with the lack of chicken manure in it, and of course the healthy amount of peat moss and carbon char and perlite that's in the soil. It also averaged about 2% higher cannabinoids across the board in those 2 trials. So it was basically a no-brainer to carry on with our partner Adonis. So in this grow, we had a couple challenges pop up, and this is the first time we've seen something like this happen since April 2020 in one of our grows. We ended up in a extremely stressed situation with our plants. We had our leaves curling upward, intervenal chlorosis, necrosis, and in chlorotic areas, brown spotting on leaf serrations. So we had symptoms consistent with nutrient burn and ammonia toxicity. So part of this we're actually attributing to a little bit more of a sensitive genetic, but also the soil being a little bit hot on this one particular batch. So it gave us this issue to monitor while we were doing this fish water trial. So the common denominator between the 2 rooms was the living soil. So we hypothesized that the cause was hot soil in this case, and we ended up with some excessive ammonia. So amongst the treatment groups, 1 second there. Let's see here. So we definitely determined there was no under or overwatering. The signs of stress varied amongst the treatment groups. So bearing in mind, we had pure water, 50% fish effluent, and then 100% fish effluent. everything else was the same because this was all in one room. So we had these severe signs of stress within our dosi cakes. But wow, look at this. So obviously pure filtered water is on the left. Filtered water plus aquaculture effluent. So that's the 50% fish effluent in the middle. And the pure aquaculture effluent is on the right. And if you had been standing in the grow room, just visually, you could look at the one table with 100% fish effluent. And, you know, if its damage was roughly about 20% of the foliage, and the filtered water and the aquaculture effluent was about 50%. And then, as you can see here, the purely filtered water, it was almost about 100% damage on the foliage. It's absolutely unbelievable the increased or fortification, I would say, in the immune system of the plants that received 100% fish effluent. So we attributed this to ammonia toxicity. And as the fish cultivation effluent contains nitrifying bacteria capable of breaking down ammonia, we're assuming, this is an assumption at this point, that is what happened, that the fish effluent enabled the nitrogen to break down better. So regardless of the cause of the stress, plants receiving the fish effluent were visibly more capable of handling the stress than those receiving only filtered water. So the soil has been sent out for testing. I was hoping to have the results back in time, but we literally just harvested this room last week. So the conference was scheduled a little bit closer to when we could have actual lab testing results back to verify that hypothesis. But here is what we were able to pull together. So because of the severe stress response, some of the plants showing 27 were required to be harvested early. And that was only in the filtered water group. Plants receiving cultivation fish effluent had an average weight of 250 grams per plant, while plants receiving filtered water only had an average of 171 grams per plant. I mean, it's very significant. Now, there wasn't that much of a difference in yielded weight between the fully fed fish effluent control group and the 50% fish effluent group, so 250 to 248. Visibly, there was a significant difference, as I said. So visibly, this group by far looked like it had very little issues. But when you go to a actual yield, whoops, went the wrong way here. When you go by actual yield, the amount is different. So, or significant, sorry, the yield is quite significant. So all of this is out for cannabinoid and terpene, are going out for cannabinoid and terpene testing here within the next 2 weeks. So we'll have a final answer on what happened with cannabinoids and what happened with terpenes. We also have the soil out for testing as well. So we get a lab called Pathogenia here in Canada to do our cannabinoid and terpene testing. The microbiome analysis. So this is, of course, what we are most excited about. And I'm sure many of the viewers are as well. We are looking to see what is the difference. So this is a foundational study for us. So it's really as simple as looking and saying, okay, what is the microbiome within the soil that received only filtered water versus 50% fish effluent versus 100% fish effluent. And we're also going to be testing the water on its own. So we'll just have this baseline of microbiome comparisons, and it's going to inform the baseline of our future studies. So of course, we're going to library out the species as well. So we did some of these studies at Nutraponics. When I was there, they were simply identifying studies to see what was in our fish water. Of course, 60% of the microbes that we when we did our lab testing at Nutraponics, they were directly from the fish gut. So for the future of this project and our other projects, soil and water microbiome analysis, that's going to be ongoing. We're going to be investigating the impact of individual microbes, so plant growth promoting microbes. That is the search. It's almost it was surprising to me when we started entering this field how little is actually known about what microbes are doing what. That's also what is equally exciting for us, because it is the new frontier, and whatever work we're going to be doing in this space is hopefully going to contribute to the mass body of larger science. We're going to be manipulating the soil and the water microbiomes to enhance harvest outcomes. So of course, that's the goal. That's the dream. We're going to experiment with more sustainable fish feed options. So one of our microbiome comparison maneuvers will be switching our fish feed after, probably not before the next 6 or 7 months. We need to get a few more solid data points and lab tests and microbiome snapshots to kind of be decently confident in the makeup of our tilapia's microbiome on their current fish feed. Then we want to switch to a fish feed that is more heavy in either a bloat fly or an algae, something that doesn't have fish meal in it whatsoever. And we want to see what that does to the microbiome. So we're really just going to be tracking those changes, and again, looking for anything that is interesting that we can and that we can create a new hypothesis or theory off of. And we're going to experiment with effluent from other species. So that's referring to a little further down the road when we look at switching over to coho salmon. So that's where this study is at, and that is what we are currently working on with farms.
Well, that was awesome. What other maybe what's the next trial that you're looking to do after this one?
Well, one of the nearest term trials we want to be working on, Steve, is of course fish effluent only without any living soil. Of course, we have to set up a table a little more hydroponically to do that. It's to be determined on what kind of medium we should use to do that. I'd probably want to use a few different mediums. Honestly, we have about 45 plants per table. So I'd want to go maybe 15, 15, 15, and 15 and use 3 separate hydroponic mediums to, rock wall maybe versus carbon char. I'd probably get some recommendations from yourself, maybe a cocoa coir as an example, and look at removing the soil altogether. But in order for us to do those kinds of trials, I have to not be pheno hunting. So those 2 rooms I just showed you, they're going right back into a massive pheno hunt. So like this dosi cake run, we did 2 rooms of this dosi cake, and it was the first time since April 2020 that we didn't have like a shitload of phenos in those rooms. So I was like, all right, we could do a good aquaponics trial in here. So you have to be monocropping to do to be doing these kinds of trials. So one of my main missions is to get a couple more grow rooms so I can keep monocropping and pheno hunting as opposed to switching functions back and forth, right? So.
Oh yeah. Is there any other products maybe that you haven't launched yet that you're looking to get into? I know Canada's kind of had a slow roll on a lot of different products. I know I've been affected by that with some of the projects I was working on up there before. Have you dealt with kind of some stuff that you wish you could get on the market already that you kind of have in the wings but can't quite get on the market quite yet?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got a pretty significant product pipeline. We're adding salt soaks to our line of bath products here. Those are all launching as we speak. One of them is called Seaweed OG. One of the cool things about that is I'm shouting out to what I believe is the original meaning of OG, ocean grown, seaweed ocean grown. And we have seaweed in these salt soaks from the Bay of Fundy, which is 20 minutes away from here. So that's like a hyper local ingredient that we're putting in these salt soaks. So really, we're just kind of like trying to continue our intended domination in the in the bath category across Canada. More topicals. We've got our pain creams that are coming down the line. And we're just going to kind of keep expanding that health and wellness category as much as possible. On the flower side, we're launching pre-rolls right now, 1 gram pre-rolls, half-gram pre-rolls. Oh, very cool. Our bath bombs were kind of one of the first products in the Canadian cannabis space to be 100% biodegradable, because of course we're using a box. So when you use paper, you're not using any plastic. But our pre-rolls, we really latched on to this new doob tube that is coming out of the United States, actually, down there. And it's a completely home compostable tube made of hemp. So you can literally throw this tube into your compost pile, and in 6 to 12 months, it's going to be gone, depending on how many times you turn your compost pile. We are loving this. So all of our new pre-rolls are coming out in this home compostable tube. And down the road, we're definitely going to be we're looking at concentrates here right now as well. Single strain, specialized and specially sourced craft concentrates is that's a little further down the road, but that we're looking at that on the smokable side.
Well, that's great. What other advice do you have for people maybe looking to get into the commercial aquaponic space? Is there any maybe big hurdles that you ran into earlier on, or is there anything that maybe was less of a hurdle than you thought it would be?
Yeah, I actually touched on it a little bit with the issue with our tilapia, because of course our next phase is going to be 200 metric tons of a fish species, and that's going to go hand in hand with us expanding our fertilizer design projects off of the extra manure we'll get from this larger fish farm, and it'll give us a fish product at that time. But we have to switch our fish species right now because of these regulations that have been put at the U.S. border that we did not see coming. So my biggest advice is, when you're getting into aquaponics, if you're truly looking to make money off of your fish, as opposed to it being a lost leader, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here, and probably many other speakers have said this already, but really understand your fish market and where these fish are going to go, and understand the differences in managing these fish as well. So we're looking at switching over to a coho salmon as opposed to a Atlantic salmon, and I'm in Atlantic Canada, but there are higher difficulties in farming Atlantic salmon, or different difficulties in farming Atlantic salmon than there are in a coho salmon. We have a good line on great genetics in the coho space as well. And we're a company who really did understand, which is why we went with tilapia. We understood our market and where our market was going to be. It was going to be Boston and New York. We didn't foresee the border getting shut down on us kind of midway through. And I can't rely on it opening. I can't rely on it opening again. And if it does open again, I can't rely on it not closing again after seeing what's happened. It's been closed for almost a year and a half now. So that's one of my biggest points of advice, is just understanding your fish market, your fish species, and maybe having a plan B just in case. If this fish doesn't work out, this would be our second choice. And this is why we would move into that fish species and just have it ready to pull out just in case. No.
I know I certainly was caught unaware. I mean, I was planning on moving to Africa for the foreseeable future as home base for a little while, and
Mhm.
that certainly got turned up on its head, catching one of the last flights out of there to get back to the States for an unknown amount of time. So I certainly feel you on that one. It was like either stay in Africa throughout however long this is going to take, or fly home now. So,
Yeah. Oh, so you got caught with the same issue.
Yep.
Literally this.
no, I had gone to Africa in December of
Yeah.
2019 and came back in April. Because the whole world basically.
Oh, sorry, COVID. Yeah, the other issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we run into goofy stuff with the regulators here on the state side because the feds still won't let the meat inspectors into a Schedule 1 facility. So if you're above 0.3% THC, you legally can't get a meat processing license, which is just this comically idiotic thing that I'm sure none of the regulators actually had any intention of causing. But it certainly is, kind of goofy.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So on that note, let me ask you one last question that's almost as funny and goofy and hard to answer with a straight face. How was your overall experience dealing with Health Canada regarding licensing?
So honestly, as far as the fish went, as far as us being an aquaponic grower, they were fine with that. So we didn't have any issues getting licensed as an aquaponics farmer. It was just the timeline. And that just came with the territory of being a decently early entrant into the Canadian cannabis legal system. I mean, we were 3 or 4 years later than a lot, the first 300 or 400, but there's about 780 roughly licensed producers today in Canada. So the most painful part of the whole entire Health Canada licensing process was when we were ready to start growing. And it wasn't April 2020, it was October 2019 when we were ready. We sent Health Canada our entire package. We said, okay, we're ready. And then my company had to sit there. My building sat empty with no cannabis plants in them for about 6 months. So that was a very financially, getting to where we are, the entire history of Stewart Farms has and like many startup companies, it's always financially painful because you're a startup company and we're small. We're not burning tens of millions of dollars of other people's money that, from the public markets, per quarter. We have to get to profitability as quickly as humanly possible because we're bootstrapped and tiny. But that's 6 months of we're ready to operate to just waiting to hear to get that final go ahead from Health Canada. That was the most painful 6 months in the entire process because you were just put on hold. So if there are any of you, it's a little better, I think, with micro cultivators than a full LP like we are. So I think the process might be a little bit faster. But if there's any Canadians out there that are looking at getting into the space and going through the whole Health Canada process, number one, I want to tell you, do not pay an arm and a leg to somebody to get your license. There's many affordable and reasonably priced consultants out there that can take you through the licensing process. So if somebody's trying to charge you, upwards of $20,000 plus or more, there's cheaper options out there. So let me throw that little nugget out there. Be very, very, very careful of who you go to work with to get your license if you do need support. But also be prepared to wait. That it's, you got to spend as little money as possible at the beginning and get that building ready to go and build it into your business plan that, it's going to take a year to get our license even today. And then we're going to start operating. And genetics. You got, you got to know, don't turn your farm on and be like, oh, I wonder if these are the right genetics to grow or you got to know, because you got to hit the market with a good foot forward. And you don't want to be starting with, X genetics that are going to hit under 20% THC. It's a THC driven game. It's no different in California, one of the most mature markets in all the world, and many other markets. And this is unfortunate for all of us cannabis connoisseurs. Like we know we don't go chasing THC, but the majority of consumers do. So, don't, first off, know your genetic and make sure it's not a genetic that's under 20% THC because you love it. It doesn't matter what you like. You got to focus on what the industry is after, right? To make a go of it, make money, then do science. We're kind of doing both at the same time, but
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted there.
Oh.
Thank you, everybody, or thanks for joining us today. Why don't you tell everybody how to find you there, Tanner, and how they can find out your products if they're up in Canada and want to try and get a hold of them.
Yeah, so please follow us on Instagram and Facebook at stewartfarms.life. If you look up Stewart Farms with an S.life on Instagram or Facebook, will pop right up. Our team. I want to shout out to our director of cultivation, Genevieve Newton, or Miss Nudie Grows on Instagram as well. She's amazing. Katrina, our product development manager, who looks after Katrina Jackson. She looks after all of our topicals and designs all our bath bombs. Anyways, those girls and their teams, they do amazing Instagram reels. So I promise you'll be entertained by Stewart Farms Instagram. So that's stewartfarms.life. And yeah, and outside of that, you can find me on LinkedIn or on Instagram at tannerstewart.life as well. I see I'm rolling over my time here. Hey, Murray. gonna hand it off to Murray here. So thank you, Steve. I really appreciate it. Appreciate your time.
And I was just making sure, did we have Murray scheduled next, or is he just early? Am I off on my schedule?
No, it'd be me that'll be off if anyone, mate.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say,
You guys.
I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a mix-up on the. Okay.
So who have you got next then? Is it me or do I come back later?
Oh no, you're in a bit. You would be at. We have Dutch Blooms is going to be up next, and then you're up in 1, 2, 3, 4. You're in 5 hours.
5 hours. Okay, mate. See you then, eh?
Okay, thanks, man. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome to stay, hang out, and talk a little shit on me if you want. Give me a heckle crew.
No, I wouldn't do that. I've got to get my guys to work. It's Monday morning here, 7 a.m. So I've got to get my guys to work. So
okay, yeah, your talk is at 6 p.m. Pacific.
okay, I'll see you then. 5 hours time.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, that was certainly great to hear from Tanner Stewart, and quickly hear from Murray. He'll be back with us in a bit.
It might be our first cameo. I don't know that we've had a cameo before. It's nice.
Definitely check out his stuff at aquaponicdesigncourse.com. All right, Josh. Before we do that and move on to Josh's awesome talk, be sure to head over to ap420.com, sign up with your email so we can send you awesome info about upcoming educational regenerative conferences, including my own and Josh's and other awesome ones in the community. We want to try and get the word out more about different educational events. Sign up there and you'll be automatically entered to win an SK403 from Spectrum King, along with nutrients for up to 12 weeks of flower and a 300-gallon aquaponic system, and the copy of the virtual aquaponic cannabis class that we'll be doing a drawing for at the end of the thing as well. So enter your email there to be entered to win. And then also check out Marty and I's class over at apmjclass.com if you're looking for a long format version to learn a lot more about aquaponic cannabis. All right, Josh, thanks a little bit for taking the time to come and join us. You have an awesome presentation that you gave last year, and we're definitely looking forward to hearing what you have to tell us about this year. For those of you who don't know, Josh is the organizer and host of the Science of Regenerative Organic Cannabis Cultivation Conference. I'm probably the only person other than him that could actually recite that from memory from full. But it is the best conference that's in person. If you want to get out there, get some awesome seeds to trade on Sunday, or you want to come hang out with some great people and hang out with them in person, learn from them, and and really have a kind of a community family type experience in the cannabis industry. It really is one of the most healing and positive and recharging events that you can get as far as refilling your batteries after a long year of growing. And thanks for joining us, Josh.
Can you hear me?
About yourself and your farm. Yep.
Cool. Yeah, man. Thanks for having me on. I know others have noted before, but this is a really just cheers to you, Steve. I think this is a really cool thing that you do for the community. I mean, you know, it's for really no other reason. It's just a thing that you do to help out the community. And so, yeah, it's been awesome. I've been listening in all weekend as I've been working in the garden and catching bits and pieces of each talk, and it's really cool. I also got to participate alongside you in the Aquaponics Association conference. There were some similar folks talking, but it's cool to see the industry develop and grow. You know, just hearing people's research in the last couple of years has been really interesting. I was telling my wife before I hopped on, I was like, man, there's all these people in university and with a bunch of money doing what I'm doing, but they're testing it. And I was like, it's really cool. And like, you know, I kind of slowly fell into this. You know, I'm kind of the, if you will, the cook that doesn't cook with the recipe, but has learned slowly over time, you know, a little bit of this is too much, a little bit of that is not enough type thing. And that's how I approach my relationship to aquaponics. I was actually going to see if I can figure out how to screen share just for shits and giggles. To show a couple photos of my first experiences in aquaponics. How do I do the screen share, Steve? Share content, screen.
There you go.
All right. Can you see it?
Just give it a sec here. Doesn't look like we can. Do you want to try maybe screen sharing again?
Yep.
Should just be able to hit screen share and then choose the window that works for you.
Oh, there, I didn't hit start broadcast.
There you go.
All right. So there's just like, I've lost a lot of photos, but just this is back in 2013. I was setting up, you can see this is the first greenhouse with all the blue barrels in the background. And what I was growing here was microgreens and tomatoes. And I just kind of want to share this to share my process. See, I was growing, you know, here's tomatoes just starting out May 29th. And this is in Minnesota, just outside the Twin Cities, about an hour. So it's kind of earlier in the year to be getting these going. But what the system I started out with was to grow microgreens, and I ended up transitioning to grow tomatoes in this kind of drain to waste system where I would put living soil in these 5-gallon bags. And I would put a drip system on them that was being fed by an aquaponic fish system. I'm just going to skip through here. Here's a simple drain to waste ghost pepper system that I did right next to it. Just trying to figure some stuff out, but I'll get to the ones that I want to show you here in just a sec. Maybe I need to do this. There we go. Probably a better one. Sorry, I'm not a super prepared slide person, but where's the shot? There's a good one. So I started out probably was 2 years before this, in 2011 ish, that I was needing some money. I was in Minnesota farming vegetables, not making enough in the winter, and answered a Craigslist ad for an aeroponic, or I think it said hydroponic grower. And I got the opportunity to work for Living Greens Farms, which is in Faribault, Minnesota. And it was just an empty warehouse when I showed up. And we designed an aeroponic lettuce grow, in which we grew lettuce from seed to finish in like 20 some days, 17, 18, 19, 20 days. You know, like we started about 30 days and worked our way down. And it was really cool. But the kind of thing that doesn't, you know, aeroponics is super sustainable in one facet, that it uses a lot less water and a lot less energy. But the fact that I didn't like about it is that because of the mist, the fog is so fine, you can't use organic nutrients. So you have to use inorganic nutrients. And to me, that trade-off wasn't worth it. You know, I wanted to design a system that could do both. And so what you see here is after, you know, 3 months after I was working there, I built my own system and started growing aquaponically, thanks to Murray Hollum, actually. So while I was working there, I started Googling like organic aeroponics, organic hydroponics, and Sylvia, what's her last? Sylvia, the aquaponics. Yeah, the aquaponics source. And Murray Hollum were the folks that I found back then. And so I ordered Murray Hollum's series. There was a video series and a book, and I read up and I started doing a drain to waste, or, flood and drain system and simple filters. And then I built this whole greenhouse system to kind of combine the two ideas. And so what I have here is this, simple 4x8 tray. The system kind of evolved to a 4x8 tray that I had a gravel bed on that would trickle aquaponic nutrient water over the top, similar to an NFT, not a nutrient film technique, not non-fungible token. And then I would lay a coconut core mat over that, a woven coconut core mat, and I would broadcast my microgreens. And then for the first few days, they get an overhead spray right there. You can see kind of beginning stages of it. And then after they get about to that stage, 3 days, I turn the overhead spray off. They get hit with the aquaponic nutrients, and 10 to 14 days, sometimes 20, depending on the cultivar I was growing, I would deliver it fresh to a chef. So that's kind of like how I got into the whole thing. Let me stop the screen share. Can you see me?
Yep.
Okay. Once I kind of got into that, I got into tomatoes, and I showed you guys that rack of ghost peppers. It was kind of a happenstance deal. I had done a favor for a neighbor or farmer, and he kind of owed me one. And so one day he brought over 3 flats of ghost peppers, and I'd never heard of them. This was 2013, maybe 12 when he brought them over. Anyways, I threw them in that system just for shits and giggles. I was like, what am I going to do with the hottest pepper in the world? Like, no one's going to eat this shit. But I grew them anyways, just kind of like testing the system alongside those tomatoes. And I ended up finding a really cool market for them, by the way, and they were worth a lot. And it was like a total score. I was pulling in off that row. I was pulling in like $700-800 a week for probably 10 weeks. It was pretty cool. But I learned through that system that when I was growing just in a media bed system, that I didn't have enough nutrients for the tomatoes. And so I had to start supplementing. And then when I started using the soil, like you saw in those pots, I started to get really good results. So I had this 5-gallon pots of living soil, and then I would feed with the fish water. And it was a very basic 750-gallon system, 3 IBC totes, kind of linked together with an overhead media bed, gravel media bed, and it would just go, through a swirl filter and up there. And it was very simple. And then it would go out, I think once or 3 times a day would go out and feed those pots. And that was the big aha moment for me, to where I got to, okay, the fish water is really good in combination with the soil for tomatoes and some of these things. And so when I moved back to Washington later on that year, in that photo, that was 2013 in the fall. By 2014 in January, I was back in Washington growing cannabis, and started approaching it with the same concept. So I built, in my first kind of warehouse that I had gotten set up later on that year, I built a big similar system, a 750-gallon, 3 IBC totes linked together system. And I had a couple bunk, I call them bunk beds, but 2 layers of media beds where I was growing plants in to kind of filter. And then, and that was how I fed my raised, containerized living soil beds at the time. I did that for about 2 years in this warehouse. And it worked pretty well. I ran into a couple issues along the way. I learned that you can't use drip irrigation with organics. I didn't go to school, and people weren't talking about it, or I wasn't finding the information at this time. So I kind of had to learn through trial and error, unfortunately. But what kind of like turned over in my head was, and actually Steve actually played a big role when Steve started doing videos and talking about aerobic stabilization of the solids. I remember Steve and the other guy up over in Australia the redhead with the beard. I forget his name. I apologize, but he's done a ton of aquaponic videos for years, and I've been watching him, and so I learned about how to do that, and then I started, aerobically stabilizing my fish waste. Bob, exactly. Thank you, sir. And so then I would start taking part that aerobically stabilized fish poop, right? So you come to your, now I've advanced to radial flow filters, right? So the bottom of the radial flow filter, I'm pouring out my fish poop, and then I put it into another brewer or I put it into a brewer and I let it aerobically stabilize for a couple months. After a couple months, I can come down and pull that off, and I put it into another brewer. I use, for my math, I use 5 gallons of aerobically stabilized fish poop to 95 gallons of water. And I'll add 5 ounces of molasses and let that brew for 30 hours. And then I apply it to my soil beds as an inoculant. It's a little bit different than the technique that the other folks were talking about. There's like 3 folks on this panel or on this conference that have talked about using fish waste and applying it to soil. And as I understand, they were all doing it in a container system, right? And so in a container system, when you're growing a plant in a container, whether it be a pot or even a grow bed that's not connected to the earth, it's a container, you're gonna run out of nutrients. You have to replenish those. And so what I saw was folks doing these different experiments where they were doing 3/4 fish poop to water, half fish poop to water, a quarter, whatever it was, and they were kind of dialing in the ratios. And so for me, in a true living soil system, and the way I define that is actually connected to the earth. That the plants can actually connect to the earth and learn to do the things outside of my knowledge and outside of my experience and outside of my inputs. And that's where I get really excited. And so I started out dumping a lot of this fish poop compost tea when I first started building my garden and all over my property. And over a period of time, I ran into some issues. I had to learn again. I'm always learning from mistakes. I had to learn again that I was pushing the system too hard with too much nitrogen, and I had pest outbreak. And so I slowly kind of had to learn over time to use it less as a feed, is my point, in my system, where it's connected to the earth, and more as an inoculant, where basically once a month I'm adding a boost of this, and if I want to do too much, it's a little bit too much, and I don't do it at past flower too, so I'll probably in a cycle, I'll probably boost it 2, maybe 3 times with this composted fish poop. And I found tremendous results, honestly. I wish I could go and walk you out and show you my system, but it is a massive storm here in Washington right now. So I'm kind of stuck in the office. So that's been going on for a few years, and I've had great success. I use that composted fish poop in my outdoor beds. I use it in my greenhouses. I can use it in potted plants when I need to feed. I just personally don't grow that way a ton. It's a lot of effort for me to do up potting. So I like growing in the beds where I can just stick a plant in and it grows and I don't have to mess with it too much. I also added to my compost pile. So in addition to brewing fish poop compost, I make regular compost out of, the cannabis plants and different plants that sometimes I'll get some stuff from out in the community. And I get a lot of wood chips dropped off here from arborists. And so I make compost out of all that. And out of each pile, when I started off, I inoculate it with the fish poop. And I also inoculate it with a liquid IMO, KNF technique, where I'm trying to boost both the bacterial and the fungal loads. And so that I can have a super high fungally dominant, totally diverse compost that when I go to apply or top dress with that, it's fully loaded with all that I can get in there. And that's kind of been my game plan with aquaponics. I have a lot of small systems around the property, and I play around and with koi. I'm really into koi and mostly for the aesthetics. That's why I was asking questions the other day about what the breeding goals were with the koi, and because I as far as I see, most people are doing it for the aesthetics, but I like that they were just trying to keep their system clean. I like that answer. It was a beautiful answer, that they wanted to breed their own koi so they didn't have to bring anything else in. and they could keep their system pathogen free. So I've kind of transitioned now to a bigger, and I wish I could walk you guys outside, but it really is dumping so hard we wouldn't have a good time. At least I wouldn't. I've transitioned to like a farm scale, or farm scale aquaponic system. And so my cannabis garden is about an acre in size. It's a 150 by 250 foot rectangle, so it's a little bit under an acre. And on the outside of it, it's also sloped too. And so on the outside of it, on the downslope, I dug a big pond one year. It's probably 100 by 100 feet, maybe, ranges from 2 feet down to very deep, 14 feet, pretty deep in some spots. And and then I dug a trench up the hill, through the middle of my cannabis garden, and it goes all the way through the whole thing. And then I dug another tiny pond that is about 14 feet round and is about 10 feet deep and slopes like a big cone. And so I got in there with shovel and hand sculpted the thing. So it's a big cone. And I made essentially a radial flow filter, right? With a bottom that all the sediment's gonna go into. And I lined the whole thing, and I lined the trough, and I filled it with gravel. And so I kind of making a stream, right? You can see what I'm doing. I threw a couple logs across this cone bottom thing, and put a 50-gallon barrel in the middle of it, and made my radial flow filter. And then the water transitions downhill through the ditch filled with gravel, and then hits an ebb and flow table and goes into what I call it's a reservoir, the final reservoir, and then it flows on down into the pond. And from that reservoir, I can pull up into my big 1,500-gallon tank and pump out into my whole system, and even to my house is the plan. I've just kind of got it going this fall, and so it's filtering. The water's getting cleaner and cleaner. I'm going to wait probably till the spring before I. Oh, there you go. Thanks, Steve. You can see, right? Yeah, you can look at the next one. Go to the next one over. There you go on that. Right. There you go. That's the oh, maybe it's at the end. That little image there was the radial flow filter, if you will. And so the other cool thing is that all the water off my property, I have a really wet property. And all the water off all my buildings, this greenhouse that you're looking at right now, it flows into this stream and into this pond, and it just fills up. And that, I'm gearing up to being set up for, supplying all my water next year directly from the system. My house, my garden, the whole damn thing, which is really exciting to me. And I am worried about water. I'm up in Northwest Washington, surrounded by water. We create our energy out of water runoff, snow melt. We have so much of it, but in the summer we hit drought, and statewide they're going to start charging a lot for water. So I'm really, really concerned with that, and I see it as part of my duty, as a natural farmer, to conserve that resource and to sequester it back in the ground, where we want it. So my pond isn't lined. It's a natural pond, and I have many swales and things to help the water kind of sink down into the water table, to build that bank. Yeah, so that's kind of the name of my game. And I just, I guess the gist of the point that I want to get across in explaining that is that there's lots of different ways to play with aquaponics. There's lots of different ways to, really what I'm talking about is playing with the different biology sets, the aquatic and the terrestrial biology sets together, which other folks do sometimes with the dual root zone. I'm doing it kind of the opposite way. We're growing in the soil and adding the fish poop or the fish water to the system. and I really like the benefits. And it's a system that I think everybody who has a permaculture farm should have some sort of setup where they're collecting water, collecting rainwater, filtering it through some sort of media system, and reusing that water and reusing those nutrients back into the system. Like it's right there, easy to grab. And I honestly think it's not talked about very much. You know, you see all these beautiful organic farms. Look at this pictures of this fall when things are being taken down and pretty gnarly looking, but you can see the system as I was launching it in the video. You can see right in here, I have French drains installed, so all the water that comes off the greenhouse hits the French drain, goes into this system right there. There's the cistern or reservoir where I pull off into my 1,500 gallon tank. Yeah, I'm not following chat, Steve. I wonder if you could field some chat questions for me at this point.
Yeah. What kind of challenges have you had as far as trying to get all of the aquaponics incorporated in with the soil? I know you had some issues getting your little spring plumbed and stuff like that. I know you can see it here in the kind of the upper portion here. This is your upper pond, right?
Yeah, that's the upper pond, or the filter, radial flow filter, if you will. So you can see there the water coming, if that's being pumped up from the bottom of the lower pond, and it pumps up into the 55 gallon barrel, and then the sediments solids settle down into the bottom, where I can suck them out with my diaphragm pump, you know, and then I can put them in my aerobic stabilizer for later. So I guess the biggest challenge that I have continually run into is crashing my system, different systems, you know, learning over and over again. And that's what drove me back to the soil and back to using aquaponics as a feed, and then eventually as an inoculant. I was trying to explain the difference in the way I look at it earlier, maybe didn't explain that well enough. And in some of the talks earlier, the way I saw folks using the similar system was I saw them using it as a feed, where they're growing in containers and they're having to continually feed the plants, where I'm growing in a larger pot, if you will. And so I don't need as much feed. And so it's kind of acts more as a biological inoculant, meaning that we're just really, my goal in there, I'm sure there's some biostimulant activity for sure, but my main goal is to keep dropping those aquatic microbes into the system, because I see the benefit in the terpene production. I mean, we've had a ton of people talk about that. I know you've done a ton of tests, Steve, but straight up, whatever the fish are putting in there, that is boosting the terpenes and the trichome production by far, you know. So yeah, I ran into that you know, clogging my system up in my emitters. I think that really filtration and understanding filtration is probably the biggest part of this, you know, getting clean water.
See if we can find some videos when it was pre-harvest. What are some of the other differences you noticed between growing with and without the aquaponic supplementation to help your soil plants?
Nitrogen, definitely. I mean, obviously you're getting a lot of nitrogen out of the fish poop, so I'll have to boost with calcium a little bit more, you know, if I'm not using it. You know, when I'm not using fish poop, I have it's kind of so ingrained in my system, it's hard for me to really say what it's like without that, right? It's in my compost, it's in my bed, every bed I have, everywhere on my property has been sprayed with fish poop a lot.
I see that you use powdered lactobacillus. I think a lot of people haven't had a chance to work with that. What have your experiences been with the powdered lacto versus the other versions?
Yeah, so my initial experience with lacto was with KNF, Korean Natural Farming, and making lactobacillus with just culturing it out of rice wash, you know, in the air outside, and kind of selecting for it with the milk process. I'm sure folks are familiar with that. If you're not familiar, you can go check out Chris Trump. He spoke yesterday. I mean, check out his YouTube. I think it's Chris Trump on YouTube. But it's basically a way to grab lactobacillus from the air, and it works really well. And so I started using that as almost as an anaerobic digester in systems where we want to digest some of that anaerobic bacteria at the bottom, or maybe if I had a plant that was in a pot that went anaerobic, or different things like that. When I met Steve, he really was like, dude, you got to start dumping this stuff in your aquaponic system. And that's where I was like, man, that's a lot of milk, and a lot to have on standby. And so I actually got approached by my buddy recently, the Nick from the Rooted Leaf, and he hit me up with this powdered food grade lactobacillus. And I was like, wow. And he started telling me about how potent it was, how many, I can't quote how many, bacteria per whatever there is, but it's intensely loaded, and you only need to use like under a gram to feed a huge system. It's so loaded. And the other thing that I really liked about it is that it's a shelf stable product that I don't have to make, that I can just buy, and it's actually pretty cheap, and it's food grade. So yeah, we actually put together a little microbial program that we offer on my website, regenerativeseeds.com. And we did a soil conditioner and a microbial inoculant, which the microbial inoculant is aloe powder, coconut powder, and the powdered lactobacillus. So that's and someone actually asked me on Instagram today, other surfactants you could use for fish that were not yucca or saponin based. And I didn't realize, but the aloe is kind of nice and works as a mild surfactant. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Aloe would be a great option for something that would work for that application. That would be fish compatible for sure.
Yeah, we also have a saponin, a mixture, but that to be clear, you do not want to put that in your system. Every time I talk about it, I want to make sure to say it. And that's a lot of the devil's in the details with all this stuff. I field a lot of questions, and I see a lot of confusion over people not realizing like that, because one person had an experience in their scenario, that it doesn't necessarily translate, because there's just maybe one or two factors that are different that make or break the whole system. Just like I was talking about, the difference between container gardening or growing and true, attached to the earth, living soil, And
we heard this from some of the other speakers earlier this conference about it's more important about being on the ratio, the right ratios, and having everything in balance. And that matters just as much for your microbes as it does for your nutrients. And I think what you're saying very much supports that.
Yeah, I'm even getting challenged myself. I heard Josh and Kelly from Dragonfly, they spoke yesterday as well. They sent me a link last week from this guy, Dr. Zach Bush, and I haven't heard the whole talk, truth be told, but the beginning part about it, of the talk, he quoted a study that came in 2018, and he was talking about the human biome. And he's talking about, like in instances where somebody has to take an antibiotic for whatever reason, and it's been recommended as, in the last 10 years, that you take some sort of probiotic to, rebuild your biome. And the probiotics that are available, like most of them are 2 or 3 bacillus strains, definitely not any fungi. They're just not very diverse, So I'm kind of in some way, I'm really curious. The study came out and said basically that folks that had an antibiotic, issue, destroyed their system and then tried to load it with a probiotic, actually were less successful at creating a diverse biome than somebody who had the antibiotic and just taken nothing, which was really interesting to me to think that, you're overloading these certain microbes, and that they're out competing the diversity that is naturally present. So I think it's, to your point, it's very important to not overload on anything and to be very subtle. I'm a very not subtle person, and my personality, I like to go fast and do things quick, and I used to like very extreme fast sports, and Gardening has really kicked my ass in that and had to teach me over and over again, like a little bit goes a lot longer than a lot, you know.
What are some of the other regenerative practices that you've had a lot of success with, or that are maybe a little less common or a little less well known?
Well, I guess in my, let me answer this question real quick first. Someone asked if I put the fish compost in before my thermal heat up or in my compost or after. I do it after because it would reheat the thing up and I'd have to keep going, so I do it in the beginning. Sorry. And I do it in the beginning. If I did it at the end, I would have to recompost it. Sorry, what was your question again? Things that I do differently?
Is there any maybe lesser known natural farming methods that you're using or regenerative practices that you're using that maybe people might not be aware of?
Well, I think in design, like when you use the word regenerative, my mind goes to permaculture. What I see from permaculture design, my mind goes to growing outdoors, growing with a big diversity of plants and things mixed in and so many bugs and everything balanced. And I am all about that. But I going back to the kind of earlier when I was talking about my experience on this aeroponic farm, the thing that the goal there was actually to be a sustainable farm, and it was based upon running numerics, right? So most of the food produced in the U.S., and this is similar in other countries, is grown in the warmer climates, in the good climate, and then shipped all over the place, right? And as when you crank the numbers, the shipping cost is so gnarly in terms of environmental impact. And so what folks have found is that it's actually, I wish I could quote you some studies. I don't have them. I need to dig in and get some, but folks have found that it's actually better. In this instance, it was better to do an indoor aeroponic lettuce grow in a warehouse with no supplemental light. It was more sustainable to do it outside of a major city like the Minneapolis Twin Cities, and only have to get 45 30-minute drive to the city than it was to ship it all the way across. It was more sustainable. And so and that's really one thing I appreciate about what you bring to the conference, Steve, is you kind of bring this aspect of sustainable greenhouse design. And so that's my long way to get to my answer, is that I think the design of my greenhouse and the design of the way I do things, knowing that I'm 45 minutes away from Seattle and 45 minutes away from Vancouver. I can't technically sell my weed, my products to Vancouver. I can't, at this point, but someday I'm going to be able to. And I've designed my system to grow this tropical plant where the people live, where the mass majority of the people live, so that it doesn't have to be shipped. And I actually think that there's extreme sustainability. And so when you look at my farm, or you look at my greenhouse, you might think like, that picture right there with me hanging the D-hum and the purple lights, like, man, that's not sustainable, dude. You're blowing it up. But in terms of production, and especially compared to indoor, outdoor, I can't grow here. You saw that little video. That's what happens outdoor here. Shit goes bedrock because it's so wet. And I live where the majority of the people live in my state. I live right here next to them, versus on the east side, I could grow, but I have to ship it 200, 300 miles across the state to get over here, so it's actually, because my lights are supplemental, I have the greenhouse, I have the sun, I use 36 lights in this space, where if it was indoor, I'd use 112 lights. And so I can afford to use a little bit of dehumidifier, which runs on electricity in my area, which I just said is the electricity is created from snow melt. So it's actually a pretty sustainable energy that I'm using in the scheme of things, and it works out really well. And I guess my point is that you really got to step back in your system and your design and your plans and say, what really is sustainable in my situation. Like, do I need to buy peat from Canada? Do I need to ship in cocoa from India? Et cetera, all the way down, all the decisions. what's going to be the most sustainable for you, for it all the way through the gas. Yeah.
What tips do you have for people as far as making compost teas and ferments? I know you've experimented with lots of different methods and have a lot of experience with that.
Yeah, I think I can't speak to like necessarily. I see a lot of folks adding a lot of stuff. They'll, different kelps and things like that. And one thing that, like, kind of back to the point of doing a little bit less is more. When I tell people that I put in 5 ounces of molasses to 100 gallons of brew, they're like, "Oh, that's nothing." I'm like, "Yeah, I've had a 5-gallon bucket of molasses for 5 years, and it's probably 3/4 full." I hardly, because if I throw too much in there, you stimulate things too much. And this, the way I learned it from Elaine, right? It's a circle, right? Everyone's eating, shitting, fucking, and reproducing. And if you get that thing, and in that same cycle, some of these microbes are going through anaerobic and aerobic stages, right? And we don't want to get caught in an anaerobic stage and apply anaerobic microbes to our system. And so feeding them less, just giving them just a little bit to boost the system helps me kind of mitigate some of those things. And same with kelp, or other additives, and so I do, when I make a brew, it's always the compost, or the microbial source, a little bit of molasses. I let it go for 30 hours. I don't go to the full 36 because I need time to apply. And I just want to play it safe. Sometimes I'll do an inoculate, or instead of compost tea, I'll do a compost extract, which instead of brewing it out for hours, I'll maybe just massage the material in, or just let it bubble for, an hour or two and kind of massage it in there. And that's a really safe way to avoid any aerobic issues. And actually, I recommend that for folks that don't have really advanced equipment and pumps and everything, that's the way to do it, because it's so safe and simple. And that's the way I had some really good success for years. I didn't even realize what I was doing, and I was just cutting the step and trying to apply something faster. But what I was really doing was keeping myself out of those anaerobic zones. So then at the end of, back to it, at the end of the brew or extraction, if you will, I'll then add my supplements. If I want to add a little kelp, or, sometimes I'll add even a little bit of lactobacillus, that dry lactobacillus at the end. I can do things like that because I'm trying to brew a fungal dominant tea. Sometimes I'll add some calcium in there. Fulvic acid, I'm always fucking with fulvic and humic acid and just kind of boosting those a little bit. Mostly the fulvic. I want to make sure there's a good 1% fulvic acid in there. That's something that I like to spray foliar too. I like to spray foliar, and I'm really interested in, and I find great success with fulvic acid sprays in flower, or I'm sorry, in veg, not in flower. Yeah, and what I find that the fulvic acid is, I'm not science enough to really break it down, but in my layman's way of thinking about it, it's a more complex acid, and it is a full nutrient, and it helps chelate all the other stuff that's going on in the system, where you may not have iron or this and that available. It helps kind of the plant just uptake and sort through the process.
Awesome. And what other, you do a lot of different types of Korean natural farming. You also do some jadam and some other things as well. What are your advice to people kind of getting started down that realm, and maybe any do's or don'ts or pitfalls that you can help people avoid? So it's a lot of people are just starting to learn about that and trying to incorporate these different practices together. I know you've had a lot of trial and error on that stuff.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the same stuff. Don't go overboard, and it's really, one thing that's really cool about it is in Korean natural farming, you can create so many nutrients and inoculants off your own property and really easily. One thing that's pretty common is people go super crazy over making FPJs and FFJs, and quite frankly, I don't use them at all. And that's not to say that no one should, but there's so much sugar in there that I find that it feeds the bugs that are around. And because my system is open, somewhat to the natural environment, it's a little bit harder for me to lock that down. So I don't fuck with any FPJs. Not that I'm saying you shouldn't, but it's definitely where you shouldn't start. That's what I am saying. You should definitely not start with FPJs. That should be kind of last on the list. First on the list is to learn how to make IMO, which is IMO to me is compost. And it's really nice because in the process of making IMO, it's like small batch compost. And there's not too many examples out there of small batch composting, and so folks get really discouraged thinking they have to make a big 6-foot pile when you could actually do this really small. And so that's what I like about that instruction and teaching on how to make IMO is that the whole focus on it is on water and moisture content. And then you use the right materials, you have the right sources, equal parts carbon and carbohydrate and carbon. And you can weigh it out, so you have a nice, level. And then from there, once you kind of dial in building the microorganisms, because they are the true players, they are the true ones that create the nutrients and make everything work. Like all the stuff that everyone's been talking about, the rhizophagy cycle and all this stuff, it's about the microbes and having them present and having the conditions set, i.e. warm enough and the proper moisture content to let them do their thing and run their life cycle and interact with the plant and feed the plant as it wants. So once you kind of go from there, I would say next step is OHN in my mind. There's other easy aspects to go grab. So FAA is really easy to grab, but I don't use a ton of FAA, which is fish amino acid, because I have my fish system and I like my fish poop better than fish guts, to be honest. They're not equally the same thing. I'm not supposing they are, but I like the fish poop and I like the aerobically stabilized fish poop. But the OHN is really interesting, and it's a nutrient extraction from a series of roots. It's angelica, turmeric, ginger, garlic. I can't remember them all. It's been a while. I actually, because it takes 3 months to make, I've just bought it from friends like Chris Trump. For a while I'll just buy his because it's really good, and I actually like it's got cinnamon in there too. I like drinking it. It's a full nutrient spectrum, and you do an alcohol extraction over 3 months. And you crush all these things up, throw it in a jar, and stir it for 3 months. And you just get a slow tincture, basically. It's got licorice in it. Thank you. So those are kind of the ones that I would start off with, because the OHN really helps you build your IMO, your compost, if you will. It gives rise to it gives nutrients and energy to the microorganisms that you've collected on your rice samples.
I know that you've tried a large amount of different types of cover crops. So what kind of cover crops have you found a lot of success with, and maybe which ones would you steer people away from?
I would steer away from ryegrasses and clovers. Ryegrasses attract aphids. Clovers can just be too much and draw too much nitrogen to the system, and you don't have as much control. So Elaine, I'm a big fan of Elaine Ingham, and all my learning and understanding really goes back to her teaching. And so she directed me to use dichondra and creeping lavender. And so those are kind of my two base ones. I have some blue star creeper in there, and they're low growing. They're very low to the ground, and they're more perennial, which means they're more woody and they lean towards more fungally dominant bacteria, which I think for me works really well in my cannabis system. And because I'm only putting new plants in there every 2-3 months, it's not too big a deal. Like you were looking at that video right there, you can go click on the second one right there if you still can, Steve. And that's me kind of mixing in some compost into my dichondra, and I think there's some creeping lavender in there that I'm just kind of nestling it in, and it you know, it gets disturbed. I knock a little bit back, but then it just grows right back. I like to throw other things in there in the system to kind of like, you know, deter bugs or attract certain ones. Like I have some calendula in there, and I grow some garlic, and I mean, there's a ton of stuff in there, to be honest, all scattered all over the place. But that's kind of the bulk of what I'm throwing at it. You know, outside. Oh, I like a lot of sweet alyssum too. Forgot about that one. Sweet alyssum is a good house for beneficials, specifically for like the aureus, which will come in and hit the pollen and move out, you know, along with a lot. I'm just looking to see if we have any other questions in chat here. So it says someone asking, Dempure wouldn't tell me how they made bulk ferments without added sugar to create the anaerobic conditions for fermenting on their Discord. Well, you don't necessarily need the sugars. It's in a lot of the plants. So, you know, if you're doing like what they do, I see them do, and I, you know, can't speak to their exact tech, but they'll do anaerobic water. So they'll throw a bunch of, like, for instance, in the middle of summer, I'll see them doing a male tea where they'll collect all their male cannabis plants, chop them up, and throw them into a big 250 gallon IBC and let them hang out for, I don't know, 24, 36, 72 hours, however long they go. And they don't aerate it. They just let it go anaerobic and extract those nutrients. And then they do add, I don't know if they add sugar. I would doubt that it's sugar. It's probably something more like yacon or a sweet potato or something like that has something in there. And then they'll brew that up aerobically for 24 hours or whatever, and then apply it.
Do you want to tell everybody about the conference?
Sure. Yeah, so I put on the Science of Regenerative Organic Cannabis Cultivation Conference. You can check out info at regenerativeorganiccannabis.com. It's a pretty cool deal that I got that I started and get to be a part of. It's a four stage conference. We hit up 4 different locations. We start in Humboldt the last weekend of January, and then we go to Michigan the last week in February, then to Maine, Dresden, Maine, the last weekend of March, and then to Oklahoma City, where you're at, Steve, the last weekend of April. And there's a team of speakers. You can look on the webpage. We have the history of past speakers. Elaine's been there. Chris Trump has been there. He'll be there this year. Suzanne Wainwright, the bug lady, has been there and will be there. Steve will be there speaking on aquaponics and greenhouse design. Kevin Jodry will be there on Sunday talking about genetics. We'll have a bunch of breeders panels. We do a big seed swap on Sunday. In addition, we're having Joshua on Friday. We have Joshua Steensland. If you don't know him, go check him out. He's a big hero, living soil grower here in Tri-Cities, Washington, where I'm from, actually. He's out there. And also stoked to have back Eric Branstead of Light Depth Solutions. He's a greenhouse climate advisor and kind of all things greenhouse growing. He is the guru. And so I'm really excited to have him back. Yeah, it's a 3-day event. We go Friday, Saturday, Sunday, pretty hard. And it's all about education. There's no booths, no sponsors, none of that. Even the speakers who have companies, I'm pretty strict with them, saying, look, this is not an opportunity to sell things. I ask them not to speak about the products they sell, just simply because I want, not that I don't want to support them, because I do want folks to support these individuals, because everyone is trying to earn a living and do their thing and support their family. It's that I don't want the atmosphere to be about sales. And it's really hard for us as individuals to shut that off when they're, when you're trying to make money and raise your family. So it's just to kind of like cut that temptation at the door. And my goal is to create a really earnest education and humble environment. I asked the speakers to be there for at least 2 days. I pay for 2 nights of their stay. I asked them to be present, and everyone is willing and stoked to come and be present, and not just be present sitting listening to the lectures. Most of the time you'll see the speakers spread out throughout the facility in different places. Sometimes they'll have microscopes, or Suzanne will be set up with a table of bugs, and Kevin Jodry will usually be out in the smoke room just fucking hanging out and talking with people and answering questions. And to me, that's one of the biggest, coolest parts about it is the connection with humans and the connection with other like-minded folks who have been doing the same thing that you've been doing forever. And the genetic swap is huge. And so it's become a really cool thing that I'm just super proud to be a part of. And yeah, you can get tickets. They're available now, regenerativeorganiccannabis.com. This year, I'm adding in a component, a team breeding component. So everyone who buys a ticket will get a pack of root beer cross ChemDog Special Reserve F2s made by myself, selected here up in Washington, up in the Northwest Washington, where I said it's very wet and cold, and we have very hard winters or falls. And you saw earlier in that video how gnarly it was. These plants stood up through all that, and I just brought them down like a week ago. And so I'm going to remake. I've already re-vegged the mom and two moms and one male, and I'm going to remake those seeds and send that out to everybody. And we're going to try to turn it into an NFT where we can get it on the blockchain for purposes of working together as an actual team, so we can create varieties within each region. So we have 200 some people that will attend each conference, and those 200 people can go through those F2s, right? Which the F2s, if you understand genetics, has the biggest genetic variability. So in those F2s, you're going to see all the grandparents, all the parents, even the great grandparents you'll see represented in those F2s. So we'll all hop online together and do some team voting. We'll look at pictures, testing, and we'll essentially make a couple of varieties that are regional specific and put them out on the market. And the reason to make it an NFT without taking too much time is because it's on the blockchain, and we can build in a smart contract that will allow everyone who participates, i.e. everyone who went to the conference, will able to be take part in the profits of it, right? So we can write in the algorithm that, how it all works, and it can happen automatically. And I'm in the process of working that out. It's quite complicated on the back end, but the idea is really, really awesome. And in addition, I know we're coming out of time here, Steve, but in addition to that, the first 50 people to buy a ticket to each region will get a pack of seeds to be announced from my co-breeding project with Lime Rising Nick, House of Selections. So yeah, thank you very much, Steve, for having me on here. It's a little bit less informal, but wanted to just kind of talk through my experience as I've stumbled through this cool world.
That's awesome, man. Really appreciate you taking the time to come on the show again. And how can people find you? I know they can find you at Dutch_blooms on Instagram. How else can they find you?
Yeah, that's the major way. I have a couple Instagram accounts, but I really only check Dutch Blooms. You can also get through the website regenerativeseeds.com or regenerativeorganiccannabis.com. I get those emails directly to my box, and so that's a good way to get at me. But if you just have questions, DM on Instagram is the best way.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Josh.
Yeah, thank you, man. Have a good night. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the weekend.
Yep, thank you. Alrighty, everybody. First off, head over to ap420.com and sign up with your email in order to get a chance to win a Spectrum King 403 Lite, a copy of the Aquaponic Masterclass, and nutrients for a full run up to 12 weeks on a 300-gallon system. We'll be doing that drawing at the end of the conference. And also check out Marty and I's class over at apmjclass.com if you're looking for aquaponic cannabis in a more formally educated school type form. We had a last minute scheduling issue. Kevin McKernan was not feeling well at all this morning. So he's going to be with us on a future podcast episode to give us his awesome genetics presentation he was going to give for us today. But unfortunately, he's not going to be able to join us today. He just is not feeling too great right now. So Matthew Gates actually offered to help fill us in for the next hour. So thanks again for watching. We did have an issue with his recording last night. I'm going to try and recover it. That will be determined tomorrow. I just simply can't do two things at once. So hopefully I'm able to recover that. But I appreciate him coming back on the show today and talking to us again.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I honestly just want to say up front that I was probably the most excited for Kevin McKernan's presentation myself. So a little ironic that it worked out this way, but I'm happy to do an encore, and this time I'll be a little bit more refined, hopefully. So let me share my screen here.
Much appreciated. And I do have it triple recording right now so that there is no issue.
Oh, and shout out to the moderators for also helping you achieve that as well. Nobody talks about the logistics. Nobody ever talks about the people in the back end who are making all of this work invisibly, but that's how you know it's working well.
Oh yeah, shout out to Marty and Fumador for helping us on the hosting. And in case you guys haven't noticed, we've had a slew of technical issues this morning on the back end. So thank you both to Fumador and Marty for helping us out today.
So without further ado, the title of this presentation is Cannabis Pest Update 2021, The Everswarm. And I chose this name because it's a very descriptive name. You will always be dealing with pests essentially, because pest is a human concept. And for those who don't know, I'm an IPM specialist and I've been working in the cannabis space for 11 years now. To go forward, like it's Cannabis Pest Update 2021, The Everswarm, Holistic Identification and Countermeasures from Gene to Gram. So I'm going to articulate certain aspects of IPM, some reasons why holistic processes are so important, and some various common and also uncommon pests that I've encountered personally or that I've seen demonstrated in literature on the subject. And I heartily encourage people to do more of this, to look into research reports about pest ecology, about ecology in general, and also the works in cannabis as that research sort of quantifies and it gets greater and greater. You can find my information about this in 3 major sources: my Instagram account and Twitter accounts, which are both at SyncAngel, and also my YouTube channel, Zenthanol, which is also the name of my consulting group, Zenthanol Consulting. Oh, that was the end. Starting with the end, all ends are beginnings, right? So what, morbid maybe, but very true. So I want to start off by talking about what a pest is. Obviously, pests, like other things, are human concepts, but more accurately here, they're important in agriculture because pest is not really a designator that we use in ecology. And we've had a lot of really great presenters talking about ecology. In fact, a couple of these people were actual ecologists, which was really refreshing and cool to see. But it bears repeating. These organisms existed on cannabis and other plants way before humans tried to cultivate any of these plants. And they were not pests, they were just parts of the environment. And since we're still dealing with natural things, in this case, plants and the soil microbiome and things like this, we have to sort of acknowledge that the designator is a little bit arbitrary, and things that are beneficial in one capacity can be detrimental in another capacity, even things we typically associate with being good or bad, generally speaking. And so because of that, identification and recognition is key for clarifying these relationships. And some of them are mighty complex and might not be available for contextualization from a cultivation perspective in the field when you're assessing. I also want to set up the point for those who aren't kind of sort of aware of this perspective, but plant symbioses in general, by which I mean mutualisms and parasitisms on a spectrum, they exist. And organisms like the various microbes we like to inoculate in our soils or in our plants as endophytes, they can also be beneficial or detrimental, or they can kind of come with advantages and disadvantages. All of these relationships, particularly the intimate ones like mycorrhizae, but also ones that are a little bit less intimate that exist in the rhizosphere, they have a cost associated with their establishment of some kind. Sometimes it's an indirect cost that isn't really paid directly by resources of the plant. In other cases, this is exactly what's happening. And at a genetic molecular level, plants are having to filter through these microbes, having to filter through these interactions with herbivores and fungal parasites and viruses. And they have to basically manage stressors in addition to abiotic stressors like temperature, humidity, hydration, things like this. So I just want to say it up front that these symbioses are not equal in cost nor effect. And I think that is a much better way to sort of look at a holistic cultivation space. And as your cultivation space, as your plants age, as your microbial consortia changes, so too is the entire dynamic of your cultivation going to change as well. And we had a few other presenters who made some really great points in various presentations to this end. And I really appreciate seeing this corroborated. For additional research on the topic, I provided a few examples here in this slide. One is an example of what's called mycorrhiza-induced susceptibility. So this was actually a susceptibility to a plant virus that was facilitated by mycorrhizae. Rather, even though the plant was getting great benefits from typical mycorrhizal interactions, it did have this other sort of effect. And as we learn more about the microbiome, we start to see that there's checks and balances, there's advantages and disadvantages to all of these interactions, like I keep trying to say. Also biodiverse microbiome dynamics. So an example where a mycorrhizal organism was able to mine nitrogen, I believe it was, from chitin. Even though it had all the enzymes and things that needed to actually achieve this, it was not utilizing them to do this, and it actually required bacteria and a protist to make the interaction or make the mining of this nitrogen, the absorption of these nutrients, more economically feasible, for lack of a better term, for the mycorrhiza, and so for the plant as well. So these interactions are not, if you put them in a vacuum, they can have benefits, but when they're put together in a real life situation, there are maybe greater benefits that can be achieved through cooperation, but also there can be detriments that occur as things change. And of course, if you've never heard of the plant soil feedback, I very much recommend people do so and take some time to check it out in Google or some such. So pest.biodiversity. This comes from a report called Hemp Pest Spectrum and Potential Relationship between Helicoverpazia, which is a budworm moth, infestation, and hemp production in the United States in the face of climate change. It's really great. It just came out last month, actually, and I took a look at it, and it was a really great example of a bunch of different pests and neutral organisms and sort of traditionally beneficial organisms that they found in hemp fields. Certainly not exhaustive, but there's a lot of great examples here. Grasshoppers, thrips, aphids that a lot of people are already familiar with, spittlebugs. I wanted to emphasize the fire ants that they found here, because fire ants and other kinds of ants that girdle the stem of cannabis are becoming more common in my experience. And they're not really traditionally thought of as like an agricultural pest, I feel like, and that is not entirely accurate. And as cannabis cultivation grows, so too will these sort of pest interactions that maybe used to be considered to be edge cases, but might actually be found to be quite a bit more common. Obviously, the Helicobarbicea, the corn earworm, is super prevalent. A lot of people dealing with it in cannabis space currently. Stink bugs, seed bugs, various scarab beetles that feed on leaves and roots as larvae. And of course, the broad mites, two-spot spider mite, and the Eurasian hemp borer at the very end here are all pretty common pests in cannabis. But there's also beneficial organisms, right? So the anthocorids, or the minute pirate bugs that people are familiar with as a commercial agent, those exist in nature. You've also got lady beetles too. The convergent lady beetle, Hippodamia convergens, is one that I like to facilitate in North America when possible. But the Harmonia axyridis species at the very end of this little diagram in the middle, I am very much against using. And I'm not sure, I mean, these are what they recorded, of course, but this harlequin lady beetle, as it's called, is incredibly invasive and very damaging to native lady beetle species. They will outcompete them. They will eat the larvae. They will also infect other adults with a parasite, and it's not great. And they also bite humans for that matter. So they're just not something you want to be facilitating so much. So if you do find them, and there are many different phenotypes of them that you have to learn if you want to recognize them, just be aware of the complexity. Not every lady beetle is good, certainly. There's also various parasitoid wasps like ichneumons and braconid wasps. Carabid tiger beetles are great for caterpillars. Green lacewings, of course, many people are aware of. Assassin bugs, tachinid flies, which are parasitic flies that kind of have an infamous reputation for monarch caterpillar enthusiasts and other caterpillar growers. But they are also an important parasite. And wasps, for that matter. Wasps are incredibly great. I like to call them the attack helicopters of the sky, because they love to go after, I guess it's a military joke, caterpillared targets, so caterpillars. And they are really great at seeking them out and killing them and harvesting them and feeding them to their grubs. So if you can bear it, if you're not allergic to them, they're a great sort of counterbalance to caterpillars in the field. If you want to also attract them, there are a bunch of different banker plants that are available that people can use. I really like to facilitate native species when possible, not only from a sustainability and ecological restoration perspective, but also because those organisms in nature, in your natural sphere, are going to be more adapted to those organisms, at least the ones that are native to your area. There are certainly naturalized biocontrols that have kind of established in places, but are actually exotic. I have the most experience and most success with pepper banker plants, actually, specifically ornamental peppers. And I have a video on my channel that talks about that. I also have experience with using a lot of different plants with like small florets for parasitoid wasps, which are very small. And so like alyssum is a good one. I believe the presenter beforehand was talking about lavender, for example. So a lot of like the mint family with those small florets are pretty common and popular for like native bees and things like this. Flies, for that matter, are also very common pollinators, but they get a bad rap. And the long-legged flies, the Dolichopodidae over here, I'm positive that a lot of people have actually seen them in their life, but they've never really known what they do, and maybe even confused them for a pest fly. But in fact, they're a really super competent predator. So yeah, so knowing these names, and even if they've got these Latinate names that don't really mean a whole lot to you, looking them up, taking a look at their life cycle, what they feed on, so you can recognize them in your space is like the first step, perhaps even step 0 to understanding your area in a local, ecologically conscientious way. And if you're interested in making that that environment more if you're interested in restoring it, if you're interested in taking care of it, then that's very important to understand. And here I have an example of a hoverfly larvae that I found on a hawksbeard plant, I believe. You can see that the larvae kind of look a lot like caterpillars. Sorry, that volume is probably a little high. But yeah, so some of these biocontrols, they actually look a lot like other organisms that you want to kill. And so if you don't know them, if you don't get to know what they look like, even in a general way, you risk killing things that would actually help you. And it really crushes me when people end up doing that. So I wanted to just touch on that a little bit. Hoverflies of the Syrphid family are pretty common, and especially in North America, they offer up some aphid killing effect. Yeah, so here's a good example of it moving. Very much moves undulating like a caterpillar. But if you take a good look at them, you can kind of tell the difference between them and a caterpillar that you might want to get rid of. And neutral organisms. Up front, the two organisms that I'm asked about the most in especially from home growers and people who reach out to me through direct messages on social media, I am most asked about mold mites and springtails. And people will spend tons of money trying to get rid of these mold mites and predatory mites even in the soil. And because they have never grown before in a lot of cases, or this might be their first foray into like gardening even, they see these bugs and they automatically assume that they're going to be harmful to the plant. And that is not necessarily the case. Another good reason to identify these and recognize what they are is because if you're sort of uselessly trying to kill them, for one thing, a lot of these are ubiquitous in the environment, so they're just going to keep coming in and not hurting your plant. You save a lot of money and you save a lot of stress and anxiety by recognizing the organisms that aren't even really a problem in the first place. So yeah, so springtails and mold mites are really common, and soil predatory mites are also very common. Erybatid mites as well. But over here, we even have crane flies, certain kinds of crickets, longhorn beetles, flower beetles, certain butterflies. Certainly their larval caterpillar forms are not always going to eat your plants. There are tons of generalists out there, and you're never going to know every single one. And even in some cases, you might come across something that you see in a research report that says that it's neutral, but it in fact is not. And here's where I get to make a little bit of a point here at the end. Leaf miting flies. I would not call those necessarily major pests, but they're certainly not neutral. So why train in pest ecology? Well, there's a few reasons for this. The first one is kind of what I already articulated. If you know their strengths, and you know their vulnerabilities and their life cycle, then you know how to exploit those natural problems or vulnerabilities that they have. Those weaknesses exist. Nothing is perfect. And knowing that allows you to do better, essentially. It also allows you to sort of confirm or analyze that claims that people make. I don't expect anyone to take what I say at face value, or at least I really hope that you're not. I hope that people corroborate what I'm saying, because I can make a mistake. Any one of these presenters could make a mistake or fumble some sort of a sentence. And that just happens sometimes. And I know I'm certainly not infallible, and I've made mistakes in the past, and even research comes out saying one thing, and then later on we learn that actually there's a difference, or there's maybe a more sort of discriminating point to be made about some subject or another. So again, do not take what people say at face value. Look for information, look for data, don't roll over without it. And if you do understand how the sort of biological processes happen, the basic physiology of how plants grow, for example, is really useful. Cell biology and things like that, not even the super technical stuff, can really do a lot to sort of shield you and safeguard you from things that maybe aren't going to be very useful for your particular context. And I'm an advocate for white space training. I do offer training in IPM for those who are interested in a commercial setting. White space training is the concept of training people in downtime, essentially. And learning or teaching IPM to staff is incredibly beneficial, and cross-training is also really beneficial to that end. But if you're also growing in a home grow situation and you're watching this conference, then you're, congratulations, already doing white space training. Good for you. So if you are interested in that kind of a thing, I have tons of free content on my YouTube channel, Zenthanol, to sort of enrich that. I have two examples here. So on the left, we have this Agrinova advertisement that I became aware of. I think Instagram actually made this for me, or put this in my face. I don't think I followed these people, but it says El Acaro Tetronecus Urticae es una plaga muy importante en varios cultivos a nivel mundial. So it's a important pest in various places, in various levels in the world. But unfortunately, this is not a spider mite. This is actually a whirligig mite, which is a beneficial predator. But because you might look up red spider mite or something on Google, don't trust the first picture that you come across, because it might be this, and you might be in charge of marketing, and you might have totally misrepresented your company by doing so. So this is just something to keep in mind. It's a good example. Another one is this this Kangen water statement here. Not so much criticism of efficacy in a pest setting as much as it is the statement, the second sentence here about molecular hydrogen acting as an efficient antioxidant that diffuses rapidly across cell membranes and can reduce free radicals, suppressing oxidative stress. Well, I certainly hope that that's not the case necessarily, because for one, water is controlled through aquaporin transport in cells, and homeostasis is incredibly important. Diffusion also happens, but if you know anything about cell biology and water diffusion, you know that that's usually a slow process. If it happens very quickly, it can cause a lot of problems. And if it's an antioxidant, now we typically think of those as being good, and there's a lot of benefits to reducing oxidative stress. But as you can see in these two research reports that I've cited, if you take a look at them, they talk about how immune signaling in plant cells, and also our own cells for that matter, is a process that is mediated through oxidative interactions. So oxidants and antioxidants and the fine-tuned production of them in the cell leads to immune priming. And if you upset that process, then you can have problems, and you can upset that priming, and you can essentially weaken the immune system or create an antagonistic effect through crosstalk. So just because something is an antioxidant doesn't necessarily make it good for that matter. So certainly there's no such thing as a panacea, is my point. Pest pressure does increase. So again, from the report from before, they brought up this example that just from the areas where they reported, or where they were able to gather information, in between 2015 and 2018, they saw a 1,200% increase in greenhouse square footage. And I'm sure that's much larger than that when we consider people who are not reporting, people who are not part of the groups that they were tracking, and certainly just residential growers for that matter. So as cannabis starts becoming even more expansive than it already was in human history, we will see a lot more pests. We'll see a lot more pest interactions, and we'll probably see more examples of what is not documented yet. And I have a few examples here in the presentation of pests that don't typically get a lot of screen time. So I would really highly encourage people to take a look at the pests that I mentioned here in the presentation, especially if you're a new grower, or if you haven't dealt with these pests, you should have a plan for them before they become an issue for you. Be a pest today, past tomorrow sort of situation. I'm going to go over some of these, not all of them here, but many of them. Actually, I do go over all of them here. Yeah, I don't do it for the microbes later on. But we have the budworm moth, the hemp russet mite, the western flower thrips, the cannabis aphid, rice root aphid, two-spot spider mite, and silverleaf whitefly. If you have more information that you're interested in, I did write a chapter in a book called Biopesticides in Organic Farming, Recent Advances. And I do go over several of these organisms and how to control them and treat them. So the leaf miner fly. So unlike what the report said earlier, I believe that this is actually a pest. Certainly you can see it mining the leaves here in this picture, but I wouldn't call it threat high. It's more of a low threat, sort of low presence pest in my experience in cannabis. This might change in the future, but certainly I wouldn't call it a major pest. And there are a few ways you can get rid of it. I actually cut my teeth in agriculture on the leaf miner fly. And one of the most common biocontrols for the leaf miner fly are diglyphus or Dacnusa biocontrols, which are both parasitoid wasps that go after the larva or the puparia when it finishes being a larva and enters that stage. And they're kind of expensive, to be honest, but they do work really well. And in some cases, they have actually naturalized in certain populations. They're a lot more common, the leaf miner at least is, in ornamental crops quite a bit, and also certain vegetable crops like cole crops and things like that. So if you are growing cannabis in an agricultural space that grows a lot of these sorts of plants that are susceptible to leaf miner, then it's much more likely that you're going to be exposed to it. And yeah, this is what the little diglyphus wasp looks like here. So termites are another big group. I don't know for sure if this is a Formosan termite, but the reason why I think that it may be, and I wanted to talk about them here, is because these two videos that I have here, among others that I've either gathered myself through client work or having people send them to me through direct messages, the Formosan termites are really common in the case that they like to go after living wood instead of just dead wood. So that's a really big sort of unique thing that not a lot of termites do. It also makes them a massive problem. And like Dr. Nanyo Su and Drs. Rudolph H. Schifferon talk about in the University of Florida IFAS, they say that in an article, once established, Formosan subterranean termite has never been eradicated from an area, by which I think they mean a region. Certainly, I think there are ways to kill it through using noxious compounds and things that you would use to treat termites. But honestly, not something you would use in cannabis, of course. So as you can see here, these are examples of termites feeding on the still living green matter of cannabis. It doesn't get documented a whole lot. And I think it's really important that more people are aware of this, since we kind of lack a bit of an infrastructural support in research. That is changing now. And there are many great entomologists and other folk who are accomplishing this task, but it doesn't get talked about often enough. And so here I am trying to put it in as many faces as possible. These are pests that you have to deal with and that you want to have a treatment or a plan for. In this case, mainly a preventative one. So another example is the two-spot spider mite. Many people are familiar with it. It is often called the red two-spot spider mite, but that is sort of a misnomer. Here you can see that the female on the left is rather green colored, and the two spots are actually ceca, intestinal pouches in the insect, in the mite. So you're not always going to see these two spots, especially if they go into diapods, because when they do, certain populations will produce sort of a red carotenoid pigment, and that's where the red comes from. But not all ones do this, so they can come in colors like yellow, green, pink, orange, red. It really depends. So you can't always tell simply by that visual color indicator. They feed on tons of different plants, and we'll get into some of the ways that they do that, because it's a great model for how other organisms are able to suppress or mitigate immune responses and plant defenses. Biocontrols, however, I'm a big fan of Persimilis, but you also can use Californicus or the predatory lady beetle Cythorus punctillum, as well as the predatory midge Feltiella acarasuga, which as a midge, it can fly around and find populations of spider mites. I feel like they do a lot better in fields, whereas generally, I feel like Persimilis is kind of the king of spider mite control. But that's kind of just my personal opinion. All of these have use cases, and I don't think it's proper to really say that one is totally perfectly better than the other in all cases, because it's not the case, right? Certainly not for most things. So, right. So how do these insects and mites and other arthropods feed on plants? Why are they able to feed on a healthy plant? You do all that you can as a cultivator to keep a plant healthy and primed for defense, but yet organisms are able to feed on it. And the reason why they're able to do it is because they suppress the immune system. Plants rely on something called pattern triggered immunity to recognize structures and molecules that are kind of associated with these pests. So not only are they produced by pests, but they're also produced by like fungal endophytes, for example, and also other arthropods that might be interacting with or creating waste or something that has some of these molecules. The plant will detect them regardless, which is why things like chitin products and that kind of a thing are so commonly used, because you're exploiting the immune priming system of the plant. And when you prime that immune system, it causes a hormonal change in the cells and there's various pathways locally, but also more broadly that respond to this reception. So when that happens, it primes the immune system, and certain times resources and other things are I guess you could say they're taken and used for the defense priming, which can happen a bunch of different ways. Depends on the plant, depends on the type of response, depends on, in fact, even things like your microbiome, but also its history of reception. So like if it came across a similar kind of response in the past in its life, then that actually will change how the plant responds in the future. And a lot of times, having a response that's in the same feeding guild, so like in this case, an organism that's like poking its stylet into the plant and sucking up juices, that will prime the same response, and sometimes even stronger in the future. And other times, however, you'll get the same kind of response and it actually has a weaker response from the same kind of stimulus. So it can be a little bit capricious, and we're still learning how these dynamics happen. But these organisms have ways to defend themselves. The way that they do this most commonly is they have these things called effectors. Effectors will basically bind with the PTIs, or they'll bind with other sorts of receptors, and they'll essentially cloak them or keep them from being able to receive these signals. And when that happens, that allows basically it doesn't prime the immune system, and it allows the organism to feed without being perturbed too much. And certain phenotypes of pests are way more adapted to certain plants than others. And in the case of the spider mite, it's a super generalist, and a lot of generalists have a pretty robust way of tackling sort of conserved immune responses across other kinds of plants. But it's an arms race. So plants also have ways to affect the effectors, and they have what do I have here? Plants produce proteins, specifically receptors, to counter effectors that restore PTI and confer additional resistance. So the terminology is a little bit convoluted, but essentially there's receptors, there's things that counter those receptors, and then there's things that counter those counters. And it's a bit complicated. But essentially what we have here is a situation where spider mites, this is on tomato, but it bears repeat that plants have similar kinds of immune responses, sort of generally speaking, because they have a similar kind of selection pressure. And over time, spider mites and other pests will adapt to certain plants, especially if they're gregarious like these are. From the report, why do herbivorous mites suppress plant defenses? They say that symbioses with microorganisms, or alternatively, horizontal gene transfer events from microbes. So sometimes genes move from one organism to another, especially totally distantly related organisms. This does happen. There are certainly genes in us and other organisms that have benefited from this transfer may underlie herbivores' ability to overcome plant defenses. So that's critical. The microbiome does not just work for cultivators. The microbiome does not just work for plants. Insects, mites, they also have a microbiome. They also have a genome that is adapted to their environment. And just as certainly as we can produce resistant cultivars and other plants, we can also be affected by organisms that are resistant to our defenses. Just something to keep in mind. In this particular diagram, it's depicting examples where spider mites in particular have adapted to not just, so they moved away from suppressing the immune system, because when they suppress the immune system, they actually make the plant more habitable for their close competitors, other plant parasites. So what in fact they have done, what's a much more safer, ecologically adaptive sort of development, is to actually just get really good at mitigating and detoxifying plant defenses like terpenes and proteins and enzymes and things like this. Because if they're able to elicit an immune response and prime the immune response of the plant and then just detoxify what they deal with, they actually make the plant way more resistant to their parasites. And that's really great for them because it keeps them living longer on the plant. So not something you would consider, it's sort of counterintuitive, but generalists generally have this kind of dynamic where they're able to adapt and in some cases sort of hyper adapt much more rapidly than other organisms. So the budworm moth, a lot of people know this moth, they know this caterpillar, as I would call it a high threat, high presence pest. The main problem with the budworm moth that people are dealing with is that even if you kill it, similar to the Eurasian hemp borer that we'll talk to, you still have a problem, and that problem is a rotting insect corpse in your plant. So that's why the most important thing that people can do, in my mind, that has been most successful is creating a mesh screen defense. Some kind of a barrier. If you're growing indoor versus outdoor, this is a lot easier to do, of course. But if you are in a field situation and you're dealing with a lot of moths, this might actually be one of the only things that you can do to keep it from being a problem. And it might be a bit of a labor cost. It might be a bit of a supply cost. And I know currently we're in a situation where that's a lot more of an ask than it used to be in the past. But if it's between here, this, and total crop loss, that is kind of the decision that you'll have to make. And one of the benefits of this is that if you're able to prevent the moth from actually laying eggs on the plant, then you will pretty much totally obviate that insect from being a problem, because the eggs are where the larvae come from. The larvae aren't going to travel around to find your plant. They rely on the adult for laying eggs on the host. Eurasian hemp borer, I call it a medium presence, high threat pest for similar reasons, and that's why I have it right after the Helicoverpazia. I have a video here about it, and basically one of the things that you can look for here in this video as a reference is not only what the adults look like, but what the larvae look like. And this is a very small larva. You can see that when the larvae bore into the stems and the branches, they kind of produce a little small brown detritus from their boring. And then they swell the branch or the stem where they're residing. Then they travel up the plant. And as they travel up the plant, they girdle the plant from the inside out, which basically totally eviscerates the plant's nutrient movement capability. And so when that happens, you get fungal pathogens that can be vectored in the wounds. You can get all kinds of problems from that. And of course, you lose the flower material at the terminal end of the bud. So this is a pretty egregious pest. And I expect it to get, unfortunately, worse over time, because there aren't a whole lot of great ways to deal with it. Because even the biocontrols that exist, like trichogramma wasps and things like this, they go after the eggs. and they are not very, these larvae don't stay very long outside of the plant. So they bore into the plant kind of immediately. So the name of the game is prevention over treatment. So fungus gnats, threat medium, presence high. A lot of people have dealt with fungus gnats in the past. They are a vector for botrytis, pythium, fusarium, other pathogens. So even though they might not cause a bunch of direct damage, and I do know a lot of people who deal with them kind of occasionally and don't put a lot of effort into controlling them, or they certainly just don't deal with a large presence. That's all well and good, but they can cause some other problems that are even way worse, and that's vectoring these pathogens. So I don't want people to get the idea that because they're kind of a common pest or something that's sort of a low damage pest directly, though they don't have somewhat of a threat. And this only comes from knowing their bionomics and knowing their ecology. But a lot of insects actually have an important sort of symbiotic relationship with various microbes. And this is one way that we see this here for cannabis pests. Biocontrols for the fungus gnat include things like Steinernema feltiae, which are predatory nematodes. I've had a lot of great success with them. In particular, they're like my favorite way to deal with fungus gnats. You can also use things like Bacillus thuringiensis israelensis, which is a particular strain that is specifically for Diptera or flies. And you can also use chemical controls like pyrethrin and azadirachtin. However, like other people have said, these might not always be accessible. And in certain cases, you aren't able to use them, or they've been mixed with other compounds, like in the case of pyrethrin, with piperonal butoxide, which is not allowed to be used in various places. So you should always be aware. I know we're talking to an international audience, so it really depends on where you are. No one person is going to know all the various legal changes that occur in cannabis. Oh, so sorry about that. So Western flower thrips, Frankliniella occidentalis. This is also a really common pest in many crops. It's also a vector of several viruses, actually. And I mentioned this last time, but it's unclear to me if it's actually a vector for certain mosaic viruses. Certainly, we see examples of, and for a long time, I was very dubious about the presence of tobacco mosaic virus, for example, or cucumber mosaic virus in that. In cannabis, there were reports in the past, but they were not really, the way that we look for viruses nowadays is very different. So I just wanted to see more updated information, essentially. But it also wouldn't surprise me because Western flower thrips is a massive vector for tobacco mosaic virus and several other orthotospoviruses. So it remains to be seen kind of what this dynamic might be. But if there is a dynamic, I would expect this to be the vector or one of the primary vectors for it. And as you can see in this picture, you can see nymphs and adults, and you can see what their frass or their feces looks like, and their stippling damage all on a leaf. So it was actually a pretty nice picture to use here as a thumbnail. Basically, though they are kind of a low threat pest, they're pretty, because of that anyways, or in spite of that, they're pretty easy to deal with biocontrols and chemical controls. A lot of people like to use things like wettable sulfur or various other botanical insecticides. But I like to use Amblysia swirsky or Neocetus curcumeris, which are really common, and they go after a lot of other pests as well. And I've mentioned them for several pests already. And Hypoaspis miles or Stradiolalaps schimatus is pretty common as well in the soil. So you can attack the pupae, sort of middle stage of the insect when it drops into the substrate, which of course isn't as relevant in an aquaponic setting. But certainly everyone is getting pests like this as long as they're growing the plants, or at the very least, if they're not totally sealed. I know a lot of these aquaponic centers and facilities are sealed from other pathogens, and that's a really great thing. And when you can do that, you should do that because it alleviates a lot of the stressors up front for obvious reasons. Now we get into one of the biggest pests of cannabis 2020-2021 is the rice root aphid, Rhopalcyphum rufi abdominale. There are a lot of biocontrols for this, but to be honest, I found that a use of chemical controls like a pyrethrin product or azadirachtin, when in combination with like a fungal pathogen like Beauveria bassiana or Eiseria fumosoracea, was highly effective. And I made this video to show what they look like in the root zone. Their abdomen is a reddish, has like sort of a reddish coloration, no matter what their base color is. Sometimes they're a darker, like black color. Sometimes they're like a yellowish or greenish color, but they always kind of seem to have this red coloration, which is what the rufi means in rufi abdominale in their binomial name. And if we go further into this video, we can see examples of the fungal pathogen being effective. So here you can see somewhat, here, let's see if we have a better one over here. Yeah, so here we have micro-sized bodies of fungus gnats, of rice root aphids. Rice root aphids are often confused for fungus gnats, actually. So it's really important to know the difference because they're a very different threat to model for. But here we see the fungal pathogen being quite efficacious. And I want to say anecdotally that I come across a lot of situations where people are, at least in commercial settings, very reticent to use these products like the fungal pathogen, partly because they can be quite expensive, but particularly at the facility where this footage was taken, the fungal pathogen, they would have achieved greater success and at a quicker capacity if they were able to kind of get past that and utilize it as the rate that was recommended, not just by me but by other people, because when you find these rice root aphids, you have to hit them hard, you have to hit them fast. If you don't, they'll proliferate quite expansively.
Matthew, the other gentleman's running slightly late, so if you want to run 10 or 15 minutes long, go for it.
Oh, excellent. That does help me. I appreciate that. I think I'm actually running a little bit slow, so that works out. I also wanted to say about the rice root aphid that they feed on a ton of different plants. The cannabis aphid is a specialist, so in contrast, this will only feed on cannabis as far as we know. And in fact, its closest relative, the hop, damson hop aphid, feeds on hops and some prunus species, kind of like the rice root aphid does. So rice root aphid will feed on grasses in the summer and other kinds of plants, and woodier plants in the autumn or fall, or autumn or winter period. And they transition between the two during different seasons. So I find that people often have rice root aphids without knowing it, and they're constantly dealing with an infestation that's being supplied by plants right outside their cultivation space. So again, be aware, crop scout your location, crop scout the areas inside and outside of your cultivation area. And again, have sort of a holistic idea of what you're dealing with, because sometimes the pests are right in front of your space and you're just not looking at them with enough detail. And those kinds of things can slip by you, or weeds can pop up and supply you with a host of whitefly or something like that. So it's something to keep in mind. But cannabis aphids also have similar controls. I also heartily recommend fungal pathogens in addition to like a botanical insecticide to knock them down. But you can also use things like lacewing larvae and Aphidius parasitoid wasps. All of these videos show an example of their biology. On the left, we have a parasitoid wasp. Now, parasitoid means that as a typical nature of their life cycle, they kill their host. So these wasps will kill the aphids as a part of their life cycle. On the top, we see an aphid producing an alarm or a defense compound out of their cornicles, which are those quote unquote tailpipes that people like to talk about that aphids have. And at the bottom, we have a winged adult, which has a little bit of a different sort of morphology and coloration than the non-winged adults that you see that are reproducing rapidly. It goes without saying, and I said it so much that I always assume that people know this, but aphids are born pregnant. In fact, they're born as their grandparents already, because not only the babies that they're born with are already themselves pregnant. It's a telescoping generations. So as colonies sort of, and just like spider mites, they heavily suppress the immune system locally. So as they reproduce rapidly, their colony starts to really change the immune response of the plant where they're feeding. And that can cause all sorts of problems for the plant when you're trying to utilize techniques to prime the immune system or to somehow direct the immune response of the plant when it's already being sort of suppressed in a general area. Silverleaf whitefly. I call this a medium threat, medium presence pest because it is the vector of the lettuce sclerosis virus, which we've recently found is a lethal virus in cannabis. Doesn't get a lot of attention, but more and more it is. In fact, the gentleman I was looking forward to listening to today, Kevin McKernan, has done some work on identifying these viruses and other sorts of pathogens in cannabis. So the silverleaf whitefly vector is actually over 460 plant viruses. It's a super vector, and LCV is just one of them. And again, we might find that in the future, other viruses are vectored to cannabis, but we don't really have that information yet. So that's kind of speculative at this point. But they also vector broad mites, and many people have seen this very famous picture of an electron microscope picture of broad mites that are on the legs of a silverleaf whitefly. And this is one way that they get around, certainly to the chagrin of the whitefly. In fact, it's not great for the whitefly itself. It messes with its aerodynamics and other sorts of things, but that's what you get. There are various biocontrols and chemical controls. I've been mentioning a lot of the same botanical insecticides, but you can also use things like wettable sulfur. Beauveria bassiana is one of my favorite ways to deal with whitefly colonies because they tend to like to aggregate, and that's really conducive to the fungus when you apply it on the colonies. And I have a lot of videos on my channel of them dealing with the Beauveria bassiana infestation pretty poorly. I think I actually have an example of it here in the video. No, I do not, but I do have an example of, if you're curious, what those Delphasis lady beetles looked like. Yeah, so they look like this. These little black lady beetles here, and their larvae are feeding on the whitefly colony. So that's what they look like. You can also use cucumeris or Swirsky mites as well. Broad mites, high threat, high presence. These things are in everything. Their genus name literally means Polyphagotarsinemus, so many eater tarsinemid. If you're curious, or if you've seen their damage, you know that they have a similar damage to russet mites, the hemp russet mite, and they're often conflated. You can often tell the difference because broad mites have sort of an American football shape, this sort of oblong look to them, and they lay eggs that have tubercles on them, so little protrusions that to us look like dots. So you can see that in the upper left of this picture here. And you can also see sometimes broad mites carrying females. So it's males that carry the females around. And so if you see the wrinkling corrugated leaves plus the eggs or plus the mites, then you know you have a broad mite infestation rather than a hemp russet mite infestation. They produce these problems in the plant by having toxic saliva that fundamentally changes how the plant develops and creates a little shelter for it in the plant foliage. So to get rid of them, I'm a high advocate of sulfur, but I'm also a big advocate for these predatory mites like Swirsky and cucumeris. And if you have those already established in your crop, and different contexts are going to require different application rates and all of that sort of a thing. But I oftentimes advocate for like maybe 200 to 300, possibly even 400 mites per square meter of foliage space. That tends to be really effective as sort of a preventative application, and sort of a population that you want to keep higher up, which is why crop scouting is really important. So you have to make sure that those predatory mites are active in your foliage after you apply them. Similar sort of thing is true for the microbes for that matter. Hemp russet mite, again, is also very similar to broad mite, but when you look at it, you can kind of see in this picture that they are vermiform. They are sort of a worm-like shape that kind of tapers at one end. This is because actually they have gone through a lot of, they've lost a lot of genes compared to their other mite hosts, or mite friends, relatives rather, which has caused them to have this sort of odd, very atypical appearance for mites. But similarly, they can be combated with Swirsky or cucumerous mites, or horticultural oils, or wettable sulfur, for example. So those are some common treatments that people utilize in a commercial setting that are also applicable in a residential setting as well. And I also wanted to just touch on this point, since I happen to know russet mites are, they were not ever used by Caltrans to get rid of cannabis plants surreptitiously, and also most russet mites are very, very specialized on one host or a couple of very closely related hosts. And even when they do feed on those plants, they actually typically don't kill them. It's atypical for russet mite species to be very damaging to their host. As a plant parasite, this makes sense. You don't want to actually kill your host. Ideally, you want to just be able to live on it for as long as possible. But unfortunately, citrus bud mite and hemp russet mite and tomato russet mite are really problematic. And so we have these pests to deal with. And oftentimes, although they are vectored by us when we move plants around, they're also often vectored by the wind currents. So that's something that you should consider when you're growing in a field situation. If you feel like, or even an indoor situation for that matter, you feel like you've done everything you can and not let a lot of people in and did all these other sorts of things, don't be too distraught. Sometimes they can just literally fly in on the air, which is something that I feel a lot of people don't consider. So let me go through these really quickly, these microbial pests. I have several here, and if I don't go over them, you should definitely be looking them up on Google or something like this. And I also have another chapter that I've written about them. Powdery mildew, you've got lettuce powdery mildew and hop powdery mildew now, recently found confirmed on cannabis. There are biocontrols for it, like Ampelomyces quisqualis, which is itself a fungal parasite of powdery mildew. You can also use potassium bicarbonate or wettable sulfur. And in my last presentation, I went into the interactions and how powdery mildew infects plants, but I think I'll skip over it for now. But if you're curious, you should look up this report. This Biotrophia is Best report is really fascinating in how powdery mildews become resistant to plant defenses, how they overmatch them, and how plants try to adapt to the parasites range. E. coli top virus, major problem. Hard to know exactly how bad it's going to be, but if we look at other crops, we know that BCTV is a major problem in those crops, and globally it is vectored by the beet leafhopper and causes lots of damage year to year. And now it's also been found in cannabis, so I expect it to also become a major problem in the future. We just don't have enough data to really know. The early symptoms are kind of this weird intervenal mosaicism you sometimes see, or sort of like a blotchiness, but then that kind of terminates, and sometimes it only exists on like one or two branches. It terminates into a very gnarled look, as you can see in the picture here. There are also no conventional treatments, unfortunately. This is also true for the lettuce sclerosis virus. There are no conventional treatments for it. It is vectored by the silverleaf whitefly, and its major symptom is, as you can see in the picture, massive chlorosis. So again, sort of a pest that we're not totally sure how it's gonna shake out, but with the lack of infrastructural support and research for cannabis pests currently, that's just starting to kind of change. I'm afraid that it might become much more of a problem before we have a decent countermeasure for it. And that's my presentation. I don't think we have time for questions, but you can always contact me.
We got a couple minutes if you want, if you're up for it.
I am up for it.
Awesome. We have some questions from chat. What do you think about the differences between the various strains of Bavaria Bassiana? I think we had a similar question last night, but that's from Soulshine.
Oh yeah, it's a good question too. So I think that a lot of them are typically very, I don't want to say that they are sort of totally equal. They have strengths and weaknesses. I don't keep track of all the different ones, but I'm a big fan of Grasshopper Active, or GHA, which is pretty common in various products. And just a quick note, there are really important engineers and technicians that do a lot of work to maintain the virulence of biopesticides and microbial biopesticides in general. Just because you produce it on agar or something like that doesn't mean it's going to continue to have virulence. And in fact, we often find virulence traits are lost very rapidly if they're not maintained using living hosts and harvesting practices and things like that. So you should watch out, make sure you buy it from a distributor who is doing the due diligence to check for that.
Awesome. The next question we had is, can you ask him about the viability of organic systemics, e.g. rose marinol and similar type products?
So for products that, and I'm going to interpret that question to mean like chemistries that somehow sort of affect the immune system by like priming one or a couple of different pathways, I think that they're really great. The problem that you run into is that when you prime the immune system, that causes changes in the physiology and might restrict growth. There's this concept in ecology called the growth defense trade-off, and this doesn't always occur. But if you continually prime the plant, like there's a reason why plants don't continually have their immune systems primed 100% all the time. It's costly, and it can also make it difficult for other beneficial microbes and things to establish a good connection with the plant. So I think that those substances are good and they have a place, but it can be kind of hard to know how to correctly dose, or you don't always know what the ramifications are of activating the system.
Did someone else ask, can you tell us more about safford fly larvae? We saw a bunch for the first time last year and then saw a whole bunch more this year as well. Can you tell me more about them?
Absolutely. They often look like hornets or bees. They have like oftentimes a yellow-black coloration, but not all of them do. You can often tell the larvae from like caterpillars because they don't have like a head capsule. So like caterpillars have like a hard, like a head that kind of looks like a helmet. And these fly larvae do not have that. Not like fungus gnat larvae that do, but syrphid fly larvae do not. And so they kind of taper to a point, and that's one way you can tell the difference. The larvae are often green or brown colored, and the adults are highly attracted to like populations of aphids, for example, for those species, but also to general florets and like mint family flowers and things like that if you want to facilitate them. They love to drink nectar, and sometimes I think they also feed on pollen.
What other advice do you have for people that are trying to feed their beneficials as far as feed stations and banker plants?
I have a video that goes over some of the pollen that has been investigated for powdery mildew, for predatory mites. And what they found was that even like different kinds of pollen can be a bit of a crapshoot. Some pollen is highly toxic to predatory mites and other insects and mites for that matter, whereas other ones are benign and maybe even confer benefits to the predatory mites or other organisms. So there's not a lot of research on it, but I will say that when it comes to banker plants and things like this and facilitating those natural beneficial ecological agents, try to do as much research as you can, search for ecological research and things that are supported by literature, because it oftentimes requires like a large effort on your point to maintain these plants and sort of assess. You should be assessing whether or not you're actually having an impact, rather than just like scattering a bunch of plants and just assuming that you're going to get this bounty of biocontrol when you might not actually have to do. You do have to spend some time to cultivate that environment.
So what other types of pests are you seeing? I know that we this year we saw, and we see this every year in Oklahoma to different extents, Septoria, and then this year especially the cucumber beetles. Is there any others that you think people need to be aware of, or at least put their eyes on it so they can be aware of it if they do need to ID it on their farm? Those two in particular I can think of off the top of my head.
Septoria is a big one. Pseudomonas. There's a Pseudomonas species out there that is also affecting cannabis foliage, and it kind of looks like Septoria, but it gets like a violet line or halo around the wound site. So that's another one to look out for. Fusarium is a big one that I often see kind of coming, especially on like broken branches and things like that. I often see it colonized in wound sites, and it can be like a bright orange sometimes even, or like a violet coloration. Hop latent viroid, of course, is very in vogue to talk about, a sort of a massive problem. I didn't cover it here because there's not a whole lot of like empirical research on it, and I would rather be conservative in what I'm talking about rather than like be misleading potentially. But that's a massive problem, and it's also very hard to identify. So a lot of times the answer is, get it tested if it really matters. Get it tested and try to be preventative rather than curative, because it's not very conventionally curable.
Can you tell us a little bit about phytoplasmids? A lot of people are just starting to find out about those. You do have a great video on it actually on your channel.
Absolutely. So phytoplasmas are kind of a relatively new plant parasite, mostly discovered in the 1960s, late 1960s, and they are a special bacteria that lives oftentimes in the phloem of plants and causes a lot of problems. It was recently found in citrus for the huanglongbing or citrus greening disease, that it's actually not a parasite at all. It just causes a massive like oxidative stress and hormonal imbalance in the plant. And if you rectify those imbalances that it causes, then all of the symptoms, or most of the symptoms of the colonization, go away, which is massive, because this thing was killing tons of citrus plants all over citricultural spaces like Florida and California. In cannabis, there are phytoplasmas as well, and I'm just curious to know if perhaps we could use the same techniques that we use for citrus that we're finding out are applicable there in cannabis, but we don't have a lot of information. Phytoplasmas are mainly found, rather they're found all around the world, and there's examples of it in Iran, in China, various parts of the United States of America, like Nevada, and they're oftentimes vectored by a special subgroup of leafhopper. And we don't really know which ones are vectoring it for cannabis. We just don't have that information. But we will probably find that out, hopefully, in the next few years.
Awesome. Is there any good resources for people that are trying to get some of the answers as far as testing? I know you do consulting. They can do that through you. Is there any other resources that you wanted to give people? I know AgDia and Medicinal Genomics also have kits that you can sound out for individual stuff. Is there any other good resources that people might want to be made aware of?
Well, for those who aren't familiar with Joseph Ramahi, he is a specialist that I have worked with in the past that comes highly rated from me. And he has a good little primer that he has been sharing. In fact, if you follow his Instagram, which I think is Joas Ramahi or something like this, he was actually circulating that recently on social media too, for hop latent viroid in particular. So check him out. And obviously, since I am taking up Mr. McKernan's space, I want to also reiterate that he is a great resource for this kind of research. And I'm really excited because when I first started talking about various viruses, I don't know if this is true or not, but from what I could have told, what I could see, he was really the only other person who I knew who was talking about it as well. So shout out to him. Oh, you're muted.
Oh, sorry about that.
No
Here I am
problem.
talking to myself. Actually, that reminds me of one topic that we did bring up last night that I wanted to make sure we mentioned again here about hop latent viroid, as you had some very interesting thoughts on that study that was published that was making some pretty interesting claims about the percentage of hop latent viroid infection.
Oh yeah. It's egregious. I think you're talking about the article that was talking about like 90% of the sampled plants that they had found were infected with hop latent viroid. It's egregious. And with the lack of like political and infrastructural support for cannabis research, and also the very healthy sort of reticence that the cannabis cultivation space has for like maybe government interference or sort of even like large scale organizations being helpers. And I understand where that resistance comes from. It's going to be a very interesting dance between people who are trying to cultivate plants and people who are trying to research this pathogen and find biosecurity controls that will make sense for both parties. I'm afraid that it will get worse before it gets better, and it's already very bad. And I think we were speculating earlier that at least in aquaponics setting, maybe hop latent viroid can transmit through water because it can be mechanically transmitted, but I don't actually know. But it'd be interesting to see that looked at.
Yeah, we've definitely had a suspicion about lettuce chlorosis virus potentially being vectored via water because of some interesting results we've had with lettuce facilities that were also growing hemp strains. But with hemp, you have a little bit different genetics as well, which has its own issues when it's often outdoor and open pollinated. So that invites it to certain other things that could have also been the factor. Again, it's something that we suspect, but don't have confirmation yet.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see this research pan out in the next half decade to a decade.
All right. How can people find out about you and your various resources? Because you have all kinds of great ways for people to reach out to you.
Yeah, so I remember you were showing examples of my my website. So if you want to reach out to me for professional consultation, you can come across zenthanol.com and message me there. You can also message me on my social media. I'm always looking to help people as much as possible. And at this point, I've probably helped thousands of people if it's not tooting my own horn too much to say. In fact, a lot of the really great videos that you saw in this presentation came from people who wanted to support the free sharing of that pest information, which I know is very sensitive to a lot of people. And so I want to take a moment to say that I really appreciate this honestly surreal experience to be able to help as many people as possible. You can also find that information and more information on my YouTube channel, Zenthanol, especially my pest primer series, and also on Instagram and Twitter, which is @SyncAngel, which you can see on the left and right side of the presentation slide.
Awesome. And I just you teed yourself up for something and then I forgot it.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
That's all right. Definitely check out his awesome information. Oh, I remember Matthew's very passionate about this stuff too. He actually, along with myself, gave a talk for the Aquaponics Association of China to try and
Yes.
help get some interesting information to them, because they are very much cut off from the rest of the world when it comes to agricultural knowledge. They don't exchange information quite as much in the ag realm. So it was really cool to speak to them and hear about some of the concerns that they had about aquaponics and some of the different things that they run into. So that was definitely an interesting experience as well.
Yeah, I really appreciated being a part of that as well. It was very sort of refreshing to be able to shuo some Zhongwen for once.
Right. And if you guys want to find more information about the Aquaponics Association, you can find out about them through the aquaponicsassociation.org for the US chapter. And then there's chapters in Europe and Asia as well. So, and even one in Africa now. So you can find out the one closest to you. Well, thank you so much, Matthew, for joining us today, and really enjoyed your talk. Again, sorry about the issues with the recordings yesterday, but I very much appreciate you stepping up and helping us out again today.
I really appreciate the second chance, and I hope that you were able to recover it. But if not, we have this presentation, and I look forward to our mutual success.
Awesome, man. Thanks so much. Well, thank you everybody for joining us today. We're halfway through, or not quite halfway through our, oh no, we are halfway through the day today of the conference. So thanks everybody for sticking with us 3/4 of the way through the entire conference and halfway through the day. Be sure to head over to ap420.com, sign up with your email for a chance to win a Spectrum King 403, along with nutrients from apmjnewts.com. Thanks to Roger from True Aquaponics, our partner on that. And also the class from Marty and I, the commercial aquaponic masterclass. So, you know, enter to win the email there, and you can, we'll announce that during Marty's talk at the end of the day. Sorry, I just need to get some dinner here. Thank you so much, Rob, for joining us. Rob is the grower over at Austin Aquaponics, and he does also some hemp growing separately down in Texas. So he's been aquaponic hemp for the last 3 years, and we're excited to have him on the show.
Hey guys, I'm hoping you can hear me. Can I get an audio check?
Yeah, you're good.
Awesome, good. Yeah, we're running a little bit late. We had a long weekend playing airsoft. I'm not sure how many folks are familiar with 300 guys shooting plastic BBs at each other, but that's what we did for 2 days. And barely made it back to the hotel just in time to get online. So thanks for having us. I have to say some of the presenters are amazing. I don't feel quite as informative as some of these guys, but you know, I was hoping to just share what we've been up to with our recent history with a little bit of hemp. And as you know, Texas is still kind of figuring things out, and they're just not where I wish they were. But it has been a few years since I've done anything and been to the Aquaponic Association or anything. And so I really was looking forward to this chance to kind of come out of the COVID closet, if you will. Haven't had folks out for training or anything. So long story short, thanks for having me, Steve. You and I were talking about some of the stuff I've done recently, and I just thought I'd share some of our aquaponic vegetation stuff first, and then we could talk about my little bit of hemp. And then I was really hoping to talk more about system design features and whatnot. If I had really put together a presentation, it would be on system design. That being said, I just thought I'd start some slideshows. Did you have any thoughts or comments first? Steve?
No, I think it's nice to finally hear. We've only spoken so far to one other Texas producer to date. So it's really cool to hear some people that are in states that traditionally people don't think of as cannabis states.
Well, I got to say, unfortunately, I don't think we're a cannabis state, although there is, you know, there's a lot of players in the state that I think when it does happen, they're going to be ready to really show you what the Southern coast has to offer. I was hoping to pull up some photos. I've had all kinds of fun working on trying to get PowerPoint to work remotely. But let me start a screen share. I'm super crusty on my Zoom acumen, if you will. So, what does that do? I think I might have clicked on the wrong thing there, guys. One more second. Stop that. New share. All right. Does that get us where we need to be?
Yep.
And there we go. So if you know me, you know I like my SketchUp drawings, and we were trying our hand at going with the new standard operating procedures, requirements, and good agricultural practices, considerations, and whatnot. And we were trying to go with the new pre-filtered recommendation for everything. And we're trying to avoid some of the costly aquaculture filtration that's out there. And this was my effort at coming up with a, radio filter and by MBBR, going back to, in this case, a twin set of fish tanks. And I really like this because it's so good at a small footprint. Sorry, I had a few slides out of place. And this was a family that decided they wanted to do a farmer's market on their property. And this was their, what I call 2-bay family farm. And this is a couple of slides out of place, but you know how that gets. This was what we came up with for these folks. So they had a little bit of everything. They wanted media beds, raft, as well as some wicking beds. And I'm really heavy on construction photos, and I'll take pictures for sharing with folks all the way down to just so I can show them, this corner. So, hey, you want to weld that together, et cetera. So if some of these pictures seem non-growing related, it's because they're really construction related. So, but I really enjoy the technical part of greenhouses and aquaponics. If you don't know me, I'm really a construction guy, and I like building this stuff. I always say I love building farms. I don't really care for operating them. I look forward to the day, and I've actually learned this is an oxymoron as well, or whatever. I think I look forward to the day when we can grow and harvest and trim cannabis. But from the experience I've had so far with trimming 20 pounds, 40 pounds at a time, I'm not so sure I even want to do a 300-pound harvest. But I do still have fun thinking about it, drawing it up, and building it for clients. So this is, I'll zip through some of these construction photos, but this was what I consider an ideal family farm if you just want a little bit of everything. One 8-foot by 96-foot raft with some good old beaver boards. These are 12 media beds. Each of them are 5 foot wide and 16 foot long. They're not really divided in half. That's just a little brace bracket. Of course, 12 inches deep. And we are using, this is something Steve and I talked about a week ago or so, that we've actually gone to using, and I may have a closer photo of it, crushed granite, pink crushed granite for our media because it's inert and it's cheap. Can't really get our hands on pumice or lava rock or anything else. So, and this is us getting this thing together. And showing so again some more of the construction components, and they actually boxed this thing in. I told them to put it outside in its own little area that they would get tired of hearing it, and they came in and they actually boxed this off with a really heavily insulated corner. And at first I was like so about it, but it actually turned out great, and it silenced it quite well. Some more of the same. And they were trying to get in there and start planting by the time we finished. And I think I have some photos in here of this thing fully decked out. If not, I'll get back to that. But this was an ideal build. It went really well. This was a scenario where they had their own contractor and they wanted to do it themselves with just my oversight and supervision and whatnot. And between the drawings and my oversight, I think they did a very good job. If I could have these guys build greenhouses for me, one right after the other, they would be my crew for sure. Sorry, probably boring you with this. Give me a second. I think y'all all know what a lot of this looks like. Again, back to the drawings. I think I'm a fan of any well-designed system should have no issues with, getting it done. And this is all done to pretty standard ratios. And that's something I want to talk with Steve more about. And I feel like if I had watched your 500 hours of content, I'd probably know some of these answers. But the fun thing that I'm realizing with some of the new cannabis aquaponic systems designs, if you will, is that you can use a lot less water to do the dual root zone and stretch the system for miles. And so that's something I look forward to seeing utilized and brought to life. So I think that'll be really cool. In fact, for the last few months, Steve, what I've been doing primarily is these drawings for other folks and greenhouse guys in the cannabis industry, but just nothing to do with, let me stop share real quick. Nothing to do with cannabis, unfortunately. I have a different one here. Let me just get to it. Sorry, I'm so used to having triple screens that I don't know how to behave on just a single, just one little laptop. I feel very handicapped. Give me one more second. All right, I think this is it. This is a, and I'm still there. We're on. Is it still on me or the deal?
No, it's still on you. Just have to screen share again. That's all.
Sorry, guys. I'm almost there. Good at building stuff, not so great at zooming. There it is. Okay. So you're familiar with this farm. I think you had a visit here. This was a classic scenario of a whole lot of farm at once for a new grower. And I think if you were to talk to this young man again, he would say that he might have bit off a bit much. This was a huge project and it went well. Construction went well. Everything went according to plan. He grew some lettuce and sorry, me and my drawings. This is just us putting all this together. I'm a fan of, in these giant greenhouses full of rafts, I really am a fan of just throwing them together and eliminating some of the walk space. And this was actually the first time I had tried that, and I think it worked good. We stuffed a bunch of fish in here. And again, with the one-off, filtration, but it all did its job. Turns out these static media were a bit more work to clean on a, I'd say up to twice a week basis by the time they had these fully loaded. These are all 1,200 gallon tanks filled up to about 1,000 gallons. And you would have to clean this thing 2 or 3 times a week to really keep it where you wanted. And that was just too much for this scenario because they had 6 sets of those that they would have had to keep up with. And that being basically you're cleaning a filter a day. And it would probably take you a couple, 3 hours to do it properly. And so we had to do some tweaks on that, but this is just more of the construction photos here. And, now that we're talking about cannabis, I kept telling this guy that if he wanted to try hemp, that we could turn this into one big light depth just so easily, but we didn't quite make it there. This is just some more of it coming together. Again, it's too bad you can't just throw plants across all of this raft and get this to grow hemp or cannabis, and I guess that's debatable. But it did come together nice, and we grew a ton of lettuce. I think he finally got up to about 9,000 units a week. And that was kind of maxing out the local distribution because he was in Dallas and the majority of his stuff was headed out of town. It was a logistical challenge to say the least, but he definitely put all this equipment to use and grew a lot of lettuce. He got in here and built quite the starter chamber. I think they said they were capable of 13,000 starts per week. And they were doing the 1-inch cells to match the raft boards. And they are doing a cocoa I think they were into a cocoa vermiculite mix, but they were mixing and putting in. They did get certified organic through Oregon Tilth, and that was cool. And then this is the long story that Steve's privy to, where we added some additional aeration, and that was a huge effort, and which I should comment as far as system design considerations go. This system was designed to be a airlift only. Sorry, turning off the room air conditioner. Airlift only system that should have had plenty of, oxygen content to grow the plants, and it did. And then there was heat issues and different stuff, and for some reason we all decided to add more air. That may have affected our pH, which is a pretty it's not a very well known concept that high oxygen levels can actually affect the way pH is handled throughout an aquaponic system. And I think Steve can expand on that more. Long story short, there's a lot of air stones in all those rafts and long day putting it together. Whole lot of kale, whole lot of Salanova lettuces. That was somebody's attempt at a raft cleaning thing. And if you've ever had to clean, 400 raft boards a week, you look for any help you can get. Steve, am I boring these guys with lettuce picks? Do you think I could blast?
Can you tell us a little bit more about mineralization and the process of converting the fish waste and what methods that you found worked well?
Well, if anyone has followed my history, you would probably know that I'm the media bed guy. That if anything, I went into the hybrid option and went with rafts after my media beds. And so I'm a kind of an old school aquaponic guy, if you will. And I like a media bed capturing straight solids with the help of some red wigglers, and figured out that if you go with the lower stocking densities, you can actually keep a media bed from clogging. And in fact, when they got around to making the, Aquaponic Association recommendations in regard to media beds, we didn't agree with anything they said. And I was personally quite offended that they didn't ask the guy who actually had 10 years of media bed experience at the time that, no one got sick. We never had Salanova or Salmonella or E. coli, on and on and on. That's a whole nother concept, but this was a standard deal. And there was actually some additional, there was in this system, let me get back to one of the earlier slides here real quick. There is a media bed built into it. So each of these mega rafts were decoupled, if you will, so that we could feed them as we wanted and then control them as their own little loop. And this blue box right here is the sump to this entire layout. And it circulated amongst itself right here. This media was intended to be the pH buffer for all of this. And if it had gone according to the design, the system would have gone acidic. And then instead of just using something like crushed granite or a totally inert media, you would have been able to add in, and this is per my regular practice, add in regular river rock that has just enough lime content that it'll regulate the pH. And if you're using, a high pH well water, you would use less river rock. And if you're using, a lower pH leaning towards rainwater, et cetera, you would add more river rock. But with a little time and adjustment, you can actually dial in your local water source to your system's acidity and get it to balance out. Well, there was so much going on in this environment, and I think that's where Steve got invited to help offer his 2 cents, et cetera, on how to remediate pH in this gigantic system and keep things going. And it definitely goes back to the whole, don't just throw a bunch of oyster shell in there and then keep throwing more in and then need to dump the whole thing on. I won't go down that conversational path, but that was how this system is designed, and it does work in that way. But as far as mineralization, it was a standard. Let me get back to some of these folks here. You know, we were going for solid separation and a little bit of a moving bed bioreactor. There was a sludge collection tank built, but they connected a septic system to it, decided to just run the whole stuff out into a full-blown 5,000 square foot septic system just to dump fish poop. So that is certainly not something I would have put in my design, but it is an option. It did get insane nitrogen creation in my opinion. Here's the truth be known with this farm, they actually found an organic liquid nitrogen that they were using that basically they ran this system without fish and turned it into a hydroponic system. So, and I think they were considering moving towards hemp production to some point. If nothing else, we were talking about what a great system this would be for, cloned, cuttings and or seedlings, because if you can produce 13,000 seedlings a week, I think you could sell some cuttings. I mean, some plants. So, but there wasn't much to it other than that. That farm is still actually not still there. It needs some repairs after a small fire in the tank room, to be honest. Had to deal with some electricians that didn't know these heaters were decommissioned. So farmers beware. Any other questions on that one, Steve, before I move on? Let's see.
You had go up. There was you had a picture of the inside of the plumbing of your solid separators. I just wanted to see if you could show that.
Sure.
One there. You go down. That one, and then the next one down.
That one there. Let's see, what would that be? That's going to be the MBBR. Hold on. There's the MBBR. Yeah. Okay. And so we threw a ton of air in there. I tried my best to do the gosh, how do you do this? Here we go. Try my best to do the exact, pounds per or air pounds per gallon, per cubic foot. And as far as I know, this entire system was sized, exactly the ratio it needed to be. And as far as I know, we never had any, conversion issues. It was, it was always nitrate, never anything else. But what were you going to ask about this? I'm sorry.
I just wanted people to see.
Okay, cool. Yeah, by the way, again, these are 2,000 gallon systems ran through. Basically, I think this was a 350 cone bottom, and these all came from poly tank, good fish tanks, but these were all cone bottom, acid tanks or whatever. And we cut the top off and fully built all of this. It was it was quite a party. Let me put that aside. I want to see what else I wanted to show you guys. I guess I could show you a little bit of my, what time do we have? 36. I guess I could get into my little bit of the hemp that I grew.
Yeah.
Let me stop share. I don't know exactly what I'm doing here. For some reason I can't, oh, it's way up on top. Okay. Somewhere we got a different program. Oh, I guess I'm going to have to pull that up first. Give me a second. Yeah, Steve, I wish I had the chance to watch more of your this weekend. I'm hoping it sounded like you had some technical issues yesterday. Hopefully I can avoid.
This morning we had all kinds of issues trying to get the stream to work, and we were like a minute late and just barely got the stream live. And had to redo the whole back end of the links and stuff for the speakers, but we managed to keep the original link for all the viewers the same, which was the important part. So.
Hey, by my clock, we had 2 minutes to spare. I'm just saying.
Hey, says the technical producer. Says the technical producer. All right, is that popping up some other greenhouse stuff? This is the other thing that kind of took me out of the aquaponic scene for a couple of years. I was really blessed starting, I think, early 2018. Greenhouse company out of Oregon made contact, said, hey, we understand you like building greenhouses, go build some light depth. So I got to kind of stick my nose into the light depth world, and, you know, Oklahoma is the closest cannabis state to Texas. So it's, it was nice to go up there and work. Now, we learned quite a bit, and I was able to share some information back to Oregon that says, hey, you don't want to do an external greenhouse or an external light depth greenhouse in a cornfield. So if you guys look in the background, there's not a tree to be seen for 60 miles. And if there is a tree, it's because someone planted it at their house, but there's nothing but 500-acre corn circles in this part of the world. And so, and these are all kits sold. So they, you know, they send you a light depth, a light trap, and they send you a fan, and they tell you to make it work. And so we're going to town, putting all that together. This is us boxing up a evaporative cooler wall, and they went all out and did the slanted, you know, drain concrete floor. They're going to do rolling benches, etc. And again,
you guys trimming out a wet wall there? Is that what that?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Were you guys trimming out a wet wall there? Look like.
Yes. Again, they, you know how light depth greenhouses are. You've got a louver, keeps the bugs and the wind out, and then you've got an evaporative cooler, and then you have to squeeze in somewhere a light trap. And so we're boxing that up, and I've got some. It's, you know, just funny you ask. Again, I'm all about the construction pics, and so I have in detail because. I would ask these guys, okay, so how does this go? You know, do you have a picture for me? And they're like, yeah, you know, put that on the outside, put that on the inside, box it up. And they you know, okay, well, again, no pit now. I said, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to take pictures of whatever I do and I'll send them to you. Maybe they'll be helpful for the next guy. Well, coincidentally, 2 years later, they've called me and they said, hey, look, we want you to basically draw all of our drawings and do all of our stuff for us. So I've been working for them, and it's been a nice relationship that sounds like it's never ending. I took this picture specifically to say, look, guys, if you're prospecting a greenhouse in Oklahoma, you need to ask them, is there a windmill in sight? Because if there is, external just isn't going to cut it, because it just fought us. Boy, anyone who's ever put a greenhouse together knows you don't do it in the wind. And there's never a no wind. This is the light wind day of the month that month. But anyway, we got it all together. We got it in there. This is us throwing the evap on, and these pictures will show you a little more of the effort we had to go through to make this work. So we had to build out our own flashing. The good news is these guys have since come up with a really great flashing set that's made out of really good bent. I think it's aluminum. But they have a big aluminum flashing kit that goes with this now, where you just hang the flashing and stick the stuff in it, and it all screws together, and it saves you probably 3 days work. Oops. Anyway, it's basically, you have to get the shutters installed. You want to make sure that they're all pigtailed together, and then you have to find a place to mount this stuff, because it's like, where do I put the motor? This isn't the normal scenario. So we got jiggy with it and mounted it all tight as we could and whatever. Let's see. And then you got to stick the light traps in between, and then then you put the evap pads on the outside, and you're good to go. I'm sorry, I must have stuck in an aquaponic build. This is actually, I guess, something else we did that year. This is a gentleman who, for the record, I didn't build this greenhouse or design it, someone else did, but we were putting this aquaponic system in there. The old shower drain to some 2-inch PVC, bada bing. It's a great drain because you can, let me open this up a bit, because you can adjust your height if you want and get more or less. There's a good old AST endurance. Again, I get real jiggy with taking installation pictures just because I do. I like it. For me, this is eye candy for aquaponic builders, if you will. But I think you get the gist. This is, I'll tell you more about this as I go. This was a 300-gallon tank hooked up to the Endurance 2000, I believe, 180-gallon tank. Go ahead. I'm sorry. This was a prawn tank. They wanted to try some prawn. And so we threw in this 180-gallon rectangle. I've wound up filling it to, I think, 150. Here's the sump / raft. And so basically this circulates to itself constantly. This circulates constantly out of fish tank, through prawn tank, through filtration, back to fish tank. That's its own loop. This constantly circulates from sump to fish tank, coming out of the top up here. And then a different pump, let me see. I didn't really mean to show you guys all of this. This is kind of Aquaponics 101, but what the heck? Oh, I didn't have the page. Anyway, there's a different pump in there that goes, is the media bed pump. And so there's a different pump in this left side that circulates between the media beds and back to the raft. So
can you tell us, you had a wicking bed there too? Do you want to tell everybody a little bit about that?
Yeah, let me get a little further along. Yeah, so basically this 300-gallon tank in my favorite ratios in media beds, a 300-gallon tank would feed two 4x8 media beds. So what I did is one 4x8, and then I did one 16, but we only did about 6 inches of gravel, 4 or 5 inches of water. And they promised me that they would take my advice and not overplant this, because I told them, don't put tomatoes or vine plants, that are going to have humongous root systems. And I think I have a picture in here of where what the greenhouse looked like 6 months later. But this was the wicking bed right here. I'm a huge fan of wicking beds. And if you're trying to have a good, fun gardening experience, I think wicking beds will steer you right. So we threw in a 16-foot wicking bed too. In fact, I don't know how many folks are on the fence about wicking beds, but I've seen and tried it all. And every wicking bed I know of that we've ever built or that any of my friends have done as well, it's always their favorite experience. Like, oh, how are things going about? Well, this happened with the aquaponics and this happened with this and whatever. But man, the wicking beds just keep on killing it. And in the hydroponic world, there's the conceived notion or whatever that they get salty and they build up and this, that, and the other. And I got to be honest, when we did ours as close to living soil as we could, and really it was just a self-watering system, it never had any issues. I can't say I'm going and doing tests and whatever other than, ppms and whatever, but we never had anything that was alarming or disturbing. And then here I am doing, again, drawings for the next installer. This was a different greenhouse we did up in Oklahoma. If you plan on building greenhouses for folks and you call ahead and you say your site plan is ready, right, and it's raised and everything's good to go, you might want to ask them for a photo to confirm, because they had built a pond, in my opinion.
It looks flat to me. What do you mean?
It's flat, but it could have used a little bit of something. But anyway, we're out there. Of course, I think it was January, and so that's 33-degree mud you're looking at right there. We had fun with that, but oh goodness, this is just me with construction pics. This was them. This was a really neat couple. They were retired basically, and they had their really nice property in Oklahoma, and they threw down a little, this was actually an SIP building, structural insulated panels, whatever you want to call it. Made a great little, start room and whatever. But heck, by the time I left, they had 3 of them delivered, and they were already, vegged out, and they were going to town. And it's been 2 years now, and they're having fun. They said they've hit top shelf in Oklahoma. I wish I could tell you this was all aquaponic, but it's not. But I will tell you that they're total organic and living soil folks, and I really liked what they are doing. And want to do. Again, this is just showing the complexity of, hey, you need to make a 30-inch fan and a 30-inch light box work. It's like, okay, how? And I could just start putting it together. It's like, oh my goodness. So there's that. This is hang a heater, hang a fan. Come on, Steve, ask me some good questions. I could go off all
Is
day.
there anything that you think is key for design in the southern states? You've had a lot of experience working in the higher heat things. I noticed that personally dealing with that, I found that geothermal has been very critical and certainly helps reduce costs quite a bit compared to some of the other ones, or a split level design, kind of like you'd see in the Caribbean or in the tropics, where you have kind of, instead of a full loop, you have like a loop and a half loop that can open up to dump that heat out. Those two designs, or even a high pitched Gothic one like you see there, all work really well for getting that heat up and away from the plants.
Yeah, that really is the hot topic right now in the entire hemp cannabis greenhouse conversation is, do we want an evaporative cooler or not? Will geothermal work as well in central or southern Texas as it does in mid to northern Colorado? And we're pretty sure it won't, but there's not a lot of good trial that I can compare. So far, everyone who's running evaporative coolers are still doing fine. I don't know anyone growing greenhouse flower in the summer that doesn't have an evaporative cooler. Now, do they have mold issues and whatnot? I'm not intimately involved enough to know if they're failing test or not, but I will say they're successfully growing some pretty great looking flower. So I would say that you can't consider going without an evaporative cooler, but I do think we're looking for a drier cooling such as the geothermal. And I'm anxious to hear back from some of the folks in Colorado that have tried some of the newer series with the GOT and all that and the ground geothermal. And I haven't heard anything yet. Have you, is something I've been kind of hoping to catch up on. Have you heard of that stuff working for everyone?
In Florida, you mean?
No, in at least Colorado, as far as
geothermal. Oh yeah, Robbie and I did some not only the R&D greenhouse that we ran, but also he's built some much bigger ones now that were for other vegetable facilities utilizing the geothermal. And if you have it scaled right, it can be really good in hotter climates. The problem is in the hotter climates, you have to go deeper. You have to have more surface area underground than in the colder areas where you have more of a temperature difference. But even in Oklahoma, the problem you have in Oklahoma, this is the biggest issue, and I'm sure it's going to be similar in Texas, is that your water table is pretty close to the surface in most of the state. So you have to be careful on making sure that you put at least a well somewhere deep in the deepest portion of it so that you can pump the water out and keep it dry. That's the biggest thing, is that if you get heavy rains, like we've had, pretty crazy rains here in Oklahoma, both in 2019 and again this year. And you want to be able to make sure that you don't get completely flooded out and have, issues underground with that thing filling up with groundwater.
Yeah, like this property as an example, it's just this whole hill is sloped into this once upon a horse pasture, and they needed to just raise it up, but they kind of cut it. they should have brought some more to it, but a little bit of moisture helps the whole thermal transfer, correct? But you're saying it'll literally flood the pipe system, the air.
Oh yeah.
Right?
The other way you can do it, so say you have a really shallow aquifer, say you wanted to do thermal exchange and you're at a place like Dutch Bloom's greenhouse, who if he digs an 8 or 10 foot deep hole in his backyard, he's got water in it, right? Like his water table is real high. If you had a situation like that, what you can do is you can drill down to your aquifer and then just pull water up from that and then pump it back down. We actually did that at 2 different places in Colorado, where Robbie did, the guy I did a lot of R&D with this on, and actually had it so cold they had to really throttle it back because it was just chilling the slab and basically making it like a refrigerator. So you can actually, it works very well. Actually, it would work extremely well in places like Texas where you do have very cold groundwater. I know I love swimming in that spring there in Austin when I come to visit.
Yeah, if you could grow hemp close enough to Barton Springs, you'd be onto something, and you could probably what would I say, mark or label that, you know. But yeah, see, and that's the debate. I know we have a higher ground temp. And I'll say this: not every area has high groundwater levels, water tables. It's not as common in Central Texas and up, but then there's wet pockets. Texas is quite a diverse terrain, if you will. But so I'd love to think that that might be the answer. I'll tell you one thing, as a guy who stands around in a 125-degree greenhouse in August, it's hard to imagine geothermal really pulling that much air out, in that it's a closed environment and you never expel. It just seems like if you don't pull that trapped heat out, it's going to be a struggle. But
for sure. It just like you're saying, no one thing's going to solve it. It's about stacking that with other methods, but it'll definitely take a good, 10 or 15 degrees off of that.
Well, and you know me, I'm all about the hybrid design zone anyway. So it sounds like it's like I think JD did in Colorado, is you go ahead and have the evaporative cooler for that day that you need to pull the air out and pull something through. So, and then I can just remediate the humidity from there. But
the other thing you can do too is we did this as well in that same R&D greenhouse with Robbie. And we've done this again since then in other facilities, is using solar water heaters in the wintertime to heat the water as heat exchangers. And then in the summertime, running them at night in order to work as radiators. So say your water temperature is hotter than the air temperature, all you have to do at nighttime is flip on those heaters, and they'll act as radiators to dissipate that heat and cool that water down. So you can use them both for heating and cooling, and people often don't talk about the cooling ability of the water for those, especially when it comes into July, and it might only get down to 70 or 72. Well, that's okay. I can bleed off plenty of degrees every day of water at nighttime just by circulating those solar water heaters at night.
Yeah, that reminds me of a guy. This is a much smaller system where he was trying to figure out. I kind of parked on that prawn picture. I'll keep moving. He was trying to figure out a way to use a rocket heater to heat his, and I think in his case it was a 300-gallon IBC tote connected to a whole series of stuff. But he realized that he could take and run the rocket fuel rocket heater through the IBC tote, through a weird, 4x6 box that he built that actually went down and through and then rocketed up out of the top. But he would damn near boil that water during the day while he was in there, doing chores and whatever. And he had it down to, I think he had a number, I forget, but it wasn't a lot of wood. It was just a little thing of wood each day. And he would run that through there right before sunset and basically try to boil that water as hot as he could get it, and then just let it sit. And then he had a temp control pump that would circulate his tank water through that. And the water was like 120 when he would leave it. And when he came in the next day, that 300-gallon IBC would only get down to about 90, but his fish tank in a 30-degree evening would stay 70 degrees, I think he was going for, or something like that. So it was pretty neat heat exchange. I don't know how well you could do that on a larger scale, but I do love the idea of using a typical hailstorm come through Oklahoma. And so this was us going back to replace that external light depth curtain. By then they had thrown in some cannabis. And again, I wish I could tell you that was all connected to aquaponics, but it's not. I don't really know why those are there. Let me stop that. Let's see. I think I can get around to showing you mine now.
We have about 5 minutes left.
Oh, wow. Let me hurry up and show you my, for some reason, I'm not finding my hemp PowerPoint. I'm just going to start a slideshow. Forgive me. What the heck? Fish. I'll skip the videos. I had a bunch of videos to show you on the just long, slow pan. Sorry. I forgot that this was cannabis and not aquaponic. Let's see. Let me share. Sorry. Again, Steve, thanks for having me. I hate to dart in and out of here, but I'm going to run through these. This was a nice bud full of ladybugs. Some Bubba Kush we tried. This was one of our first yield picks. It was actually a Moneymaker CBG, was our very first strain that we shared a cutting purchase with some other guys. It came out really good. I tried my hardest to go ahead and pump up this first set. I think I was even using some sweeteners, and we did a, cold bloom powder on the 11th week. And but we really didn't hit these very much with supplements, other than we did the traditional iron and magnesium that we always do in the system. We would foliar spray with some MaxiCrop with iron this time, but we, again, I dosed my system. So I really wasn't spraying the MaxiCrop with iron for iron. I was going for the liquid seaweed. And then our iron was just a chelated, I think a 9% we're at right now. Chelated iron, Moneymaker. These things came out really sticky. I was really pleased with them. You know how it is. A photo just doesn't do a bud any justice. But let's see. We really kept it kind of minimal. I was doing more phenome searching than anything. Really wasn't expecting much of a market, so I didn't want to do a 200-pound harvest or even try 200 plants. So we really didn't keep count, but I'll say out of all of it, I got out of all these plants, it was really only about 90 something plants planted really late and short. I got about harvested about 6 usable, or I should say sellable pounds. There's plenty that could have been, extracted or whatever. But, oh, just for an update on the Texas scene, I don't know how many you keep up with even the hemp flower is kind of iffy and taboo. They can't decide if they want to allow us to sell, possess, or smoke flower hemp. So we're kind of in this, what else are we going to do with the stuff? The Delta 8 was kind of taking over the scene, and I was getting excited about maybe doing carts or something there, but they just schedule one back to schedule one in Texas. Oh, these slides are out of order, but this is what happened after the 20-degree freeze that we had. Now, quite honestly, I was thinking about this the other day when I was showing Steve these pics. I'm not so sure it was the cold that got them, because this plant went through the same cold. It just didn't have mice damage at the base. Let me zoom in on that. You'll see these little mice traps I've got everywhere, and it's such crappy looking farming practices, but man, I've never had mice come in and chew our plants as bad as this. And they really decided they loved the hemp stalks. I'm sure they were kind of getting forced in from the cold weather and everything, but it was a battle I wasn't quite ready or interested in.
I heard that from a couple of other producers in Oklahoma as well, that when that cold snap hit, they were just, hard to keep out of the grows in some places. So
it was like I say, we're out there trying to shovel snow into a Texan. That just is as foreign as it gets. Here we go. I couldn't get my slides to work. And I had this one really red beauty pop up, and I was hoping that was going to turn into something. And I tried to get ahead of it and maybe seed it and whatnot, but I decided I'm not going to bother. I'm not that prepared to start fathering. But I took this big long photo. This is the property after the big snowmageddon in Texas. We had, a week of no power and sub-freezing temperatures. A lot of people's pipes and wells and stuff burst like we've never seen before. We lucked out. Our property had power. Are we running out of time?
Yeah, we're about out of time. Why don't you tell everybody how to find you and more about what you've been doing down there in Texas?
Well, we're Austin Aquaponics. My website is pretty out of date as far as our current services. I still post classes from 2019, and I really took almost I'll say we took the last 2 years off with this whole shutdowns and everything. But we are coming back online. I would say just check us out, sign up on our newsletter if you're interested in keeping up with us. We're going to eventually try to do some aquaponic cannabis, at least tours through our place, if not classes. I'm hoping to invite someone like Steve Resner down to kind of do that. We'll see. But if you want to keep up with us, just check out our email list and keep up. We just don't have anything really current to announce. I'm actually going back to Oregon to do some greenhouse stuff. So I'll be anxious to join you guys on maybe the next conference or on your next podcast, Steve.
All right. Thank you so much.
Again, thank you. Take care.
Take it easy. All righty. Thanks everybody for joining us today. Next up, we have Clackamas Coot joining us to talk to us about healthy soil. A lot of people we've heard from people about koi, we've heard from people about cannabis, we've heard from people about all kinds of other things. And we've heard lots of different speakers talk about combining aquaponic nutrients with their soil systems or utilizing them in combination. And it's certainly great to have Coot with us today. He's certainly a person that I highly look up to and love always having conversations with. I think we have 20 or 30 hours between my podcast and Fumadors together of awesome educational content for people talking about all kinds of great, mainly dispelling myths about silly stuff that people need to know about. But he's a great guy, and we love having him on the as part of this conference, and really appreciate him taking the time to come out here and speak with us today. So thanks a lot for joining us today, Coot.
You're welcome, and thank you for the invitation. And I kind of feel out of place after looking over your, well, not roster, but the subjects. So the only thing I know about fish are, let's see, I've fished for them off of Mexico. I've had saltwater tanks. And as a kid, I had some freshwater, Siamese fighting fish. You know, you get all jacked up on some bad weed, go down to the pet store, get a couple Siamese fighting fish and, place bets. But anyway, you do stuff when you're bored. So we didn't have bowling for dollars in those days on TV. So anyway, so my story, I once read on, I think it was Fumes when it was broadcast, and one of the people in the zoo troop, the chat room, if you will, said that I was boring because I always said the same thing. Well, sit tight, Cupcake, because you're going to get bored again. I've been on this deal for, let's say, 20 years. But it's been perfected, or I think I've moved the goalpost. And so my whole thing is about building the finest soil amendments we can do using very old systems that go back, 3,500, 4,000 years to China. And they got renamed by the stoners in the 80s in Amsterdam. So all of a sudden the biointensive got renamed Sea of Green. Because that's a lot more groovy sound than biointensive, not biodynamic, biointensive. Basically, where you're planting close on center to block out weeds. You know the drill, and reduce evaporation, and good water management systems like that. And I did that course back in, let's see, 86. I went to Jevons facility and took the week course in biointensive gardening. That's a double dig method. You remember that when that was popular, the 5 by 20, 100 square foot beds and that kind of thing. And the book that he wrote is titled, I'll Get a Mango, but it's got all these words in the title: How to Grow More Vegetables and Fruits in the Least Amount of Property You Ever Thought Possible. Something like that. And anyway, that book's been in publication for a better part of, I think, 45 years. And it's based on Alan Chadwick's work from England back in the first part of the 19th century or 20th century. But even that then dates back to the 15th century France, where it was called the French intensive technique. And then we can trace it back to China about 3,500, maybe 4,000 years. So where you could feed a lot of people in a smaller amount of real estate has always been the goal of every, not just a goal, but a responsibility of every kingdom or empire. You've got to feed the people, and you need to be able to do it with least amount of real estate. But basically, I found a recipe that dates back to 1938 at Cornell University. There was a symposium, and this emerging thing called horticulture. A lot of things were cast in stone, if you will. For example, you ever notice why a number 1 pot isn't a gallon and a number 2 isn't 2 gallons? because it was measured that day at the symposium that a number one would hold 1 shovelful of soil. And we're thinking in gallons. It was practical. So now today, when you go to a professional nursery supply and look at the different products, it will explain what their numbers mean, because it's not, that's just one area. I mean, as an example of why things don't seem to make sense. And some that cater to the cannabis trade tend to put a number one is a 1 gallon, because they're dealing with a different market demographic than someone who's been around the nursery trade 30, 40, 50 years. Because you have a lot of multi-generational operations here in Oregon. I mean, think about it. You've got about 1,000 producers that generate about $2 billion a year. I know that's nothing compared to cannabis, but believe me, in the world of agriculture, that's serious money, volume. And so my training comes from that, from having owned a nursery, doing Japanese lace maples for landscape architects, for resorts, hotels. And so you have those on your property 3, 4, 5, sometimes 6 years, depending on the variety. So good management of your soil. First, you got to start with good soil. I know this isn't popular, but I firmly believe this. You cannot amend your way to a good garden if you start with crap. It's just not in the cards. Otherwise, we'd be growing in the desert. See what I mean? On a big scale, and not selective cropping, with pinpoint, what do you call it? Not drip system, but irrigation, that kind of things. See, and that's another thing. I came out of the produce sector, the wholesale produce sector. I walked more farms than I could even begin to try to count. And I was involved when the transition, when things were moving from conventional to transitional and finally organic. I mean, this isn't, having large volumes of organic produce is something relatively new, like in the last 20, 25 years, if that. And anyway, you get the idea. I mean, so I had a lot of that information, and I took and applied it to a potting soil. And so the so-called, I didn't name it, someone did on a bulletin board. The predates social media. I think it was either Grass City or IC Mag, Nipsey Nirvana's little deal. And somebody called it Coot's mix. So anyway, basically it's based on the Cornell mix of 1938. And just to briefly run it through, it's 3 parts. You have your bioactive material, compost, or I prefer vermicompost, which more often than not is compost that's gone through the vermiculture process. So it's value-added compost. How's that? We use modern terms here. And then 1/3 sphagnum peat moss, not peat moss, but sphagnum. Some of you maybe have to ask your dad or big brother or something. In the old days, there was tops and shake. Okay, so sphagnum's tops and peat moss is shake, and it's no more complicated than that. And what sphagnum gives you is structure, which gives you airflow and water flow into the root zone. And so it creates an aerobic environment, because what we're trying to achieve here is high levels of microbes. We don't get them out of bottles. We start with good material and build on that. And then the other component, of course, is aeration. Now, how you get there, I don't want to get involved in that one. It's too stupid a conversation. Perlite's probably the least expensive. You can buy that in 4 cubic foot bags at Home Depot for under $20. So don't go to a grocery store and get it. It's not special. It's just perlite. And if you want to find the producer in your area, I'm not joking, there's actually an organization called the Perlite Institute. That's true story. And they'll have all the manufacturers, and they don't manufacture for nurseries. That's one of the smallest market things of perlites. It's real big in concrete. And I'm not a concrete person, but I know that it's used like for tilt ups, it's added to the recipe. And there's some, I don't know all the reasons why, but that's where the focus is. So you wouldn't believe how many perlite manufacturers there are around the country. It's kind of really, you know. And of course, Oregon being a big nursery state, we have one here. Don't remember the name now. Pyramid perlite. It doesn't matter. They're all, it's all the same deal. It's popcorn. It's rock popcorn. I prefer pumice, which is also known as volcanic glass. It's completely inert. It does not go anywhere. You know, it's there for in perpetuity, and it has a lot of holes, which gives you nutrient sequestration. And if you can't get pumice in some parts of the country, they'll sell its cousin called scoria, and it's sold under the generic name of lava rock. That's what's in those barbecues. The rock that they put in there is scoria, and sometimes at landscape yards, especially in Southern California, they use it you put on your flower beds. Anyway, so you could use scoria, and that's again, it's inert. It has all the holes, and it gives you that aeration. It's going to build up the aerobic profile of your soil, and that's in my experience and the experience of other organic soil people. That's what gives you the big yields, whether it's flowers, whether it's fruit, whatever it is good a soil that's alive and it's aerobic. There's a lot of air moving through there. That's what earthworms do. They create air passages as they move through the soil, pulling up minerals from the deep subsoil, subroot, and deposit it on top. So you see that cycle, that life cycle. And the more that we can copy that, if you will, to however you're setting your gardens up. That's why I use smart pots. Again, I want that aeration. I want that airflow in and out of that soil mass. And I want those when I'm doing worm castings, because it's an aerobic process. The more oxygen we can get in there, the better results we're going to have. I hope that makes sense. And then my amendments, I know I don't want to get into that one, but they're minimal. The salt leads the way, and it's very core. Soil biologists will tell you that soil is simply, at its most basic definition, is rotted animal and plant material and shattered rock. Where'd the shattered rock come from? Lichen. What's lichen? A combination of fungi and bacteria colonies that over billions of years pull off sheets of the layer, right? And over billions of years, that's how soil eventually became as we know it today. And I'm a minimalist. I use maybe more as because I think maybe I have to. I add a calcium carbonate, and which is usually limestone, or sometimes I buy the oyster shell because it's cheaper and it sounds more cool. Oh no, I use oyster shell. So, but that's all limestone in is oyster shells, or excuse me, seashells. So it's really like a difference without a distinction. And then I use kelp meal, raw kelp meal that's been dried and then cut to a consistent size by, there's only two big companies in the world. One's in Norway, and that's a Maxi Crop. And then the other one is in Nova Scotia, and that's Acadian Sea Plants. Everybody else buys theirs, rebrands it. You have to have a license. You can't just go buy a trawler and go out into the ocean and start yanking. I guess you could, but the cost would be, what are you going to do with it? You can't sell it. But anyway, and then my favorite one, and actually there's two, and they're both from India. Karanja, also known as Pangamia. That's a legume. So think of alfalfa on steroids. And then the other one is neem meal, which is think of olive and you're taking the kernel and you press the oil. Anytime we do that, the resulting material is called a meal or a cake. So the only exception to that is alfalfa, but like cottonseed meal, that's cotton seeds that had the oil pressed out for whatever reason, some, money thing. And what's left over then is cake or meal. It can be used as alfalfa, as livestock feed. And some people might, I wouldn't, but some people would add it to their soil mix. But that's where you get flaxseed meal and all those other things that we like using, right? Soybean meal. Those are all sometimes called defatted soybeans. All that means is that the oil was pressed out of it. So now it's a thing, and we can feed that to worms. We can put it, there's a lot of ways to use it without directing. If you don't want to use it in your soil, you can certainly use it in the compost, a thermophilic compost. And can I explain composting for a minute? Because there's so much misinformation. Compost as we know it today is a relatively new phenomenon. It only dates back about 91, 92 years, the late 20s in Germany, and the group that, the Biodynamic, who they based their practices on the writings of Rudolf Steiner. Okay, and anyway, so we now refer to it as thermophilic because there's a temperature thing involved, and that's to kill pathogenic bacteria and fungi. And so that's taken up to 140. But that heat does nothing, and I mean nothing, as far as actually breaking the material down. You can't even cook an egg at 140, all right? So it's a mixture, and you make it like lasagna. You have carbon, which is, think brown, and some nitrogen, think green. And you can use anything, comfrey, stinging nettles, alfalfa meal, it doesn't matter. The brown leaves, straw, not hay, straw, which is the stalks of grains, barley, wheat, rye. And that then, and this is it's taken up to 140 only for one reason, and that's to comply with practices and in some cases state requirements that you take it up that high to get rid of pathogens, but it's not composting anything. So it's microbes that will break this down. And when we get down below 100 Fahrenheit, somebody else can do the arithmetic. I don't know what that means in terms of centigrade. Now we're in the mesophilic, and that's the range between about 99 to about 68. So about 30, 31 degrees. And that's the mesophilic. Now we destroyed the microbes. That was the whole purpose of the thermophilic cycle, right? So now we need to rebuild those colony, and that's where we add things that reintroduce not only microbes, but microbe foods, and it raises the nutrient profile of that compost. And that's, we could get into a whole discussion, but those are all the things, the meals that we just mentioned, those would be things that you would add. Because if you add them at the front, then you destroyed all of the phytohormones, the compounds, right? Because those are all just simple hydrocarbons. So you need to add them at a temperature that they're not going to deconstruct. And that's why you wait till you get down below 100 Fahrenheit. And that takes a long time. I mean, for good quality compost, you've got to figure 8-9 months of what most people call curing. But that's what it is the mesophilic. Now, what I do at that point is then I take that material and put it into the vermiculture and start doing some other things with it. And then it runs through the worms cycle. And there you're talking another year or so. This isn't instant results, so it's not very popular. I'll tell you where it's popular with are what we call market producers, the folks that do the farmers markets. It used to be called truck farming at one point, but now it's called market producers. Because they understand that the better their soil is, the better their fruits and vegetables and increased yields. So it is a thing of, soil building. That's why the term is what it is. And I know that's not popular because we all want something. We just go grab a bottle. See, it says right here, man, it's got microbes in it. Yeah. So which ones? Well, I don't know, but it's right here on the bottle. I mean, you could take your fingernail and, rub it in the soil and stick it in a bottle of water and say, look, it's got microbes. And that has absolutely nothing to do with viability or whatever. So there it is that simple, build a good soil, and the whole focus is on the quality of your compost. The rest of it's just so much jibber jabber,
You talk a lot about malted barley as well for providing chitinase, and I think a lot of people don't realize that they can get chitinase from things like malted barley. I think that it's mostly coming from insect frass, and I wanted you to talk maybe a little bit about that and how there are other options.
Well, absolutely, and I was surprised when I learned that, and that's an important distinction, not chitin, chitinase. And chitin is a polysaccharide. It's an acetyl form of glucosamine. Bacteria cannot deconstruct polysaccharides, but in their feeble attempt, they create an enzyme called chitinase. And plants use chitinase. Plants also create their own chitinase. One of the main defense system in a plant is the chitinase-salicylic acid pathway. Salicylic acid is not unique to this or that plant. It's almost, I have to exclude desert because I'm not knowledgeable, and I'd have to exclude some tropical plants. But let's talk type 2 chlorophyll plants, which is a majority of agriculture. Anyway, you get the idea. I don't want to get into about orchids because I'll probably mess that one up. But so it's not necessary that you use barley at all. It's an easy way because you're picking up protease, which is going to work. It's a catalyst for protein, urease for urea, phosphatase. What cannabis lover doesn't want to talk about phosphorus? I mean, come on, let's get real here. All right. And you get the idea. And so all these things were encoded by the host plant for a seed. And it's not just barley. I didn't even know about barley when I started my research on this. But I understood that when the seed was germinated, a whole bunch of properties are changed in that process. Enzymes get from this to this, and the seed is provided with, is anyone who's ever done any kind of plant a seed, that seed doesn't eat anything for the first several weeks. So it has to have its own defense system. So the seed is encoded with all kinds of neat stuff, with chitinase being one, because what does chitinase do in the soil? Well, one of the things it does, it deconstructs insect eggs. So in a rather existentialist way, you could say that chitinase is an IPM. I don't know. I'll let others battle that one out. But what I do know is that it increases the bacteria level in worm bins, and bacteria only eat one thing. Excuse me, worms only eat one thing, and that's bacteria manure, exude, poop, whatever term you want to use. As wonderful as worms are, they lack teeth and they lack a stomach. So they suck up bacteria slime. And in their biology and in their digestive tract, that material is carbonated, meaning that it's coated with a calcium carbonate slime, which is why people who have really good worm castings, you never hear a discussion about pH issues or any of that silliness. It's taken care of. So it goes back to building a soil the right way the first time. And unfortunately, you're not going to find it in a bag. It's just the minute you put that material in a bag, the clock started clicking. Now imagine it sitting in a parking lot at the grocery store in a pallet out in the sun. And by the time you get it's been out there for 3 weeks, you think there's any biology in that bag? Of course there isn't. You know, I mean, it's a nice thought, but you know, figure something else out, make your own. But as far as chitinase, there's a lot of, some of you older guys will remember a product called chitosan that was sold. It was a liquid product. Okay, that was simply chitin, the polysaccharide. This is stuff they use for sutures, and they have since the 1880s. It's not a new, you know, thing or something. In fact, Albert Hoffman, the man who discovered LSD-25, that was his doctorate was on. He figured out the molecular, not formula, structure of chitin, because, you know, it was being used by that time in 1922 when he graduated from Cologne. It was also now started being used for dental, so internal surgery, not just external. But anyway, so chitosan was simply, it would take water and put in this chitin, and the bacteria activity created, guess what? Chitinase. So they'd harvest it and bottle it. I mean, when I read that, I thought, wow, wait a minute, might be onto something here. So it wasn't until later that, because Oregon is one of the largest producers of really top quality barley for the brewing sector. They have their big school, agricultural school, Oregon State in Corvallis. They have an online portal called Barley World. And so it's a really comprehensive website of international research and what in the barley sector. So that's where I picked up a lot of the other enzymes, because the only ones that matter in the brewing sector is amylase. And unique, all seeds create amylase. That's not unique. What's unique about barley, and especially among grains, it's the only one that creates two forms of amylase, just like the saliva in our mouth, alpha and beta. So, but as far as, which doesn't mean a whole lot in terms of talking about soil, or even, it's a nice factor, but it's not as, in my opinion, not as important as phosphatase or urease. But the main thing it does, it generates an incredible level of microbial activity, which means more food. And like any organism, more food, then you're going to have more bacteria, which means you're going to have more exudates, which means you're going to have a higher and more consistent reproduction rate on your worms.
So we had another question, actually a follow-up to that. What methods do you prefer for pest management?
Oh yeah, this will start a fight. Yeah, I use neem, the virgin stuff, cold pressed neem oil out of India, and cold pressed Karanja oil, and because it's not a poison, there's they act as anti-fetans. They block reproduction. In fact, some of the compounds out of neem are widely used in China and India as a birth control medicine for both livestock as well as humans. There's yeah, the anti-feeding is the big one. So it's you're not poisoning them, if that's, you know, part of somebody's concern. It's not like spraying DDT on it or whatever. And then I use saponins. I prefer using the soap nuts from India because they're 25% saponins and 250,000 parts per million. It's pretty outrageous. Plus, you're going to reuse them 5 or 6 times, so you're really cost effective. Florida has a lot of soap nut trees that came by Portuguese, dropped them off. I know you're real knowledgeable about plants. I mean, the Portuguese moved more plants around the world than any other culture that I can think of in the last 600-700 years. They're the ones that brought.
That's partially how cannabis got spread around the world, because it was on the trade ships. It was part of a standard boat repair kit. That and pine trees to making new masts, rope, and sails in case you got shipwrecked.
Yeah. So I mean, this got started. I started doing sprouted seeds, and I live close to Bob's Red Mill, which offers a lot of retail products, grains and beans and whatever. Well, they have a lot of it in self-serve bulk. So I go there and get like a quarter cup of this and a quarter cup of that, Oh, let me try this, So I got some stuff out of that. What's that old one from Ethiopia? Starts with an S, SC. It's a seed they make the bread out of. Really an ancient grain. Yeah, that one.
Sure.
Sorry about that. I can't think of the name. But anyway, so I go to the counters. I have 10 or a dozen bags with maybe a quarter cup in each one, and they just kind of look at me like, well, the old guy's lost his mind. And
sorghum?
No, it's Seth. Yeah, Ethiopian bread grain. Somebody needs it. I can't. I'm on an iPad. So, but anyway, it's not important. Oh, teff. That's what I'm thinking of. Teff. TEFF. Really ancient grain. So, but anyway, what I learned though, and a lot of legumes. I mean, you can imagine all the beans that they would sell at a place like Bob's Red Mill. What I learned real quickly is it didn't matter. You want to do peas? We can't do split peas, but you get the idea. You want to do garbanzos? Have at it. And then when somebody told me about barley malt, they got this stuff already made. Yes, I never sprouted another seed. It was over. Now, when you go to a well-equipped homebrew store, they're going to have all kinds of malted grains. Get the one you like. You want to use rye? Use rye. You want to use red wheat, white wheat? You get the idea. It doesn't matter. The only difference is that barley, like I said, contains alpha and beta forms of amylase. I can't see that. I kind of understand what amylase does in a soil. I can't see where having 2 is going to make a big difference. But if it does, then there you go. There's your reason for using it.
We had another question from chat. What's your opinion on lava rock?
Oh, that's scoria. Absolutely. It's good stuff. Especially in places like the Southwest. How's that? Many landscape yards that, sell to the wholesale trade. I know we got a bunch around here. You take in a bucket, you got to bring your own shovel, but they'll let you out on the pile to fill it up for $5 or whatever it is, $4, whatever. And it doesn't matter. It's going to come in black, red, and kind of a grayish color. Mix and match if you want. Do a confetti thingy, But as far as the color properties, no, it doesn't matter.
You know what just came back to the market this week? I think I saw the thing that was off the market for a bit is a Grow Stone is back under the brand name Buddy Stone now. I remember Grow Stone, the silica glass stuff, the glass.
Oh, yeah. I mean, here's the only reason that I don't like perlite. It has nothing to do with its viability. In fact, I'll just agree with everybody it's the best goddamn stuff that was ever invented. God damn it. But it also has 2 properties that suck. One is if you're mixing up, and you've seen my plants, if you're mixing up 600, 800 gallons, that's 3 or 4 yards, right? You're going to use a lot of perlite, aren't you? And that shit moves around. And when it hits the surface, the wind carries it away. it's a pain in the ass. And once you put in pumice or scoria, a lava rock, it's not moving. It's going to stay there, providing you the aeration that was the reason you put it there in the first place. But see, perlite, for a lot of people, they're only using the soil once. They get a bag of some magical stuff, whatever, soil magic. That'd be a name, Coot Soil Magic. They don't give a shit. I mean, they're gonna run it through some kind of a growth cycle and then flower it, and then boom, you got to have fresh soil. You won't get good results. So they're not dealing with the realities of a long-term no-till situation. Perlite, in my opinion, is the worst. Not because it's not viable. It provides aeration. It just moves around.
What are some other common myths or misunderstandings that people have about other organic inputs? You've worked with a lot of different ones and know a lot of different things that are kind of maybe people aren't aware of about certain inputs.
Yeah, I just well, we've talked about this one, and this is one of my favorite ones. Okay, back in the late 1800s in Germany, a geologist discovered a deposit of, I'm going to leave that part out for a minute, and his last name was Langbian, and it was the practice in that time period up through about pre-World War II, even in this country. That's how we got Leonardite from Dr. Leonard. This material was named Langbianite. Okay, fair enough. A soil chemist would tell you, oh, that's sulfate of potash, magnesia. Sulfur, potash, magnesium, right? It's easy enough. Later, big deposits were discovered around the Great Lakes, upper Midwest. And a corporation was formed under Mosaic, which is one of the larger fertilizer companies in the world. They set up a sub-organization called KMAG. Now, you've discussed KMAG. The K stands for potash, and then the mag is magnesium. You notice how sulfur never gets mentioned in this. I always find that fascinating. Okay. So now we got two names still. We got the Langbianite, and three now. We got KMAG, and we got the sulfate of potash, magnesia. Now, KMAG is a big ass corporation. In fact, they sell it in two forms: a powder that is soluble, and one that is more rock, like a salt, rock salt, like you put out when it gets snowy and stuff. Fair enough. So KMAG says, we could sell this to these fertilizer packers. Now, I want you to understand something. You can't come up with one name of a fertilizer anywhere in the market. If it's sold at the retail level in a bag, in a box, the company with naming that had nothing to do with it. It's all outsourced. Can you imagine what the licensing requirements are to set up a fertilizer factory? So where do you find them? Well, you find them in Oklahoma, you find them in Texas. You, the contractor, ship the boxes that are pre-printed, right? So it can say, I don't want to get into names, but think of a name, and they had nothing to do with it, okay? So KMAG says, well, we'll release a product and we'll call it SUL-PO-MAG, Sulpo-Mag. And they required the packers that the letters showing Sulpo-Mag had to be of a certain percentage larger than the regular text on there. So there were all these requirements. But my God, think how it would goose up your NPK numbers on your soil mix, on your fertilizer mix, if you had, these ultra high levels of magnesium and potassium, and we never mentioned sulfur. I'm not sure why that is. So it's really important in the soil business to do what's called label building. And the philosophy is that if you get more things listed on that label, that you will have a larger market share. And to a large degree, that's probably true. I've seen products that had all 4 names on one label. Langbionite, K-Mag, Sulpo-Mag, sulfate of potash, magnesia. I mean, I get hysterical sometimes reading labels. One of my favorite products to really bash, because this one deserves it, the product called Terpinator. I can see Arnold now, you know, a weed and plant in one hand and this bottle of dribble in the other. I don't know. It was at one time $80 a gallon. It might be more or less. I have no idea. So I'm in a grocery store a few years ago, and I'm buying. I like ripping them off for light bulbs because that's a lost leader for them. You know, stick them where you can. And the gentleman behind the counter is helping some new residents on the highway of broken dreams. And he's getting them set up for a big. We need the lights. Got to have your fan. You know, got that whole deal. So I look at this bottle of Terpinator, and it has sulfate of potash. Now remember, K-Mag is sulfate of potash, magnesia, right? Well, adjacent to those deposits, you will find sulfate of potash, which is a standard agricultural product. You can go buy it from any farm store. $12, maybe $15 for a 50-pound bag, 50 pounds. So I did the calculation because right there's the label that they submitted to USDA about how much of this material is in this jug of water. And best I could come up with was about 90 cents worth of this material, because that's why it said shake well. Yeah, I guess so, because neither one of those elements are water soluble, right? Shake well. 2 words you should always avoid. If you're buying a nutrient and it says shake well, pull out your phone and start looking up the terms and see what they actually have in it.
That's a good point about, because you don't see it on everything, but you do see it on some stuff.
Right. I don't care what you do, and I don't care who's making the claim. You cannot turn calcium into water. Calcium is a metallic element, period. Otherwise, our teeth would fall out. I mean, can you imagine if our skeletal system was made of something that could be turned to liquid? And I certainly don't have any confidence that the stoner industry is capable of doing it without a nuclear reactor. I mean, you know, at some point, come on. CalMag lockout? Jesus Christ.
Don't you know, you just got to put more CalMag on it.
That's right. CalMag and what else? I don't know. That'll be something.
Speaking of CalMag, we had someone ask about green sand. What is your opinion on green sand?
This was my standard answer for several years, because if you look at the amount of time that it takes to deconstruct green sand, it's close to 10 years. So what I told people is that it is the world's most expensive and enduring aeration material. Okay, because if you put it in your soil, it ain't going anywhere. And that deposit in New Jersey, because a lot of it referred to as New Jersey green sand, that deposit was wiped out in 1890s. All right. So this stuff I've seen, this is out of Brazil. It's green sand. It's like extremely long-term soil building. If you're trying to get those elements in your soil, there's more direct ways than green sand.
I always tell people it's great for that like bird of paradise that's going to be in your office and get neglected for the next 5 years, or your bonsai trees that are going to sit in that pot for years. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
okay for there, but anywhere
Yeah.
else, it just doesn't dissolve or do anything fast enough
Yeah.
to be useful. You see this with some of the silica products as well. Some of them are pretty chunky and granular, and it's like, well, that's cool as a replacement for aeration, like you're saying, but it's certainly not going to add anything anytime soon. It's where and you're a big proponent of this. Actually, to segue on that is, do you want to tell us a little about aloe? Because you're a huge proponent of aloe.
Okay, so let me do the history of aloe because I think that's important. Aloe was one of the earliest plants domesticated by the human race, and it was in Egypt. And as a matter of fact, going to the most ancient of the Egyptian empires, it began being used in the mummification process of corpses. And of course, they didn't have the knowledge and understanding what was going on, but in fact, what it was doing was removing and preventing bacteria from deconstructing the skin before the internal process of mummification. At any event, it arrived in India a few centuries later. Now, this is where it got interesting. This is in the pre-Ayurvedic period when our ancestors, or excuse me, the Europeans were still running around in loincloths, throwing rocks at each other. India was building magnificent temples and becoming this epicenter of the world for plants. That was it still is the epicenter of the spice trade. And then with northern India, what we today would call Afghanistan, that was your Maharajas. You had the Silk Road going through the north, and you had so it became a big, that's what humans have done for centuries, is move plants. And it became one of the holy plants of the Ayurvedic, of which neem is on the top list, by the way. 72% of Ayurvedic preparations contain some part of the neem tree, bark, leaves, roots, and the kernel, where we get the oil. Anyway, so aloe vera became widely known for its treatment. It still is. If you went into a drugstore, if you had a prescription, or if you went and bought over the counter, anything to do with skin issues, acne, a burn, it's going to contain aloe vera. And the big player, every plant produces, I got to exclude desert plants, and I want to stay away from orchids. I'll get into trouble. Plants produce salicylic acid. That's what aspirin's made from. Aspirin is the acetyl form of salicylic acid. Now, had Dr. Bayer known about aloe vera, I'm sure that he would have used aloe vera to make Bayer aspirin in the 1880s versus willow tree shoots. A lot easier to grow aloe vera. Of course, you probably couldn't do it in Germany, at least commercially. So it contains the highest levels of salicylic acid on the planet. And the Bayer Corporation, immediately after World War I, and it was this new, the world was moving in a different direction. And agriculture was becoming an international issue. So aloe vera, he wanted to find new uses of aloe vera because he already had it down. He was making money off selling aspirin, right? And if you're a manufacturer, what do? Well, you look for new markets for this thing, this secret that you found. And research started here in Oregon at Oregon State University, which is, we have a school of agriculture there and a school of horticulture. And they began testing this as a rooting agent. And lo and behold, started in about 1919, the research finished up in 1922, I think it was. And that gave birth to a product. This is how universities work. Corporations finance the research, Then you take that research and turn it into a product. You sell it long enough to recoup your monies, and then you sell the product for a profit. And that's how the first rooting compound of the name of Hormex, Hormex, that's that whole story. And it's still sold today. If you go to a commercial nursery, I'm not talking about a cannabis thing where you got Olivia's and Clonex and all this other silliness. It went to a nursery where they're doing like Monroe Nursery out here is 1,000 acres. They do like 10,000 cuts a week. And talk about tough love. They're not doing it like, well, let's put them in trays and we'll put them on, this is really tough love. And Hormex or some form of salicylic acid is the rooting deal. Boom, boom, boom. So along about 1932, at Oxford University in England, they discovered that kelp, again, not seaweed extract, that wasn't even invented until 1951. The kelp contained what we now know as IAA, indoacetic acid. You've seen that on rooting products, and IBA, indobutyric 3 acetic acid. And both of those compounds are found in kelp in high levels, kelp meal. So I came up with a method of getting organic aloe vera gel, which is available from a company called Lily of the Desert, because aloe vera is a lily, not a cacti or a succulent. It might be a succulent, it's not a cacti. And it comes in an organic form. And so the recipe was to take a pint, 16 ounces of this organic gel, dump it into a bowl, mix in a tablespoon or something of kelp meal with a little bit of fulvic acid from your next guest, Dr. Faust at BioAg. And boom, you have this incredible rooting compound that costs you about, I don't know, $8 for enough gel to do 1,000 plants over the next year. You got to store it in the refrigerator too. So anytime you come up with a product that is going to hurt a commercial aspect of the cannabis, then you have to have the, I don't know, what do you call them? The ne'er-do-wells that, come out with the silly ass. The better the product is, the more criticism you're going to take. And so that just became, you guys want to play? Sure, here you go. So I think I outdid them. Yeah. Oh, and the other one I want to tell people, when you're looking at materials at the grocery store or whatever, you're going to see IBA, safe to use, IAA, that's dip and grow is IBA. IAA means indoacetic acid, safe to use, salicylic acid, obviously safe to use. The one that you do not want to use is NAC, naphtha acetic acid. That is a Monsanto pesticide created in 1953, and some jackoff figured out in the 60s that you could use it as a rooting compound. And now you find it in products. It should be labeled not safe for food at the very least. Again, I think making your own from the raw materials is the way to go because you pay nothing. I mean, I've seen what packs of Clonex cost, and like I said, you can make 16 ounces for $8. So whatever. They used to have my pictures in grocery stores around Portland. I had, a red circle with a slice across the middle, and it said on my picture, and it said, "Do not engage this asshole." So,
and people can find a lot of these natural inputs in other places other than grocery stores. I know you've often talked about getting them in Chinatown and other places. You want to maybe touch on that?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, look, think about this for your commercial listeners. Salicylic acid has been used for 100 years as the rooting compound in the commercial wholesale, nursery stock sector, okay? Commercial nurseries. A kilo from a company that Phytotechnologies. A kilo is under $50. That'll make 55 gallons of rooting compound. I mean, think about that for a minute. And no silliness, we're talking science, just science, science, science. You know, it's I laugh at, you know, you want to show me a product and it's got a cool label. Okay, wow, it'd be like, you know, looking at album covers in the 70s. Well, I really like the album cover. I bet the music's good too. Well, we'll see. You know, and I would say the same thing about materials, that the more groovy they want to be, then, you know, walk away. I want plain wrap. I want a white box with blue lettering that says kelp meal. You know, I don't need a picture of the ocean and, you know, Susie and the dog and walking down the beach and, you know, all moving and grooving and getting hopey and dopey, you know.
Absolutely. Well, how can people find out more education from you, or other ways to learn more about you? I know they can definitely check out my channel and Fumodor's channel. You've given quite a few hours of talks there. And where else can they find you?
I would, you know, I'd rather do this because I'm, you know, really retired and I don't have a lot of, what's the word? Oh, just leave it at that. I only recommend 3 books. Okay, here's all you need to know. The first book is called Vermiculture Technologies, written by Clive Edwards, Dr. Clive Edwards, who spent over 65 years as an entomologist, 2 PhDs, one from Oxford University and one from Ohio State. He's the father. I just learned he passed away back this last summer. I mean, we wouldn't have vermiculture as we understand it today without his work. That book is the best investment any grower can make. Vermiculture Technology, Dr. Clive Edwards. The next book that I would say is mandatory would be, oh, I want to touch on this one before I go. Okay. So I've been getting into serious, well, for me, serious mycology and doing fruiting blocks of lion's mane and oysters and what have you. And after you, so even you folks out there that don't want to go through all that, you can buy these kits online and you peel the plastic back and it grows a mushroom. And what you're left with is a block of mycelium. And we can take that mycelium and put it into our compost piles after it's gone through its thermophilic cycle, right? And can you imagine the amount of fungi you're introducing into your compost pile with an agricultural waste? So it's going to help deconstruct the material faster. Having a fungal colony in your compost is going to attract other fungi. So that's a plus, because one of the, not criticism, one of the realities is that both worm bins as well as thermophilic are mostly bacteria driven. So that anything we can do to up the levels of fungal colonies is to our benefit, whether you're talking about beds or container grown plants or what have you. Though I would say that the beds or the containers I use would probably qualify as a bed, wouldn't you? 4 yards.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a lot of soil. That's 2 pallets. So, you know.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I know we have a gentleman who you also think highly of up next, Dr. Robert Faust. He's been a wonderful guest for us before on the podcast, and we're happy to have him here as part of this year's conference.
I want to say one thing, Dr. Faust. In my career, such as it was, going back over 12 years, I guess, online, I only promoted one, maybe 3 companies, and he was the first and remained the last. I got to know his work, his products. I've been his ear many times on the phone, and Ryan Zatto, his assistant back several years ago, nothing but good things to say about Dr. Faust and his humic and fulvic acids and the knowledge that he spread. And I still take his Wu Jinsan, the liquid form of fulvic acid per human food grade. So he's the real deal.
Oh, awesome. Well, thank you so much again, Coot, for taking the time to join us. And thank you, Dr. Faust, for joining us again for the conference.
You bet. Can you hear me now?
Yep, now I can hear you.
Is that- Okay, good. Well, that was just some kind words from your last speaker, who I know pretty well over the years. And he knows what he's talking about. That sounds self-serving, but no, in general. So what I wanted to talk about today is some of the research that we've been doing out here in Oregon, in the Willamette Valley. Because I try to get down to the nitty gritty on things and answer questions, and and not try to base it on sort of internet rumor or let's say tradition. Although I also believe traditional practices. As an agroecologist, I go back to the traditional practices. Okay, how do they farm, for instance, in Hawaii when there was no contact at all with any other part of the world? There was no imports, there was no fertilizers, there was no pesticides, and they did it for thousands of years. Also, the inhabitants of the Willamette Valley here in Oregon, how do they do that? Okay, so that was always an interest with me. You know, if you compare today to industrial style agriculture where it's just spray and pray on a schedule, you know. So my whole for the last 50 years, I'm trying to find the alternatives to toxic technology. So how can we get around poisoning ourselves and the earth? And that's the question. So there's certain things that we're going to do. I'm going to try to I'm going to go into one of my research papers, and it's on the subject of how can we manipulate cannabinoid distribution in hemp and cannabis plants. In other words, what can we do to influence that, either in one way or the other? Can we reduce THC levels? Let's say if we're a hemp producer and we're controlled, you know, by regulations, sort of mindless regulations on percent THC. And so we have to keep THC down. Now, I did this work after a friend of mine got his whole crop destroyed because he was like 0.35, 0.4 or something like that. So how can we control that? Then on the other hand, how can we make THC higher? Yeah, the opposite direction. Okay, so this is a research project we did here. Open field. I mean, Oregon's a great place for this. This is large scale research, and I'll show you some pictures here. So let me see. Oh, how do we do that? Okay, I'm gonna have to share the screen. Oh boy. Okay. I'm not sure.
You just have to hit a share screen and then you choose the window that you want on the Zoom.
Yeah. Oh boy, it's not working out. I'm seeing I can't seem to get that to do what I want.
What is it that you're trying to open? Is it a PowerPoint or photos or?
Yeah, it's a PowerPoint. It's a what do they call a keynote? Should work. Done it before.
Yeah, you should just be able to hit share screen and then and choose the browser or just the full screen. Sometimes it's easier to do that.
Yeah. So full screen. Yeah, I thought I had this figured out.
Where's?
Yeah, I'm getting the screen all right. I'm not getting what I want. Oh, keynote. There you go. So the whole idea here is to.
You could email it to me. I can share it if that's easier too, if it's not working for you.
Well, it should be working for me. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's a keynote. Damn, I thought I could do the screen sharing here.
It should just be able to hit share screen or Alt S on the keyboard. Should get you to that right menu.
All what? Oh,
Hold Alt and S, and that should open the menu. Oh, if you're on a Mac, Fumidor might be able to help you better, or Marty. I don't know if Fumi's there. He's more familiar with Mac than I am.
to share.
It should be working, honestly. I don't know if you can hear me right now, but it shouldn't be any different. Press the share screen button. The sharing's enabled. There shouldn't be anything super different about it. I don't know. I can't be helpful right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
You could, again, you could email one of us, and then basically we could share it for you.
Okay. All right, I'll just keep going then. I'm not sure why this is
Perhaps you have to toggle between when you click the Zoom on the Zoom window, when you click the share button, a little window comes up and it'll show like desktop, whiteboard.
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah.
yeah.
You might have to
Right.
toggle between those to get, let's say, to the basic and toggle to the right tab, and make sure that your keynote is open. So if you're looking for the keynote, make sure that that's open on your desktop somewhere.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know if that helps.
Okay, so Keynote is open. All I'm getting is open system preferences.
You should, when you hit share screen, it should pop up and then it should show you screen 1, screen 2, whiteboard, iPhone, iPad, and then whatever browsers that you have open or Windows.
Okay.
And you can
All right,
always,
that might work.
yeah, you can always hit desktop 1 and then just.
All
go
right, now,
forward.
okay, it's gonna work now. Okay, here we go. All right, that should be up now. Yeah,
All right.
that's it. Okay, did everybody see that?
Yep.
Okay. So, all right, so what we did this on a large commercial hemp farm near Albany, Oregon. And the idea was the person that was doing this tried 12 different varieties of CBD hemp. And so that made it kind of difficult for us to do any research. So we just took basically two varieties. They're the most popular varieties, and then we went with them. Oh, that's not right. Oh boy, I'm having trouble here. So what we did was we tried 3 different approaches to this. We used what we call full season applications of humic or fulvic acid, either fulvic or humic. And then we had long-term, and then where we continued the operation to about halfway through the season, and versus all season. And what was the difference there? The difference was very different situation with the results at the end of the year. Okay. Yeah, this I uploaded a new system. It's okay. So now you can see the pictures. Okay, so that's the field in the distance, and that's me with the blue BioEgg shirt on. This is hemp. This is hemp grown for CBD. Okay, so and you can see the size of the field. You're talking about 40-acre field, and here we are at harvest time, and All right, next slide. Abstract. So what got me on this was that there was research done in Israel on, it was sort of inside, growth chamber research using humic acid. It was kind of simplistic. I mean, it was pretty complex work, but how they did it was fairly simplistic. So they used one humic acid product, that's it, of really unknown composition, unknown content. And based on that research, they published a paper, and it did show modification of cannabinoids based on the humic substances. And that's the idea. Okay, so here's a shot. It's right next to I-5, north of Albany, Oregon. And there's the field. And there's a lot of money went into this. Unfortunately, it didn't come back in because they couldn't really move all that product. I mean, everybody had the idea that, they're going to get rich with CBD, but when it came down to it, the market just wasn't there unless you had really prepared, ahead of time and got a contract. So biostimulants and their effect on CBD and THC. So we know the cannabinoid content and cannabis sativa are known to be plant responses to drought and stress environmental factors. The drought stress plants had increased concentration of major cannabinoids, THC, THCA, and CBDA. So that's from some of the scientific literature as far as drought stress, the effect of humic substances on drought stress. We know that's true on most plants, including wheat and everything else, because it increases the sugar content of the leaf, and that acts either like an antidesiccant or an antifreeze. Okay, so this paper that the Israelis did demonstrated that a decreased cannabinoid content from applied claim 12% humic acid product of unknown sources. This actually showed a decreased cannabinoid level from use of humic acid. So my interest was to expand further on this study and apply humic and fulvic acid in a commercial setting, which includes commercial cultivars of cannabis sativa and 30 acres to commercial operation. Outcome was to observe CBD and THC content of the plant when specific amount of fulvic and humic acid are applied. Okay, so that was the whole idea of this whole thing, was to take this a few steps farther and see what really happened. So we used all these different varieties. I won't go into this. It was quite a complex, difficult project. I can see why they didn't want to do this. So we had a control, which is the pink flags, and we had a humic short, what we call humic short. That's 1 gram a gallon of full humics was dissolved in distilled water and foliarly applied from the first week of planting and every 7 days until flowering starts. So that's every 7 days. It's 1 gram per gallon till flowering starts. Total 9 applications were applied. This is foliar application. Fulvic short was full power, our fulvic acid product, 30 milliliters per gallon, were applied from the first week of planting every 7 days until flowering start. 9 applications. Humic long was the same rate, 1 gram per gallon, applied from the first week of planting every 7 days until harvest, all the way through. 12 applications. Fulvic long, same thing, was applied all the way through. The application protocol started a week after the plants were planted in the field, the first week of July. So these things were planted late, and they were already grown in the greenhouse from seed. And they were very uniform, which is part of the deal. So So we just let them grow, we sprayed them, and then we did the data collection. This paper was done for the International Humic Acid Society. I presented this last summer. So it's kind of an academic exercise in a way, but so I'm just going to get down to the bottom line on this. So the bottom line, results in discussion. Results vary by hemp cultivar. That was kind of an interesting finding. That the cultivar Suver Haze being the most responsive. There were 12 cultivars involved. Plant height and width are sensitive to the type of fulvic humic applied and the duration of the fulvic humic applied. So it's not just going out there and spraying something. It's like how long, how much, concentrations, that sort of thing. So the two varieties we tried was Lifter and Suver Haze. So the Lifter, the fulvic long and humic long will provide the best biomass. That's biomass. Suver Haze, fulvic short and humic long will provide the best biomass. So it kind of depends on the cultivar. In this case, I mean, there's a company here nearby that produces those 12 cultivars. So it's, okay, results in discussion. So we go to the results in discussion. Results vary by cultivar. Plant CBD and THC content are sensitive to the type of fulvic and humic acid applied and the duration of the fulvic humic applied. Okay, on the Lifter variety, to increase CBD and reduce THC, used fulvic all the way to harvest and use of humic all the way to pre-flower. Okay, and Suver Haze is to increase CBD and reduce THC, use fulvic all the way to harvest and use humic all the way to pre-flower. And that's how we got the highest CBD levels and the lowest THC levels. So the control, you can see humic fulvic long had, okay, the control had 0.33 THC. Okay, that guy'd be over the limit, see. The fulvic long is 0.26. So he's good. See, and so humic short. And then, so what ends up happening here is humic substances reduce plant stress. So the THC formation is based on stress. It's a stress response. So if you reduce stress at that point, at the flowering, the maturation of the bud, it's not going to have as high a THC level. Simple as that. So if you have hemp and you want to keep your THC level down below the number or the magic number, then you'd want to reduce stress through the whole growing season, and that would be the use of humic substance, humic acid, fulvic acid. Okay, so this is an important tool for people that are growing hemp, because a lot of my friends in Hawaii, they grew hemp in Hawaii. Well, Hawaii is a great place to grow hemp, but it had high THC and they had to burn their crops. So, so we had to find a way, and other people have had that problem all over the country. So how can we modify that? Okay, we can do it by reducing stress, and that's the use of humic and fulvic acid. Okay, so so that's what we did, and of course here's all the data behind it. THC percentages, CBD percentages, fulvic long, that was giving us the highest CBD content. About 23% increase, and fulvic short 10% increase. So you have a bunch of different numbers here, and you can see it in these charts. The control had the highest THC, and the fulvic short was lower. Fulvic long lower still in THC because we were reducing stress. Now, CBD levels fulvic long. Well, it also increases the CBD levels. See, so it's sort of a juggling act between CBD and THC. But anyway, we know that this is the protocol to follow to increase your CBD and reduce your THC levels. Okay, now on the opposite side, you'd really want to, if you're going for high THC, you can see the high THC levels are more associated with and the plant weight too. So if you have THC levels and weight, plant weight, so that's your yield. And here's your treatments to control fulvic short, fulvic long, humic. And so you'll see some major differences here. We have a much higher CBD level is the mean here. Anyway, I don't want to get into the super details on this because we don't have time. So the discussion of the results. So bottom line, I've already pretty much mentioned that. Many cannabis growers over the years, I mean, back 50 years ago it's 53 years now, I guess, when I grew my first crop. But we believed that the plant's stress factors increase the potency of the cannabis. This was a belief. This is like something we kind of believed, it was a stress. A practice called flushing was widely employed in both media or hydroponic production to leach out the salts and reducing nutrient availability, causing nutrient stress. Also, many would reduce or eliminate irrigation at the budget. So you're reducing the water, which is a good idea. You're leaching salts, or if it's outside production, you're not fertilizing. You don't fertilize at the end. This also increased the overall quality factors. The work in Israel verified this effect and carefully controlled environmental growing and sensitive testing. Our work took the concept to actual large-scale field production of hemp bred and grown for CBD production and low THC levels. So I went over that a little bit. The THC levels have to be below 0.03% and be harvested. They had to be tested in the field by the state, and then they say, okay, you're good, or you're not good, you got to burn it. So that's the idea. It's completely arbitrary too. I mean, there's no reason for this to begin with. But it's an interesting exercise. So that's about it. Here's the references. So, I'm just going to try to sum this up. You need to keep nutrients down. Like if you want high THC, you want to reduce your use of any nutrient substance. You want the plant to stress naturally. You want it to kind of, run out of moisture a little bit, be stressed, run out of nutrients, yellow, the bottom leaves, the large leaves turn yellow and drop. Okay. Now, if you use fulvic acid at this point, that reduces stress. And then those things don't happen. You may end up with a nice green plant that's not doing that. Now, a lot of people are really worried. They start seeing the leaves turn yellow at the end of the growing season, and they get worried and they call me, should I fertilize now? Should I fertilize? No, absolutely not. I want all those leaves to turn yellow and drop off. That's not what I'm not interested in those leaves. Okay, I'm interested in the bud. And so, okay, it's all about stress. Now, why is that? And by the way, we used a new test method to test for THC and CBD, the GEMA equipment, which was a quick test for CBD and THC. But what's causing this is the stress hormone, abscisic acid. So abscisic acid is called abscission. That's
how the leaves drop off. They turn yellow, they just drop off. That's abscission. Now you can buy it. I'm not suggesting this, but they use there's synthetic versions of abscisic acid they use to drop, for instance, olives off of trees, like ornamental olives and things like that. It causes abscission. Well, that happens naturally, if you don't try to prevent that. So if you want to grow CBD and you want to have low THC, prevent stress. If you want high THC, don't prevent stress. Let the natural cycle take its place. Let those leaves turn yellow. I know it's a fine line, all right, but that's what the research shows, and we will continue to do this research. I guess that's the end of the slide. So we're going to continue to do this research and get it. It's a matter of fine tuning, really. Now we've got some other research we did that has to do with THC. Okay, so what's the limiting factors of THC production? Because here in Oregon we have both. We have large scale production of hemp for CBD and cannabis for THC. And so we've been working with some new products based on that. Can you see me now?
Yep.
Okay. So is there any questions in the meantime?
Let me check here in chat. Do you want to also just touch on your background with humic and fulvic acids? You studied quite a bit more than most other people I'm aware of, and maybe not everyone is aware of your background on that.
Okay, well, yeah, I started out as an entomologist. I went to University of Delaware, University of New York, blah, blah, blah. So I started out, my interest was biological control and IPM. And I was like young, idealistic. There's got to be a way around pesticides, and there is. And it's biocontrol, biofungicides, bioinsecticides. And so my research over the years started with working with seed potato producers in Montana. And I heard about reading in a magazine, somebody had something called clodbuster humate. So what's this? I had a hard concrete-like soil on this land that I owned, Montana. So I got a little sample. I tried it. Hey, this stuff works. And then we tried it on large-scale fields like seed potatoes, 40-acre fields, split a field, 20 acres with, 20 acres out, without. And what we saw was no or very little insect damage right to the row where we put this humic acid or humate. It was a New Mexico humate. So, and then the next row over, the unapplied area, it looked like Swiss cheese. And wow, I'm a young idealistic guy. This is back in '73. And whoa, I think we got something here. What's this? We just put this, looked like dirt. We put it on the ground, 400 or 500 pounds an acre. And what? This could save the world. So that's how we felt, or how I felt at the time. Of course, academia, extension agents are saying, oh, it's snake oil. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. Well, I knew it did. Once you see something with your eyes, I don't care, maybe some people will listen to the, BS, but I didn't. I knew there was something to it. So that's where I started. So I went from entomology to more soil management agronomy as a means of reducing pest pressures. And we didn't know, but I set my sights on that I was going to figure that one out in my lifetime. Like, what's happening? And so that's what I've been doing for 50 years. And I'm a member of the International Humic Substance Society, the Humic Product Trade Association. I follow all the research. Now, when you talk about humic acids, my original interest before I got into trying like a humate was biodynamics. And I farmed in Pennsylvania, and I was close to the Biodynamic Association. And I had Amish and Mennonite neighbors that were using a biodynamic compost. And I tried it. I was still in college working on an advanced degree, University of Delaware. So I was doing research on the family farm, and I was seeing incredible things, you know, that they don't teach you in the university, but you can't dismiss it. There it is, right in front of you. And so every year since, I've been doing research, and what I found out, okay, what's the secret of humic substances and insect damage? Now, a lot of people that use our products, the BioAg products, the Full Power, etc., report we don't have any insect problems. Now, we have big gardens here on my farm here in Oregon. We have 20 acres, and we do all kinds of test plots and vegetables, and you name it. And same thing. I mean, we grow cannabis, you know, we grow hemp. You know, I'm a medical grow here. I don't see any insect problems, and our customers say the same thing. I mean, you might get some mite problems, you know, at certain times in season inside, but not outside. We do it outside and inside. We do hydroponics, we do soil, we do it in all kinds of ways. So that's where I'm coming from. You know, I come from the pest control, pest management, biocontrol, entomology. And there's a connection. There's an incredible connection. So what did we find out? We found out, because the science didn't exist at the time, that could explain that. So it didn't exist. Okay. So now we have DNA. We have transcription profiling. We have pathways, genetic pathways. Okay. So we know that humic substances, certain components of humic substances, mainly phenols, and you can get down to tannins within the phenols, activate pathways that turn on insect and plant pathogen resistance. So when exposed to these components, the plant reacts by turning on its defenses. So we can defend the plant that way. So we give it what it needs to take care of itself. Obviously, you know, people have been farming and growing cannabis for 10,000 years, longer than that, who knows, you know, but it's a long, long time. And there wasn't any pesticides or synthetics or anything like that. So what were they doing? You know, how did that work? So we know it worked. The plants don't need any help. They wouldn't evolve. They wouldn't be here today if they needed help, because there's natural mechanisms. And when we provide humic substances, and that can be compost, that can be humates, that can be earthworm castings, it can be a lot of things. But if they have the specific functional groups, see, you're talking about a carbon source, but it's really species of carbon. So what kind of carbon are we talking about? You know, back in the day, like the researchers, university guys would say, oh, that humate can't do anything. It's only a carbon source, and you're not putting enough carbon on the soil to do any good. How can that work? No. It's specific carbons, like polyphenols, carboxylates, carbonyls, you know, and you can tell the quality of humic substances based on the functional group distribution, you know, and by experimentation. So this just, and the work that I got was from going to international meetings and meeting with some German researchers from Humboldt University of Berlin, who took our product and traced the genetic pathways that were activated and determined which they are. I mean, named, numbered pathways. So we know what pathways are activated by what components in humic substances to turn on the plant's defenses. It's not just defense against insects and pathogens. It's also activation of what they call plant growth regulator pathways. In other words, instead of buying a product that you spray on a plant that has plant growth regulators, let's say a kelp product or a synthetic product or a whole bunch of other stuff, we're turning on that function in the plant. The plant's going to make its own based on that genetic pathways. And I can tell you the pathways are. We know what the pathways are. Of course, that's kind of meaningless at a certain level. But yeah, so that was 50 years in the making, that we went from it's snake oil, it's carbon, to genetics and activating pathways and functional groups and all that stuff, because the science didn't exist. And all that revelation came from younger researchers, PhD researchers in Germany. And there's more. I can tell you there's more. These same components stimulate fungal reproduction in the soil. And other published papers I've done was using humic substances, either fulvic, humic, or both. And what happens to soil microbial distribution? So it rapidly, within 60 days, goes from, if it's an old worn out soil like here in parts of Willamette Valley, it goes from bacterial dominance to massive fungal dominance. So it's like, I don't know, it's like priming the pump, okay? Now, these soil microbes and fungi and mycorrhizal fungi, they produce humic substances. They produce the humic substance, like VAM, mycorrhizal fungi, like our product VAM. Actually, this is fairly recent research, produces humic substances in the root zone. Okay, but sometimes they need some help. So that's we see sort of a priming effect, and then things go different. The soil becomes structurally improved, crumb structure versus like no structure, basically. And so then you have better, aeration, that easier root growth, all kinds of good things happen. Do you need a product like, a commercial humate product like what we produce? No. It's either our stuff or a lot of work. I mean, you can make compost. We're going back to biodynamics, or even ancient Hawaiian agriculture, or even ancient Mayan agriculture. They had their methods of producing humic substances. Okay, but see, nowadays, the way we farm now, industrial style or hydroponics or other things, it makes the use of commercial humic acids like our full power fulvic, for instance, crucial, because it's the living bridge between the dead root and the dead mineral matter of the soil and the living plant root. So it's that interface, and it's crucial for microbial activity. I'll just say it's crucial for cellular function. It doesn't matter what cell, human, plant, fungi, whatever. It's about cellular function. It's about ATP transfer. It's about basic cellular functions, mitochondrial activity. It doesn't matter whether it's blue-green algae, because I've worked with big blue-green algae growers in Hawaii and using humic substances to increase blue-green algae. That's one of the most primitive things out there. So all the way up to humans, and we have our Wujin-san, which is it's Chinese for black gold medicine. It's been used for centuries in China. And that's for, veterinary remedies, for human supplementation. So all cells need it. It's what's protective against diseases and everything else, and increases vigor and longevity and all that kind of thing. It makes your hair grow. I got lots of hair, right? Lots, for a guy that's 74 years old. So we're talking about cellular activity, and that's what you got to think about. It's not this plant, that plant, blah, 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 or this animal. People say, well, what will it work on? Whatever's got cells, it'll work on. Any other questions?
We had a question from chat. Can you define fulvic acids and the different fractions? You've broken that down really well before, and I think a lot of people haven't heard it.
Yeah, well, okay. So fulvic acid is defined as the acid-soluble fraction of humic substances. So there's no chemical compound called fulvic acid, period. It's a fraction. So when you take a compost or humates and you acidify it, the black stuff or the brown stuff is going to drop out and you're going to have yellow stuff. In German, it's Geldstufe or gold stuff, right? Fulvic means golden and brass colored in Latin, fulvicus. So it's defined by color. So the fraction is a golden color. So if somebody tries to sell you fulvic acid, it's not golden color. Well, come on, that's like trying to sell you an orange that's red. You know, is that an orange? You know, it looks like an apple. I don't know. So yeah, it's a color. And then within fulvic acid fraction, there is, well, okay, let me back up. Within humic acids, it's not humic acid, it's humic acids with an S. Fulvic acid is one of the humic acids with an S, along with ulvic, humic, fulvic, you know, and then insoluble stuff called humin, Humin. Okay. So within, what are we looking at within, so the part that plants take up directly, either through the roots or the leaves, is fulvic acid. And it's got a pH of 3 or so. Humic acid, on the other hand, the color goes from, let's say, brownish, gray, sort of light brown to sort of dark brown. Okay, so black is not humic acid. You know? And a lot of people think, oh, this is nice and black. It's not, no. Humic acid is not black. It's not black. That's the waxes and other stuff that's in these deposits. Because humic acid is going to be brown and degrades into gray. Okay, so within fulvic acid, what makes it work? Because not all fulvic acid is the same, I guarantee you that. It's really the percentage of polyphenols, quinones, carbonyl groups. Like, for instance, in Russia, they figured this out and they do a functional group analysis and they'll rate a humic acid or humic substance based on biological activity index. Now, that's where you take the positive functional groups that do good things to plants, that plants benefit from, and you subtract the negative functional groups. Because within coal or some humates, there's what they call methylene groups. That's associated with sulfur, and like hydrocarbons, oil, coal, that kind of thing. That's a negative functional group. So when that tests high for methylene groups, that has to be subtracted from the other number, and you come up with a biological activity index. Like our product is like 86, 88% biologically active. Well, the full power is much higher than that, much higher. But I'm on just plain old raw humate with the full spectrum of humic substance. So we've identified what are the fractions that do all the good things, you know, and then you get within polyphenols, which do a lot of the good things, more specifically tannins, which is found in bark, oak bark, and other barks. There's a lot of tannins. It's not just one thing called tannin. Okay, so there's a whole range of tannins, and one of those tannins is what activates the M25 or M25 pathway, and activates the plant's defenses and things like that. And in humans, it affects the insulin pathways and some other chemical pathways. So we have the only lab in the West Coast, believe it or not. Even the state of Oregon has to send out samples, but we have the only lab that can actually test humic substances, and based on the new criteria, which was developed by the Humic Product Trade Association and the International Humic Substance Society, and accepted by AFCO, which is a regulatory body of state fertilizer officials. And so here in Oregon, it's like one of the first states to actually allow us to call it fulvic acid. When we first came here, they wouldn't let us call it fulvic acid, you know, because they say, well, we don't have it. But anyway, a lot of lobbying was involved, and they accepted the AFCO and the IHSS technique for analysis. And so we have a guaranteed analysis for fulvic acid. So people say, well, what's the difference between full power, my fulvic acid product, and all these other so-called fulvic acids? Well, look at the color for one thing. Are any of them gold? Maybe. You know. Okay, do they have a guaranteed analysis? No. So how can you make a comparison? You know, you don't even know what, even the basics. Okay, so ours is a guaranteed analysis, you know, and we've never been called on it either. You know, it's there, just like our mycorrhizal product. Out of 45 microbial products registered in Oregon, only 2 passed. The others were all red tagged, taken off the market. Only 2 made it. It was our VAM product and another company in California. So, you know, when people say, can you compare it to this or that? Yeah, if they have a label. I mean, you know, like for us, our VAM, we guarantee, you know, the spores on the label, you know, and the states checked it, and we have double our claim. So you can't really make a comparison if you don't even know what the numbers are, first of all. We never had, like when we first started, they didn't accept fulvic acid. California still does. So in California, we have to call it humic acid 0.05%, which is their minimum detectable level. They let us do that because they will not, they have not accepted AFCO. It's inconvenient for their lab, you know. But does that stop us from selling it? No. You know, we sell a lot of it because it works. I mean, you know, people aren't buying it based on the label. I don't think people do that more than once. You know, it's got to work. It's got to work. So that it's really breakthrough stuff. It can change the world, you know, because my study of ancient civilizations and agricultural systems, it's very clear to me at this point that these civilizations fail based on the soil property, soil fertility, and their ability to feed growing populations, or with diminished, you know, soil health, soil, you know, humic substances. And usually they're under pressure to farm more ground, and it goes down the tubes. And we're no different, I guarantee you that. I mean, we may have high-tech agriculture here, but guess what? That doesn't matter, because once the soil runs down, humic substances only last 60 days. They start to oxidize. So it has to be a complete cycle. You have to keep building all the time. Building, it's like, you know, it's like Shiva. You know, it's creating and destroying, you know, and that's what's happening in the soil. You have to keep replenishing organic matter, humic substances. But then once you get the soil life going, like the mycorrhizal and other things, they will produce humic substances. Humic substances are produced by fungal breakdown of organic matter. And you get down to the basic definition of humic substances. It's the end product of decomposition by specific microorganisms. And that's mainly fungi, okay? And so that's the key, that's the difference between the Earth and the moon, okay? So is there any other questions?
You've also done a lot of work with kelp. Do you want to talk a little bit about your work with kelp and kelp testing?
Yeah, I learned about kelp back in the day when I was farming in Pennsylvania. I was still going to college. My Amish neighbors were using kelp. They said, hey, Bob, you want to grow good corn? All you got to do is spray some of this kelp extract on your seed at planting. And I'm like, you know, I went to college. I went to ag school, university. We never heard of that. But can you ignore an Amish farmer who you know produces some of the best crops in the area? I mean, you can't blow that off, right? And so I did that. I've been doing it every year since. I just spray the kelp right on the extract, right on the seed and plant it. That's it. And they were telling me, that's all you got to do, Bob. You don't need to do anything else. Well, okay. And so that got me into kelp. And now we make a product called Cyto Plus, which is a combination of kelp, soluble kelp extract, humic and fulvic, and trace elements. So I'm looking at what are the limiting factors? This is the package, right? So it's got the kelp effect, and that's a little bit different. Now, kelp also contains humic substances. Yeah. So it also contains humic substances, but more. It's got, your IAA, your what they call cytokinins, that kind of stuff. So these things go together. Matter of fact, there's a synergistic effect between humic acid products like ours and kelp. So you put them together, they work better than they do individually. That's a synergistic effect. And they also have the anti-drought, anti-frost effect. And there's a high availability of certain trace elements that you're not going to get in anything else. And then again, there's a lot of kelps on the market. So it's not just say kelp, it's got to be the right one. It's got to be processed the right way. Now, for years, I've been using Norwegian kelp. People say, well, why don't you get the Chinese, or why don't you get the... No, I mean, I'm sticking to what I know, works. And it's good, And so that's what we use in our product called Cyto Plus. And Cyto comes from cytokinin. And that's the substance. All that means is something that stimulates cell growth. I didn't know why. We kind of know why now. So that's the deal on kelp. And we recommend it as a mid-season. We recommend kelp applications at the onset of bud or flowering. It doesn't matter what kind of plant it is. It can be tomatoes, it can be tree crops, but you use that to when the energy shifts from the male energy to the female energy, and then it's applied. And that's like old Dr. Sen used to say. He's the guy that did the research and some of the first work on kelp and what's in it, cytokine. But he used to say to farmers, it makes the plant sexy. It shifts the energy to the female energy. And of course, in hemp and cannabis, and most crops we want, unless it's hay, we want the female part. We don't care about the male part. Like I tell people that, we're not growing hay. That's not what you're after. So we shift that energy mid-season, right at the beginning of initiation of the budding, after the vegetative growth is complete. And then we shift it to, by using the kelp and humic foliar spray or soil applied or hydroponic, applied to the nutrient media to get that effect, to pump those buds, let's say. Or make the fruit nice and big. My apples, you see my apples. That's the only thing we use. We just spray it with Cyto Plus. That's it. And I don't have any insect problems. I don't have to spray my apples or my fruit crops or anything, with any kind of pesticide. And we know from other research that kelp gives plants resistance to mites. They don't like it. Something happens. So this goes back a long way. There's an effect of insect repellency or something, from kelp, and it probably goes back to the same, pathways and resistance factors and things like that. So it's the same with people. You take kelp, you take humic substances, you're going to have a high level of resistance. Why? It's a cellular response. Guess what gives you resistance to diseases and pathogens? Things like T helper cells, white blood cells. It's all about cells. I want to stimulate my immune system. And those cells that protect us against these invaders, viruses, viroids, bacteria, whatever. And kelp fits into that. I mean, kelp, look at the Japanese. I mean, they have some of the longest longevity in the world, as long as they stuck to their traditional diet. I'm going to say. In Hawaii, the most healthy people walking around in Kona were Japanese. And basically, they're eating kelp in every meal because it's part of the ingredient in a lot of Japanese cooking. What they wrap the sushi with, that's only part of it, right? So you can't deny that, you know, that there's health benefits to kelp, and also with livestock, you know, feeding it to livestock, along with humic substances. I mean, the two go hand in hand. It's simple as that. I think it's the basis of all life on Earth. It's the difference between, you know, dead sort of unproductive world and a productive world. So that's the story on kelp. But I wouldn't be using it. I mean, it's a timing thing with kelp. I'm talking about plant growth. Now, if you're feeding it to people or animals or fish, that would be a continual feed setup. And of course, I have quite a bit of background, you know, in the aquaponics or the aquaculture thing too. Matter of fact, part of my PhD thesis was coming up with a method of producing aquaculture feed, a high protein ration for, say, tilapia grown in geothermal aquaculture. And so that's where we take lignocellulosic waste. That can be straw, that can be hemp stalks, a lot of different things. And they are fermented with a specific fungi, what they call white rot fungi. And so it can convert like a low protein, something like wheat straw with 2 or 3% protein to like 14% protein. And then that can be fed directly to fish, particularly tilapia love it. So that's because what I was saying is the most expensive part of raising fish is the feed. Well, if we can produce the feed from lignocellulosic waste, which is just huge amounts, then it's going to be a lot more economical, you know, method. But I could never get, you know, investors or people interested in that. You know, I think maybe someday if they get hungry enough, maybe we'll be looking at that. But that's a possibility too. Now we use humic substances in fish ponds, commercial aquaculture, like in South America, we sell our product full humics. They throw it into the pond, shrimp, fish, whatever. And now there's all kinds of research from the same university, Humboldt University of Berlin, about how humic acid does good things for fish. You know, and it's basically the same basic story, except fish live in that environment. You know, they're surrounded. And in nature, you know, fish live in an environment that contains fulvic acid, humic acid. If they don't, they're in trouble. You know, that's when you start getting diseases, and viruses, and all kinds of problems. So this whole thing is just part of the cycle of carbon on Earth. You know, it cycles through cells and organisms. Once you break that cycle, well, that's the end. You know, that's kind of the end point. And you know, just like I tell farmers, you know, if you farm without organic matter additions or humic substances, you know, you're just waiting. You know, you're going to have to go to town and get a job at some point. And of course, over 50 years, I've seen a lot of them go to town and get a job, you know, or drive trucks or whatever. So yeah. And then from a one-on-one deal, everybody here ought to be taking, you know, fulvic acid and kelp. You know, I'm not trying to sell anything. I'm just saying it's a proven. Well, again, Humboldt University of Berlin. Why were they testing my product? Full power. They were screening for longevity substances, things that increase longevity. And they use a indicator organism to do that. And they proved, you know, in the lab, not with humans, because, you know, how can you prove longevity in humans? That'd be hard. That a fulvic acid isn't a longevity substance. It increases the longevity, the lifespan of something, the organisms. They use a heterohabilis. It's a little nematode commonly used for that kind of work. So that's what's so crucial. I mean, you can talk about products all you want, but you know, it comes down to humic substances, because the people say, well, the soil isn't good anymore. Like, don't we have to take minerals? Should we take minerals? They tell me there's no minerals in the soil. Well, if there's no minerals in the soil, nothing's going to grow. I mean, there is minerals in the soil, but it has to have something to release them, and that takes soil life. It's not, the soil isn't just something that holds the plant and you pump salt fertilizer on it. There's more to it. But our program, in the US and the world is rescue chemistry. So, you use chemical salts, and then you rescue the crop repeatedly with pesticides, fungicides, etc. So that's the program. It makes good money for big companies and for the elite. So yeah, it's a moneymaker. But they know this, and that's how it works. It's crop rescue, and it's people rescue too. I mean, just watch the news. I'm sure everybody does. I mean, every other commercial is some drug. So that's it. Deprive people of the natural cycles, of humic substances, and then you have to rescue them and their crops and their pets. So I think that sums it up.
Yeah. How can people find out more about the work that you've done and the research that you've done? We can keep going a little bit longer while we're waiting on Murray to reconnect, but why don't you tell everybody, just in case he does connect here in the next moment or two, how to find out more information about your work?
Well, we have a website. Now we have a new guy working on that. We have people that are, doing we have an incredible amount of research. I wish I could go through my next thing, which was pictures of our new product, which is BioAg Supercell. See,
if you want to,
while
we're waiting on them, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, you want to go to bioag.com. It's just BIOAG.com, bioag.com. And no, we're not part of Monsanto. We're the mortal enemy of Monsanto. We survived, they didn't. Okay, so yeah, some of our products. Yeah, okay, he's showing the website. And then we have experts that work for us, and they can answer questions. We have people that are real pros at all kinds of cannabis production, vegetable production, everything. So we have technical reps that can answer a lot of questions, and our website has a lot of questions answered. So yes, and then he's showing the website. And then we have experts that work for us, and they can answer questions. We have people that are real pros at all kinds of cannabis production, vegetable production, everything. So we have technical reps that can answer a lot of questions, and our website has a lot of questions answered. So yes, and then he's showing the website.
Looks like I got a little bit of feedback there. I apologize.
A little feedback. Okay, so are we okay now? I see there's a question there about our micronized fertilizers and silica. When will that be for sale? Okay, well, that's our newest product. We call BioAg Supercell, and it solves the problem of silica. The two major limiting factors on any given field is humic substances and monosilicic acid. Okay, it's hard to work with silica because it's reactive and it ties up and there's problems. So we worked for years on how to get silica into the plant without it combining with other things. While we're working with a company out of Germany, and we're using naturally a microbial produced nano silica. Okay, so that is combined with humic substances. So it doesn't have to be in a soluble form, the silica, if it's in a nano size. And this isn't just nano height, it's the real thing. It's determined with electron microscopy. So plants can take up these nanoparticles and then they digest them, you might say, put it in a simple way. They can metabolize that.
And what was the name of the product again?
BioAg Supercell.
Awesome. I'll definitely have to give that a try. It looks like Murray finally was able to connect. Well, thanks again, Dr. Faust, so much for joining us. And why don't you tell everybody one last time how to find out information about your teachings?
Yeah, well, if you go on bioag.com, there's a lot of stuff there. We're adding more stuff all the time, as we've done. Yeah, you got 3 or 4 researchers we working all the time, and so we're putting up new stuff because we're tired of this BS that's out there in the marketplace. You know, we just want to get down to the nitty gritty, and we use the scientific method, but we also are open-minded to the interpretation, but it's still the scientific method. It may not be the status quo yet because, you know, regulatory capture and, you know, the effect of the, you know, big ag, big pharma and all that stuff. So bioag.com can answer a lot of your questions, and you can call our technical reps, like our technical guy for hydroponics and cannabis is Josh Hedberg, and you know he'll take calls. I won't necessarily take calls, but I have people that will. And so there's more. There's way more. But I mean that's just the beginning of what I said today. We have these Biosecurity positive cultures we're working on that work with the VAM. Sort of they work together synergistically. It's really incredible breakthrough stuff. Signaling using volatile organic compounds, signal all kinds of things in the plant. It's really like the next level, really. Awesome. It's real organic farming. Yeah, it's the real deal.
We'll definitely have to get you on the podcast soon to learn more about some of the cool new stuff you've been doing.
Yeah, really, because it's crucial stuff.
Awesome.
And I can show you the pictures.
Thank you so much. We'd love to have you back on the podcast and give us a longer explanation of that part. And I really appreciate you taking the time to join us for the conference.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
We'll do it again. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And you guys can find out more of his awesome work and a ton of different papers and over at BioAg. We have next up Murray Hollum joining us all the way from across the pond from Australia. If you guys haven't already, sign up over at ap420.com and put in your email to be entered to win an SK403 Spectrum King Grow Light. As well as the commercial aquaponic cannabis class and a full nutrient line from apmjnewts.com. So definitely check that out. And thanks to the people that donated goods to be part of it. Thanks a lot for joining us today, Murray. You've been up to all kinds of wonderful things in the last year or two and put out a ton of awesome aquaponic education for people around the world. I know we've had multiple people tell us already over the course of the conference that you were one of the first resources that they were able to learn about aquaponics. And we really do thank you for taking the time to join us today.
You're welcome, Steve. It's good fun to meet again. Actually, we've met several times at various conferences around USA, haven't we, in the past? So it's all good. And yeah, so Aquaponics is marching on, and we're just so happy to have been part of it for quite a long time now. And yeah, I don't know what you want me to speak about today, but I thought I'd just do a little bit of our history, perhaps, what we've done. Is that okay?
Yeah, why don't you do that and then tell us a little bit about maybe some of the different fruiting crops that you've had a chance to work with. I know you don't have the ability to work directly with cannabis yet in Australia, but you have worked with a lot of other crops that are essential oil producing or have very similar desires in terms of essential oil production or secondary metabolite production, similar to cannabis. And we'd love to learn more about that as well.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll just first start with how we started. We started 15 years ago. It's now almost 16 years, actually, that we first found aquaponics and was completely intrigued by it at the time. And we're not the first people in the world to do it, that's obviously for sure, but we're certainly the first in our part of the world. And you know, I came across it by a guy who was wanting to get me to build him a boat, because I'm actually a boat builder by trade, and he wanted me to build him a boat. And like a lot of boat guys, he was complaining that he had to go further and further out to sea to catch his fish. So that's why he wanted a bigger boat. But in that conversation, he described to me aquaponics. He didn't call it aquaponics, but he described it in a way that you could grow fish and plants together, and I thought that was absolutely astonishing. So that very day I started, and it was just such an interesting ride because we didn't have any information much available to us at that particular time, believe it or not. If you did a search in Google, and Google was brand new just then, many young people don't even know that. They think Google's been around forever, but it was still very young then. And if you did a search for the word aquaponics back 15, 16 years ago, there was only one page of returns, whereas now there's, several thousand pages of returns. So, it's been a very interesting ride, the interest in aquaponics. And of course, I think there's a big future for aquaponics grown, a big future for cannabis grown aquaponically. And I know there's a lot of people doing it. Steve would have a much better idea than I have that and what's happening there in America in particular. And as he said, in Australia, we still can't do it. They're trying to legalise it, but unfortunately, Big Pharma has got a hold of it, Big Pharmacopoeia, that is, pharmaceuticals, and they've basically convinced the government here in Australia that the only people that are safe to be allowed to do such things are them and their particular cohorts, whoever they might be. And so that's how it's happened in Australia, unfortunately. There are some farms popping up here and there, cannabis farms being grown mostly hydroponically, unfortunately, not aquaponically. And that's what's happened to us. When I first started traveling to America, which was probably 12 or 13 years ago, I first started going there doing seminars. I would be asked often by students in the class, and the code I discovered for growing cannabis then was they'd say, can you grow really, really, really good tomatoes in aquaponics, which was a bit of a joke because as we've since discovered, of course, that tomatoes and cannabis, have a very close relationship as far as nutrient needs are concerned. So we've had quite a few students have told me since that if you can grow good tomatoes, you can usually grow good cannabis as well. So that's a clue. And I know in the hydroponic world, they go on a lot with all the different additives you've got to add. But of course, when you do aquaponics correctly, you don't have that problem. It becomes much easier to do. But of course, you've got to get the aquaponics operating correctly in the first place. Okay, so that's been our journey. 15 years ago, I started, and I was asked first to go to America by a lady named, I can't think of her name right now, it's gone out of my head. What was her name? Sylvia Bernstein, that was her name. And she started a business in Boulder, Colorado. And she invited me to come over to America. And of course, the whole idea then was a bit strange to me. And she'd come across me on a website that I'd built to discuss aquaponics things. And back then, the only people who were around that really had a decent website were Nelson and Pate. They were around in those days, and they've been around for a very long time. So we couldn't get the URL aquaponics.com because they'd already got that, not that long before us, evidently. And so we're aquaponics.net.au, which is the Australian extension is AU. Funnily enough, we have a lot of Americans who are afraid to put that in because they get AU mixed up with RU, and they think it's Russia. How can I say R so Americans understand it? RU, will that get it through to you? I don't know, but we're not Russia, we're Australia. AU, aquaponics.net.au. Anyway, I first started going to the USA doing 1 day and 4 day seminars back then, 13, 14 years ago that was. And Sylvia Bernstein hosted me. So that was really good. We had a great time doing that. And of course, I said to her when she invited me to come, I said, if you pay, I'll come. And she paid, so I came. And the first two seminars we ran were in Boulder, Colorado. And the second one was in Oceanside, California. And we did that on the same trip. And we had a great time. It really was really good. And that's how we started our American journey. And of course, then for about 4 or 5 years, I went to the USA about 6 times a year, doing seminars all over the place, from Florida to California and all sorts of places in between. We've been to Oregon a number of times running seminars there. And so we had a great time doing all that. And of course, then we were instrumental, in fact, myself and 2 ladies and another guy from out there. I can't think of his name right now. His name is Mr. West. I can't think of his name. We were the 4 that started off the Aquaponics Association. We actually formed it, got it running, and we held the first Aquaponics Association conference down in Florida. I can't remember the year offhand, but that was something to do that. And it kind of was the first thing that started to pull the aquaponics world together in the USA anyway. And the way we started off, we imagined it would be a worldwide organization initially, but then later on, some of the members wanted to change that to be America only, which was always a disappointment to me. But anyway, that's what happened. And we've seen the Aquaponics Association rise and fall a few times since, but it seems to be going okay now. And it's a good thing to be a member of that. And that's where I've met Steve most of the time, I think. Steve, isn't it, at the Aquaponics conferences?
Oh, actually, I think the first time I met you was back at Sylvia's. The first time, yeah. And then later on was through the association. Yeah, both of us are members of the association. And I think that was the last time I saw you in person was in Kentucky at that conference.
Yeah, that's the last time I've been to the USA, actually. I haven't been to the USA since then. Of course, COVID has kind of knocked that around a bit. We had several, seminars booked for various places around the world, and we had to cancel them all, unfortunately. But a little bit before that, my youngest daughter was had breast cancer, and that was where my relationship with cannabis started as a method of controlling pain, because unfortunately she passed away ultimately. But we managed to get some cannabis oil for her, and I was one of those guys that thought that anyone that smoked cannabis was a bit of a nutcase, Sorry, Steve. And that was my whole impression of the whole cannabis world until my daughter was struck down with cancer. And then we began to realize the benefits of cannabis as a pain relieving thing. And she was, I'll just tell you, cannabis lovers, a bit of a story about that. She was on the best pain care that you can possibly get in the modern world. And yet she still was unable to sleep very well, say 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night, if she was lucky. And this was in the last kind of 12 to 18 months of her life. And then we obtained some cannabis oil, which was extremely difficult, I can tell you. Here in Australia, we had to, go off to a place in Australia. Some of you may know the name of it. I can't think of it right now, sorry, but a little town in northern New South Wales where it's kind of known for the hippies hanging around and doing all that kind of thing. So we went there and walked the streets and asked all sorts of people where we could buy some cannabis oil. And I guess I looked a bit too regular. A lot of them thought I was a policeman in disguise, I think. And we had a bit of difficulty, but finally we tracked some down. I got it back to my daughter, and just with one small drop on her tongue that night, she slept for 8 hours. First night, 8 hours of beautiful, beautiful sleep. And so I can personally attest from personal experience the benefits of using cannabis oil for the alleviation of extreme pain if you're a cancer sufferer. I can tell you that from first-hand experience. Yeah, so that was an interesting thing. So I became much, much more interested in the kind of things that Steve Dredd had to say because it became very obvious that this had a massive future in the alleviation of pain. And I'm still disappointed, I've got to say, with my Australian friends here that have gone to a great deal of trouble to try and get cannabis going here in Australia publicly, but it still hasn't happened. Not really. It's sort of getting there, but not really, unfortunately. We're not even allowed in Queensland to keep a few plants for our own use. Just, if we want to keep them for our own use, it's really bad, really. But anyway, there you go. So, yeah, so that's where, going back to our travels in teaching about aquaponics, and I visited all sorts of places, the USA. I went across Europe to places like Hungary and Portugal, to Africa, both South Africa and other places in Africa, South Korea, Oman in the Middle East, Morocco, and Bahrain. These are places where we've been and done seminars, which is pretty good. And of course, that's led to us then designing our aquaponics design course, which Steve mentioned earlier. And I'm not here to advertise that, but it's very successful. We've been running that now for 5 years, and we've put just over 2,000 students through that around the world. We've had students now from 124 countries do our aquaponics design course. We've also had some pretty remarkable people come out of those courses, and this is the most encouraging thing to me, is to see that we have students that have gone out and done absolutely remarkable things. They really have. The one that first comes to mind is Arvind Venkat, which I'm sure, Steve, you might remember him from going to the Aquaponics Association conferences. Arvind is an absolute standout. He's built farms now for other people in Oman, Saudi, Bahrain, Canada, USA, building large farms usually half acre or more in size, and they are all running successfully. And I'm proud to say he uses our exact methodology that we teach in our courses. So we can say without any fear of any contradiction from anyone on the planet that our methods actually work, and they work successfully. So aquaponics is here to stay. There's no doubt about that. And, if you are a person who wants to grow food without the use of, chemicals such as agricultural chemicals, that is, I'm talking about, then you can do it with aquaponics, and you can grow cannabis that way and grow it very successfully. Okay, so our masterclass is going really, really well, although it has dropped off a little due to COVID, unfortunately. The three largest groups of students we've had have been Australia first, second is the USA, and third is India, believe it or not. And then we have a smattering of students from all other countries around the world. The Indian cohort has dropped off dramatically since COVID. I think that's because they must be short of money or something, I don't know, or they've had a massive amount of deaths, but they were a large group of students that we don't sort of have so many of them anymore, which is a bit of a shame. But anyway, that's what's happened with the Aquaponics Masterclass. A bit later on, if I've got time, I might show you a couple of slides out of that, just so you can see what it looks like. Going back to some of the successful students we've had. We had a couple of young fellows from Korea from South Korea, come down to my place here in Brisbane about 4 years ago now, and little quiet guys, they sat in the class and didn't say very much, and off they went back to South Korea and decided they'd set up an aquaponics farm. Well, it was about 2 years later that I first heard from them. They started sending me emails inviting me to come up and look at their farm. And I must be honest, I wasn't too keen to fly all the way to South Korea and stay in a hotel and all that stuff on my own dime. It's different when someone else pays for it. You can be a bit more enthusiastic about going somewhere, but when you have to pay your own way, you think about it. But anyway, they kept nagging me to go there. And finally, they sent me some photographs. So I decided, yes, I would go. And when I got there, I saw what these guys had created. At that particular time, when I went there, they had taken over disused greenhouses that were disused from the cut flower industry. And you may or may not have noticed, but around the world, in the Western world anyway, generally speaking, the cut flower industry has really been decimated by cheap flowers coming in from South America and also coming in from China. And in Australia, that's what's decimated ours, is Chinese flowers coming in here on a daily basis being flown in. So there's a lot of disused greenhouses around. And it's a good tip for anyone who wants to start growing, your cannabis or whatever, and you want to get a greenhouse. Have a look around, start driving around your district near you and just open your eyes and look for greenhouses that are not being used. You'll be surprised how many of them you see. And I like to give the example of when my wife and I bought our last car. We decided we wanted a Toyota, and we decided the model we wanted. So we went off to the dealership, and the first dealership we went to had a great deal for us. That was actually a fantastic deal on a demonstrator, and it was painted this yucky gold color. It was an awful color, actually. And we thought, we can't drive around in that. It looks awful. But the deal was so good, we finally bought that particular car. And strangely enough, when we were driving it home from the dealership, we saw at least 10 or 15 other gold Toyota Camrys painted the same color. So it just illustrates that you often don't see things until you're interested in it or you come across it. And that's the experience we've had lots of students have when we tell them, go look for greenhouses. You've probably driven past ones that are disused and you haven't even noticed it, but take notice. And you can often go into these farmers, especially if they're old family businesses, which a lot of cut flower businesses are, especially here in Australia and the USA. They're businesses that were started by grandpa, was handed down to grandson and so on. And they own the land and they own the greenhouse, and they're just more than happy, a lot of them, to lease you a perfectly good greenhouse and saves you buying it. And you think about it, you've already got electricity, you've always got water, you've always got the greenhouse. And it's a great way to get started. We find a lot of our aquaponics farmers have started that way now. Anyway, that's what these two boys in Korea did, these two young men. They found some disused greenhouses in a part of South Korea, which is about an hour's drive out of Seoul, the capital city. And when we got there, we landed, when I say we, myself and Frank, the guy that does our videoing for us, when we arrived there, we were amazed to discover they had 15,000 square meters under greenhouse doing aquaponics. Now, in square feet for you Americans, that's 168,000 square feet under greenhouse. An astonishing achievement for these two quiet young guys. And they had gone back there and set out to do it. They had no funds. The only other experience they had, they told us, was they'd been growing. They actually went to university together in Seoul in South Korea, and they shared a room together at university. And they said they grew some stuff in their room. I don't know what that would have been, but they had some experience in growing stuff in their bedroom. So they knew a bit about hydroponics, obviously. But anyway, they decided to do this whole system in aquaponics. And they were doing that 168,000 square feet. I couldn't believe it. I was actually blown away, I've got to be honest. Anyway, those boys have since expanded. When I was there, they had a staff of 60 people working for them. And there was 4 people just on IT, doing nothing else but IT. They'd set up a website and they were selling their produce every day, just like an eBay store. They would harvest very early in the morning, and whatever was coming out of the greenhouses would then be uploaded to the store, and people would order just like you order on eBay, and the stuff would be dispatched that afternoon. Out it went. Fantastic operation. So there's 4 people just doing that. And of course they had, another thing I found was quite interesting. They had one staff member whose entire job was to take cold water to all the workers in the greenhouses. How about that? I imagine having a business where you have to have a water carrier. Yes, and their turnover at that time was 1.5 million US per month. 1.5 million US per month. How about that? An astonishing success story. And just to let you know how they did that, how they got their funding, was they went back there and they decided they'd do a Kickstarter, Korean-style Kickstarter, and they thought they did their budgeting and they thought they would ask for 750,000 US, whatever that is in Seoul in Korean currency, but they asked for 750,000 US. And they put their Kickstarter up and it was fully subscribed in 48 hours. How about that? So that's what they did. And then they thought that worked so well, let's do it again. So they did it again and they raised a second 750,000 US. I think the second lot took 3 or 4 weeks for them to get that, but that's how they got their funding. And then, of course, after they actually started, they had come on board several investors who came on board, and they were very, very well funded. And as we always tell our students, one thing to ensure your success in an aquaponics grow project is to make sure you've got adequate funding, because a lot of small businesses fail, and they fail because they haven't had enough funds to get them through to profit. That's why they fail, which is very, very sad. But that's the one, most one. We've got some messages popping up here. I don't think they're for me. I think people are having a bit of a conversation all their own. Yes, they're having a conversation all their own. Anyway, there you go. So that's how that was an amazing success story. And I know now they've now expanded even further, taken on more greenhouses in the area, and they're just going from strength to strength. We also have Arvind Venkat has built a great farm in Oman, and I've had the pleasure of going there 3 times and having a look at that. And the first farm was 600 square meters. What's that in square feet? I think about 3,000, maybe a little bit more than 3,000 square feet. And that was built at the request of the investors who wanted that built first up to run right through a whole 12-month cycle in Oman, because their hot summer days can be up to 55 degrees centigrade, which I think is about 132 Fahrenheit, something like that. So extreme heat in the greenhouses. So they wanted to build just 600 square meters to see how that would go. Well, they ran through a whole year and it was hugely successful. So they then built it out to 1 acre under greenhouse. And that is running very, very successfully as well. And they've got a really good captive market there in Oman, because Oman's one of those Middle Eastern countries that's just barren. You have to see it to believe it. It's just barren, rubble, dirt, sand. No, nothing grows, not even proper salt bushes. So they import 100% of their food every day, gets flown in. Can you imagine that? Being that dependent on other people for your food, that a whole nation has to fly all its food in every day. And there are other Middle Eastern countries that are like that. If they didn't have oil, they would have nothing. It's really a very precarious situation to be in, I think. But anyway, that's why their aquaponics farm has been hugely successful, because everything they can grow obviously is sold locally. And it's extremely fresh because it's grown there locally. And they grow lots of kale and lettuce of all kinds, tomatoes, all the usual stuff that you'd want to create a top-class salad anywhere in the world. So that's a great success story as well. The same with the farm in Bahrain that's been built. Just going back to Oman, There's another group of investors now that the project has already started. Arvind is now building it out, in the process of building it out. And that's a $9 million USA project, $9 million USA. So that's completely in a very large concrete warehouse. It'll be under lights, run that way, and fully air conditioned in order to have total control of the environment. What an amazing project. Imagine that, a fully air conditioned warehouse with lights running to grow leafy greens and tomatoes and all the usual stuff, cucumbers, etc. And I think we've caught wind of one that maybe started soon there for cannabis. I think it's still a little bit up in the air. It's early stages of inquiry. And of course, then we've got Canada. There's a couple of smaller projects in Canada. Another one just about to start now. In Australia here, we've just completed our second farm here in Australia. You might think, why haven't we got more in Australia? Well, I don't know. It's just us Australians, I think. We're just slow to take things up. We're certainly not slow to take up vaccines, though. We're getting vaccines left, right, and centre. We've also got people who have built successful farms in South Africa, and that's really good. A successful farm in Portugal, and so on it goes. And we can really boast of that, our success in that regard. Okay, has anyone got any questions for me?
Let's see here in chat. There was a question, what type of fish do you recommend?
Well, here in Australia, we run one called jade perch, which is a really good fish. It's got the highest concentration of omega-3 fatty acids of any fish on the planet, a long way ahead of North Atlantic salmon or any of those kind of fish. So we like to run that fish because it's an Australian native. It's also available across Europe and across Asia. It's been exported up into China and up into Thailand and Malaysia and places like that. Oh yeah, I forgot we had a small project in Malaysia as well that's going okay. Yeah, so it's not yet been exported to the USA, and I can't understand why. It would be, we often get our students ask us about it. Where can I buy jade perch in the USA? Well, no one's imported it yet. And the unique thing about jade perch and some Australian natives is they're very, very hard to breed. So it's a golden business for someone who wants to set up a hatchery, a fish hatchery in the USA, and breed jade perch and sell them. People have to buy new fish from you every year, and so on it would go. It's a really great business waiting to happen in the USA. Yeah, jade perch, and of course across the USA people use all sorts of things. Tilapia is probably the most farmed fish anywhere in the world by a long way, followed in Europe by carp of all kinds, and of course catfish of all kinds. Every continent on the planet has its own variety of catfish. Over there, I think you've got what they call channel catfish, which seem to go quite well in aquaponics. And of course, you've got crappie fish and bluegill, and you've got a golden perch as well. And some people up in Canada and that use Arctic char. So there's a huge variety of freshwater fish that can be used around the world in all sorts of places. So that's a good question. Thank you for that one.
Let's see here. Is there any design? Oh, you know what? Let me ask you a follow-up from last year. You did a bunch of testing with some of the sand beds stuff and some other things. Last time I talked to you, you were just setting that up. What was the conclusion on that?
Yeah, it's running very well. The sand system's now been running just over 2 years. We've done lab tests now about every 4 or 5 months. We send off water samples and leaf samples off to a lab and have them analysed for nutrient. We've never, ever, ever added any nutrient to that system. And this goes back to the work of Dr. Mark McMurtry, if any of you like to look him up. A very interesting man, to say the least. And he wrote several papers, probably about 40 years ago. Was when he first, maybe even a bit longer than that. He was attached then to Cornell University, I think it was. And his burden was to be able to create an aquaponic system that could be run in third world countries. So the idea was to run it on tilapia because most of those countries run tilapia. And you could then grow the likes of tomatoes, and he particularly grew tomatoes because of the nutrient demand that tomato bushes have. So that's what he set up, and his papers are really interesting with all the stuff he wrote. So we decided we'd do it here. So we set one up, and of course the idea being that we would have a system that did not require the addition of you know, a bit of this and a bit of that and a bit of something else, because that's something that started to happen with aquaponics. Because in aquaponics, there's 3 elements that don't come in easily into your system, and that is potassium, calcium, and iron. And they don't come in enough quantity in the fish food, because the primary source of nutrient for an aquaponic system is the fish food. That's where it comes in. And the fish, of course, consume that. It gets expelled in their waste, the leftovers from it. And of course, we derive our plant nutrients from that. And that's the 3 things that are short. And so I notice there's some businesses in the USA that spend a whole lot of time. That's their business. I shouldn't really knock it, I guess, but you know, they'll analyze something for you and tell you, oh, you need some more Uchi Buchi, or you need some more Poofty Woofty, or whatever. And so they'll sell you the various components to add to your aquaponic system. And fair enough, we don't like that approach. We take the shotgun approach, as we call it. And we're great believers in, I saw the previous speaker, the doctor you had, talking about humic acid, and also the addition of seaweed extract. And there's a couple of good ones around the world. There's one called Power Feed in Australia. There's, across the USA, you can get Maxi Crop with fish emulsion in it, which is very, very good. And if you run your aquaponic system with those, you simply don't need anything else. We've proved it over and over and over again. You don't need to be running around adding this and adding that and adding something else. That's, of course, with the exception of using calcium carbonate to adjust your pH. Okay, you need to do something like that. And of course, when you use calcium carbonate to adjust your pH, you also add calcium at the same time. So there you go. So the difference between hydroponics and aquaponics as far as nutrient uptake is concerned is, like the good doctor was talking about before, the soil microbes that are in soil release all those things that are captured in the soil so that they become plant available. And of course, in aquaponics, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to mimic soil. And that's why we're great believers in media beds, of course, growing our high-end plants in media beds. High-end, by high-end, I mean tomatoes, you know, that kind of thing, cucumbers, basically fruiting plants, and cannabis, if you want to grow that. It grows very, very well in media beds. And of course, after a little while, after the system has time to mature, your media bed becomes very, very soil-like in what happens. And you have all the beneficial microbes that you find in good soil start to become available to you in the media bed, and you have more and more nutrient release happening. And of course, then we mineralize the fish waste in order to extract more nutrients from it. And then anything you're short of that might be like potassium, for example, or iron, then you can get that from the Maxi Crop with fish emulsion or Power Feed, and it works very, very well. You don't have to run off wondering what you're going to add here and what you're going to add there. And interestingly enough, with the sand system that you asked about, Steve, we haven't had to add anything the entire, I think it's 2 years and 3 months now that system's been running since brand new. I have to admit, though, it was about 6 or 7 months before we started to get decent tomato crops out of it. And that's to be expected, because it's a bit like any soil system. It takes a while to build up the soil. Now, why do we use sand? Sand is the perfect filter. You've got to get the right grade of sand. It has to be just coarse enough, not too fine, not too coarse, of course. And the water is pumped through the sand and settles through it, and the sand acts as a filter. Our pumping regime we have here, we found works well for us. It's 9 minutes on and 90 minutes off. So we've got a huge saving in pumping requirements. And in that off period, the water is returned from the sump via an airlift pump, which runs off a 60-watt airlift pump. We then have added to the system, for the sake of experimentation, a couple of large raft beds growing lettuce and other leafy greens in them. And the water is circulated through that back through the fish tank and the sump by the use of another airlift pump, which runs off the same 60-watt airlift pump, air pump. So only using 60 watts. And that enables us to run that system 24 hours a day off solar panels, because our power consumption is very low. And the main pump that pumps from the fish tank to the sand beds, we turn off. We've got a photoelectric cell on that. So when the sun goes down, that pump no longer can pump. And of course, when the sun comes up in the morning, it'll have its first pump cycle. People may be wondering, how the fish fare during the night. They're fine. They go well because you've got good aeration going into the fish tank. And that's because the water is continually circulated from the sump back through the fish tank and via an overflow back to the sump again all night long. And the airlift pump is moving. at the rate of about 20 litres, it's about 18 litres a minute of water is pumped through the fish tank at night. And that keeps the fish happy. There is a bit of a rise during the night in ammonia levels in the tank, but nothing that's dangerous. And that's exactly why, and I don't want to give away all my secrets, but that's why we added the raft beds to it and ran them at night as well, so that we could take up any of that additional ammonia that might be produced in the system, or nitrates, for example, at night. So the system is running extraordinarily well, Steve. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, no, it was definitely interesting to see that. I know the people have been talking about it a long time, but not a lot of people have actually gone and actually done the mineral testing. So I'm super excited to learn more about your findings in the future.
Yeah, well, I'd really like to, if I was allowed to, I'd love to grow some cannabis in it just to see how it goes. We found that it doesn't do so well with growing lettuce, etc., in the actual sand. And that's only a mechanical thing, because the sand makes the lettuce dirty. Like when you harvest, if you're not really careful, you'll get this fine sand in the lettuce. Just little things like that are annoying, apart from anything else. But the lettuce grow fine. But we grow mostly tomatoes in it because that's a high-end crop as far as nutrient goes. And we've got tomato plants now that are the age of the system. They've been there ever since. We just prune them back a bit and away they go again. So we're doing that, of course, just to push it and to see how much we can actually get out of it.
Cool. Definitely interesting to hear about, and would definitely be cool to see what kind of microbials are colonizing that, because it is a kind of a different biome than most other types of mineralization processes.
Yes. And maintenance is fairly low in it too, we've found. One bed, we've never done any maintenance to it. We just let it run and see what happens. But the other 3 beds we have, 3 beds, we regularly, probably every 3 or 4 months, we run through with a piece of shaped timber and scrape the detritus off the top of the channels. And then we just replace it with a bit of fresh sand, just to keep things nice and clean and fresh. And that works very, very well as well. Okay. Got any other questions, Steve?
You've grown a lot of different fruit trees and interesting larger plants as well. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? It's a question I've often heard people ask about from some of your work.
We still grow. We regularly grow papaya in our systems, in the gravel, in the media beds, and it grows extraordinarily well. We did grow bananas for a little while, and we did also grow some citrus for a while, and they went okay. But I came to the conclusion in the end that long life trees like citrus or apples or pears or whatever else you might decide you want to grow are best off not in an aquaponic system. And that's simply because you're relying on a pump. Because if you think about what is the main weakness in an aquaponic system, the weakness is the pump. The pump is the weak point. It's the major weak point that can fail and cause you difficulty. So, if you're growing a tree that you want to keep for 20 plus years, you don't want to run that risk. So that's my conclusion anyway. Some others may disagree. But we now grow our citrus outside. We'd finally transferred them out into wicking beds, and they're doing very well in wicking beds. We're about to transplant them again, actually, into larger wicking beds, so they can get a bit of a better go on. But we harvest a lot of citrus, of all kinds from our citrus trees. Bananas don't grow very well where I live because we get frost in the wintertime, which tends to kill them off a little bit. But papaya grows just like crazy. It goes extremely well. And I'm happy to keep doing that because papaya is not a long-lived plant. Usually a papaya tree is kind of had it after 2 years and, just degenerates and doesn't bear much. So, best to replant and, grow your own seeds and from seeds and replant, and away you go. That's what we do anyway.
Awesome. Is there any maybe untraditional crops or crops maybe people haven't thought of normally that you think just are great for aquaponics that people should think more about growing?
Well, I think there's a huge future, and we've seen that with some clients we've got in the USA and in Portugal and Portland, Oregon, for example, has specialised in growing herbs, or herbs, I think you call them, like basil and cilantro and things like that can bring a good price to the markets. That particular business has expanded and has opened up another farm in Seattle, so they're doing well. So their specialty crops is the way to go, I think, because you want to get the highest possible price you can for the stuff you're producing in order to make sure you're financially successful, rather than trying to compete down at the bottom of the market by growing lettuce. Although I have to say, if anyone wants to go to the University of Virgin Islands website and look in their aquaculture department, not aquaponics department, aquaculture department, you'll come across all the papers that were written by Dr. James Riccozzi. And for the 20 plus years that they ran experiments there with the aquaponics grown in raft beds, the one they made the most money out of was lettuce, believe it or not. They made more money out of lettuce than anything else. And that's, I guess, because of sheer volume and ease of growing, quick turnover. You know, there's an old thing in agriculture or any kind of farming activity. The longer the crop takes to mature, the more chance you have of something going wrong. So the fast turnover crops are those that are most successful in the long run. Even though your price per item might be low, you can turn them over quickly with very few failures. And so that's a good thing, really. So that's the long and the short of what happened at the University of Virgin Islands and how they had their good success with lettuce, although they grew all sorts of things. And it's interesting to look through their list of stuff. They tried all sorts of things, okra and all the different melons you can think of and all sorts of things. Whatever food products you can think of, you can grow in an aquaponic system. Personally, myself, some people like to grow flowers as well, but I'm only interested in things I can eat, basically.
Is there any aquaponic myths you'd like to mention or address or talk about that you hear over and over again?
Well, there's one I hear over and over again that pops up in YouTube land, and that is the plants in aquaponics grow 10 times faster in half the time and twice the size. You heard that one? Comes across particularly from one particular website.
I haven't heard that particular claim, no, but that's quite a claim.
Yeah, it is, because if you did the mathematics on that, you just have to put the seed in and run for your life because you'd be overtaken by the plant. Plants in aquaponics, and people say they grow twice as fast even. It's not true, really. What they'll grow at the rate and the quality they should grow at. And that is because they always have nutrient and they always have water. Because in any traditional gardening situation, the plant is often, water hungry, a little bit water hungry. The farmer might irrigate Mondays and Fridays, for example, or whatever. And so you've got that in-between period where the plant is a little bit water short. So the plant slows down a little bit. Same with nutrients, unless you've got really good quality soil, and I mean really good quality soil, the plant's always going to be a little bit shy. So when you do it properly, the plants will grow the way they're meant to grow. So for that reason, they'll often look like they grow twice as fast as the ones you've seen already that don't grow all that well because they're not in ideal conditions. And of course, the other way to grow things in an ideal way, of course, is hydroponics, as we all know. Hydroponics will, if you do it well, you'll get extraordinary growth in hydroponics as well.
I can tell you, at least from all the trials that we've done, cannabis and veg will grow about twice as fast in terms of inches per day and node development in veg. And then on the flowering time, we can actually save about 7 to 14%, 7 to 15% off the flowering time. So again, it just like you're saying, it optimizes the plant and makes them fully ready, increases their secondary metabolites and other things that help increase senescence and flowering rates. And just make the plant as healthy as it can be, more than it is as like a growth accelerator or some kind of thing like that. Some people kind of
magic potion.
Yeah.
And you find that's the same with cannabis, do you, Steve? Exactly the same?
Yeah, no, it definitely grows faster. For soil, most people are getting 1 to 3 inches of growth per day in veg on a warm day. On aquaponics, we can easily hit 3 or 4 inches a day without trying, and sometimes even more than that with proper node spacing, like you're saying. Fully developed, not just stretching for the sky, but actual full development. And we've shown pictures of that. You can go back, on my YouTube channel and look at live streams where we've gone to the same room the next day, and you can see a visual difference in the room. So.
That's remarkable, isn't it? I just think it's amazing. When you give nature what it needs, it is extremely abundant. It's amazing what you can grow as far as food supply goes. And in this day and age of COVID around the world, we're finding we've got a real upsurge in people being interested in actually building their own systems. we've got a lot of inquiries now from all over the place for our kits, which we stopped building because we thought that was kind of past, that people would do it all themselves. But now we're getting inquiries for kits because people are worried about food security. And I think it's a reasonable thing to worry about too, quite frankly, especially in the USA when you've got this, it looks like, by what I see on the news anyway, you've got a lot of inflation starting to happen, and it's going to be harder and harder for people to make ends meet. People are on the lower end of the income level. So might pay to start growing some of your own veggies at home if you're lucky enough to have a backyard, that is. And you'll be amazed how many you can grow in such a small space.
Oh yeah, definitely a good time to start stashing seeds if you aren't already, because being able to provide for yourself and grow your own stuff is certainly going to become more and more valuable as the world keeps turning and things keep changing, especially with climate change.
The one thing that amazes me about that is a particular variety of purple beans, climbing beans we like to grow here. And we just plant one seed at a time. It's kind of a little bit of an exercise. And just out of one bean seed, when the bean starts to grow and mature, you can pick a sizable handful of beans every day of that for about 3 months. And, for an average family of 2 or 3 people, you're flat out trying to eat a handful of beans every day, cook them up and put them with your veggies and your steak or your fish or whatever you're going to eat. So, nature is amazingly abundant. And that's what I'm always amazed at. Okay, Steve, that's about all I got for you, mate. I'm sorry. I've run out.
No worries. Did you want to tell everybody how to find out more about you and your education? And you have a great website with a forum that's quite a few years old with lots of other people's questions that people can go back and read about, and all kinds of great resources.
Yeah, I've just put into the chat screen our website, aquaponics.net.au. And the other one we've got is I can't type and talk to you, sorry. aquaponicsdesigncourse.com, and look for us on Facebook as well. Our Facebook page, I haven't checked the numbers for a few days, but last I checked, we had 670,000 followers. Now, can you imagine that? 670,000 followers. It's amazing. And that's nothing special about me in particular. It just shows the worldwide interest there is in aquaponics. And of course, we feed the beast, as we call it. We post something there at least every second day and have done now for 5 years. And that's resulted in massive growth in the interest on the website. And of course, looking at the back end of it, we know that we have about 25,000 people a day go through that Facebook page, which is really, really interesting, looking at aquaponics and all that kind of thing. And so we're very happy to feature any of you out there listening. If you've got, you're doing something remarkable on your farm, even if it's just a little tiny farm, even a backyard thing, we're very happy if you take photographs, we'll feature it on our Facebook page for you. Not a problem. We're happy to drive traffic to other people who do that. And we do that regularly for people on our Facebook page. So please send me an email with your photographs and stuff that you're doing, and we will pop it on our Facebook page. And you can be absolutely certain that you will get a heck of a lot of feedback from it. We had one person recently we did that for, and they claim, I don't know if it's true or not, but they claimed they had over 3,000 visitors to their web page over the next 2 weeks, and their normal visitors were around about 100 a day if they're lucky. So, there's an awful lot of people out there looking at our Facebook page, and that's just Aquaponics Design.
Awesome. Well, any last advice for people looking to get started in aquaponics?
Make sure you get some training, and I guess you might expect me to say that, but we find that people go off half-cocked. They go and look at stuff on YouTube, and obviously you can learn from YouTube if you're discerning enough to sort the rubbish from the truth. But unfortunately, in today's world, a number of years ago, if you wanted to publish something, you had to write a manuscript, then you had to go and see a publisher, and he would read it and tell you if it was a load of rubbish or not. And, it had to be pretty good before you could get it published. Whereas these days, anyone can be a publisher, and you see it on YouTube all the time. Someone's, got 3 old rusty buckets and a ball of string and a couple of rubber bands, and they put together an aquaponic system. And next thing, they got it all on the internet telling everyone how to do it. And they've been doing it for a whole 3 weeks. And unfortunately, if you're not discerning enough to sort that kind of thing out, you can get a lot of bum steers. It's pays to. We have it all the time. People come and do our course, and after they've done it, people have been doing aquaponics for 5, 6, 7 years. and they do our course, and they say best thing I ever did. Not only because of knowledge that I've gained through my travels, but our students. We've got in the back of the software, we've got a community section, we call it, which is an old-fashioned forum actually, and the students post their stuff in there, you know, little systems they've made, and they share knowledge. So there's an enormous amount of data available and information like that. We would really like, Steve, to be able to increase the amount of interest in cannabis growing and get more students to do that, so that can be shared around a lot more. That would be a really good thing to happen, I think.
That would be great. Yeah, we'll definitely have to talk about that after the conference for sure.
Yeah. Yes, it's a good thing to do. Yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I know it's quite the time difference from the West Coast to Australia, so I do appreciate you taking the time to join us today.
Well, it's just coming up 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday afternoon here, so I could probably spend a little while and tell you what tomorrow's news is.
Yeah. What are the lottery numbers? Hurry.
Yeah, the lottery numbers would be good. Yeah, I'm looking for them myself, actually. So thanks, Steve. Great to be able to be part of your little world, your big world. I shouldn't say little world. Great to be part of your world again, and I really admire what you're doing. And I wish you and all your people the greatest of success. And may we all do the best we can to promote good food growth and good product growth and as much sustainability as we possibly can.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to come on the conference and help educate people a little bit more about aquaponics around the world. It really does mean a lot. So thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Thanks, Steve.
Take it easy. All righty. That was a really wonderful talk. It's always great to hear from Murray Hallam all the way over down there in Australia. They've had quite the crazy year, a couple of years with the fires and everything else going on. So it was nice to have him on again this year. Next up, we'll have the panel here. We're just waiting on everyone to connect. I'm sure they'll be trickling in here shortly for the homegrown panel. I'm gonna go make sure everyone has their link. I'll be right back. All right, we're going to get this situated here. Hopefully you guys are having a good time. Be sure to head over to ap420.com to sign up with your email to enter to win a Spectrum King 403 along with nutrients from apnudes.com and an Aquaponic Cannabis Masterclass. You can check out more information on the masterclass at apmjclass.com. Just waiting on everybody to connect. This is a home growers panel. We'll be talking to a couple of different home growers from Instagram. Some of them also here from locally from Oklahoma. Some of these people I know really well, some of them I don't. So we're going to have a good old talk about home growing and Scotty Reel should be with us here shortly to help moderate.
No Scotty yet?
Oh, 1 second. I'll get it.
How's everybody doing? Hope you're doing well.
Fishy Buds, do you want to maybe give yourself an introduction while we're getting everybody else situated?
Sure. I mean, I'm not a overly serious grower here, just kind of do this on the weekends. And been growing with aquaponics off and on since sometime in 2018. Started growing aquaponics for cannabis, basically as soon as it became legal in Canada to grow recreationally. I grow mainly inside a greenhouse, but I have started a few aquaponic systems indoors, including the reason that I've got some new holes in the ceiling in my basement. So definitely had some fun learning experiences along the way. Also, I have a 6-month-old puppy who loves to start barking as soon as I go into meetings. So I usually stay on mute unless I'm speaking.
I have similar issues with my creatures. So. Although I think the conference has heard my cats and my dogs over the course of the conference. So. Just waiting on Fun Farm Grows and Scotty, and we have one other person that should be joining us momentarily. Aquaponic Cannabis should be joining us here momentarily. One moment, let me just make sure everyone's having issues. We had a different link originally for the conference, and because of the issues we had this morning, we had to change the link. So let me make sure everyone has the new link or is using the right one. One moment. Well, I guess in the meantime, why don't you tell us a little bit about your grow? Feel free to screen share, or I can throw your Instagram up here. There we go.
Who are you talking to, Steve? A fishy butt.
Yep.
Sure. So what you see here in this first set of pictures is the start of the new indoor system. And then we're kind of going down, you'll see a lot of baking included. So yeah, this is, right now I've got 2 indica mothers, and I just want to see which one I'm going to keep as a mother to continue going through the winter in my new indoor system. So I'll be posting pictures of those on a regular basis. In the new indoor system, I've got 5 30-gallon fish tanks in total. So that's just one of the mystery snails that I have to help clean stuff up. This is part of a control group. So I've got several indoor light controlled rooms. And this one is just some stuff that I have growing in soil. So I can compare that, basically head to head with stuff that I'm growing in the aquaponics system. That's a site of the new system that I have for inside here. So these are Dutch buckets just with the cheap little Amazon dripper irrigation system. And one of these setups is in light controlled and the other isn't. Then we get out into the greenhouse area where I've got the 8x24 greenhouse. So I live about 4 kilometers from the Bay of Fundy. My average temperature in the summer, I get daytime highs upwards of somewhere around 22, 23 degrees. So doing really high quality outdoor grow, it doesn't work very well for me. What I found is if I have either a cold frame or inside a greenhouse, I'm getting a whole lot better grow in my area. So that's kind of the whole reason that I started doing all of these grows, is just trying to make it work in my area. And I got to say, I love Comets for doing aquaponics just because they are plentiful and I can buy 10 or 12 of them to set up a very small test system. Again, cold frames because the stuff outside just doesn't always want to pick up very well. So just putting together some rough 2x4 cold frames doesn't have to be real tough. I get a lot of snow load, but they won't really need to be in use until mid-March.
If
Again,
you have
I'm
anything else you'd like me to highlight in particular, I'm happy to pull up whatever. If
not
you,
really. I mean, one of the big things that you are going to see more often on here is more of this gluten-free baking stuff. My girlfriend is gluten-free and kind of gave me a challenge to start baking more things for her.
Awesome. Well, looks like you have quite the nice little setup there, man. That's awesome.
A lot of media beds.
Tell us a little bit about the wall in the back there. A lot of people don't know about those.
So yeah, this is just recycled pop cans and beer cans filled with sand. And I've got a little bit of Alex acrylic caulking to hold them together, but painted black. They're like a battery for heat. So during the day, they'll warm up. And then as the ambient temperature inside the greenhouse drops, that's going to allow it to come back out to the rest of the greenhouse and help keep things warmed longer and just passive heating instead of needing to rely on as much propane as I did the 1 year I tried to run year round.
Sorry, just getting everything sorted here. Let me make sure we are on the right view here. Awesome. So we also have a Brain Grow just joined us. Brain, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and your grow? You've been on the podcast before a long time ago. I think it was over 100 episodes ago. But you grow, you've been doing home aquaponics for quite a while.
Yeah, I've been doing aquaponics like 4 years or so, something like that. And with my setup, I've always been really into doing the ferments and like lactobacillus and the Korean natural farming inputs and stuff like that. And as for my system, I actually I can describe my system to you guys. It was 2 75-gallon stock tanks, one as the sump tank, in which that would pump up into the grow beds, which would then drain into the fish tank. And then that would overflow into the swirl filter and cycle back into the sump tank that way. And I had, I think they were about 15 gallons was the volume of the grow beds that I used. And I had 3 grow beds lined up all next to each other. They all received the same water and whatnot. And yeah, that was pretty much the system that I ran. And I've always had really good success using dual root zone, of course. Like, in my opinion, anymore, that's the only way to really go. It really produced superior results to anything else that I had ever tried before. So I always loved the dual root zone method.
Awesome. Well, Scotty's going to be with us momentarily. And we have our other panelists who I have not heard from in the last hour or so. Hopefully he joins us here shortly. We did have one other panelist that was supposed to be with us. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what happened. Anyways, Marty and I also have grown quite a bit at home, so we'll help fill in a little bit while we're waiting for Scotty and them to join. What are some of the things that you guys have found that have been kind of challenges with setting up your home aquaponic system? Maybe we'll start off with that.
For myself, it's just been a lot of self-taught more than anything else. So, I love the fact that everybody's got so much resources out on the internet, but until I actually try it myself. So I think my biggest challenge has been keeping the water off of the hardwood floors a lot of the time. I mean, really, I'm in an excellent spot where I don't have to worry so much about pest control as long as I keep good biosecurity and I'm not bringing too many plants indoors from outdoors. It's been really easy. So, compared to soil growing, this has definitely been a big bonus for me.
So for me, one of the biggest challenges that I really had a hard time dealing with initially was getting the pH to the level where you want it. And so what I found that was always just really the easiest thing to do, because in my hometown, the water was like 8.5, hella calcium, like it was really, really difficult to try to get that down to the pH where I wanted it. And so I think a lot of people really kind of have an understanding or misunderstanding, however you want to say it, where like you can just throw chemicals at your water and the pH is going to drop down to where you want it, but in my experiences, what I've always had the most success with is just simply just doing water changes, get you some purified or distilled water, or whatever you have to do to get that pH to drop down, to get those ppms down, because the higher the ppms of the calcium and stuff like that, it just buffers it up to where it's damn near impossible to drop it down using chemical inputs and stuff like that.
It's almost like a shotgun method in reverse, right? Where you're just diluting everything and trying to bring those ppms down, just like you're talking about. So rather than maybe trying to target a specific one, you can drop all levels down and then build back up to where you want to go, which is a great option, especially in smaller systems. If you've got like, a 10,000 gallon system, it may not quite work the same way, but especially if you're like anywhere under like, 2,000 gallons, it's probably going to be a lot easier for you to, drop some water, do a water change, and just getting a feel for how much you need to top off and when, and knowing what your water input is. If you're on well water, kind of like Rango was just talking about, I mean, that's some of that stuff you're not really going to know until you start doing it. It's almost like, you can't intellectually learn to dribble a basketball. At some point, you like have to get up and start trying to figure out how to do it and get a feel for it. So you can get coached once you start trying, and people can help you along the way. But there's an element to where you can't just sit in a chair anymore and do that. So definitely wanted to echo what Fishy Buds was saying there, that online learning is great, and it's definitely come a long ways. At least since I started, kind of like what Murray was talking about. I think there was only, Steve, what was the YouTube guy that was on there? He did a home grow, Silverarm 32 was, I think, the only YouTuber that I could find doing anything aquaponic related when I started. It was probably like 8 years ago or something like that now.
I reached out to him to be on here. I don't know what happened. I haven't seen him post in quite a while, or what happened with him, but he's been on the show too on a couple early episodes.
Oh yeah, I love that guy. Very cool. But just the fact that we can have an entire like 2-day conference full of people that are doing it is just it's a huge difference maker, and definitely consume all that content, but don't be afraid to get your hands dirty at some point. And then you'll find all this content even more intriguing, and you'll get more out of it once you have some experience, in my opinion.
Awesome. Well, we also have Aquaponic Cannabis joined us. He's also had an aquaponic channel for quite a long time. I think at least 3 or 4 years or more. I know I've seen his stuff around for quite a while. I'm excited to have him on the panel today. And you put out quite a bit of info on that as well, on a couple of different platforms. Thanks a lot for joining us tonight. Why don't you tell us a little about yourself and your grow?
Yeah, so I'm excited to be here with everybody as far as it goes. A little bit about my grow. I originally started off with just an aquarium and a little gallon tote. And then slowly I've progressed my system. I've gone through 5-gallon buckets, doing a Dutch bucket design as far as my setup goes. And then I just transitioned over to a DWC type setup, so that way I could have a higher yield, more area for my roots, and then as well as more height in my room, so that way I can try to maximize the space as far as it goes there. I love sharing all the information that I've learned and everything like that, and everything that I do with my setups and everything. I love sharing all of it. I have a 3D printer and I like to do a lot of 3D designing. So sometimes I try to incorporate my own designs into my setup and see if I can maybe perfect a lot of the other things that I'm working on.
Awesome. So what are some of the different cultivars that you guys have all tried? Why don't we start off with Brain Grow?
Okay, let's see. Cultivars I've tried. I've tried Green Alien. That was from some, I can't remember the breeder that came from, somewhere in Colorado, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, Dark Star, which was one that produced like really dark purple, like almost black leaves. I've grown CBD strains in there. One in particular was called CBD Therapy, and I've pretty much always had success with growing whatever cultivars that I've tried, but I really attribute that to the dual root zone, because in all my experiences, that really has just made the whole thing just go a whole lot smoother, a whole lot more effortless. You know, of course, you gotta keep track of all your levels and stuff like that, but once you know how to do that, and then you know you're using dual root zone on top of that, pretty much anything I've ever tried has been fairly successful with aquaponics.
All right. Do you want to go next, Fishy Buzz?
Yeah, I mean, I mostly stick to indica stuff just because of the height requirements, and I find it's a little bit easier to deal with most of the time. So LA Confidential, Northern Lights, Bubba Kush, at least the seed catalog said that they're all indicas. So sometimes I kind of wonder at how good the seed catalogs are in some places. Other than that, right now, I think I've got the weird purple stuff that I got from somebody in a bag, and some love potion on the go.
What about you, Aquaponics Cannabis?
So the few of the strains that I've grown so far, White Gorilla, which is a White Widow Gorilla Glue cross. Got that from one of my friends that was cultivating some clones. And then I just really, right now I have some cherry bomb that's grown that I got from a local seed bank by me. And then otherwise I've had great, from every single strain that I've grown, I've had nothing but great potential out of them. So I see great success so far as it goes. And I try to go to the local seed bank and try different strains, see which is going to be the best to grow in the system. So that way I can find my go-to every time, so to speak.
That's awesome. I have also have some cherry bomb I got from Mr. Green Jeans garden himself. And then I also have some that I got from Cascadian Grown that were an old line of cherry bomb as well. So definitely a great cut. What about you, Marty?
Oh man, so many. Let's see, we did lemon OG, we did OG, we did fruit punch, shishka berry, train wreck. Sour strawberry. Some of the more recent ones are like Thorsberry, Snowman, straight sour D. Most of those are on my YouTube channel, Did Updates. We did a blue cheese in the outdoor one year. We did a mango. I don't know, there's probably at least 20 different strains at this point. It probably even more than that. So just a ton of them. Again, I kind of like everyone else is saying, you know, across the board. And not only have I grown them like all those different cuts in aquaponics, but some of them I've grown the same cuts also in various, whether you're talking about segregated planters or containers or raised beds. We did Agent Orange in Kim Dog and vertical, all in raised beds and aquaponics both. So yeah, we just have really done a number of different strains and found that across the board, you find some stuff in aquaponics just comes out more. You get a different flavor and terpene profile that is more pungent, you know, so if it's gas, it's gassier, if it's fruit, it's fruitier. And then the other thing is just frost. The trichome coverage extends all the way into shade leaves on a number of different cultivars and in comparison to other methods of growing across the board. The only one that really gets close is really quality living soil and raised beds, but still doesn't really get the same type of quality, in my opinion. And that's in my pretty much, I didn't go all those strains side by side, but I think I've done probably 10 or 12 of them now in straight side by sides and clones of the same mom in various growing methods, including aquaponics. So definitely done a lot of home growing with a lot of different strains, which is kind of difficult to do when you can only grow like, you know, between 12 and 24 plants at a time. Thanks to Oregon's regulations, it's actually a lot harder than you think to try to keep any sort of variety around for very long. But yeah, so that's over probably like the past 7 to 8 years.
Awesome. I've grown quite a few different ones. You guys have heard about the blue hash that I've been growing for a long time, and a bunch of other different strains. Golden Goat's a good one, Bruce Banner, Godbud. I'm just trying to think of other ones that were just like really good yielders. And then just some funky ones. Three Little Birds was really good for a CBD heavy cultivar. The Dem Healer from Dragonfly. The G13 hash plant that I got from them, as well as probably my single favorite daily driver smoke. I can puff on that all day long and be lit and still functional and get a ton done, and like gives you that like energy rush that like having a nice coffee, you know what I mean? It's that good like get shit done weed, you know what I mean? It's one of my favorites. And then a big fan of like those heavy thick Nepalese, Pakistani, you know, Afghani, like they get that thick anthocyanin, that thick hashy, you know, that heavy smoke. I like that.
Very cool. I will say that the probably Snowman, I would say, grows the fastest. But you can clearly tell, and next to pretty much any other strain that I've seen in aquaponics, it really seems to grow. A vigorous growth rate in veg is probably the only one that I can think of that I might say like just really head and shoulders above other plants. It doesn't necessarily like finish any faster or develop any faster, but you get larger plants quicker. It cuts down your veg time, you know, from 3 to 4 weeks down to, you know, 2 to 2.5 weeks. So cool stuff.
Awesome. We had another question we actually had a great question from chat. I wanted to throw up to the panelists. Did any of you have any fish keeping experience before you built your home system? If not, how has the learning curve been when dealing with the fish welfare portion of your system? And whoever wants to go first is welcome to take the floor.
Yeah, I didn't have any real amount of experience. I might have had a few goldfish growing up, and my father had a little pond out in his backyard. But again, growing the comets has been really good because they're such a tough fish. Though I have lost quite a few from time to time. I guess growing up working with livestock made me kind of used to that and prepared.
Sorry about that. I had to restart the recording there to make sure we don't lose the end like we did yesterday. Or we didn't totally lose it, but we're not sure if I can recover it. So to make sure we don't have any issues, I do apologize for the interruption. Go ahead.
Yeah, I also did not have any experience with raising fish, and as far as the learning curve goes, like that's really no big deal. The equipment that you can buy to test your levels, as long as you do enough research and you understand what your levels are supposed to be at and what what everything means whenever you read it on your test kit, then it's all good. You start your system just the way, you know, research will tell you to do. Throw you maybe one fish in there to get the nitrification process started, to get the fish pooping and to start attracting your first bacteria. And then you start testing your levels to see how much they have proliferated. And then the next bacteria comes along and you have you know, where you can test for that, and you can see how much that bacteria has proliferated, and then you see your levels of ammonia completely drop down, and then that's whenever you know your system is ready to go, you know. So like, as long as you're not doing any really drastic sudden changes to your system, it's really not that hard to learn how to raise fish, as long as you just have patience for it.
All right. What about you, Aquaponic Cannabis?
Yeah, so I've actually kept fish most of my life since I was super little. I was a really big aquarium hobbyist. To start off with, I've had saltwater tanks, all sorts of different things as far as it goes. So I was already into the fish game before I got into the aquaponics game. So it was kind of a weird transition for me, because obviously you have to monitor a lot of the same chemicals for the fish when you're just keeping them regularly, just to make sure that obviously your fish don't die. But with incorporating the natural symbiotic relationship between plant and animal, actually monitoring the chemicals is one of those things that you would normally check anyways in aquarium hobbies. And then with the aquaponics, it's just checking the same levels, checking everything the same, making sure that the fish are getting what they need. And it actually, you don't have to add a whole lot of chemicals to control the balances of a lot of the stuff. When it comes to pH and everything like that with the fish, is what I've noticed. When I was in the aquarium hobbies, like if pH would just fluctuate like that, it was a big swing. With the plants being involved, it's not a huge swing. It's something that can be caught early, and as long as you keep monitoring everything and all your levels, you're spot on, and it's fairly easy.
All right. What have you guys tried that maybe or hasn't worked out as well as you thought it would?
Okay, so no, go ahead, Fishy Butts, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I have to say, I've probably tried about 5 different variations of all of my different systems that I've finally come to now. And without having failed, I don't think I would have ever learned. So, you know, it's trying the Dutch buckets. I've had so many drain issues, flood and drain systems, trying to get a bell siphon working. I'm sure everybody's had all of these fun things happen over time.
So for me, a couple of things that I've tried that haven't worked so well have to do with pest management, and just quite simply, the first thing, ladybugs have never really worked out for me so well. And then the second thing would be diatomaceous earth. Also I've never really seen any kind of noticeable effects from using either of those two things in my system for pest management.
And I would agree with Fishy Buds. When I did the Dutch bucket design, I did have a really bad drainage issue. I even tried 3D printing a guard just to see if maybe I could try to keep the roots out as best as possible, or at least go out and be able to actually access the drain, so that way I could clear it out and make sure that the roots aren't getting clogged up in it. So I've had a lot of those issues as well. That's kind of why I went over to the DWC, which is what I'm trying out now because of the issues I did have with the Dutch bucket, to see if maybe I can try to negate a lot of those issues with a higher flow return and a higher flow in, just to kind of cycle the water faster, so that way it's not trying to suck up the roots into the drain.
Yeah, I mean, I I guess I'm kind of in the same boat as Fishy Buzz. Like I tried all kinds of different systems. I probably have built like 10 different ones at this point. Like first time I think I did a timer and just some hydrogen and like some little tiny buckets, almost like Dutch buckets, but they just had a drain that went right back down in. Like there was no like, real Dutch bucket drain system. And I mean, I guess it worked okay, but I had issues with it, like, the trying to figure out how long to have the timer on, because that I needed, obviously I wanted to cycle the water through on a pretty regular basis, but how often? And then it would change how long I needed the pump to go on, depending on how much root mass there was in there. So obviously I cut overflows and, like all kinds of different things, but ultimately I just figured out that I got really frustrated with the timer. And that's when I started looking into bell siphons and kind of watched a few videos. And luckily I decided pretty early on that I wanted to do something besides bell siphons because so many people had issues with them. And I found a video, I don't even remember who it was now, I'll have to try to look it up at some point, but they had done loop siphons. And so I started working with those in loop siphons or U siphons. And so that was kind of my next setup. So I did half barrel beds with loop siphons. And all of them, I guess, kind of, are going to have some sort of issues, but none of them really, anything like traditional gardening, like weeding or, any different stuff like that. So, I mean, I did segregated planters, they worked, but really, for as much effort as I put into making them, I could have just had more media beds. So I really sort of felt like, it wasn't really worth the effort to get what I felt like was not quite as good a quality. So that's where everything kind of accumulates into, my indoor system, which you guys can see on AP Med's YouTube or Instagram. And the greenhouse system has kind of been the accumulation of all of those different things in which I failed to learn, I guess you could say, but all of them really had different variations of issues. Constant height obviously doesn't have the type of air exchange in the root zone that we like to have. So there's a whole plethora of ways in which that I failed and learned from. And like I said, I'm probably like 10 systems deep at this point. So when you're just getting started, I highly recommend like Goldfish and just getting your hands dirty and finding a system that you like that maybe fits in where you're at and the space that you have, and fail and learn something.
And then what's something that maybe you guys tried that worked out way better than you thought it would, or an input that you tried that really made a big difference, or some other change that you did to your system that you're like, man, why the hell was I not doing that sooner?
Labs. I mean, that's got to be like, for me, the main, like there was
Damn it, Marty, you took my answer.
It was like an accident for me. Like I had made labs. I think I found it in the Probiotic Farmers Association, the PFA. They have a huge group on Facebook, and shout out to them. I learned pretty much all of my original stuff from how to make labs and what their use is for putting on plants. And so I had some made up, and I just happened to I was working on top of my worm bin at the time, and so I had changed the filter paper out of my filter, so just covered in fish shit. It was sitting on top of my worm bin, because normally I just bury them in my worm bins, and that's how I just let them eat the stuff off the paper, and then eventually it just gets sort of worked in. And I spilled a shit ton of labs like all over the filter paper, and I kind of got pissed off and was like, all right, whatever, I'll deal with this later. And so I came back, I think it was the next day, like maybe a little more than 24 hours later, because it was early in the day, and I came back, I think the following evening, and it just had this crazy like mat over the top of it already. And it had areas where you could visibly see it like reducing the amount of solids in the filter paper. And so I was like, well, shit, that's what I'm trying to get rid of anyway. And started dosing it into the systems and talking about it on the podcast and sharing with other people. And now I integrate it all the time. And basically, I probably clean my media beds, you know, a tenth of what I used to when I didn't use labs before. It's so easy to make, it's so cheap, it's so beneficial to plant growth, and it cleans your media beds. So that's my story of how I accidentally got into labs in my aquaponics system, which seems like a no-brainer now. Like, yeah, of course they would break down solids.
Yeah, and I've just follow up on what Marty says about labs. That really has served a pretty hardcore purpose. Like really kind of unbelievable to see how well it works against powdery mildew and fungus, any kind of fungus that grows on the surface of the leaves. It really just eliminates that right off the bat. And I know I've already mentioned dual root zone a couple times, but for those people that don't really know about the benefit of dual root zone, you have your water level that rises not quite up to the soil, and so every time that your grow beds flood and drain, it exchanges the air that's in the soil zone, which really produces a pretty fast rate of growth in my experiences. So the labs and then dual root zone for me.
I gotta say, I haven't really had that much chance to go into stuff like labs and dual root zones yet. It's on my to-do list, but for me, the biggest aha moment for my very first system was when I added heat and finally got that sign of changeover of the bacteria for the nitrogen cycle. So making sure that you've got the right conditions for cycling is going to be the biggest thing for me that really got it going.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as Fishy Buds. I haven't really done a whole lot of dual root zone or anything as far as that stuff goes. Some things I obviously want to get into in the future, but haven't gotten into quite at this point. And then as well on top of that, just as he said, just making sure the cycles is going correctly is kind of key and essential. Making sure that you have the proper cycle with the flow is good for the nutrients and everything.
Awesome. I'll finish answering that question, then I'll introduce the new gentleman that just joined us. To me, it was the revelation of combining the soil food web methodology with the aquatic food web, and started instead of treating it like a hydroponic system, thinking of it as like aquatic soil, and trying to build up a microbially biodiverse base that looks like soil under a microscope, and starting to think of it that way, and starting to incorporate things like Korean natural farming inputs and some of these other compost teas and other things. That really was a huge breakthrough for me and really helped me solve a lot of the issues and accelerate how quickly it takes to launch a system. A lot of times people talk about, oh, it takes 6 months to get your aquaponic system or 3 months to get your aquaponic system up and running. If you inoculate it with good nutrients, you can be up and running in 3 or 4 weeks with a pretty decently cycled system. You don't have to have these long lag times, especially when you get to commercial operations later on outside of the home scale. But even at the home scale, you can get aquarium cycling nutrients at any pet store. They're happy to sell them to you, and they're great for your aquaponic system. Just ignore the directions, take the cap off, and pour the whole thing in when you're doing cycling an aquaponic system, because you're just trying to inoculate the system with those microbes. A microbe lift actually has a great one. Hey, there's Scotty.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
So it looks like we got everybody sorted.
What's up, Scotty?
Hey,
what's up, Scotty?
Hey, everybody. I'm so sorry for being late. I feel terrible.
You're on time for a stoner, man. It's all good.
One of those techniques, man, is, I'm used to being a baby to guru. But anyway, enough about me. Come on, let's catch up. What's going on, boys?
We also have Thomas also joined us as well. Thanks a lot for joining us, Thomas. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Let's see. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, there. Yeah. Hi, I'm Tom.
Oh, hey. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, y'all. What's going on? This is really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, hey, so I work at a aquaponics farm in Norman, Oklahoma, and we're a commercial facility. I actually didn't even mean to jump in on this. I was kind of just trying to figure out Zoom, but hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
He's going to be
For a
he's gonna
Sunday
be on
night,
our-
man. I have internet. All right, it's doing great, man.
And Scotty, why don't you introduce yourself and what you do real quick?
Yeah, right on. I am Scotty, go by the name Scotty Real online. I've been growing weed in, I wish basements, but in spare rooms and houses for, I don't know, 20 something years. And I tried just about every setup except for aquaponics. But I've been growing forever. I just kind of started. I actually do the Dude Grow Show, which is a cannabis podcast, and through that, I've learned more and more how to simplify growing to the point where I got it down to where it's pretty easy. Mind the bugs, and it's pretty easy to grow good weed these days, man. So that's kind of my message, and that's what I promote. I run the Dude Grow Show. Also, a huge microbe fan. So much so that I know I don't know much about microbes compared to the aquaponics community. So I love listening on this stuff.
And his show is actually kind of an inspiration for me and Marty to start our show. We had a chance to be done on his show, and we're like, man, we need to do the same thing with aquaponic cannabis education, and it really helped us get going. So thanks a lot for joining us. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask aquaponic cannabis home growers, Scotty?
You're for me to ask the aquaponic cannabis home growers?
Yeah, what would you like to know about aquaponic cannabis growers, and what's different about what they do?
You know what? I just be interested to know so how do you all, I kind of throw my microbes on whoever's they outcompete each other, or whoever likes that pH or that temperature range or that food source that particular week or month gets, those colonies bloom. How do you all handle microbes in aquaponics? Are you the specific fish and the specific food? Are you doing that to farm specific microbes? Or how does that work? And are there bad microbes? I imagine there's ammonia and all that stuff. How do you monitor and control all that?
I'm going to kind of bow out of this question because I'm really bad here. All I've added to my system for the last probably 6 months has been fish food. I haven't been keeping up on my tests, but my plants are growing nicely and my fish don't look like they're in distress. So I haven't really been worried about that.
All right, can I recant my question then? I got one that we can all hang out in. I always thought of aquaponics as complicated. And, and that's kind of where my question came from. Damn, you have to farm specific microbes. And if your nitrogen gets out of order, then, your fish die and vice versa. And what I'm understanding is it can be as simple as having a stock tank and a tilapia in there and go from there.
Well, kind of. I mean, it's the same type of thing as people growing cannabis. Anybody can grow cannabis, but you can grow really, really good cannabis if you take the extra time and put the extra effort in. So it's the same type of thing with aquaponics. I mean, we can have super simple systems, but to get the best yield, you're going to want to keep on top of all of that stuff with your constant checks and constant monitoring.
Where do you guys think the flavor comes from? Aquaponics, Steve's weed has a very strong, I like it, potent ponics, man. It has a potent flavor to it. I attribute that to the fish and the fish shit. Any ideas of where all that flavor comes from? Is this a consumption podcast? Are we allowed to consume, or
yeah, go for it.
Straight for YouTube? All right, cool.
I had them all day. I mean, personally,
I need it, man.
For sure.
Marty, all right, great to see you, man.
Hey, how you doing, Scotty? I mean, for me personally, I think it's the microbe diversity. I think that, if we look at like some of the studies that have come out in the past couple of years that show, the microbes populating the water column in ways that we didn't previously understand, in ways that we see in other studies that show that plants respond to different microbial presence, whether you're talking about in soil or whatever, in the root zone, the presence of certain microbes triggers terpenes and cannabinoid growth. And so I feel like it's the diversity that you get in aquaponics, especially dual root zone aquaponics, where you can incorporates soil microbes in addition to that. And just to touch on what your original question a little bit about like breeding specific ones, I try to think of it as like engineering a system to just allow them to grow as opposed to like breeding them separately and adding them in. I don't mind inoculating, but I want to at least try to have a system engineered to the point where different microbes can develop just inside the ecosystem of the system itself. And then it just gets better over time. I don't want to have to keep breeding. Probably the only thing that I would culture separately and continue to add would be labs. That would probably be
Lactobacillus.
Yeah, lactobacillus.
Sorry, I was trying to. It seems like I can either be heard well or seen well. So
you look great and you sound great. That's all I know.
Does it sound okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, that's all right. You're good.
Okay.
It's good looking joint too. Nice work. Nice work.
Since we're bullshitting, I don't use labs, and I've always heard really good things. Or I don't know why would I use lactobacillus, man? What is that? What's the benefit?
So it's a facultative microbe, which means that it can exist in aerobic or anaerobic environments. So it's pretty has a wide application. People already use it for a lot of different stuff. So it's great for plant growth. It's great for outcompeting the microbes that you don't want. So it's specifically, because it is facultative, it prefers to reproduce in anaerobic areas, which you generally want to get rid of. So the fact that they'll seek out, so they'll move through an aerobic environment, looking for an anaerobic environment, break down those areas by reproducing and populating in them, and ultimately helping eliminate them. So whether you're talking about like a hydro grow or soil grows or anything, they can play a great role in just keeping your in out competing all of the microbes that you don't want. So whereas like in traditional hydro, a lot of times you're trying to like basically sterilize everything, right? Like you're cleaning out your reservoir on a regular basis and you're trying to keep everything nice and clean and all the time so microbes don't grow. Whereas in aquaponics, you're trying to nurture that growth out and out compete anything bad so you don't get things like root rot. So those things come out more when you have less air in your root zone. So that's why that's why I like siphon systems. They're always filling and draining, so you have that constant exposure to air at the root zone. So
yeah, and then Steve had actually asked us a question earlier that me and Marty both answered. Lactobacillus, something about what was one of the things that we have done that has had the most success. And another thing that I've really noticed is it really kills the shit out of powdery mildew, like on the spot. So there's that too.
Is that all right? I mean, that sounds like too good to be true. But does it residue or what's going on with that? That sounds like that's a problem everybody has, bro.
The other thing I wanted to add to it that I don't think anybody touched on with lactobacillus is, especially if you have a diverse range of different lactobacillus species, it provides a lot of different vitamin B as a byproduct, which is a growth accelerator for the plants. So it can help the plants grow faster and heal faster as well from damage.
Hey, I got an aquaponics question, man. Can you incorporate aquaponics in your regular grow? Does it have to be strict? Like, can I take the fish, I have a stock tank out front and I've got some fish in it. Can I just take some of that water, it's fresh water, and just pour it on my plants? And if so, am I going to really see any benefit from it? Can you be like a part-time aquaponics guy?
Yeah, man. What you're describing is basically decoupled aquaponics. It's totally a thing that people do.
Yeah, we've had if you guys check out some of the talks yesterday, we had some different side-by-sides with compost and compost plus fish water, doing just those types of tests with onions. There's definitely a lot of people that are even in the soil realm that are using it to enhance their soil. And a great way for aquaculture facilities to, not have that waste go down the drain, but be able to monetize it and help, build good organic soils that are even more biodiverse than they would be with just terrestrial microbes alone.
Wait, what's it have in it? Does it have any NPK, steak and potatoes, or is it just microbes like fish poop? Whatever's coming out of your stock tank.
is what if you wanted to break it down to an NPK, I would say it's pretty much the NPK of fish food, which is going to work out to like a 5.11 or 5.51 or something like that. Primarily nitrogen, very little phosphorus and potassium, and you're going to be missing some other stuff too, like iron is probably the one that is going to pretty much pop up regardless of, unless you would have like significantly high amounts of available iron in your well water. You're probably going to run out of those in the closed loop system eventually.
So what else do y'all need to add if we're doing aquaponics? Do y'all need to add supplements?
So
Yes.
I've always had to add iron for sure. That's always been one of the main things that I've always had to supplement, and that really balances out my system pretty well.
And where do you get iron from, by the way? Sorry, I'm gonna fix my video.
What is the guy? Steve knows the guy. I can't remember. I think his name is Roger. He's from Texas, isn't he, Steve? He sells aquaponics.
Yeah,
He sells a couple different forms of iron that's gonna be you purchase whichever one that you need, and it's gonna be based on what your pH of your system normally runs on, and that really keeps your nitrogen uptake and all that type of stuff really in check really well.
Sorry, I get
Roger at True Aquaponics has quite a few different options available. We also have stuff with cannabis dosing over at apmjnewts.com. If you guys are looking for stuff that has the cannabis appropriate dosing on that instead. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off.
Don't mind me, man. I'm the guy that's always hogging the conversation, so I'm trying to shut up.
Oh, no. That's why we like having you.
It's not what everybody says. Hey guys, will you give me just a minute? I'm going to try to work on I'm going to set my video up a bit better. My main camera.
Yeah, man, no worries. So Nate, what questions do the panelists have for some of the other home growers? We'd love to hear from questions maybe that you guys have for some of the other maybe problems that you guys would like to have an answer to from some of the other panelists.
So Doug from Aquaponics Cannabis, how has not dual root zone, I'm sorry, you said you do deep water culture, right? How has that done for you?
So right now I have it currently, I have 3 27-gallon totes set up, and each one has 2 6-inch net pots in it with obviously a grow media. I prefer to use pea gravel when I do my grow media in there, and then basically I have 2 air stones that go under each one, and then I'm constantly cycling the water. It goes right up through my filter, through my biofilter, and then right into each one of the 27-gallon totes in a line. And then it drains right back in, fresh, clean water right back into the system. As far as the DWC that I have set up currently. So far, it's been working amazing. I've noticed a lot faster growth over time than what I had with my Dutch bucket setup.